Lin Ning traverses to a fantasy world and becomes a cultivator. Fallen genius, broken engagement, ridicule from the world. A 3-year agreement? Ding. Detected that the host has 1 month left until the 3-year agreement. Your cultivation level is currently non-existent. The system is activated, starting as an emperor, gaining infinite inheritance. The 3-year agreement has arrived on the day of the appointment, facing the cultivators of the Xuanming Sect. Lin Ning looks at the woman who broke off the engagement. You are the one who wants me to keep the 3-year agreement? Lin Ning, the emperor, let the Xuanming Sect come to their doom. Chapter 1. 3-year agreement? But I start as an emperor. Fallen genius? Broken engagement? 3-year agreement. Lin Ning opened his eyes, looked at the mottled earthen walls around him, and the ancient furniture, suddenly feeling a headache. Instantly, a wave of memories that did not belong to him surged forth. Piecing together these strange memories, Lin Ning finally understood. He had crossed over. The original body was a direct disciple of the Xuanming Sect's sect master, with an exaggerated talent for cultivation. In just 2 years, he leaped from the Qi refining stage to the golden core stage, becoming the hottest new star in the sect. However, after an ordinary night, Lin Ning woke up to find all his cultivation had vanished. The sect master, realizing something was wrong, tried everything but could not help Lin Ning regain his cultivation. Lin Ning went from a direct disciple to a major waste of the sect. Those who once adored him now only offered cold ridicule upon seeing him again. As the saying goes, when God shuts one door, he often helps you shut the window and blocks the sewer. After being demoted to an ordinary disciple, the holy maiden of Beiki, Chu Qingge, who had a marriage contract with him, came to break off the engagement. Lin Ning, I have now entered the Xuanming Sect, and you have lost all your cultivation. I have come specifically today to break off our engagement, hoping you understand that we are no longer people of the same world. As for the things you gave me before, consider it as compensation for my youth. After all, a girl's youth is very precious. Chu Qingge broke off the engagement with Lin Ning in front of everyone in the Xuanming Sect, and the elder from the Xuanming Sect who came with her also insulted Lin Ning with many words. Under the insult from the other side and the cold ridicule from his fellow sect members, Lin Ning, in a fit of anger, established a 3-year agreement with Chu Qingge. Lin Ning declared that after 3 years, he would personally visit the Xuanming Sect. He even quoted that classic saying that ignites the passion of countless young men. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Do not bully the youth for being poor. Ideals are full, but reality is cruel. Now, only 1 month remains until the 3-year agreement, and Lin Ning is still a waste who cannot cultivate again. After receiving this information, Lin Ning, who had just crossed over, couldn't help but feel a headache. No way, this script is way off. Lin Ning suddenly sat up from the bed creaking as if it could collapse at any moment. He glanced around but couldn't find what he was looking for. Fallen genius, 3-year agreement. Isn't this a script for Xiaohua? Where's my ring? Return me a ring that can hide an old man. Unable to find what he wanted, Lin Ning suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Because this version of the 3-year agreement was different from the others. In the 3-year agreement he made with Chu Qingge, if he did not go to the Xuanming Sect after 3 years, she would also come to the Xuanming Sect. At that time, it would be a face-off between enemies, where one of them would die. Bro, where's your cheat? Without a cheat, you dare to establish a 3-year agreement? Lin Ning felt numb. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock on the door came. He walked over and opened the door, and a delicate, fair, beautiful face instantly came into view. Lin Ning searched through his memories and quickly understood. The visitor was named Shun Yan, the Peak Master of Wunyan Peak, and also Lin Ning's second master. According to the rules of the Xuanming Sect, disciples without cultivation must be expelled from the sect. Shun Yan had a similar experience to Lin Ning. Perhaps because of this, she used her authority as Peak Master to forcibly keep Lin Ning and accepted him as a disciple. Master, out of politeness, Lin Ning performed a bow according to his memories. I heard that Chu Qingge has entered the nascent soul stage, and there's only 1 month left until your agreement. Shun Yan frowned, extending her jade hand, a palm-sized storage bag appearing out of thin air. You still cannot cultivate now. This agreement you probably cannot fulfill. After you leave the sect, the treasures in the storage bag can ensure you live safely for the rest of your life. A cultivator. Xuanming knew how difficult it was for someone who had lost all their cultivation to cultivate again. Even if Lin Ning could cultivate now, the other party was already at the nascent soul stage. In just 1 month, could he defeat her? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xuanming, I know you're strong-willed, and if I give you something directly, you might resist, Xuanming said, but the deadline is approaching, the outcome is set, you cannot win against Xuanming. Perhaps we could be master and disciple again in the next life. Outside the Xuanming Sect, there are many formations, and there are also some demon beasts nearby. It is very difficult for ordinary people to leave safely. After Xuanming explained some precautions and taught Lin Ning how to use the treasures in the storage bag, she hurriedly left. What does Master have to attend to? Why the rush? Lin Ning wondered. Forget it. No need to think too much. The urgent matter is to leave the Xuanming Sect. With only 1 month left until the 3-year agreement, the loser dies. Now he has no cultivation at all. What is he doing here? The best plan is to flee. Lin Ning packed the storage bag and walked towards the door. As soon as his left foot stepped out the door, his body suddenly jolted. In an instant, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has only 1 month left until the 3-year agreement. Invincible system activation successful. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Ning, who was in a hurry, stopped, and a radiant smile spread across his face, his lips curling up like the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. A system? As a quality reader from the 21st century, he was very familiar with it. This is the standard golden finger for the male protagonist in many fantasy novels. Moreover, what he has now is an invincible system. What 3-year agreement, what nascent soul cultivation, all are nothing before the invincible system. Ding! Detected that Xuanming is already a nascent soul cultivator. Detected that the host is in a critical situation. System gift package is being automatically distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a world inheritance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Emperor-level cultivation, current realm, early Emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Divine Domain. Note, within the host's Divine Domain range, those below the host's realm are invincible. Those above will have their cultivation automatically lowered to match the host's level, allowing the host to crush the opponent using the world inheritance, thus achieving an invincible stance. As the system voice came to an abrupt halt, Lin Ning suddenly felt a powerful force surging wildly within him. His cultivation instantly leaped from 0 to the Emperor realm, and his body transformed from an ordinary person to that of an emperor. After the increase in cultivation, Lin Ning found his senses extremely sharp. In the Xuanming Sect, he could hear all conversations. Even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground was crystal clear. Moreover, this perception range was expanding beyond just the Xuanming Sect. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Ning smiled and said, 3-year agreement? Nascent soul cultivator? If I unleash the power of an emperor, how will you respond? Note, the character's cultivation levels in this book are Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, great ascension, tribulation crossing, emperor, undying. Emperor Lord. I hope all readers and supporters. Thank you all. Chapter 2. Master's 30-year agreement. Have you heard? Master Xuanming is going to fulfill her 30-year agreement. I've heard a bit about this too. It said that 30 years ago, she was also the one who was jilted, and then she made a 30-year pact with the other party. No wonder her Wunyan peak only attracts those who have been jilted. It turns out they share the same plight. It was unclear which peak master from Xuanming Sect casually mentioned that Xuanming was heading to Xuanming Mountain to fulfill her promise, which sparked discussions among all. The peak masters and disciples of the sect that it turns out the one who proposed the annulment back then was Yun Wuxin from Xuanming Mountain. I heard he's now a tribulation stage cultivator. Master Xuanming is surely going to her doom. TSK. It would be fine if she were going somewhere else. But Xuanming Mountain is a place where even tribulation stage cultivators dare not pass through. Xuanming Mountain is the burial ground for the powerful beings from the immortal demon war 1,000 years ago. The heavy Yin energy here can invade the bodies of ordinary cultivators, leading them to a painful death. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. A group of like-minded individuals head to Xuanming Mountain, practicing some strange techniques to absorb the energy within and use it for themselves. They established a sect named after Xuanming Mountain. Yun Wuxin was later selected as a disciple of Zongshan Mountain and annulled his engagement with Xuanming after entering the mountain. In a dark corner of Xuanming Sect, Master Xinyan has already gone to Zongshan Mountain. She knows she won't be coming back and must have left many treasures for Lin Ning. Since Wenyan Peak has lost its backbone, there's no need for that waste Lin Ning to live on and waste the sect's resources. The two of us brothers might as well secretly take care of Lin Ning and create the illusion of suicide. Good idea. The treasures left by Master Xinyan will be ours. Wenyan Peak. The already a great Emperor Lin Ning completely understood the discussions and even the thoughts of everyone. Master has gone to Zongshan Mountain to fulfill her promise. No wonder she left in such a hurry just now. Lin Ning thought for a moment since he had inherited the memories and body of his original self. Xinyan could be considered his master. When a master is in trouble, as a disciple, he cannot stand by. Moreover, he is now a great emperor and was just worried about not having a place to practice his skills. Lin Ning checked the world inheritance that the system had granted him. The so-called world inheritance mainly consists of the legacies of various factions, such as various techniques, alchemy methods, weaponry, etc. In addition, there are some abilities that have never been created or discovered by others. Of course, these are just inherited skills, abilities, and weapons. It does not directly give him the world, for example. The materials needed for alchemy still need Lin Ning to obtain himself. The cultivators in Zongshan Mountain use the Wan Hun banner to absorb the power of the powerful beings' corpses. I have some understanding of those abilities. Lin Ning mumbled, casually pulling out a human emperor banner that was emitting black smoke. As a righteous cultivator, I, Lin Ning, have the obligation to cleanse the scum of Zongshan Mountain. However, before that, I want to see who in the sect wants to kill me. Night fell. Dressed in black, Huang Feng looked around and, confirming no one was present, waved his hand. Hurry up and follow me. As the words fell, Lu Yu quickly approached from behind, and the two moved swiftly towards Wenyan Peak. Wenyan Peak is located in a remote corner of Xuanming Sect, and Lin Ning is just a waste within the sect. But regardless, Lin Ning is still a member of the sect, and Huang Feng and the others wanted to kill him and seize his treasures, so they had to be cautious and not let others see them. Otherwise, they would easily be executed by others for the crime of murdering a fellow sect member and would secretly transfer the treasures they stole. As they saw Wenyan Peak becoming clearer, Huang Feng's eyes gleamed with golden light, and he coldly sneered. Xinyan must have left many cultivation aids for Lin Ning. Once we kill Lin Ning and take these treasures, we might hope to become core disciples of the sect in the future. Since Xinyan, a Mahayana stage cultivator, was surely going to her doom on this trip, she would leave precious treasures for her disciple Lin Ning. Huang and Lu had already envisioned their rise in their minds. But soon, their dreams were shattered. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a voice rang out ahead, startling the two into alertness. Who? Huang Feng's expression turned serious. Seeing a shadow walk out from the front, their tense emotions relaxed, followed by a pleasant smile. Oh, it's senior brother Lin Ning. We just happen to be looking for you, Huang Feng said with a smile. Oh, what do you want with me? Lin Ning pretended to be confused. The next moment, swish, a blue light of a blade cut through the night, and a sharp short knife silently shot out from Huang Feng's hand. Of course, we want you dead. Huang Feng knew that villains often die from excessive talking, so he didn't waste words and directly attacked Lin Ning. As for the treasures left by Xinyan, they would slowly search for them after Lin Ning was dead. A waste like Lin Ning, without any cultivation, what great ability could he have to hide treasures? The sharp short knife quickly lunged forward, and just as it was about to stab Lin Ning's chest, he suddenly vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Huang Feng's face changed. Is this a treasure left by Xinyan? Are you looking for me? Lin Ning's voice sounded from behind. Huang Feng quickly turned around, only to see his companion Lu Yu lying on the ground without any breath. How is this possible? How could she leave you such a treasure? Lin Ning smiled, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. You actually have cultivation? Huang Feng's pupils widened, and he eventually left with immense shock and regret. At the same time, throughout Xuanming Sect, the sect master and the various elders opened their eyes simultaneously, looking grave as they gazed in the same direction. Not good. We are under attack. Quick, go support. Lin Ning deliberately controlled his aura to remain at the tribulation stage, and this aura was filled with intense malice, disturbing the peace of Xuanming Sect. When all the members of Xuanming Sect rushed to the vicinity of Wunyan Peak, they only saw the corpses of Huang Feng and Lu Yu, who had died a miserable death. This is the aura of a demon. The sect master of Xuanming Sect carefully sensed the lingering aura and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Elder, have you found out the result? The sect master asked. The elder was a late tribulation stage cultivator, and his divine sense could probe changes within 500 miles. But as he continued to investigate, his brows furrowed even tighter. It was as if the opponent had vanished from the world. No matter how he searched, he couldn't find anything. A demon of such strength has merely come to hunt these two? The sect master wondered. Could it be that he is trying to intimidate us? No, Lin Ning is also missing. Someone suddenly shouted. Could he have been killed by the demon too? But where's the body? Perhaps as the 3-year agreement approaches, he has already left Xuanming Sect after all. Staying would just be waiting for death. It would be best if he's dead otherwise. The 3-year agreement wouldn't be as good as Chu Chinga and would only bring disgrace to our sect. After a moment of contemplation, the sect master said solemnly, Elder Xuanming likely won't return from this trip. Wunyan Peak, there's no need for it to remain. Chapter 3. Do not underestimate a poor girl. The burial god mountain is vast, with towering peaks piercing the clouds, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression just from a distance. According to historical records, most cultivators who enter the burial god mountain disappear without a trace, with only a few managing to walk out alive. However, those who do manage to return often die suddenly within a few days. The historical background of the battle between immortals and demons, combined with the bizarre scenes within, has led the world to regard the burial god mountain as a forbidden zone. Yet, surprisingly, just outside this forbidden place stand a very conspicuous tavern. How strange. How could there be a tavern in such a place? Lin Ning, who initially intended to head straight into the depths of the burial god mountain, suddenly stopped in his tracks, curiously glancing at the location of the tavern before continuing on his way. Just as he was about to rise, a loud voice called out, Young friend, please stay. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning turned around. He saw an old man with white hair and a rosy complexion coming out of the tavern, holding a jug of wine. In the next moment, information about the man popped up in front of Lin Ning. Name, Gu Chun, founder of the Forbidden Tavern. Cultivation level, Emperor age 10,000 years. This old man is actually an emperor? Lin Ning suddenly understood. No wonder he dared to establish a tavern outside the burial god mountain. Ordinary cultivators would rather stay far away from it. Yet this old man built a tavern right outside the forbidden area. Is this the personality of an emperor? Young friend, are you planning to enter the burial god mountain? The old man said with a smile. Take my advice, it's very dangerous inside the burial god mountain. You might as well turn back. Lin Ning smiled and replied. It's fine, I actually enjoy going to dangerous places. Gu Chun stroked his beard and chuckled. I've been here for many years and have seen many young people like you. Not one of them has managed to walk out alive. Lin Ning asked, by the way, old man, since I've met you, I'd like to inquire about something. Has a woman entered the burial god mountain recently? I can't remember. Do you have any specific features in mind? Gu Chun took a sip of warm wine. Lin Ning thought for a moment. She's beautiful, has a hot figure, and is named Lei. I have an impression, the old man said, his eyes suddenly lighting up. She just stepped into the burial god mountain this morning. But that place, even emperors can't walk out alive. If you wish to find her, I'd advise you to turn back. There are countless women in the world. Why bother with just one flower? For Gu Chun, who had lived for over 10,000 years, he had seen too many lives come and go in that time. Everyone was just a passerby. How could one give up their life for a single person? You misunderstand. She is my master. Lin Ning clasped his hands in respect. Thank you for the information. Since she is inside, I will go bring her back safely. After saying that, Lin Ning turned and walked into the burial god mountain without looking back. This young man truly is not afraid of death. Gu Chun shook his head as he watched him leave. A moment later, he suddenly came to his senses. Wait, this guy said his master is inside. Yet I don't sense any aura fluctuations from him at all. Could it be that his strength is above mine? Or does he have no cultivation at all? Gu Chun found it hard to believe. Lin Ning is so young. If it's the former, wouldn't he be the youngest emperor in history? If it's the latter, how could an ordinary person dare to enter the burial god mountain? Where would an ordinary person even find a master? Oh well, life and death are fated. Guchan shook his head and slowly returned to the tavern while drinking. Deep within the burial god mountain, a woman dressed in a white dress, tall and holding a sharp sword, looked coldly ahead. Surrounding her were a group of strange, twisted, and grotesque beasts. Xuanming, it's been 30 years since we last met. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come to my burial god mountain. In front of her, a man dressed in black robes with disheveled long hair and a pale complexion laughed loudly. This man was Yun Wuxin, although Xuanming had known 30 years ago that he practiced the evil arts of the outer sect and had prepared herself mentally for this. Seeing Yun Wuxin's eerie appearance now stirred a wave of emotions within her. Cultivation could delay aging. The higher the cultivation level, the more one could maintain their youthful appearance. Yet, after 30 years, Yun Wuxin, who had entered the tribulation stage, had transformed from a spirited young man into a ghostly figure. In the past, you said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate a poor girl, Yun Wuxin sneered. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Now, you are merely at the great ascension stage, while I have long been a tribulation stage cultivator. The gap between us is like a chasm. The moment you step into the burial god mountain, you have already chosen the path to death. However, out of respect for our past, I can allow you to die with dignity. As his words fell, a powerful aura surged from Yun Wuxin, and the immense pressure was enough to cut down the towering trees around him. Dark winds howled past Xuanming's ears, and the mournful sounds seemed like the wails of ghosts from the abyss. Xuanming gripped her sword tightly, her entire body radiating a silvery glow. Chanting a series of incantations, Xuanming's aura began to rise sharply. After gathering her strength, she concentrated all her power in her right hand, channeling it into the sword before her. Knowing that she was facing someone at a significantly higher cultivation level, Xuanming understood that she had to end this quickly. She needed to unleash her strongest power to deal with her former lover. Just as the two were about to clash, a pair of warm hands quietly landed on Xuanming's delicate hand. The howling winds around them suddenly ceased. How could you be here? Seeing the familiar face, Xuanming was taken aback. The distance between Xuanming Sect and the burial god mountain was vast, and with her great ascension stage cultivation, it would take her most of the day to fly there. Moreover, once entering the mountain, one would encounter various formations that could confuse them. Finding this place with precision would require a great deal of effort. Yet, Lin Ning had turned into an ordinary person without any cultivation. How did he find his way here? Master, don't be afraid. I'm here, Lin Ning said with a smile. Opposite them, seeing the two holding hands and noticing Lin Ning's youthful face, Yun Wuxin couldn't help but mock, Master. Haha, Xuanming, it's been many years. Yet I didn't expect you to have such a preference now. TSK, such a tender young lad, and he dared to enter the burial god mountain alone for you. Truly deserving of being your good disciple. Xuanming, why are you here? Xuanming asked anxiously. Do you know that even I at the great ascension stage would have no return once entering the burial god mountain? How did you, an ordinary person, come here? You know there's no return. Yet you still came to seek death? Lin Ning laughed. Xuanming was momentarily speechless, then raised her head and said, I have to keep my promise. He once divorced me in front of everyone at Xuanming Sect. Today, I must take my revenge no matter what. Such courage. Lin Ning couldn't help but give a thumbs up. His casual banter only served to infuriate Yun Wuxin. Interesting. Yun Wuxin clapped his hands. Since you two share such deep feelings, then I shall send you both on your way. Chapter 4. Invincible below my level, still invincible above my level. A wave of extreme energy emanated from Yun Wuxin, causing the temperature around them to plummet. A chilling wind howled past, and his crimson eyes, pale skin, and disheveled long hair made him appear terrifying like a ghost. Xuanming, step behind me, Xuanming said, her expression serious as she looked at Yun Wuxin. She tried to push Lin Ning behind her, hoping to protect him with her petite figure. However, her hands grasped at empty air. Lin Ning stepped forward, his pace seemingly slow and ordinary, yet it contained unparalleled laws. Seeking death, Yun Wuxin's hands curled into claws as he viciously reached for Lin Ning's neck. In his eyes, Lin Ning was merely an ordinary person without any cultivation, easily killable with a glance. However, for Yin Wuxin, this kill was meaningless. He wanted Xun Yan to watch as he slowly tortured Lin Ning to death. He loved this feeling the most. Kid, while it's good to be a hero saving the beauty, you should also weigh your own abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Wuxin suddenly felt his throat gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and then his entire body was lifted up. No matter how he struggled, it was ineffective. Faced with this sudden situation, Xun Yan was a bit dazed. She couldn't understand why Yin Wuxin was acting so ferocious. Was he acting? Without thinking much, Xun Yan thrust out her sword, and a beam of sword light shot into the sky, where it conjured columns of ice formed from extremely cold sword energy wherever it passed. These ice columns shot directly at Yin Wuxin, aiming to kill him instantly. Bang! Suddenly, a dull sound echoed. The ice column seemed to hit an air wall, and then completely exploded, with shards of ice flying everywhere, some even piercing through large trees. As an emperor, what significance is there in bullying a small cultivator in the tribulation period? A loud voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. Upon hearing it, Xun Yan was so shaken that she spat out blood, looking lethargic. An emperor? Who? Xun Yan wiped the blood from her mouth, her expression serious. Is there an emperor here? She never expected that such a young emperor could be born in this small place of the eastern wasteland. The voice came from deep within the burial god mountain. I don't know how you managed to evade our surveillance, but you must understand that you have just entered the emperor realm, and to us, you are merely an ant. Considering your young age, we can spare your life. This time is a pact between the two of them. Do not interfere. Otherwise, don't blame us for erasing you. Lin Ning looked expressionless into the depths, where he sensed 7 powerful cultivators hidden. What if I want to interfere? What can you do to me? Lin Ning sneered. You 7 old guys hiding in the deep mountains, dare you act? After saying that, Lin Ning waved his hand, and Yin Wuxin's cultivation level continuously dropped, eventually falling to the same realm as Xun Yan. It is said that the burial god mountain is strange, and those who enter have only a dead end. Even emperors are no exception, but I refuse to believe this. Lin Ning took out a frost-cold shadow sword from the system space and handed it to Xun Yan. Master, I will not break our 30-year agreement. Yin Wuxin will be killed by your own hands. He looked towards the deep mountains where those old things were hiding. Unable to act, Xun Yan took the frost-cold shadow sword, still feeling confused. The powerful beings inside the burial god mountain. Are they talking about Lin Ning? Isn't he just an ordinary person without cultivation? Are you saying that just one day after I left the sect, my disciple directly transformed from an ordinary person to an emperor? Although she had many doubts in her heart, Xun Yan understood that there was only one thing she needed to do now. Take the sword and kill Yin Wuxin, resolving the grievances of 30 years. After being released by Lin Ning, Yin Wuxin, having fallen in cultivation, seemed like a deflated balloon. Even though he exerted all his strength, he was ultimately killed by Xun Yan with a single sword. Brat! A furious shout rang out, and then a palm large enough to cover the entire sky descended. I spared you because you just entered the Emperor realm, but I never expected you would dare to help others kill someone from the burial god mountain. Today, a young emperor will fall in the eastern wasteland. The black palm fell from the sky, and the immense pressure caused the space to distort. The ground where Lin Ning stood cracked. Countless trees collapsed with a loud crash, and boulders rolled down the mountain engulfed in scorching flames. Facing that black giant palm, Lin Ning simply waved his hand. Bang! The two sides collided in midair, and that massive palm vanished without a trace in an instant. Is that all you've got? Lin Ning sneered. Old man, you're not that impressive. Deep within the burial god mountain. How is this possible? An old man said solemnly. That strike I just made, although it only used 2/10 of my strength, is not something an ordinary emperor can withstand. Moreover, he is just a young kid who has just entered the emperor realm. How could he have such energy? The old man clearly felt that the power of his earlier palm was instantly weakened the moment it fell. Beside him, another old man sneered, "Let me try." However, moments later, the result was the same. How is this possible? Why did my strength drop so severely? Why is he only at the initial stage of the emperor realm? I am an emperor lord, an esteemed one among emperors, possessing the top combat power. How could I be unable to defeat this young brat? This supreme divine domain is indeed useful. Lin Ning breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder it was a gift from the system. So what if you are an Emperor Lord? As long as you are within my domain, I am invincible below my realm. Above my realm, I will first weaken you to a 50-50 level with me, and then use a more top-notch technique and combat power to crush you. Ding! Detected that there is a 9-turn underworld grass-born in the depths of the Burial God Mountain. After the host picks the 9-turn underworld grass, it can be used to refine the Underworld Emperor Pill for Xuanming, helping her activate the underworld body. After completing the task, the host cultivation will be raised to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. The system's voice suddenly rang in Lin Ning's mind, causing him to shudder. Refining an Emperor Pill. Raising cultivation? There's actually such a good thing. Lin Ning looked deeper and began to search for the location of the 9-turn underworld grass. Meanwhile, rumble rumble. The cracked earth trembled, and the bodies of ancient, powerful beings buried underground for thousands of years emerged from the fissures. Among these corpses were those of demon clans, devil clans, and many human corpses. Ha! As an Emperor Lord, you dare not confront me head-on. Do you now need to resort to such petty tricks? Lin Ning sneered. Kid, you don't need us old guys to take action to kill you. The bodies of these emperors are enough to slay you. Oh, is that so? Lin Ning smiled, then pulled out a flag. On it was written, 10,000 souls, no, human emperor flag. Chapter 5, just a mere emperor tribulation. Oh no. There are so many unwanted emperor souls. Wow, this even has the soul of a complete emperor realm, just right for a main soul. Just as these ancient corpses rushed over, Lin Ning directly absorbed all of them into the human emperor flag. Instantly, he completely refined them. Kid, what are you doing? Deep within the Burial God Mountain, angry voices echoed. These are the corpses of emperors. You actually refined them all? Are you still a righteous cultivator? Aren't these our Burial God Mountain souls? The old guys hiding deep inside were not originally emperor lords. They were just emperors who survived the immortal devil war. After suffering heavy injuries, they practiced evil paths, continuously absorbing the power of these corpses until they gradually became emperor lords. The 7 of them originally planned to manipulate these corpses to erase Lin Ning, and then absorb the energy again after everything calmed down. Xuanming, how did you become an emperor overnight? Xuanming asked in confusion, unable to contain her curiosity after witnessing Lin Ning's abilities. How did you get the human emperor flag? That's a treasure of demons and devils. We are righteous cultivators. Huh? Lin Ning was taken aback, pointing at the words on the flag. Master, look closely. This is the human emperor flag. By heaven's conscience, this is not some 10,000 souls flag. But your human emperor flag doesn't have the grand aura of the human emperor. Why is it emitting black smoke? Lin Ning explained. It might be the gas emitted from these decaying corpses that polluted my treasure. It must be like that. It's all the fault of the Burial God Mountain. The powerful beings inside seem very angry. Can we escape? Xuanming trembled. Though it was her first time entering the God Burial Mountain, she had heard that deep within lay a terrifying existence. It's fine. I'm invincible. Lin Ning slowly walked deeper inside. What are you planning to do? A venerable shouted. The 7 of them had already verified multiple times that this kid Lin Ning was somewhat strange. No matter what lethal moves they used, they all turned into ordinary emperor-level attacks before reaching Lin Ning, and were then easily erased by him. Strange. This kid is too strange. Having survived for so many years, although the emperors were powerful, there were still some bizarre situations that made them hard to resist. Therefore, they no longer provoked Lin Ning. I heard that a 9-turn nethergrass was born in the God Burial Mountain, esteemed emperors. Why not let it go to the younger generation? Lin Ning smiled. Are you joking? The 9-turn nethergrass takes 8,000 years to grow in the extreme inlands. You've already taken the energy source from us old guys into the soul banner, and now you still want to take it away? Good heavens. You want to take it all, don't you? When you need us venerable emperors, you call us respected elders, but when you don't, you call us old geezers. Right? No way, absolutely not. If the world knows what happened today, what face would the God Burial Mountain have? What face would we venerable emperors have? Moments later, Lin Ning held the 9-turn nether grass in his palm, grinning at the old emperors deep inside. You've already taken a thing. Get lost. Damn it. Kid, you'd better not die. Otherwise, in the next life, when I find you, I'll make you regret it. Damn, what kind of person is this? Can't even kill him. My ultimate moves can only make you flat. Is this still the cultivation world? Watching the furious voices, Xuanming's body trembled a bit. Xuanming, we've got the stuff. Let us go back to the sect. The emperors are furious. How can a normal little cultivator like me dare to stay here? Lin Ning waved his hand. Not in a hurry. There's still one thing left to do. Master, I got this nether grass to refine the emperor pill for you. You're an alchemist? Xuanming looked puzzled. Where did you learn alchemy? As your master. How come I didn't know? Dude, have you been hiding your abilities all these years? Lin Ning didn't hide his strength. He was an emperor and, after obtaining the world's inheritance, could be considered the first alchemist in history. A mere emperor pill could be made with ease. Emperor pill? Lin Ning's conversation was seen by the emperors. Kid, although your skills are strong, alchemy is not a simple matter, let alone refining an emperor pill. In their view, Lin Ning was only 18. An 18-year-old emperor was already incredibly heaven-defying. You're telling me you can also refine emperor pills? Is that possible? Alchemy, cultivation. Your cultivation talent may be extraordinary, but to refine an emperor pill, you need at least 10,000 years of accumulation. Is that possible? Among us, there are people who understand alchemy, tinkering for 10,000 years, and still haven't successfully refined an emperor pill. If you can refine an emperor pill, we'll give you the god burial mountain. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning retorted, I've already refined these emperor corpses. What use do I have for the god burial mountain? To bury myself? How about this? After I refine the emperor pill, you 7 venerable emperors can just kill yourselves. If you all die and are buried here, then it would truly be the god burial mountain. After infuriating the 7 emperors to the point of jumping in anger, Lin Ning sat down on the ground. Opening his hands, and a 7-colored divine flame appeared in his palm. It danced like a lively spirit, happily swirling on the ground. Then, Lin Ning took out an alchemy furnace, and the divine flame floated over obediently. The Nether Emperor pill Lin Ning needed to refine only required this 1/9 nether grass as an ingredient. Although it only needed this one herb, the difficulty was akin to reaching the heavens. First, this herb only grows in extreme lands and requires 8,000 years to mature. If there were any slight changes during those 8,000 years, it could not grow. Lin Ning closed his eyes, although it was his first time refining pills. Thanks to the world's inheritance, his operations were more skilled than anyone else's. He didn't need to use his eyes to see, but felt the changes of the divine flame with his mind and sensed the transformations inside the furnace. This guy, why did he close his eyes? That's a divine herb that takes 8,000 years to grow. Letting him mess around with it? You don't understand. This is the highest realm of alchemy, controlling with will. Hey, this guy seems to have a point. Suddenly, the previously tranquil sky above the god burial mountain darkened. Following that, rolling black clouds came from afar, and thunder rumbled in the sky. The rolling thunderclouds carried the might of world destruction. The falling lightning seemed capable of annihilating this world. The emperors raised their heads and looked at the swirling clouds, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Thunder tribulation? No, it's an emperor tribulation. In the cultivation world, alchemists often attract heavenly tribulations when refining powerful pills. But the phenomenon Lin Ning attracted actually made these venerable emperors feel fear. Is this guy really going to refine an emperor pill? Protect this kid. I've tinkered for 10,000 years and have never seen an emperor pill born. I can't let the emperor tribulation destroy him. Below, Lin Ning exhaled slowly and began to open the alchemy furnace. Inside the furnace, a pill floated in the center. When he reached out to touch it, he first felt a slight chill, and then his whole body felt like it had fallen into a 10,000-year ice cave, turning into an ice sculpture. Is it over? An emperor exclaimed in shock. The emperor tribulation has disappeared? But this pill has already been refined. Is it possible that this pill isn't sufficient to reach the emperor level? That doesn't make sense. The emperor tribulation just now was 10 times more terrifying than when I became an emperor. Listening to their words, Lin Ning just smiled. I am a person of the world's inheritance. How can you compare to me? Chapter 6. The Emperor's mental state crumbled. Xuanming Sect. In a quiet room. Chuchinga opened her eyes, and the hidden swords around the room immediately floated out, rising into the air and spiraling above her head. Unify. A cold voice came from her cherry lips, and as her voice fell, countless swords turned into shadows, finally condensing into a golden long sword. This move has finally been mastered. A smile appeared on her cold face as she looked at the golden long sword in her hand and murmured, "With this technique, I can battle even late-stage, nascent soul cultivators." Lin Ning, the 3-year agreement is coming soon. In the past, I could only look up to you. Now the tables have turned, and it's time for you to taste the flavor I had back then. Suddenly, a faint light flickered on the ring on Chu Chinga's finger. Then an old voice sounded. That guy Lin Ning had already exhausted his cultivation 3 years ago. It's unlikely he can cultivate again. Chinga, you only need 1 palm to kill him now. Upon hearing this, Chu Chinga replied solemnly, "Master, you can rest assured. I will not disappoint your expectations." Yes, she had an old man hidden in her ring. On the surface, Chu Chinga entered the Xuanming Sect as a disciple, learning the techniques here. But in reality, her cultivation was mainly learned from the grandpa in the ring. She entered the Xuanming Sect primarily to utilize the cultivation resources here. After all, to stand out in this world full of cultivators, aside from innate talent, a large amount of cultivation resources is also needed. According to Chu Chinga, I accept and use the resources here, but that doesn't mean I am a disciple of the Xuanming Sect. Chinga, it's time to showcase your talent to the Xuanming Sect and let them provide you with more resources, the old man in the ring said solemnly. Lin Ning is just a stepping stone on your path to growth. Your master will let you witness the peak of the cultivation world. God Burial Mountain. Name, Xinyan, cultivation, tribulation stage, physique, netherworld body, technique, demon slaying sword technique, 10 miles of eye ceiling as a panel of information popped up in Lin Ning's eyes. An extreme cold aura emanated from Xinyan, and that icy breath condensed into substance, causing the surroundings to plunge into an ice cavern. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the ground of God Burial Mountain. The beasts that had been hiding nearby and watching were not struck dead by the lightning. Instead, they were scared to death by this overwhelming pressure. Hiss! This kid used an imperial pill to help that girl directly break through to the tribulation stage. And now, while his cultivation is still rising, he actually triggered the heavenly tribulation. What kind of physique is this? I have lived for 10,000 years. Why have I never seen anything like it? As supreme beings, they had also enjoyed imperial pills and knew their incredible effects. However, it was the first time they had seen an imperial pill that could alter someone else's physique. Thus, for a moment, the 7 old emperors fell into deep thought. I have heard of plundering physiques and possession, but to create a special physique on the spot? Is this kid really just an 18-year-old emperor? Could it be that some ancient powerhouse has been reborn? Boom, boom, boom. As the first lightning bolt fell, more dark clouds gathered again, releasing lightning that isolated Xinyan. Lin Ning suddenly felt an invisible and soft push, like a beautiful woman extending her delicate hand to gently push him away from the lightning. Is this the hidden effect of the world's inheritance? Lin Ning stroked his chin, realizing it didn't want him to stay in the heavenly tribulation. Turning to look at the meditating Xinyan, Lin Ning thought for a moment. He refined the imperial pill to help Xinyan change her physique, which had already altered her fate. Now, with this heavenly tribulation, if he did not intervene and let Xinyan pass it on her own, it would maximize her benefits. Within one day, God Burial Mountain triggered 2 heavenly tribulations in succession. Such a bizarre situation immediately made this forbidden area the focus of the world. Some hidden powerhouses, old monsters, talented cultivators, and nearby practitioners all turned their attention to God Burial Mountain. Many came flying through the air, their figures densely appearing outside the tavern. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation. With so much lightning, it seems it could destroy this world. Some timid ones, afraid of being affected by the heavenly tribulation, gazed from afar, but just a glance made them feel frightened. They felt that if they looked again, they would explode. Wow, those demons inside God Burial Mountain are finally going to face retribution? Ha ha, I've long been displeased with them. The appearance of the Imperial Tribulation in God Burial Mountain today likely means another great emperor has emerged from inside. A certain unknown powerhouse's expression turned grave. God Burial Mountain, truly a place to be yearned for. An old emperor sighed. Although there are many dangers inside, there will also be great opportunities. In those profound eyes, waves of light shimmered, as if the old emperor was about to make some brave decision. Look, the Ice Emperor is manifesting. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. Everyone looked up. They saw a man clad in armor and wearing a crown appearing amidst the rolling thunderclouds. The man stood over 1,000 meters tall, his robust body broader than a mountain. A five-clawed, ice-winged dragon flapped its wings, flying around the Ice Emperor. Is this the Ice Emperor? The victor of the battle between immortals and demons 1,000 years ago, the strongest in combat. It is said that after his victory, he tore apart the void and ascended to a higher dimension. Who would have thought he would manifest here now? The Ice Emperor's gaze turned towards the depths of God Burial Mountain. The 7 emperors immediately felt a chill run down their spines. They lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. The Ice Emperor's gaze slowly moved, finally resting on Lin Ning. The Ice Emperor, the strongest in combat 1,000 years ago. Lin Ning calmly met his gaze. In the next moment, he slowly raised his right hand, and seeing the other party attack him, he retaliated without hesitation. The two-palm techniques collided in the void, the intense clash producing no sound, and the energy dissipated in a strange manner in an instant. It was at this moment that the Ice Emperor's figure began to gradually fade. The ice-winged dragon beside him dove swiftly, first transforming into a rain of ice, and finally coalescing into a deep blue battle armor that landed in Lin Ning's hands. Gained Ice Emperor's blessing. Heart of the Ice Dragon. The Ice Emperor has disappeared? An emperor raised his head nervously and, upon seeing the armor in Lin Ning's hand, could not help but shout. How do you have the Ice Emperor's armor? This is a treasure that accompanied him in battles across the seas and realms, and he actually gifted it to you? Hearing this, the other 6 emperors all turned to look at Lin Ning. No, wait, wasn't he that little girl next to him who caused the anomaly? Why did the Ice Emperor give something to you? Did you rob someone else's treasure? Am I that kind of person? Lin Ning directly put the armor on. At the moment the armor touched his body, it transformed into a stream of light. To outsiders, it seemed that Lin Ning's armor completely vanished after turning into a stream of light, but Lin Ning truly felt its existence. You're not a thief? The Emperor mocked. A cultivator holding the soul banner. What good thing can you be? First, return the corpses of God Burial Mountain to us. You've even robbed the old man's things. Wait, why are you already at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm? I took 30 years of hard training to go from the early to mid-stage of the Emperor realm. You're already at the mid-stage now. The Emperor's mental state collapsed. Chapter 7, he must definitely have thought about exterminating the teacher's clan. Opening his eyes again, Xuanming sensed the changes in her body. Perfected Great Ascension Stage. Early Tribulation Stage. Mid-Tribulation Stage. Late Tribulation Stage. Perfected Tribulation Stage. Only when she reached the Perfected Tribulation Stage did Xuanming's aura stabilize. With just one more step, she would reach the realm that millions yearn for, the Emperor realm. From Perfected Tribulation Stage to Emperor, it seemed like only a step away. It was as daunting as chasm. Many cultivators, after reaching Perfected Tribulation Stage, practiced for thousands of years, trying various methods, whether righteous or evil, only to ultimately fail. But after activating the netherworld body, Xuanming did not feel that sense of helplessness. Now, she simply believed that she was still young, still lacked sedimentation, and that she just needed to practice more, perfect her techniques, and she would eventually be able to cross into the Emperor realm. Xuanming, turning to look at the radiant youth, Xuanming's face broke into a brilliant smile. She deeply understood that her current transformation was entirely thanks to her precious disciple. With that thought, she quickly stepped forward, opening her arms to tightly embrace Lin Ning. I can hardly breathe. Hit by the overwhelming thunder, Lin Ning's face turned red, and he suddenly felt a warmth in his nose. Internal injury. After her cultivation rose and her physique changed, Xuanming's figure was even more alluring. and the electric field expanded considerably. Although Lin Ning was a body of an emperor, he was still a man. Who could withstand this? Are you using this as a bribe for the emperor? Which emperor can withstand such a test? Master, there are still outsiders here, Lin Ning reminded. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin's pretty face flushed, and feeling the gaze from deep within God Burial Mountain, her face turned as red as blood. Reluctantly, she took a step back. Why does it feel a bit empty? Lin Ning muttered in his heart. Is the after effect this strong? Xuanming, thank you for helping me with such a big task. It makes it hard for me to repay you. Shen Yin said. 3 years ago, despite everyone's opposition, she took Lin Ning as her disciple. And this was the best choice she had ever made. Master, you're too polite. This is what a disciple should do, Lin Ning smiled. Oh. This is what a disciple should do. An emperor imitated Lin Ning's words. As an emperor, he couldn't kill Lin Ning, which made him very angry. Since I can't hit you, isn't it reasonable for me to mock you? Once again, it's about a hero saving a beauty, refining the Emperor Dan, and defying the heavens to change one's physique. Is that what a disciple should do? I see you just want to take advantage of her. The old buddies around him all agreed. Exactly, girl. You need to be careful of people like him. Don't be fooled by his honesty. It's precisely these kinds of people who are the most scheming. I bet he has thought about exterminating his ancestors like a rider. Lin Ning listened to the slander from the emperors and waved his hand, creating a spatial barrier around them to isolate all external sounds. Once everything was quiet, they asked, why aren't they talking anymore? Shen Yin wondered. Lin Ning replied, I've blocked their voices. They can't hear our conversation, and we can't hear them. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin patted Lin Ning's arm. I didn't expect you, little Ning, to actually be an emperor. You deceived Master quite well. Lin Ning scratched his head. I didn't deceive you. I only became an emperor a few days ago. How did you go from an ordinary person to an emperor? Shen Yin asked, puzzled. Lin Ning smiled. That's a secret. Your disciple has many secrets that require deeper understanding to know. By the way, Master, since the matter is settled, should we return to the sect? Shen Yin shook her head, not in a hurry. Your 7th senior sister happens to be in the nearby Fantian city. We can go meet her. For the 30-year agreement, Shen Yin had been diligently cultivating for the past 2.5 years. She and T wandered outside for a long time. Now that her great revenge was avenged, she had also become a fully realized cultivator in the tribulation period. After years of hard practice, it was time to relax a bit. 7th senior sister? Lin Ning was puzzled. He had only entered the Wunyan Peak in the past 3 years and had never met or heard of any senior sisters. You'll know when you come with me. Shen Yin smiled. Let me secretly tell you that your 7th senior sister is much more beautiful than I am. As for her figure, I'm also jealous. Saying this, Shen Yin leaned close to Lin Ning, and a fragrant scent wafted over. Shen Yin softly said, since your sister was jilted, she has to look for other men. She once said that she would make plans after taking her revenge. If you want to win her over, you either have to be young and accomplished or an emperor, and you meet both criteria. Hee. Hearing this, Lin Ning reached out and asked, where is she? Just point me in the right direction. Shen Yin pointed in a direction. Lin Ning took Shen Yin's hand with one hand and reached out into the void with the other. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the void ahead, and Lin Ning led Shen Yin into it, the crack closing instantly behind them. Fantian City. This is a city famous for forging weapons. Here, there are over 100,000 blacksmiths, and you can see weapon shops in every corner. Every weapon shop sells a variety of exquisite weapons. And if a customer still doesn't like anything after browsing, the owner will personally forge a suitable weapon on the spot. Xiao Yuxuan is a famous blacksmith in Fantian City, and at the same time, she is a disciple of Wunyan Peak and Lin Ning's 7th senior sister. 10 years ago, Xiao Yuxuan was jilted by her beloved. The other party chose to marry the daughter of the master of the Eastern Wilderness branch of the Forging Pavilion for cultivation resources and advancement. The Forging Pavilion is composed of a group of powerful blacksmiths and has become the most sought-after holy land for blacksmiths after 1,000 years of development. Filled with anger, Xiao Yuxuan came to Fantian City. Although it couldn't compare with the Forging Pavilion, the forging strength here was not to be underestimated. Determined to excel, Xiao Yuxuan vowed to make a name for herself here, using the very skills that the other party excelled to defeat that pair of scoundrels. 8 years passed in a flash, and Xiao Yuxuan transformed from a novice to a well-known blacksmith. In the void, Lin Ning looked at a shop not far away. Inside, a woman in blacksmith attire was swinging a heavy hammer, striking the iron repeatedly. Is this my senior sister? The contrast is so great. Lin Ning was greatly shocked at the sight of Xiao Yuxuan. Usually, blacksmith attire is quite bulky, but it could not hide her perfect and fiery figure. And some curves were even a bit narrow. These narrow areas would sway as she hammered the iron. Lin Ning could hardly believe that such a hot and beautiful woman was actually wielding a heavy hammer to forge iron. How about that? I didn't deceive you, did I? Xuanming smiled. Her figure makes me jealous just looking at it. Saying this, she couldn't help but glance down at her own ample curves. Don't look, you're pretty ample too, Lin Ning added. Huh? Xuanming was taken aback, her face instantly turning red, and she playfully slapped Lin Ning's arm. You're so inappropriate. Before she could react, a group of imposing men had already arrived outside Xiao Yuxuan's shop. The hammering Xiao Yuxuan suddenly stopped, glaring fiercely at the leading man. Xiao Yuxuan, we meet again. Do you think that with your little tricks, you can attract the attention of the forging pavilion? You think you can win against me with such petty tricks? Chapter 8. 10 years of forging swords, just for today. Senior sister is about to be bullied. Master, I'm going to kill them all right now. In the void, Lin Ning looked at the scene in front of the forge and said solemnly, as a transmigrator, Lin Ning should not have too many feelings for this place. However, perhaps because of occupying this body, or perhaps because the masters and senior sisters of Wunyan Peak were all particularly attractive, Lin Ning felt some emotions. After all, who could refuse a beautiful older sister? The jade-green sword tassel had yet to ripple, and Xuanming's flowing cloud sleeves had already wrapped around his wrist. Xuanming stopped and wait. Your senior sister has worked hard for 10 years on her sword forging skills, waiting for this day. Moreover, the person provoking her isn't anyone else, but the man who jilted her 10 years ago, Lu Qianni. At Wunyan Peak, from the peak master down to every disciple, they were all members of the jilted, forming a revenge alliance of the jilted. Lin Ning was the only male disciple here. If he hadn't been jilted, Xuanming wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Your senior sister has been in Fantian City for 10 years, studying forging skills diligently every day, just to defeat him with the skills he excels at. Xuanming said, if you intervene, even if she wins, the hatred in her heart won't dissipate. The one who ties the bell must untie it. Let her handle it herself. Lin Ning stroked his chin, watching the movements of everyone below. Sparks flew in front of the shop as Xiao Yuxuan's black iron hammer struck an unfinished weapon. She slightly moved her ears, adjusted the hammer's angle by 3 inches, and precisely cut off the molten iron splashing towards Lu Tianni's clothes. It's been 10 years. Lu Gongzi has learned to crawl out of the fox den. She immersed the heated blade blank into the cold spring, and white mist rose to reveal a snow-white neck. Could it be that you can't change your flirtatious ways, and specifically came here to ask me to help you forge a wheelchair, so it's more convenient for you later? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianni laughed. Do you think a few words can provoke me? He stepped forward, looking at the unfinished weapon in front of the shop. It said that Master Xiao's forging skills are superb, but seeing it today, it's just so. Lu Tianni waved his hand, and someone behind him handed over a black gold hammer and a Chinquan bag. I didn't expect that after 10 years. Your skills are still as poor as ever. I think it doesn't matter if you show up on time or not. A few days more or less makes no difference to a waste like you. Today, I specially arrived early to let you die early and be reborn. In truth, it wasn't Lu Tianni who wanted to come here for the appointment, but his mother tiger at home learned about their agreement. Furthermore, she had coincidentally heard that Lu Tianni's first love, who was also Xiao Yuxuan, was studying forging techniques in Fantian City. As a woman, she was instantly filled with jealousy. After all, who could tolerate their husband having a 10-year agreement with their first love? She didn't care what the agreement was. She just wanted Xiao Yuxuan dead. Therefore, Lu Tianni received a deadly order. He must come here and personally kill Xiao Yuxuan. The person who accompanied him was not a bodyguard, but a supervisor. If it was discovered that Lu Tianni still had lingering thoughts, even the slightest bit, those around him would act to kill the couple. If Lu Qianni did not make a move, those beside him would kill Xiao Yuxuan first, then deal with Lu Qianni. There were still 6 months until their agreement. Xiao Yuxuan was busy crafting her weapon and didn't want to directly agree to Lu Qianni at that moment. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lu Qianni felt a bit anxious inside, but maintained a mocking smile on his face. I understand, forging techniques are profound. But someone like you, who only started learning 10 years ago, how much real skill can you have? Now you're afraid of me and want to rush your learning in half a year to surpass me? Huh. Xiao Yuxuan, known as the most beautiful woman in Fantian City, often attracted customers and attention to her forging shop. The situation unfolding at that moment immediately caught the attention of many forgers in the city. What's going on? Has the beautiful Xiao caused trouble? Haha, it's probably just a man with ulterior motives trying to attract my goddess's attention. I've seen this kind of thing many times. Ha, this naive young man really thinks that the beautiful Xiao is just a pretty vase? Her skills are among the best. Hearing the crowd's comments, Lu Qianni clapped his hands. Oh, I didn't expect you to have so many fans. What's this? The top forgers are afraid to accept my challenge now. After tempering the weapon post-quenching, Xiao Yuxuan stored it in her Qinquan bag. Then, she raised her long, swan-like neck and coldly looked at Lu Qianni. How do we compare? Very simple. The sword forging determines life and death. Dare you? Lu Qianni threw out his black gold hammer, smashing the bluestone slab. Let's see who can forge a sword that can cut through the opponent's weapon within an hour. If you dare accept, we will establish a blood contract. At this, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Fighting was prohibited in Fantian City, and violators would be executed. But blood contracts for forging wagers were protected by the emperor's laws. Because of this blood contract, many shocking events had occurred in Fantian City. For instance, the forging master Lu Ruyan was killed by an unknown junior. Goddess Xiao, we support you. Show this outsider the strength of Fantian City. After the two prepared, the onlookers consciously cleared a space for Lu Qianni to forge. Lu Qianni took out a heavy piece of Tianshan, Xian iron weighing 1,000 jin, and the unique meteorite sand from the eastern wilderness. Tianshan Xian iron? Is he from the eastern wilderness forging pavilion? An observant forger immediately guessed Lu Qianni's identity upon seeing the Xian iron. Tianshan Xian iron, produced in the eastern wilderness, is only used by the local forging pavilion. Weapons forged from it can cut through iron like mud, allowing strong wielders to easily slice through mountains. Damn it. I wondered why he was gambling so big right off the bat. It turns out he's a rat from the forging pavilion. Goddess Xiao, teach him a lesson. The forgers of Fantian City had been unhappy with the forging pavilion for many years. The forging pavilion had been established for many years, with its influence spread all over the world, often bullying those forgers without a background who didn't join them. But Fantian City was different. No matter which sect you belonged to, as long as you wanted to learn the art of forging, you were always welcome to join without any fees. You just had to take care of your own living expenses. Haha, a bunch of trash with no real skills think they can disturb my state of mind with words? In the face of countless insults and ridicule, Lu Qianni remained calm. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Yuxuan, who was forging a sword, and he coldly thought, "Today, I will kill you." Chapter 9. I am an emperor-level forger of Fantian City. Lu Qianni held a knife in his right hand and threw the 1,000 jin Tianshan, Xian, iron into the air with his left. He swung the sword with a leisurely motion, but in reality, it was so fast that it was hard to see, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Sizzle. The sword light fell upon the Tianshan, Xian iron, which shattered as easily as soft tofu upon contact. In just a breath's time, the Tianshan Xian iron was evenly divided into 100 pieces, then fell steadily to the ground. Rise! Lu Qianni shouted. A group of azure flames appeared out of nowhere, and with a clap of his palms against the ground. A gust of wind sent 5 pieces of Xian iron soaring into the air. He then released powerful spiritual energy to connect the 5 pieces of Xian iron, and used the azure flames to temper them. While activating his technique, he lifted the purple gold hammer and hammered repeatedly, quickly shaping the sword handle. Damn! He managed to forge a sword handle in such a short time. This guy is impressive. Yeah, his level of proficiency is not inferior to Goddess Xiao's. and his cultivation is significantly higher than hers, with a stronger foundation of spiritual energy. This time, things might not end well. Haha, you don't know about Goddess Zhao's strength? She is a forger who excels in the latter stages. Previous forgers that performed well in the beginning were ultimately defeated by her. Bro, since this is the forging pavilion coming to cause trouble as members of Fantion City, we must support Goddess Xiao. Meanwhile, in her shop, Xiao Yuxuan was not to be outdone and almost simultaneously completed the forging of her sword handle. The weapons they were forging were not ordinary. They were spirit tools imbued with spiritual energy. Both rivals were giving it their all from the start, not daring to slack off in this life and death battle. Thus, just 5 minutes in, both were drenched in sweat from the tension. Xiao Yuxuan wielded the giant hammer, striking down precisely on the quenched Xian iron. She paused occasionally to observe the curvature of the weapon. The unintentional display of her fair skin made many male forgers lose their composure, their noses running warm. Xiao Yuxuan's cultivation was much lower than Lu Tianyi's, and if she pursued extreme perfection with such high-intensity tempering, she might fail in the latter stages. Shen Yin, not understanding forging, could clearly feel Xiao Yuxuan's spiritual power gradually decreasing, while the opponent still maintained his fullness. No worries, Seventh Sister's sword has already taken shape. Judging by its current form, her work will be much better than Lu Tianyi's. Beside her, Lin Ning said calmly, "You know how to forge?" Shen Yin was surprised. "How come I didn't know?" She widened her eyes, as if struck by lightning. If Lin Ning's current cultivation was a result of secret training, then where did she learn her forging skills? It should be known that Lin Ning had lived in the sect since childhood and rarely went out. There was no one in the sect who understood forging, nor were there materials for Lin Ning to learn on her own. "Because I am an emperor-level forger," Lin Ning said without hiding it. "You are an emperor-level forger? What a joke." Shen Yin didn't believe it. According to historical records, the last emperor-level forger was 30,000 years ago. Even the head of the forging pavilion, known as the #1 forger of the age, didn't dare to claim to be an emperor-level forger. It was rumored that the spirit tools forged by emperor-level forgers possessed autonomous consciousness. Without the emperor's intervention, they could severely injure cultivators at the peak of the tribulation stage. "Look, Lu Tianyi is getting anxious now," Lin Ning said. Clang, clang, clang. The giant hammer continued to strike, as Xiao Yuxuan controlled the spiritual energy to sculpt the patterns on the sore body. A series of golden lights emerged, making the patterns she carved shine in the sunlight. On the other side, Lu Tianyi looked at Xiao Yuxuan's progress and couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety in his heart. Impossible. She has only been learning for 10 years. How could she have such solid strength? Lu Tianyi couldn't believe it. He had been taught hands-on by the master blacksmith in the forging pavilion. His cultivation and knowledge are much deeper than Xiao Yuxuan's. So how is he falling behind by such a large margin now? The goddess Xiao's sword is already nearing completion. As long as she controls the rhythm well and polishes some details, it will be an excellent sword. Xiao Yuxuan has only been learning forging for 10 years, and her progress is so rapid that I feel if she continues to learn and encounter some opportunities, she might have a chance to reach the imperial level in the future. Behind Lu Tianyi, a group of cultivators in black robes exchanged glances. They looked at each other and communicated through sound transmission. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuxuan has such powerful abilities. This is truly beyond our expectations. If this continues, the prince consort will lose to this girl, Xiao Yuxuan, and our forging pavilion will lose face. Such a talented girl, but unfortunately, she's in Fantion City, and the young lady wants us to go all out. Since she cannot be used by our forging pavilion, there is only one way out for her. After this competition, they have already judged that Lu Tianyi has no feelings for Xiao Yuxuan. If there are any feelings, it is only anger, a desire to see Xiao Yuxuan dead. Lu Tianyi has passed our test. As our forging pavilion's prince consort, he cannot die here. A man in a black robe observed his surroundings, and, after finding that no one had a cultivation level higher than his, immediately came up with an idea. His right-hand fingers moved at an imperceptible speed, and then a calm aura shot out quietly. "Once I knock your weapon to the ground and make you lose your angle, let us see how you finish." The man thought to himself, confident that at this moment, Xiao Yuxuan's eyes were only on the weapon, without any thought to notice the subtle changes around her. As long as he could succeed in his attack, Xiao Yuxuan would fail to finish and cause everything to collapse. However, does the forging pavilion only dare to do such underhanded things? Lin Ning, who had been observing the situation from the void, snorted coldly and waved his right hand gently. The next moment, bang, a dull sound echoed first. Immediately after, a wave of air exploded like a tsunami towards Lu Tianyi. Bang! Lu Tianyi, focused on forging, was swept away by this wave, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. The nearby onlookers, fearing being affected, quickly scattered in all directions. Lu Tianyi continued to fly backward until he was caught by the black-robed man, finally stopping. The weapon he had just forged was completely destroyed by the explosion. The heavenly mountain Xian iron turning into powder. Who did this? The group of black-robed people shouted angrily. They searched in anger, but found no trace, and finally had to blame Xiao Yuxuan. It must be you. My prince consort was in the finishing stage, and you must be afraid of his work, thus sending someone to sabotage it. Today, if you do not hand over the person behind you, we will smash your shop in public. Chapter 10. What is the forging pavilion? Even the emperor does not dare to speak arrogantly to me. An unseen person? What unseen person? Xiao Yuxuan showed a strange expression and glanced at Lu Tianyi, who was lying on the ground. The other party was spitting blood, his face full of pain, clearly seriously injured. What exactly happened? Where did that explosion come from? She was filled with doubts. Lu Tianyi's cultivation was far above hers, and his control over the spiritual fire was extremely proficient. How could he suddenly lose control? What was even stranger was that there had been no strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Everything seemed to happen without any warning. Facing the slander from the forging pavilion, Xiao Yuxuan looked coldly at the group of black-robed men and sneered. What? The forging pavilion can't afford to lose? I was focused on forging just now and had no thoughts of making any moves against you. Besides, with my abilities, why would I need to do those underhanded things like you in the forging pavilion? The surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement. That's right. Xiao Yuxuan didn't do anything. It's clear that Lu Tianyi just isn't capable, and he's the one playing dirty. The forging pavilion is still the same, unable to do it themselves and then slandering others. The forging competition, led by the forging pavilion, is about to start. Why not just directly declare their own people as winners? What's the point of competing? How about this? I have a suggestion for you. In your forging competition, whoever loses can win the championship. A zero-win champion sounds great. The harsh, mocking voices turned the faces of the black-robed blacksmiths ashen, their anger boiling in their chests. The leader, Feng Xiong, snorted coldly. Our forging pavilion acts with integrity. How can we randomly slander others? On the contrary, it is you who are secretly sabotaging and causing my prince consort to be seriously injured. He pointed at Xiao Yuxuan and shouted sternly, if you don't hand over the person behind you, don't blame me for smashing your shop. What? The forging pavilion wants to cause trouble in Fantiang City? The surrounding blacksmiths were instantly outraged and surrounded them. This is Fantiang City. As a hostile force, do you dare to cause trouble here? Blaming others for your own incompetence? Do you really think no one could take care of you? Hearing this, Feng Xiong's gaze turned cold, and with a loud shout, his aura instantly surged. The blood-colored war spear in his hand trembled slightly, and the pressure it emitted made the surrounding blacksmiths gasp in shock. Perfect stage of tribulation crossing, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Feng Xiong raised the war spear high, the black robe fluttering in the wind. He coldly scanned the crowd, his tone chilling. I want to see who dares to stop me. The crowd of blacksmiths suddenly fell silent. Most of them had focused their thoughts on forging and were not particularly skilled in combat, so they couldn't help but retreat in the face of Feng Xiong's overwhelming presence. Feng Xiong chuckled coldly, his gaze shifting to Xiao Yuxuan in the shop. It seems you are determined not to hand over that person. Inside the shop, the girl bit her lip tightly, clenched her fists, and prepared to fight to the death. In that case, Feng Xiong retracted the war spear, and spiritual energy gradually gathered. He showed a sinister smile, then let you pay with your life. The war spear sliced through the sky, carrying terrifying might, and fiercely chopped down. An ear-piercing shriek echoed in the air, aiming to end Xiao Yuxuan's life with a single strike. The gap in cultivation was too great. Xiao Yuxuan had no time to react, and the war spear was already approaching her forehead. She instinctively closed her eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Time rewinds? Or is death simply like this? She opened her eyes in surprise to find that she was still alive. Her gaze slowly turned forward, and she was stunned. In front of Xiao Yuxuan stood a young man in white. The boy was tall and straight, with long hair flowing, his expression indifferent, and his right hand gripping Feng Xiong's war spear, causing the latter's expression to become extremely sinister. The boy slightly turned his body, a gentle smile flickering between his brows. As he looked at Xiao Yuxuan, thump thump, Xiao Yuxuan suddenly felt her heart race, and her cheeks warmed slightly. The boy in front of her looked at her, and there was something inexplicably strange about him. For some reason, at that moment when their eyes met, Xiao Yuxuan seemed to see the most intense sunlight. Her attention was suddenly interrupted by a terrified voice. "Who are you?" Feng Xiong's pupils constricted, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His full-force strike had been effortlessly neutralized by the other party, and his heart raced violently, as if it would jump out of his chest. The young man in front of him had an extraordinary demeanor and an indifferent expression, almost like a high and mighty deity. That spiritual force attack seemed like fine rain in front of him, causing no ripples at all. Clearly, this person's strength was unfathomable, far beyond his realm. Hard confrontation would not work. Feng Xiong took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and raised his head. "Sir, I am Feng Xiong of the Forging Pavilion. Today's matter is a private grievance between our pavilion and Fantiang City. If you're willing to stand by and watch, our Forging Pavilion can act as if we have not seen you. After today, there will definitely be a generous reward." He paused for a moment, his tone suddenly turning harsh. "But if you insist on intervening, then you will be opposing the Forging Pavilion from today onwards, above and below the heavens. The Forging Pavilion will ensure that you are not buried by the heavens and have no path to the underworld." Lin Ning let out a cold laugh. His gaze slightly lifted as he glanced at Feng Xiong, his tone indifferent as if it were just a gentle breeze. "The Forging Pavilion? Is it really that strong?" His gaze shifted, first landing on Lu Tianyi, who was being supported by the man in black robes. The pain contorted the other's face, and his right arm hung at an unnatural angle, already broken. Lin Ning's eyes flicked over, then turned to Xiao Yuxuan beside him. A hint of tenderness in his gaze. "Senior sister, didn't he gamble his life with you? Since you won, his life should be taken by you." "He called me senior sister?" Xiao Yuxuan trembled slightly, wondering when she had such a young and powerful junior brother. Lin Ning did not notice Xiao Yuxuan's reaction. He once again glanced at the two men in black robes gripping their weapons tightly. After being looked at, the two thugs broke into a cold sweat, the blades in their hands trembling slightly, their hearts shaken immensely. Who exactly is this person? Even old Feng cannot deal with him alone. Just that glance left the man in black on the left unable to move, his throat dry, and his internal energy stagnated. No matter how strong he is, we have the Forging Pavilion behind us. Does he dare to oppose us? The man in black on the right hoarsely threatened, but his lips were already trembling uncontrollably. Lin Ning remained unmoved, his gaze dark and cold as ice, sweeping over the disciples of the Forging Pavilion. Bang! Bang bang! A series of muffled sounds erupted, and a heavy pressure of spiritual energy suddenly descended, causing the disciples of the Forging Pavilion to feel as if a mountain had fallen on them, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. They thought kneeling before the enemy was the most humiliating thing, and immediately tried to muster all their strength to resist, only to find that they couldn't stand up no matter what. The surrounding forging masters in Fantian City were dumbfounded, as if they were in a dream, unable to believe the scene before them. Just a glance could leave these Forging Pavilion lackeys severely injured. Who is this extraordinary figure? One person couldn't help but tremble and whisper, exchanging glances with his companions, both seeing a sense of absurd fear in each other's eyes. Feng Xiong's eyes were bloodshot, his shock and anger intertwining and igniting, his fists clenched so tightly that they creaked ominously. "Kid, No matter what secret technique you are using, stop it now. Feng Xiong shouted angrily, his powerful tribulation stage cultivation erupting wildly, his voice like thunder, altering the atmosphere. If you continue to intervene in the affairs of the Forging Pavilion, even if you are a great emperor, our elders will tear you apart. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning curled his lips into a smile, a chill spilling from the corners of his mouth. Feng Xiong, you really are quite arrogant. Lin Ning replied coldly. But even the emperors of the god Burial Mountain wouldn't dare to speak recklessly to me. What is the Forging Pavilion? Chapter 11. I am determined to kill him. What can you do? Hee hee, great emperor? Feng Xiong laughed, as if he had heard an incredible joke. Laughing so hard he held his belly. You must be getting dizzy from this intense heat, right? With your status, you can't even meet an emperor. Yet you boast like this? If you could make an emperor respect you, then I would still be the Tao of heaven. Lin Ning sneered. Too lazy to argue with a fool. He waved his hand, and under everyone's gaze, Lu Tianyi flew over directly. At the same time, the two men in black robes instantly fell dead. Senior sister, you have a grudge against him. Lin Ning said slowly. Now his life is yours. The great enmity should be dealt with by you personally. Xiao Yuxuan was a bit dazed, but the giant hammer in her hand was not idle, and she directly slammed it down on Lu Tianyi. You dare. Feng Xiong's eyes widened like copper bells, desperately trying to stop Xiao Yuxuan, but found he couldn't move at all. His whole body felt like it was imprisoned in place. He watched helplessly as Xiao Yuxuan used that giant hammer to smash Lu Tianyi's legs. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, followed by Lu Tianyi's painful scream. My legs! I will kill you! Lu Tianyi wailed in agony. As the son-in-law of the Forging Pavilion's branch, when had he ever suffered such torment? In the past. You humiliated me in front of thousands of people from the Xuanming Sect. Xiao Yuxuan's face showed no emotion, her gaze fixed tightly on his head. Our 10-year agreement. I won. Today I will crush your head in front of everyone. She swung the giant hammer down without hesitation. Bang! A spray of blood mist erupted, instantly filling the surrounding air with the smell of blood. The scene was so graphic that many young cultivators couldn't help but cover their eyes, unable to look directly. After doing all this, Lin Ning finally released Feng Xiong and the men in black from their confinement. Bang! At the moment the confinement was broken, Feng Xiong fell backward, losing hold of his war halberd. What? Are you discarding this weapon? Lin Ning glanced at the war halberd with disdain. What kind of trash is this? What kind of person thinks trash is a treasure? He decided to dispose of it for the sake of protecting the environment. With a thought, the war halberd shattered into pieces and was burned to ashes by the seven-colored divine flame. I will kill you. Seeing his treasured weapon, which had accompanied him for 100 years, destroyed, Feng Xiong screamed as if he had gone mad. Ignoring the disparity in strength between them, Feng Xiong made hand seals, launching secret techniques towards Lin Ning. The men in black behind him were more rational. They didn't dare make any moves, fearing they would end up like Lu Tianyi. Demon-slaying sword technique. Xun Yan's voice suddenly rang out as she wielded her sharp sword, gliding towards Lin Ning with elegant steps, her movements as graceful as a waltz. Sizzle. Sword lights flashed under the sunlight, leaving sword marks on Feng Xiong's body, blood spraying from the wounds. Thud. In an instant, Feng Xiong lost all strength, collapsing weakly, finally kneeling before Lin Ning. What else with this sudden grand gesture? Lin Ning laughed. Master? Looking at the familiar face, Xiao Yuxuan's eyes turned red, almost unable to hold back her tears. Xun Yan stepped forward and gently embraced Xiao Yuxuan, patting her back. All right, your great enmity has been avenged. Without heart demons, your cultivation will surely leap forward from now on. All right, I forgot to introduce you. This is your junior brother. Xun Yan remembered she hadn't introduced Lin Ning yet. Hello, 7th senior sister. Lin Ning greeted politely. A junior brother who can instantly kill someone at the tribulation stage? Xiao Yuxuan was taken aback. She had been away from the sect for less than 10 years. How could her master have recruited such a monstrous junior brother? Senior sister, we can talk later. Right now, we should kill all these people trying to smash your shop. Lin Ning's expression turned cold, his gaze locking onto the men in black. They had originally planned to escape while the three were chatting, but under Lin Ning's gaze. The men in black felt their legs weaken and their bodies unable to move. Junior brother, your strength is very impressive, but they are from the Forging Pavilion. If you kill them all, it will bring you a lot of trouble. Xiao Yuxuan was unsure of Lin Ning's strength. She only knew that the Forging Pavilion, as a major power in the ancient continent, had immense depth, with many powerful emperors inside. If her junior brother took action and killed these people, he would undoubtedly become a mortal enemy of the Forging Pavilion, facing endless trouble in the future. Exactly, although we don't want to admit it. The Forging Pavilion's power is too vast. This little brother, please think carefully. The onlookers urged. You are the junior brother of the goddess Xiao. You are also part of Fantian City, and we do not wish to see you provoke the Forging Pavilion. Thank you all for your kindness. Lin Ning smiled, however. I'm not afraid of threats at all. The Forging Pavilion is nothing I can't easily destroy. I do not like to initiate trouble, but since they have acted against my senior sister, I will not leave any survivors. Lin Ning spread his hands. The crowd couldn't see what the man in the black robe had in his hands. Just as they were puzzled, one by one, the black-robed figures fell to the ground. Dead. What terrifying power. He can kill without a trace. Damn, this guy actually dares to kill people from the Forging Pavilion. Amidst the discussions, Lin Ning slowly approached Feng Xiang. The latter was extremely terrified and exclaimed, You can't kill me. I'm a confidant of the Pavilion Master. If you kill me, our Pavilion Master will never let you go. My Pavilion Master is a powerful being at the late Emperor's stage. If he gets angry, can you handle it in Fengtian City? Lin Ning remained silent, only wanting to take out the human emperor flag to capture him. Just as he was about to pull it out, a magnetic voice rang out. Friend, that's enough. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, middle-aged man walking through the air. Vice City Master. Vice City Master, hello. The crowd respectfully saluted. Ma Jixuan cleared his throat and looked at Lin Ning from a condescending position. According to the rules of Fengtian City, fighting is not allowed, and harming others is even more forbidden. Friend, you have crossed the line. Lin Ning looked at him. Name, Ma Jixuan. Cultivation, Mid-Emperor Stage, Identity, Vice City Master of Fengtian City. After seeing the information pop up, Lin Ning roughly understood the other party's basic situation and the techniques he mastered. He didn't expect to have alarmed the Vice City Master. This matter should be considered over, right? Fortunately, the Vice City Master arrived. Otherwise, he might have really killed all the people from the Forging Pavilion. That was close. Close to worsening the relationship between both sides. The blacksmiths in the city all breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't recovered from the shock when Lin Ning's voice made their hearts rise again. Are you trying to mediate? Lin Ning countered. Ma Jixuan's face was serious. Lu Tianyi had an agreement with you. He lost, and his death is inconsequential. However, you've killed at least 10 people without reason just now. According to the rules of Fengtian City, you must be punished. However, considering your young age and great strength, I can help you settle this matter, treating it as my investment in you. I hope this matter ends here. A powerful aura of an emperor emanated from him, as Ma Jixuan intended to use his emperor's might to make Lin Ning submit. The sudden imperial pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't help but kneel in submission. What is this kid's background? Facing my imperial might, he remained so calm. Ma Jixuan felt a sense of seriousness in his heart. After 10 seconds, Lin Ning spoke. An emperor? A vice city master? If I insist on killing him, what do you do about it? Chapter 12. Are you crazy? This is a gamble of life. If I insist on killing him, how will you stop me? As Lin Ning's words fell, the once noisy Fengtian City fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at Lin Ning in disbelief. His words were too shocking for them, to the point where they all forgot to breathe for a moment. People gaped, looking at Ma Jixuan with fearful eyes. If it was merely refusing a general cultivator's goodwill, that could be considered youthful arrogance. But Lin Ning was refusing an emperor. Moreover, according to his words, did he intend to provoke an emperor? Damn, how dare this guy? City Master Ma has long been a renowned emperor. Even those old men from the Forging Pavilion would give him some face if they encountered him. This isn't just youthful blood, knowing he couldn't win. Yet still, fighting to the death is foolish. He can easily defeat Feng Xiong, who is at the peak of the tribulation stage, which only shows his extraordinary talent and impressive strength. But the other side is an emperor. Below the emperor, everyone else is an ant. Unless this kid is also an emperor, he has no right to be so arrogant. But the crowd helplessly shook their heads. How could such a young guy be an emperor? Is that possible? On the other side, Ma Jixuan's face turned dark after Lin Ning's refusal and provocation. However, he didn't lose his temper in public. Ma Jixuan said solemnly, "Good, very good. When I was young, I was just as arrogant as you, and I suffered a lot for it." Ma Jixuan looked Lin Ning up and down, seemingly trying to remember him well. "You provoked me just now, but I won't hold it against you. I admire your arrogance. It's like I'm paying for my own arrogance from years ago." He turned to Feng Xiong behind him, then looked back at Lin Ning. "Still, the rules of Fengtian City do not allow random killings. Today, you have repeatedly broken the rules. If you kill him again, it will surely worsen the relationship between Fengtian City and the Forging Pavilion. As Vice City Master, I cannot allow such a thing to happen." Saying this, he waved his hand, signaling Feng Xiong to get lost quickly. Feng Xiong clasped his fists in thanks and hurriedly fled. "Did I let you go?" Lin Ning said in a deep voice. His words seemed to carry a strange power, making Feng Xiong unable to move his legs to leave. "Are you really wanting a life-or-death struggle?" Ma Jixuan was already furious. Behind Lin Ning, Xin Yin and Xiao Yuxuan quickly tried to dissuade him. "Junior brother, City Master Ma has helped me. Let's let this matter go. I've already killed Lu Tianyi, and my revenge is complete." "Yes, Xiao Ning, although your strength is great. City Master Ma is a well-known emperor with profound strength. The road ahead is still long. You can't make an enemy of an emperor. I have a certain understanding of Feng Xiong. Besides being a personal guard of the Forging Pavilion, he is also the deputy master of the Bloodthirst Sect, a sect known for killing at will. Provoking them won't end well." Listening to everyone's persuasion, Lin Ning remained unmoved. Feng Xiong had wanted to kill his senior sister. The other side had murderous intent. So should he let the tiger return to the mountain? "City Master Ma, since you have helped my senior sister, I won't let you be put in a difficult position." Lin Ning said in a deep voice, "Since killing is not allowed here, we can gamble our lives through a competition of forging skills, right?" Ma Jixuan countered, "Are you saying you want to compete with him?" Lin Ning nodded, "That's right. I will defeat him in the way he is most skilled at and take his life." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiong puffed out his chest and said, "Good. I accept your challenge." If it were a competition of cultivation, Feng Xiong knew he wouldn't win. However, Lin Ning chose to compete in the field he excelled in, which was just what he wanted. "Arrogant kid, today I will bet my life against you and let you know what true sword forging is." Feng Xiong circulated his spirit energy, briefly healed, and took out various sword forging materials. "I ask you, Vice Emperor Ma, to serve as the judge to ensure fairness here." Ma Jixuan nodded. Even if the other party hadn't requested it, he would have chosen to observe. He was curious about what made Lin Ning dare to compete with Feng Xiong in forging. Is Lin Ning also a blacksmith? Ma Jixuan shook his head. It didn't seem like it. In this ancient continent, the main place to learn forging skills is in Fengtian City, among the various branches of the Forging Pavilion. Some scattered cultivators might try to forge on their own, but they would take many detours. From his words and attitude, it was clear that Lin Ning wasn't a resident of Fengtian City, and Lin Ning certainly wasn't from the Forging Pavilion. Otherwise, how could he have been so ruthless toward Feng Xiong? This person, despite his youth, already possessed the strength to slay a perfected tribulation stage cultivator. Ma Jixuan thought to himself, is he an emperor? Probably not. I can tell he's only 18. There has never been such a young emperor in the history of this ancient continent. However, his body is quite special. Even I cannot see through his roots. Could he be some innate holy body? Just as he was pondering, Feng Xiong on the other side already had a preliminary plan. Feng Xiong looked coldly at Lin Ning. This young man was so strong. If he were given a few more years to grow, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Forging Pavilion. Talents are arrogant, but only those who survive are the true talents. Since you chose to compete with me in forging, today, even if I have to burn my essence, I will let you know the strength of me, Feng Xiong. The spiritual fire suddenly ignited, and Feng Xiong took a deep breath. This was a life-or-death battle for him, and he had to treat it with utmost focus. Around him, the onlooking blacksmiths gasped as they watched Feng Xiong forge. Wow, his hand speed is so fast that I can only see after images. I thought he was just a thug from the forging pavilion. But it turns out he is not to be underestimated in forging either. Damn, what am I thinking? He is from the forging pavilion. Feng Xiong is our enemy. And here I am praising him? I must be crazy. However, we have to admit that Feng Xiong is indeed a remarkable figure, and we can learn a thing or two from him. Feng Xiong's performance amazed everyone, while Lin Ning's performance left people puzzled. The crowd saw Lin Ning calmly walk into Xiao Yuxuan's shop, searching for the materials he wanted. After some selection, Feng Xiong's weapon had taken on a preliminary shape, while Lin Ning was still leisurely arranging the mysterious iron. Damn, is this guy slacking off? He hasn't even started yet. Is he out of his mind? This is a life-and-death gamble. Why is he not in a hurry at all? Not just the others, even Ma Zhishuan couldn't make sense of it. After becoming an emperor and living for so many years, it was Ma Zhishuan's first time encountering such a peculiar person. Lin Ning stretched lazily, walked out of the shop, and came to the street. "Excuse me, everyone, I'm afraid I might hurt you later." Before the people could react, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended. Boom! Chapter 13. The Heavenly Tribulation. The heavenly thunder fell before Lin Ning, igniting a blazing fire. The sudden lightning strike made people's hearts tremble, feeling as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. For some older individuals, it might even cause a heart attack on the spot. With the arrival of this heavenly thunder, the originally clear blue sky suddenly turned overcast. The world lost its color. Dark clouds rolled in from all directions, gathering above the city of Fengtian. A fierce wind accompanied the dark clouds, seemingly wanting to overturn this world. "What is happening?" He asked us to step aside. Could he foresee the arrival of this thunder? Could it be that he can control lightning? The lightning in those dark clouds is so violent. It feels like a single strike could annihilate a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage. As people watched the lightning churning in the dark clouds, they seemed to see the destruction of a world. The oppressive feeling from these dark clouds was even dozens of times stronger than Ma Zhishuan's imperial might earlier. Ma Zhishuan, who usually prided himself on being unflappable, couldn't help but have his eyelids twitch at this moment. If it weren't for his status as an emperor, his expression would undoubtedly be quite spectacular. Who exactly is this person? Is he a reincarnated emperor? The thunderclouds above were undoubtedly brought by him. But how could he have such means? As an emperor, Ma Zhishuan saw more than others. He understood that the heavenly thunder above was not ordinary lightning, but was closely related to the imperial tribulation. This heavenly thunder is connected to the imperial tribulation and the heavenly path. How is he controlling it? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ning finally moved. He threw a piece of mysterious iron into the air. Clap! A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down, and Lin Ning caught the lightning with his bare hands. At the same time, the flames ignited by the heavenly thunder began to gather towards Lin Ning. Lin Ning seemed like a thunder god, manipulating the thunder fire. Thunder fire tempering? Ma Zhishuan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Lin Ning's actions. As a blacksmith, Ma Zhishuan had only heard of thunder fire tempering in legends. Thunder fire tempering could only be done by legendary imperial blacksmiths, and that was just a legend. No one had ever witnessed such a scene. At this moment, when the blacksmiths of all levels in Fengtian City saw Lin Ning's operation, they were already in awe. What did I just see? Thunder fire tempering. Thunder fire tempering. The legends are true. My grandma didn't lie to me. There really are people who can use thunder fire to temper weapons. Is he an imperial blacksmith? My God. An imperial blacksmith this young? An imperial blacksmith is the one at the pinnacle of blacksmithing. Lin Ning had just used thunder fire to temper a weapon. The weapon was not yet formed, but people already regarded him as an imperial blacksmith. Imperial level? Watching Lin Ning's performance, Feng Xiong's hands trembled. How can there be such a young imperial blacksmith? I've practiced for 1,000 years, forging no less than 10,000 weapons, yet I cannot provoke the heavenly tribulation. And he, with just a slight move, has already exceeded my imagination. Feng Xiong knew that in this contest, he would undoubtedly lose. Suddenly, A powerful aura erupted from within Feng Xiong. Seeing an imperial blacksmith act today, I, Feng Xiong, have no regrets in this life. His trembling hands suddenly stopped shaking. Despair in his eyes completely disappeared, replaced by an unwavering gaze. Feng Xiong gripped the giant hammer, looking determinedly at the unfinished work before him. I never expected that I would have the fortune to spar with an imperial blacksmith. Today, even if I burn the last drop of my blood, I will hold on until the end. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds rang out. I've understood. A blacksmith, after observing Lin Ning's forging, suddenly had many inspirations in his mind. The problem that had troubled him for years was resolved at this moment. So that is how it is. I've found the direction. Lin Ning's performance led many to enlightenment, and they all cupped their hands in gratitude towards Lin Ning. Amid the commotion, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Following that, a holy light broke through the dark clouds and fell upon Lin Ning, the dazzling light making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes for a moment. When the light dissipated, people saw a shield interwoven with lightning appear before them. On the surface of the shield, there were profound ancient patterns. Boom! At the moment the shield appeared, the heavens and earth were enraged, and lightning fell like a torrential rain, seemingly not wanting such a defiant divine artifact to appear in the world. Lin Ning waved his hand, and the domain unfolded, gathering all the falling lightning around him, forming a sea of thunder. Imperial tribulation. Ma Xuan could no longer hold back and shouted, "This is the tribulation that occurs when an imperial grade artifact is born. No, this imperial tribulation is even more terrifying than what I encountered when I became an emperor. When a cultivator steps into the imperial realm, they will provoke the heavenly tribulation. Only those who survive can become emperors. However, the imperial tribulation before me makes even an old emperor like Ma Xuan feel that if he stepped inside, he would be instantly annihilated." Imperial tribulation? Many blacksmiths, hearing Ma Xuan's words, looked at Lin Ning with even greater admiration. In an instant, Lin Ning had become a deity in Fengtian City, in the Sea of Thunder. Lin Ning discovered that these lightning bolts posed no harm to him. Instead, they brought many benefits to his shield, with so much imperial-grade energy absorbed. An ordinary emperor should not even be able to break my shield, right? Looking at the shield in his hand, Lin Ning smiled. He waved his hand, and the imperial tribulation instantly dissipated. Huh, is it over? Ma Xuan was taken aback. Is it really over? The imperial tribulation back then struck me for 3 days and 3 nights. Why is today as imperial tribulation only 3 minutes? Did the imperial tribulation just target me? Earlier, I had a bad attitude. I hope you can forgive me, Lord Ma. Ma Xuan quickly walked up to Lin Ning, standing respectfully. Lin Ning smote, fichet. Why is he calling himself Little Ma now? I preferred the rebellious you from before. No worries, my divine artifact has been completed. Lin Ning smiled. Now I just need to wait for Feng Xiong to finish. He looked towards Feng Xiong. To everyone's surprise, the appearance of the imperial tribulation, such a huge commotion, did not disturb Feng Xiong at all. The other party was focused on forging his weapon, as if nothing in the outside world mattered to him. Even if the sky were to fall, it wouldn't affect him. Puffed. A large mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and Feng Xiong's breath instantly weakened. His cultivation was rapidly declining from the previous perfection of the Tribulation Transcendent stage to now having dropped to the Golden Core stage, and it was still decreasing. Feng Xiong ignored the drop in his cultivation and continued to hammer away with both hands. Golden Core stage. Foundation Establishment stage. Qi Refining stage. It wasn't until his cultivation fell to the first level of Qi Refining that Feng Xiong finally stopped. He let out a sigh of relief. It was over. Looking at the shield in Lin Ning's hand, Feng Xiong said, "I lost. To be able to contend with an imperial-level forger, I accept my defeat willingly." Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. The originally calm sky was once again filled with dark clouds. Imperial tribulation? Feng Xiong exclaimed in shock. Chapter 14. This is my imperial tribulation. This is the imperial tribulation I caused? Feng Xiong's body trembled. He hadn't fantasized about triggering an imperial tribulation while forging for many years. because that was something that only the emergence of an imperial-level weapon would cause. And he was just an ordinary person. When he was young, as he began to learn forging, Feng Xiong had fantasized that one day he would become an imperial-level forger, enjoying the admiration of billions. However, as time passed and he became more acquainted with forging, that idea had vanished. Feng Xiong never expected that while betting his life and burning his blood in forging, he could actually trigger an imperial tribulation. Thank you. Feng Xiong deeply bowed to Lin Ning. He understood that without Lin Ning, he would never have witnessed such a scene in this lifetime. This imperial tribulation was much weaker than the previous one. Ma Jixuan looked at Feng Xiong and said, "But now your cultivation is only at the first level of qi refining. Can you endure it? Only by enduring it and accepting the baptism of the imperial tribulation would your weapon truly become an imperial-level artifact." Around them, the forgers felt their scalps go numb. And at the same time, they felt pity for Feng Xiong. Who would have thought that in what we thought was an ordinary competition, it would actually trigger an imperial tribulation consecutively? Yes, for us ordinary people, seeing an imperial tribulation once in our lives is already worth it, let alone witnessing it twice in one day. Alas, according to what Lord Ma said, Feng Xiong needs to endure this imperial tribulation for his weapon to become an imperial-level artifact, and he would also become an imperial-level forger. But unfortunately, even at his peak, he wouldn't dare to say he could withstand the imperial level, let alone now when he's only at the first level of qi refining. The people from Fantian City and the Forging Pavilion are sworn enemies. But now, the forgers from Fantian City only regarded Feng Xiong as a forger pursuing his dreams. Alas, he might not be able to withstand it. What a pity. Would he choose to withstand the imperial tribulation? Lin Ning stood opposite him, expressionless, looking at Feng Xiong. "Do you need help? I can help you eliminate this imperial tribulation." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiong shook his head and smiled. "No need, thank you. This is my imperial tribulation. I hope to endure it myself. By the way, I still don't know your name before I go in." Lin Ning thought for a moment, "Then call me Lin Di." Upon receiving the answer, Feng Xiong laughed heartily and said, "I know that I will undoubtedly die when I go in this time. But this is the imperial tribulation I have been striving for all my life. It is the imperial tribulation that belongs to me and my weapon." Saying this, Feng Xiong bowed deeply to Lin Ning again and said, "Today, the Grace Lord Lin has shown me I, Feng Xiong, cannot repay. If there's a next life, Feng Xiong is willing to go through fire and water for Lord Lin." After saying that, he straightened his chest and walked into the Sea of Thunder. At this moment, he was already filled with tears. Just as he entered the Sea of Thunder, boom, a bolt of imperial tribulation struck down, instantly making Feng Xiong disappear without a trace. The moment Feng Xiong died, Lin Ning reached out and preserved the weapon he forged, allowing it to undergo the baptism of the imperial tribulation. A massive amount of energy flooded into the blade, and lines of imperial patterns appeared on the sword body. All of a sudden, with a bang, only a broken sword remained in Lin Ning's hand. The imperial sword had a spirit and knew its master was dead, unwilling to survive. "Then, let your wish be fulfilled." Lin Ning placed this broken sword at the spot where Feng Xiong disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, the broken sword was also engulfed by the Sea of Thunder. It is said that when a broken sword is reforged, the night returns. Lin Ning siket. But without the forger's sword, the sword spirit is also unwilling to live alone. When the dark clouds receded and the imperial tribulation dissipated, Lin Ning walked out from the last Sea of Thunder. What greeted him was the cheers of countless forgers. "Lin Di, Lin Di, Lin Di, you are my god." Ma Jixuan quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Lin Di, if you don't mind, we would like to serve you as the deity of Fantian City. If possible, we would also like to invite you to be our city lord. Fantian City has no city lord, or rather, only an imperial-level forger can become the city lord here." Lin Ning joked, "You weren't saying that just now. I broke the rules multiple times." Ma Jixuan hurriedly waved his hand. "No, it's not allowed in principle. But you are the deity of Fantian City. The principle is in your hands." Lin Ning said, "Forget the deity. Just call me Lin Di. Thank you for taking care of my senior sister before. Now that the matter is settled, we also need to leave." As soon as these words came out, Ma Xuan immediately waved his hand. In the next moment, the forgers in the city pleaded with Lin Ning, earnestly requesting him to impart his forging methods. Lin Ning sighed and then waved his hand. As a ray of holy light fell, many forging knowledge entered the minds of the crowd. I will only teach this much. The rest depends on your own comprehension, Lin Ning said. Long live Lin Di. Ma Xuan led the shout. Long live Lin Di. Long live Lin Di. In the next moment, a mechanical-like voice rang in Lin Ning's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining countless followers. Rewarding host, complete cultivation of the great emperor. Rewards being distributed. As the system voice fell, Lin Ning suddenly felt a warmth in his body, a surge of power about to erupt from within. Looking at so many followers around him, Lin Ning operated his spiritual energy to suppress this power. I didn't expect that by teaching them the forging method, I could receive such rewards, Lin Ning thought comfortably. Walking up to Xuanming and Xiao Yuxuan, Lin Ning said, Master, senior sister, I didn't expect you to really be an imperial-level forger. Xuanming said, I thought you were just bluffing me earlier. How could I dare to bluff Master? Lin Ning smiled. Beside them, Xiao Yuxuan pouted and said, Humph, you're so generous imparting your forging methods to them, but I didn't get anything. She stood with her hands on her hips, flaunting her proud figure. Lin Ning said, I didn't teach them much. It's enough for them to use for a lifetime, but I will give everything to senior sister. Xiao Yuxuan's eyes lit up, and she leaned closer, wrapping her arm around Lin Ning's. Xiao Yuxuan's sudden move caused Lin Ning to stumble slightly. Softly, Lin Ning reined in his emotions, tilting his head slightly. Really? Will junior brother give me everything? Okay, all for you. Lin Ning moved his hand, imparting the system's forging methods to Xiao Yuxuan. Xiao Yuxuan suddenly felt a massive amount of knowledge pouring into her head, causing her to emit a muffled groan. After receiving the knowledge, Xiao Yuxuan was overjoyed and, in her excitement, directly gave Lin Ning a bear hug. Junior brother, how can you be so amazing? On the side, witnessing everything, Xuanming suddenly felt a strange sensation in her heart. What is going on? Why do I want to pull them apart? Unable to help it, she could only pretend to cough twice. Realizing her gaffe, Xiao Yuxuan reluctantly took a step back. Yuxuan, you have been away from the sect for 10 years. Now that your great revenge has been taken, and you have learned more profound forging techniques, you can return to the sect with us, right? Xuanming said. Xiao Yuxuan nodded. Okay, let's go home. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, rushing towards the three of them. You can leave, but leave the divine weapon to me. Chapter 15. The Gathering of Emperors. As this loud voice fell, everyone looked up in unison. Beneath the azure sky, there were a dozen figures with wings behind them, hovering in the air. The holy light radiating from them was even more dazzling than sunlight. Beihai Emperor? Xuanming Emperor? What the hell? Even the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou, who has been in seclusion for many years, has appeared? Yes. Each of these individuals was a well-known emperor of the primordial continent. I've never seen so many emperors gather in Fengtian City before, a forger sighed. No wonder our Fengtian City's proud divine spirit can casually forge an emperor-level artifact that attracts these emperors. Damn, these emperors don't come with good intentions. A forger muttered to himself, sensing that they seemed to want to seize Lin Emperor's treasure. At this moment, Vice City Lord Ma Xuan looked solemnly at the emperors above and asked, May I ask why you esteemed emperors have come to Fengtian City today? Xuanming Emperor sneered. Ma Xuan, don't play dumb with us. We all know that Fengtian City just triggered 2 imperial tribulations in succession. In your place, the occurrence of an imperial tribulation only has 2 possibilities. Either someone has become an emperor, or an emperor-level artifact has appeared. Xuanming Emperor released his divine sense, sweeping the entire area, and with a gloomy expression said, But from what I see, only you are an emperor here. What? Are you trying to say that the one who became an emperor has already left? What a joke. They tore through the void to rush to Fengtian City at the first opportunity. Which one in the sky is not an emperor? They have experienced imperial tribulations. And when they first became emperors, although their combat power was strong, their bodies still bore the scars of the tribulations. Usually, emperors would stay for a while to heal before leaving. Beihai Emperor gazed down with disdain and coldly asked, "Who forged the divine weapon?" Next to him, the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou looked at Ma Jixuan with a smile and said, "Old Ma, I'm not here to steal your divine weapon. I just want to see what kind of divine weapon can trigger an imperial tribulation." As a Sword Emperor, he always believed that various weapons were merely aids for cultivators. The strong rely on themselves. Even without a sword in hand, one can still have a sword in their heart. The Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou could sever mountains and rivers with a single strand of hair. You all are mistaken. Only safely passing through the imperial tribulation counts as a true divine weapon, Ma Jixuan said with a troubled expression. You all sensed the recent imperial tribulations too. One lasted 3 minutes, the other less than 10 seconds. Who could finish that quickly? Glancing at the emperors above, Ma Jixuan joked. Could it be that you all became emperors in just 3 seconds? 3-second emperors? All the emperors in the sky were men. They were very resistant to such highly insulting words. A man must not be too quick. The Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou quickly shook his head, saying, I experienced 7 days and 7 nights of battle, all right? With a pair of eagle-like eyes fixed on Ma Jixuan, Xuanming Emperor expressed deep disbelief at his words. Is that really so? If so, you can ask the forgers of Fengtian City. Ma Jixuan looked around, and immediately many forgers chimed in. Yeah, that weapon was almost completed, but unfortunately, it was destroyed by the Imperial Tribulation. I thought I would see an Emperor-level divine weapon emerge, but it ended up ruined. I waited for 1,000 years, and finally saw the Imperial Tribulation, only to suffer. It hurt so much. Seeing the unanimous words of the crowd, Xuanming Emperor was furious and directly reached out. You dare! Ma Jixuan shouted angrily. Although the other party was an emperor, this was his territory. How dare he grab his people in front of so many? Ma Jixuan threw a punch. Ridiculous. Xuanming Emperor looked disdainful, casually waving his fist, completely deflecting Ma Jixuan's furious strike. A cultivator was grabbed in the air, and Xuanming Emperor looked at him expressionlessly. Tell me, is there a divine weapon here? Xuanming Emperor asked, his eyes forming a vortex. If one stares directly into his eyes, they would enter a hallucination, allowing Xuanming Emperor to know everything. The forger being grabbed by the neck was struggling for breath, his neck bulging with veins, his face turning red. There is no divine weapon here, he said with all his might. Good. Xuanming Emperor sneered. The thing I hate the most is being deceived. Since you have deceived me, you must pay the price of your life. If you don't say it, then take my big memory recovery technique. A pair of powerful hands pressed down on the forger's head, and Xuanming Emperor instantly understood everything that had just happened. The forger turned into a dried corpse, and after losing any use value, he was released. A corpse fell from the sky, and everyone hurriedly dodged, landing on the ground with a loud thud, the body completely shattered, limbs and bones flying in all directions. Xuanming, you have crossed the line. Ma Jixuan was furious, a wave of imperial might rising around him as he leaped into the air, glaring fiercely at Xuanming Emperor. Hey, beneath the emperor all are ants, Beihai Emperor laughed. Xuanming just crushed an ant with his bare hands, just like an ordinary person stepping on an ant. What? Did you? Ma Jixuan, not kill any small animals when you were weak? Regarding the words of the two emperors, the forgers in Fengtian City were truly angry but dared not speak. They were filled with grief, as they were human beings but were regarded as ants by the emperors. Their lives were so humble. However, no matter how angry they were, it was of no use. Want to settle accounts with an emperor? A mere glance could kill you. Xuanming, do you know who successfully forged the divine weapon? Beihai Emperor asked curiously. It's him. Xuanming Emperor pointed to Lin Ning below, extending his hand, intending to use the same trick to bring Lin Ning into the air. Then he thought of using the emperor's pressure to threaten him to hand over the divine weapon. If he did not comply, he would end up like the forger just now. At first, Xuanming Emperor thought Lin Ning's cultivation was deeper than that of the other forgers. After all, how could a forger capable of refining an emperor-level divine weapon be an ordinary person? However, when Xuanming Emperor used all his strength to grab Lin Ning, he realized he was wrong. Lin Ning stood motionless on the ground, and Xuanming Emperor could not even grasp the corner of his clothes. How is this possible? I have used all my strength. Why can't I capture him? Xuanming Emperor was shocked, feeling as if an invisible hand was pushing his power away. Who on earth is he? Is he also an emperor? Xuanming Emperor's heart surged with waves. Only a strong person in the imperial realm would not be caught by his technique. When did such a young emperor appear in the primordial continent? Chapter 16. You want to kill me? Do you deserve it? Xuanming, what's wrong? Beihai Emperor looked at his old friend with confusion. Strange, according to Xuanming's character. Knowing who possesses the emperor-level artifact, he would definitely try to capture them to threaten. Why is he now standing still? Next to him, Xuanming Emperor was already drenched in sweat. What made him feel anxious was not Lin Ning's cultivation at the emperor level, but the background behind the other party. Xuanming Emperor understood that most young emperors had terrifying backgrounds. The only exception was the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou, who was alone and became an emperor through the sword path. However, Xuanming also knew that the latter had gone through thousands of hardships and tribulations to achieve the imperial rank. But how young was this young man in front of him? 18 years old. An 18-year-old emperor? You call that 18 years old? Why is there 18 different from my 18? In the air, the Snow Realm Emperor said in a deep voice, "What are you still dazed for? Since you know who it is, then bring him here." Saying this, the Snow Realm Emperor reached out with a big hand, grabbing towards Lin Ning from afar. Too much bullying. Ma Jixuan shouted loudly. These people have repeatedly broken the principles of the Brahma Heaven City here, and now they even want to take away their gods. Ma Jixuan strode forward, wielding a divine, punishing spear in his hand, unleashing dazzling techniques in an instant. Ma Jixuan, are you really going to make an enemy of me for this person? The Snow Realm Emperor said coldly. As another emperor, he had already given enough face. If it were elsewhere, he would have long since eliminated the forces here and then gone to seize the divine weapons. But he never expected that Ma Jixuan would be so shameless as to attack him in front of so many emperors. The heaven-suppressing palm. The Snow Realm Emperor roared, slamming down with the palm. The momentum released could shatter mountains and rivers. Boom! The techniques from both sides collided in the void. The explosive energy generated by the friction twisted the void, finally shooting up into the sky. Strange. Why did I just sense an inexplicable domain? The Sword Emperor of Central State stood with his sword, looking around in confusion. Did you feel it too? The Wind and Thunder Emperor asked. The Sword Emperor of Central State nodded. Yes. Just now, someone unleashed a domain that we have never seen before. In the air, the Snow Realm Emperor stepped back 2 steps, quickly flapping his wings, finally stabilizing himself. Ma Jixuan, on the other hand, was not feeling well. His combat power was inferior to the opponent's, and at this moment his right hand was trembling violently, blood dripping from his fingertips. Old Ma, we didn't come here to be enemies with you. The Wind and Thunder Emperor said, we came here just to seek imperial-level divine weapons. He looked down at Lin Ning. As you, the forgers, the imperial-level divine weapons are your pursuit. However, shouldn't the crafted divine weapons be given to emperors to use? Only in this way can they exert their true power. If you give them to those ants, wouldn't that be a waste of the divine weapons' prestige? The Wind and Thunder Emperor continued. The weapons forged by forgers are not collectibles. They should be good partners for cultivators. Ma Jixuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But he saw Lin Ning come to his side and whisper, "Let me handle it." The Lin Emperor and the others are well-known emperors. Their combat power is very strong. Ma Jixuan said helplessly, "Emperors? I haven't heard of them." Lin Ning smiled, with a warm smile on his face. His clear eyes looked at the emperors in all directions. Lin Ning said, "The divine weapon was forged by me, but there is only one divine weapon." As he spoke, he revealed the immortal shield. Divine weapon. The moment the immortal shield appeared, countless emperors' eyes shone with endless greed. So it's a shield. The Sword Emperor of Central State felt a bit disappointed. If it were a sword, he would be tempted. Though he claimed he didn't need a sword to become a Sword Emperor, who would refuse an imperial-level divine sword? Just like, which boy could refuse a very straight imperial-level wooden stick? Sword Emperor, where are you going? Seeing the Sword Emperor of Central State move, the Snow Realm Emperor thought the other party was going to seize the treasure first. The Sword Emperor of Central State waved his hand. Divine weapon. I have already seen it. For me, there is no expectation anymore. You all fight for it. Saying this, he flapped his wings and turned to Lin Ning. Kid, I hope you can survive this competition. Your forging talent is very high. I will go find the best materials and ask you to forge an unparalleled divine sword for me. If you survive, if there is a chance. Saying this, the Sword Emperor of Central State disappeared into the void without looking back. With the Sword Emperor of Central State gone, Ma Xuan let out a long sigh of relief. He had witnessed the other party's reputation. If he also competed, the divine weapon would be lost, and Brahma Heaven City would become history. I am best of shields. How about you give me this divine weapon? The Snow Realm Emperor said with a smile. The bad things are said, what about the good things? Lin Ning asked. The Snow Realm Emperor said solemnly, I can swear an oath. If you're willing to give this item to me, I will help you achieve the imperial position. Once I achieve the position of Emperor, I will share half of the world with you. Beside, the Wind and Thunder Emperor sneered. Well said. Kid, if you give me this item, when I break through the void to a higher dimension, I will give you this entire world. The Wind and Thunder Emperor's vision is not limited to this world. He understands that beyond his comprehension, there must be higher and more powerful places. Otherwise, how could those emperors from the past suddenly disappear? That imperial-level forger. Why did he leave quietly after forging the last divine weapon? Lin Ning smiled and said, Each of you wants it, but there is only one divine weapon. Why don't you fight it out? I announce, whoever wins can obtain my divine weapon. As soon as this was said, Ma Xuan saw the greed and killing intent in the eyes of the emperors. This move is clever, capable of breaking up their group and turning them against each other. Ma Xuan thought to himself. The Snow Realm Emperor smiled sinisterly. Gentlemen, I want this divine weapon. If you are not convinced, feel free to fight me. When I stepped into the Imperial Realm back then, you were still in diapers. The Wind and Thunder Emperor sneered. After many years without teaching you a lesson, you think you can handle it? Saying this, an aura of perfect Imperial Realm erupted from his body. Old thing, a true hero doesn't speak of past bravery. Do you really think it's like back then? The Snow Realm Emperor shouted angrily, also displaying the power of the perfect Imperial Realm. Just when the two were about to erupt into conflict, the Northern Sea Emperor suddenly spoke to interrupt. Wait, he wants to shift the contradiction and make us kill each other. The Northern Sea Emperor looked at Lin Ning with a dark expression. Kid, if you want to calculate us, you are still too young. Kill you, and we will naturally distribute the divine weapon. Hearing this, Lin Ning said expressionlessly, Want to kill me? Are you worthy? Chapter 17, I am the Emperor. To suppress all enemies in the world want to kill me? Are you worthy? Lin Ning looked coldly at the Northern Sea Emperor. His voice was not loud, yet it instantly silenced the surroundings. Are you worthy? The cold voice echoed through the heavens and earth. At this moment, all eyes in the venue fell on Lin Ning. Countless people widened their eyes, mouths agape in surprise. They couldn't even imagine that someone would say to the Northern Sea Emperor that he was unworthy. Arrogant brat. Just one sentence made the Northern Sea Emperor furious, and he clawed towards Lin Ning. The Northern Sea Emperor flapped his wings and instantly flashed in front of Lin Ning. Today, I will let you see what the wrath of an emperor is. The Northern Sea Emperor struck out with a palm. The swirling wind surged towards Lin Ning like a tornado. Those forgers standing 10 meters away were blown away by this gust of wind, and apart from the emperors, everyone else fell to the ground. Watching Lin Ning remain motionless, the Northern Sea Emperor's mouth curled up slightly, thinking to himself, Just a brash kid who can only talk big. I can scare you to death with just a slight move. Die for me. The Northern Sea Emperor was already fantasizing about killing Lin Ning and the scene where they would divide the divine weapon afterward. However, just as his giant palm was about to strike Lin Ning's head, Lin Ning's figure suddenly disappeared. The Northern Sea Emperor's palm fell into empty air. The moment his body landed, he sprang up. As an emperor, his protective instincts were exceptional. Knowing his strike had missed, he quickly dodged to avoid giving others a chance to attack his back. Damn it! The Northern Sea Emperor looked around, but no matter how he searched, he couldn't see Lin Ning's figure. Where did the person go? Suddenly, the Northern Sea Emperor sensed someone behind him. He quickly turned around. and with a fist filled with anger, he struck out from his waist as he turned. As expected of an emperor, his reaction was very quick. Lin Ning smiled. His outstretched palm gently clenched into a fist and then casually threw a punch at his opponent. Boom! The two fists collided at close range. The next moment, crack! A crisp and loud sound echoed on the body of the Northern Sea Emperor. His previously relaxed expression instantly twisted in pain. Impossible! The Northern Sea Emperor looked at his right fist in horror. This was the body of an emperor. How could he be easily broken by a single punch? However, it was not over yet. The immense impact force traveled up his arm, leaving the Northern Sea Emperor feeling as if half of his body had gone numb and weak. He fell backwards like a kite with a broken string. Even the rebound force from his wings could not stop this terrifying power. Bang! The Northern Sea Emperor's back hit the ground, first creating a pit in the earth, then rolling over 5 times before finally coming to a stop. Huh! Many emperors gasped when they saw the Northern Sea Emperor lying on the ground like a defeated dog. He actually lost? With just one punch? I must be seeing things, right? The Xuanming Emperor said in shock. The Northern Sea Emperor's strength was not outstanding among them. But after all, he was a late-stage emperor. How could he not withstand a single punch? Holy crap! The Northern Sea Emperor actually fell? Those blacksmiths who had been knocked down by the gust of wind and then got back up were all frozen in place like stone upon witnessing this. Am I seeing things? Is this really the Northern Sea Emperor? He fell? Or did I hit my head and become stupid? To see an emperor in such a sorry state. Could it be that when Lin Ning said to call him Emperor Lin, it wasn't because he possessed the strength of an emperor-level blacksmith, but because he himself was an emperor? This thought caused a storm of shock in everyone's hearts. How old is Lin Ning? Defeating the Northern Sea Emperor, who has been famous for 3,000 years, with a single punch at less than 20 years old? My goodness. I recognize all these words, but how do they combine to surpass my imagination? I can't be dreaming, right? No, I wouldn't dare to think like this even in a dream. At less than 20, I was still in the chi refinement stage. You coward, I dare to think. Above the skies, the Xuanming Emperor, the Snow Realm Emperor, and others exchanged glances. At this moment, Lin Ning stepped forward, slowly walking to the Northern Sea Emperor's side. He extended his foot and stepped on the Northern Sea Emperor. His voice was cold. Do you think you're worthy to try to kill me? After saying this, he lifted his right foot and then stomped down. The calm sky suddenly darkened. Then, a series of mournful cries echoed through the heavens and the earth. Drizzling rain fell from the sky, accompanied by various ominous phenomena. An emperor has fallen. The world grieves. The Northern Sea Emperor dead? Everyone was astonished. In the city of Brahma, countless cultivators looked on in disbelief at the changes in the heavens and the earth, listening to the mournful cries. What level has Emperor Lin reached? Ma Xuan exclaimed. In the thousands of years since he became an emperor, he had never witnessed the death of an emperor. After cultivating to become an emperor, every cell in the body, every drop of essence blood contains the energy of an emperor. An emperor can revive as long as they have even a single drop of essence blood left after being heavily injured. However, what about the Lin Ning in front of him? First, he casually severely injured the Northern Sea Emperor. Then he stepped down and killed him. This was far beyond his experience. Lin Ning stomped his foot, looking expressionlessly at the emperors above. Just one glance made many emperors feel a chill run down their spines, breaking out in a cold sweat. Immediately after, a complete emperor's aura radiated from Lin Ning. This aura did not bring serious destruction or despair to the city of Brahma like the Xuanming Emperor and others did. Instead, it brought hope to the city. The buildings destroyed by the battle stood up again at that moment. The injuries on people's bodies were instantly healed. Except for the death of the Northern Sea Emperor. It was as if no war had ever occurred here. Complete emperor? The Snow Realm Emperor swallowed hard. How could such a young emperor appear in the ancient continent? Only 18 years old. A complete emperor? Turning to the emperors beside him, the Snow Realm Emperor said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to attend to at home. I must leave first. The other emperors did not mock him, but rather followed suit and left. Did I say you could leave? Lin Ning's voice rang out. The Snow Realm Emperor and others suddenly felt trapped in a cage. No matter which direction they tried to fly, it was futile. This fellow Taoist, The Snow Realm Emperor forced a smile and said, "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Everything was instigated by the Northern Sea Emperor. We didn't want to be your enemies." Lin Ning retorted, "Oh, how does a late-stage emperor instigate someone like you? A complete emperor." Beside him, the Wind Thunder Emperor scoffed. "Humph, although you are a complete emperor. Among us, there are also several complete emperors. Do you really want to fight us to the death?" Lin Ning's smile vanished, and he said earnestly, "You came here with hostility and wanted to kill me. I am an emperor and will suppress all enemies in the world." Chapter 18. An emperor actually acting like a dog? Beneath the azure sky, a bloodied figure was frantically flying. He was quickly fleeing while looking back in terror, as if some kind of demon was chasing him, seemingly intent on taking his life. If the cultivators outside Brahma City saw this scene, they would surely be shocked, their scalps tingling, because the one currently flying and escaping was none other than the Wind Thunder Emperor, a figure renowned for 5,000 years. And behind him, leisurely pursuing, was just a white-clothed youth who looked only 17 or 18. The Wind Thunder Emperor flapped his wings in panic and fled. Bang, bang, bang. There were invisible walls surrounding him. No matter which direction the Wind Thunder Emperor tried to escape, he would hit an air wall and be bounced back. How could this be? Every route was blocked. The Wind Thunder Emperor's hair was in disarray and his mindset completely shattered. I am a complete emperor. How can I not even escape his domain? I have used all my abilities. My emperor's domain is also deployed. Why? The Wind Thunder Emperor scratched his head in despair, looking at Lin Ning with a terrified expression. Spare me, spare me. The Wind Thunder Emperor felt hopeless. No longer resembling his previous proud self, he swallowed hard, having realized the might of his opponent. Just 5 minutes ago, Lin Ning had displayed an invincible posture, suppressing dozens of emperors with one hand. The emperors who had come with the Wind Thunder Emperor to Brahma City to seize divine weapons were all killed by Lin Ning with a single punch. The disparity in strength was so great that the Wind Thunder Emperor had no choice but to surrender. Weren't you just shouting that you want to kill me?" Lin Ning sneered. "Why have you surrendered now?" The Wind Thunder Emperor sighed, saying helplessly, "Everything is our fault. We were young and ignorant. I swear by my emperor's name, if you spare my life, I will be your servant for all eternity." This declaration caused an uproar among the citizens of Brahma City below. Holy crap! The Wind Thunder Emperor is actually going to kneel and beg for mercy. I'm numb. I can't believe it. Lin Ning is only how old? He actually made an old, complete emperor kneel and beg for mercy, and even swear to be his servant for all eternity. Truly my proud deity. Lin Ning is magnificent. If it were me, I would agree to the Wind Thunder Emperor. After all, this is a complete emperor as a servant. Just imagine how cool it would be to take him out for a walk. Take him out for a walk. Dude, are you really that bold? Who takes an emperor out for a walk? By the way, do you need a pet at home? Collecting mounts is fine too, as long as it can make me an emperor. In the sky, Lin Ning thought seriously for a moment, his gaze scanning the disheveled Wind Thunder Emperor in front of him. He has already knelt down and begged for mercy, even saying he would serve me for generations. Should I consider it? The blacksmiths were right. Although I am invincible in the world, who wouldn't want a perfect servant from an emperor? Of course, if this precedent is set, I might have to look for some demon servants. It is rumored that some of the great demons from the demon clan are extremely beautiful. If I have the Wind Thunder Emperor as a precedent, I would definitely recruit others, such as the nine-tailed fox demon and cat demon. Call the maid when needed. And there's no need for a maid when not needed. After a moment of thought, Lin Ning said, "All right, I can spare your life. From now on, you will be my servant." Hearing that he wouldn't die, the Wind Thunder Emperor rejoiced wildly. Old servant Lazy You pays respects to Emperor Lin. The Wind Thunder Emperor said respectfully. Suddenly, Lin Ning felt a strange sensation flowing deep within his soul. He understood. This was a contract between emperors. From now on, the Wind Thunder Emperor Lazy You would be Lin Ning's servant. Life and death. Endless reincarnation. Good. Below, the blacksmiths all applauded in approval. Congratulations, Emperor Lin, on acquiring a great general. Congratulations, Emperor Lin. Although Lei Ziyu publicly announced that he had become Lin Ning's servant, the blacksmiths were also aware that no matter how down on his luck he was, he was still a prominent figure, a perfect emperor. An emperor must not be insulted. Seeing Lei Ziyu standing respectfully beside him, Lin Ning thought for a moment. He then took out the immortal shield and tossed it to Lei Ziyu. This item is useless to me. Since you have become my servant, I will give it to you. Huh? Instinctively reaching out to catch the immortal shield, Lei Ziyu was dumbfounded. The divine weapon that had just caused a bloody storm was now given to me so easily? What about all the emperors who died earlier? If I had known becoming a servant would get me a divine weapon, I would have agreed directly earlier. Huh? You really gave me a divine weapon? A blacksmith's eyes filled with envious tears. Emperor Lin, do you still need servants? I'm not someone who wants a divine weapon. I just want to progress. I want to be your servant, or even my son would work. I want to take care of you in your old age. The moment Lin Ning landed, Xiao Yuxuan approached with a graceful stride. As she leaned in close, a fragrant scent wafted towards him. Junior brother, can becoming your servant get me a divine weapon? Xiao Yuxuan said with a smile. Lin Ning took a careful look and thought, wow, that's at least something, right? Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. Lin Ning said, Senior sister, do you also want a divine weapon? Since Lei Ziyu is an emperor, it wouldn't be bad to throw him a divine weapon to guard you. Xiao Yuxuan stretched out her jade hand to rest on Lin Ning's chin, her captivating eyes locking onto his. I'm just an ordinary girl, lacking the cultivation of a perfect emperor. Usually, I just wear various outfits to let you experience the pleasures of a king who does not attend morning court. Shen Yan also came over, smiling. Master, I could be a voice actor. As long as I get a divine weapon, I could be any type of servant you want. With two beautiful women on either side, Lin Ning felt quite uncomfortable. Due to the height difference, he could look down and see the snow. This left him feeling stuck in a dilemma. Helpless, Lin Ning had no choice but to slip away. What, Yuxuan, do you really want to be a servant? Shen Yan asked with a smile. When Master asked like that, Xiao Yuxuan's face turned red, and she turned her head to one side. No, I was just trying to forge a divine weapon. By the way, Master, you were just so close to Junior Brother. Let me ask you, do you have that kind of thought? Shen Yan smiled. Our little Ning is an emperor, and he looks so sunny and handsome. Who would refuse? If you really like him, I can help you matchmake. Xiao Yuxuan denied it. Not at all. My heart is free of men. Forging can only be done with talent. Meanwhile, Lei Ziyu inspected the immortal shield, took a deep breath, and then wiped it with his clothes. With a divine weapon in hand, the world is mine. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, causing Lei Ziyu's expression to change. Unexpectedly, the renowned Wind Thunder Emperor was now willing to be someone else's dog. It was laughable, ridiculous. Chapter 19. I am invincible. You are free outside Fantion City. A young man dressed in black, with sharp facial features and fair skin, stood with his hands behind his back. Seeing the other's appearance, Lei Ziyu immediately felt a sense of threat, his body starting to tremble. How could he be here? Lei Ziyu exclaimed in shock. Who is he? Shen Yan asked, puzzled. Someone who can make a perfect emperor so afraid is definitely not an ordinary person. Lei Ziyu sighed. Demon Clan, the Necromancer King. He is the Necromancer King? Covering her mouth with her jade hand, Shen Yan exclaimed in surprise. Isn't he the genius young man of the Demon Clan who entered the Emperor realm at 100 years old? For powerful cultivators in the cultivation world, 100 years is indeed too short. Some emperors can reach thousands of years in seclusion. The Necromancer King achieving the emperor position at 100 years old is considered very young in the Demon Clan and the entire cultivation world. People call him a genius young man of the Demon Clan, and that is not wrong. But that was already 100 years ago. Lei Ziyu shook his head. If he had just stepped into the Emperor realm, I wouldn't be so scared. From the time he entered the Emperor realm until now, 100 years have passed. He is no longer an ordinary emperor, but an immortal emperor. The so-called immortal emperor is actually another level among emperors. Like Lei Ziyu, this old-school emperor, after years of cultivation, they discovered that although the emperor created the laws of the emperor path between heaven and earth, these laws are still constrained by the world. Emperors search for breakthroughs and opportunities, and as their cultivation deepens, they find the world's laws become more profound. In this process, they further classify emperors into great emperors, immortal emperors, and emperor sovereigns. Emperor sovereign is the strongest in combat power and the highest in laws among emperors, but they are still bound by the world's laws. It is rumored that once an emperor sovereign takes that step, they gain the world's origin and are no longer controlled by the world's laws. Rather, their every word and action becomes the world's laws. Outside the city, the Necromancer King displayed a pair of massive wings, one black and one white. Necromancer King, why are you here? Lazy you asked. The Necromancer King sneered. I sensed the Emperor's tribulation in Fantion City from the Demon Clan and guessed that divine weapons might be emerging here. I never expected that I wouldn't witness the emergence of divine weapons, but instead see you willingly becoming someone else's dog. Saying this, the Necromancer King looked pained. In the past, I invited you to join my demon clan and become a powerful general under my command, but you refused. Now, you're willing to be someone's dog. The Necromancer King is a person who cherishes talent. Seeing this, how could he not feel heartbroken? As he spoke, the Necromancer King opened his palm, and a long spear appeared out of thin air. Pointing the spear at Lin Ning, the Necromancer King said in a deep voice, "Come, let's have a fight. I want to see what abilities you have that can make the Wind Thunder Emperor willingly become your servant. If you lose, my demon army will level Fantion City to the ground." Because the Necromancer King was too dazzling, everyone momentarily focused their attention on him. After he said these words, the crowd came to their senses and discovered that behind him stood a vast army of demons. Is this the Necromancer King's own demon army? Ma Xuan exclaimed in surprise. It is said that the Necromancer King commanded 100,000 demon soldiers at just 20 years old, and now this number is probably reaching 1,000,000. Outside the city, countless demon soldiers wore helmets and armor, each holding a spear, their eyes filled with an invincible aura. This is a team personally trained by the Lich King, and they only obey him. Lin Ning, the Lich King, is very powerful. Are you confident? Lazy Yu asked, trembling. As an old rival, Lazy Yu had been beaten badly by the Lich King years ago. Back then, the opponent was at the late stage of the Great Emperor and could directly defeat the fully realized Thunder Emperor. Now, the Lich King had become an immortal emperor. Lazy Yu did not know Lin Ning's true combat strength and was hesitant to judge who was stronger. Lin Ning looked at the vast demon army and then at the Lich King, who wore a confident expression. It seemed that I am once again being forced to take action. Whether it was the gaze of the blacksmiths in Fantion City looking at a savior or the threatening words of the Lich King, Lin Ning had no reason to refuse. A genius youth? Coincidentally, I am one too. Lin Ning stepped forward, walking on the void to stand in front of the Lich King. The two were only an arm's length apart. An 18-year-old ordinary great emperor at full realization. The opponent's talent clearly surpassed his own, leaving the Lich King very shocked. At the same time, it filled the Lich King with fighting spirit. He had not seen such a talented great emperor in a long time. Just as everyone expected a conflict to erupt the moment they met, the Lich King extended his hand first and smiled. I came here today to obtain a divine weapon. I didn't expect to meet a great emperor whose talent far surpasses that of my contemporaries. The Lich King said seriously, the old fools are ignorant. Why not join me and overthrow the Imperial Lords, and years later, take that step together? The Demon Emperor asked slowly, are you including us in your plan to overthrow the Imperial Lords? No need, Lin Ning directly refused. The Lich King said seriously, I admit your talent is high, but this path is not one you can walk alone. Lin Ning waved his hand and smiled. I'm not alone. He pointed to Shun Yin and Xiao Yuxuan in Fantion City. I have them. Following his direction, the Lich King saw two stunningly beautiful women. The Lich King looked at them with a face full of disappointment. Foolish. We are so young and have not taken that step. How can we be tempted by beauty? With our careers unfinished, how can we talk about love? Moreover, you're trying to juggle two at once? As a talented youth of the demon race, the Lich King had always been admired by countless beautiful women since his rise. Whether from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the Ice Phoenix clan, or the Medusa clan, many stunning beauties expressed their feelings for the Lich King. Whether directly or through various bizarre tricks, they were ultimately rejected by the Lich King. Faced with their repeated entanglements, the Lich King even drew his sword, directly telling them to leave. As a genius youth of the demon race, the Lich King had always had a wish to overthrow the rule of the Demon Supremes, take that step, and lead the demon race to greater glory. Before that, he did not want to let his dreams be shattered by some attachments. Lin Ning said, "They're just my master and senior sisters. Aren't you here to spar with me? Come at me." Seeing Lin Ning empty-handed, the Lich King asked, "Where is your weapon?" Lin Ning shrugged, a wave of imperial might emanating from him, enveloping the entire Fanteon city. "I am invincible. You can do as you wish." Chapter 20. One day, I will revolt against the demon race. The young man in white walked through the air. With the words, "I am invincible. You can do as you wish." A young emperor's aura was fully displayed by Lin Ning. In Fanteon City, the young female blacksmiths looked at his sunny, confident, handsome face, each feeling their hearts racing. The cultivation world reveres the strong, and an 18-year-old great emperor who is also an imperial-level blacksmith is enough to drive countless people crazy. Lin Di is domineering. This phrase, if spoken by anyone else, would seem foolish, but when it came from Lin Di's mouth, it drove me wild. My family doesn't agree to my marriage to Lin Di. My mother says I'm the only son. What should I do? Waiting online, quite urgent. Under the sky, the Lich King took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Good. I am invincible. You can do as you wish. I want to see if you truly have that ability." Saying this, the long spear in his hand was retracted, and the Lich King looked at Lin Ning with empty hands. "Since you're not using a weapon, I will not use one either, lest others say I won unfairly." After a brief moment of silence, the Lich King took the initiative to strike. His wings moved, and he vanished into thin air. When people saw his figure again, the Lich King had already appeared behind Lin Ning. God-slaying palm. A furious shout echoed in his heart as the Lich King struck out with one palm. The palm infused with the laws of the Emperor fell, darkening the sky and earth, and everyone heard the roar coming from all directions. The blacksmiths in the city felt they were in a cruel battlefield of corpses and blood, the sounds of soldiers echoing in their ears. "Calm," the Lich King said seriously. Facing Lin Ning, who was much weaker than himself, he did not let his guard down. On the contrary, he was fully focused from the beginning, treating Lin Ning as a deadly enemy, aiming to defeat him with the most aggressive attack right from the start. "You have it. I have it too." Lin Ning slowly turned around, his right palm striking out with the same technique. Boom! The collision erupted with a deafening sound that shook the heavens and earth. How could this be? How could you also learn the god-slaying palm? The Lich King retreated 100 steps, his face grave as he looked at Lin Ning. This was the opportunity he obtained when he broke through to the great emperor, and it was this technique that allowed him to perform invincibly among his peers. All along, the Lich King believed that this god-slaying palm was his exclusive skill in this ancient continent. Yet now, he had been pushed back by an 18-year-old great emperor using the same technique. His brain raced as the Lich King replayed the battle in his mind. The images flashed like slides in his mind, allowing him to quickly review what had just happened. Impossible. The Lich King's expression changed. How could my strength suddenly diminish by more than half? After reviewing, the Lich King realized a terrifying truth. Just as his god-slaying palm collided with Lin Ning's, the explosive power had instantly decreased by more than half, which was why Lin Ning had managed to suppress him. This meant that the opponent possessed a technique even more profound than his own. In terms of level comparison, it was overwhelming. The strange secret technique you mastered must have side effects or a huge consumption, the Lich King said solemnly. I don't believe you can keep using it. The god-slaying palm fell like raindrops. As an immortal emperor, the power and spiritual energy within the Lich King were at least 10 times more abundant than that of an ordinary great emperor at full realization like Lin Ning. He could use the god-slaying palm without worry of excessive energy consumption. "Ha! You think you can use this method to exhaust my stamina?" Lin Ning sneered. "Unfortunately, your idea is useless against me." As his words fell, the void behind the Lich King was torn apart. A golden hand reached out from the void and slapped towards the Lich King's back. The Lich King's expression changed, and he instantly dove into the void to dodge Lin Ning's attack. Lin Di can actually push back the Lich King? Below, Lazy Yu swallowed hard, staring incredulously at the battle above. The Lich King is an immortal emperor. How old is Lin Di? And he can actually rival an immortal emperor? I found you. Lin Ning looked into a spot in the void, using his divine domain to locate the Lich King's whereabouts. I will defeat you in the way you are best at. The god-slaying palm was unleashed in an instant, locking onto the Lich King's position as if it had a tracker. Bang! The Lich King appeared amidst an explosion, carelessly tidying his hair with his hand. His pupils suddenly constricted as he conjured a long spear, its blood-red light flickering and gathering, ultimately forming a blood-colored dragon. The blood-colored dragon opened its massive mouth and lunged towards Lin Ning from above. Lin Ning remained calm, merely tilting his head slightly to perfectly evade the dragon. Damn it! Didn't we agree not to use weapons? Why is the Lich King cheating? Inside Fantiang City, the blacksmiths cursed when they saw the long spear in the Lich King's hand. Is this the so-called genius of the demon race, resorting to cheating when he can't win? Ha! The demon race is all the same. None of them are good. If they can't win, they resort to underhanded tactics. Facing the crowd's curses, the Lich King chose to ignore them. At that moment, the blood-colored dragon that passed behind Lin Ning suddenly let out a sharp roar. Following that, a sharp sword light suddenly flashed out from the shadows, aimed directly at Lin Ning. The moment the sword light appeared, the blood-colored dragon, circling in the air, opened its massive mouth and swallowed the sword light. Bang! The blood-colored dragon's body suddenly exploded, turning into blood that splattered on the ground. I saved your life. No need to thank me, the Lich King said with a smile. Lin Ning shrugged. I already noticed someone was spying from behind. The Lich King spread his hands. Doesn't matter. I've already helped you solve it. He then looked behind Lin Ning and cursed. You old folks, don't interfere in my matters. At this time, an ancient voice responded. Lich King, please remember your identity. You are one of our demon race. Do not entertain any thoughts of befriending these humans. The Lich King, holding the spear in one hand, scoffed. Old man, have you lived too long and got nothing better to do? Nonsense. You are bringing shame to our demon race. The demon emperor shouted. Hurry up and bring the divine weapon back to the demon race. Pointing the spear at the location of the voice, the Lich King said seriously, I remember today as events, old man. One day, I will overturn you all. If you interfere again, I will definitely rebel against the demon race. Huh. Although you are called a genius youth, you are still too weak now. Wait until you become an emperor before talking to us about this. As the emperor's voice fell, an ancient incantation echoed across the heavens and earth. Outside Fantiang City, upon hearing this incantation, the million demon soldiers' eyes went hollow, and a wave of killing intent surged forth. Kill them. Seize the divine weapon, commanded an emperor. Kill. A million demon soldiers shouted in unison. Chapter 21. My name is Lin Ning. Defeat me next time. How could my demon army be out of control? Looking at the fierce demon army outside the city, no matter how the Lich King commanded, he could not lead them back the way they came. This made him somewhat flustered. What have you done? Ha! Lich King, you're still too young. A voice from a demon emperor came. Do you really think that with your talent, you could defeat us old fellows? We have seen everything you've done. We just didn't bother to care because you are a genius of the demon race. However, today, with the emergence of the emperor-level divine weapon, we must secure it. Don't ruin our good fortune. Lin Ning felt the gaze of others on him, and then heard the voice of the other party. You are Lin Di, also an emperor-level blacksmith. Am I right? Your talent is even more terrifying than that of the Lich King. Join us in the demon race, and you will surely achieve the title of emperor one day. What do you say? To the emperor's invitation, Lin Ning simply replied slowly, get lost. All right, another ignorant little brat. The demon emperor felt his face was losing dignity. His voice turned slightly grim. I never give others a second chance. Since you refused me in front of so many people, be prepared to welcome death. Lich King, if you dare help him again, we won't mind letting you face your own million-strong army. As for the genius of the demon race, if you die, there will be another genius of the demon race. It's just a matter of consuming a bit more resources. Today, let you witness the power of the ancient demon race. The Lich King's expression turned serious as he looked at Lin Ning, saying in a deep voice, my demon army has already been controlled by the emperor. When my army is gathered, it can slay the undying emperor. Now, I feel their gathered strength can match that of the emperor. Outside Fantiang City, the demon army was pressing closer. Their emitted aura had become substantial. even destroying a large part of the city gate. It's over, it's over, it's over. Ma Xian was like an ant on a hot pan, constantly pacing. Lin Di, what should we do? Beside him, Lazy Yu gripped the immortal shield, cursing, damn it, I just got the divine weapon. And I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful demon army directly. He looked grimly at the nearby demon army and said, their overall strength is strong. But if we can defeat them one by one, we might have a chance. Lin Di, as long as you give the order, I will lead the charge. Lin Ning stretched out his hand to stop him, calmly saying, no need to make it sound so dire. I can handle it alone. Lin Ning took a big step and leaped outside the city. The moment he appeared, the demon army controlled by the emperor instinctively took a step back. Kill him, ordered the demon emperor. You old folks who only dare to hide in the shadows think you can kill me? Lin Ning sneered. Even those old ones in the burial god mountain dare to attack me directly. You demon emperors only dare to command from the shadows and play tricks of ambush? Upon hearing this, a demon emperor laughed coldly. Burial god mountain? Huh, do you really think you need those seniors to act? Another emperor mocked, pretending. If you really dared to enter burial god mountain, you wouldn't be speaking so boldly now. Wait until you survive from this ancient demon army. Then come back and brag like the Lich King. Lin Ning smiled. A million army? Is that impressive? Next, please see my human emperor flag. Flag, come. With Lin Ning's command, a flag emitting black smoke, inscribed with the laws of the emperor, fluttered in the wind. 10,000 souls banner. Upon seeing the treasure in Lin Ning's hand, everyone could not help but take a few steps back. As cultivators, they might have never seen the 10,000 souls banner, but they had heard stories about it since childhood. They had a deep impression in their minds, believing it to be something evil. Therefore, when Lin Ning produced the human emperor flag, they foolishly thought it was the 10,000 souls banner. My God, how could Lin Di possess such an evil thing? Could it be that our Lin Di is actually an evil cultivator? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What do you know? This must be something Lin Di forgot to throw away after killing the demon race cultivators. It has to be that way. Hearing their words, Lin Ning was left speechless. Can't you all read? This is the human emperor flag, not some 10,000 souls banner. Lin Ning waved his hand to disperse the black smoke above, revealing the large characters on the flag. The flag read, Human Emperor Flag. I am the Human Emperor Flag. Please open your eyes. Originally, Lin Ning was already in a bad mood, and after hearing the Demon Emperor's mockery, his anger flared even more. Ha! I didn't expect there would be someone among the human race using the 10,000 souls banner, and it's even an emperor. I can't believe it. An emperor would display such a disgraceful act so openly, truly laughable. We are using an ancient demon army reinforced by forbidden spells. No matter how strong your 10,000 souls banner is, how can it compete with the power of the emperor? Lin Ning held the human emperor flag in his right hand, making a cracking sound. All right, you like to slander my human emperor flag, don't you? I originally thought to get along well with you, but what I received in return was mockery and ridicule. I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. Collect it, Lin Ning said in a deep voice. The ancient ballad echoed through the heavens and the earth, and scenes of tragic purgatory appeared in the world. As Lin Ning waved the human emperor's banner, a gust of wind instantly swept the million-strong demon army into the flag. Outside the city, it was barren with no signs of people. Is this it? Huh? The Lich King widened his eyes, closing and opening them again, validating the saying. I dare not open my eyes, hoping this is just an illusion. What is this soul banner? It's so powerful. Just a single wave? And my million-strong army is collected? Is such a terrifying soul banner really real? Could it be that I'm dreaming? In the depths of the demon clan, an emperor suddenly spat out blood. The million-strong army was summoned by him using the ancient forbidden spell of the demon clan, allowing the souls of ancient demon warriors to descend upon this army. Now, this million-strong army has been directly collected by Lin Ning, and his forbidden spell has been broken, causing the emperor to suffer backlash. Impossible! How can my demon army be taken away just like that? The emperor clutched his chest, unable to believe this fact. This million-strong army had gone through the training of the Lich King, and combined with the souls of ancient demons, they had the strength to battle the emperor. How could they be confiscated so easily? In the city of Vantion, did he win? The Emperor Lin won again? I said, this must be the human emperor's banner. It's hundreds of times more powerful than those soul banners. That's right, the Emperor Lin is even stronger than the Lich King. How could he possibly use something like a soul banner? The blacksmiths were very neutral. So-called neutrality, a clear center and a firm stance. They supported Lin Ning unconditionally. Did they run away? After collecting the million-strong army, Lin Ning no longer sensed the probing of the emperors. My brothers, the Lich King's heart was bleeding. This was the demon army that had accompanied him through life and death. In the Lich King's heart, they were not subordinates but brothers. Don't look at me. I can't return what I've collected, Lin Ning said. The Lich King said solemnly, I know this matter has nothing to do with you. Emperor Lin, when I return to settle accounts with those old folks, I'll come to seek you out for a spar. I'll wait for you. My name is Lin Ning. Next time we meet, defeat me with your strongest method. Chapter 22. I understand. They are pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. Finally, the matter was settled. Hearing that they were to go to the Emperor Lin's sect, Lazy felt very excited. What kind of powerful sect could cultivate an emperor at just 18 years old? Moreover, my master is no ordinary emperor. Even the talented young Lich King of the Demon Clan had to leave in disgrace when faced with my master. Lazy imagined that the sect where Lin Ning was located must be a super sect that had existed since ancient times. After years of accumulation, they had lost interest in the outside world and ultimately became a hidden sect, occasionally emerging to stir up bloodshed, instilling fear in others. Indeed, the million-strong demon army was collected by my master's human emperor's banner, causing a great loss for the demon clan. Could it be that in the sect where Emperor Lin is, even the emperors are just gatekeepers? Lazy thought for a while, and it seemed to be the case. After all, he was also a prominent figure at the peak of the emperor realm and had now become Lin Ning's servant. Turning to the two beautiful women beside him, Lazy frowned. My master said they are his senior sisters and masters. Why are their cultivation levels so low? The great emperor of wind and thunderburned. This isn't right. How could a master's master only be at the perfect stage of the tribulation transcendence? Shouldn't she be a world-destroying powerhouse? You're telling me that someone at the perfect stage of tribulation transcendence could train a person who can easily suppress an undying emperor? Is that reasonable? Lazy glanced at Xiao Yuxuan beside him. Her realm was even lower. I'm really confused. This situation doesn't seem right. At this moment, the two women were chatting with Lin Ning. Lin Ning originally thought to return to the Xuanming Sect by walking through the void. Flying is nothing special. Many people can fly with swords after reaching a certain level, right? However, this was about tearing through the void, allowing him to quickly return to the Xuanming Sect. This is a standard for emperors. It's much cooler than ordinary sword flying. However, Xiao Yuxuan thought of returning to the Xuanming Sect by flying with a sword. She had stayed in Vantion City for too long, 10 years. During these 10 years, from the beginning of learning from her master to later on leaving, Xiao Yuxuan had been continuously honing her skills in the shop. What she faced were mainly the red-hot, mysterious iron and various forging materials. Although she had occasionally gone out, she had the fire of revenge in her heart before fulfilling her 10-year promise. That fire of revenge was like a heavy haze covering Xiao Yuxuan's world. Before avenging herself, the harder Xiao Yuxuan worked, the heavier the sense of oppression brought by that haze became. Now, with her great revenge avenged, Xiao Yuxuan felt like a prisoner trapped in a cage for years, finally able to see the light of day. Therefore, she specifically told Lin Ning that she could fly back on the way and buy some things when passing through towns. I almost forgot. I'm also a girl who loves beauty, Xiao Yuxuan said. I will buy many beautiful clothes, skirts, long skirts, short skirts, backless ones, leg-revealing ones, and sexy ones. Hearing this, Lin Ning naturally agreed. No. The more I see the three of them chatting happily, the more I feel something is wrong. My master's combat power has reached the level of the undying emperor. The aura he exudes sends chills down my spine. Lazy thought to himself, if these two are just small Karami who haven't reached the emperor realm, how could they be unaffected by my master's imperial might? Thinking of this, Lazy suddenly slapped his thigh. I know. I understand. They must be big shots. Perhaps they were once emperors. They must be pretending to be pigs to eat tigers, trying to deceive me. I am the great emperor of wind and thunder. Lazy Yu speculated that Xuanming and Xiao Yuxuan must have been emperors before, but had not taken that step for a long time. Therefore, they chose to disperse their cultivation and start anew. This time, they want to perfect every realm, and when they return to the emperor position, all the small realms will be complete, allowing them to step out smoothly when facing the heavenly tribulation. Yes, it must be like this. Lazy Yu nodded in satisfaction. 10,000 years ago, when I was still young, I bought the legend of the ancient immortal heroes at the market. They should be like the big shots in the book. Lazy Yu increasingly felt that his judgment was accurate. He touched his head and mumbled, I am indeed the great emperor of wind and thunder. My brain works better than others. At this moment, he looked at Xuanming and Xiao Yuxuan with growing admiration. Huh? Xuanming covered her cherry lips with her hand and said softly, Why does Lazy Yu look at us with such admiration? Xiao Yuxuan shook her head, looking gloomy. This feeling, why does it seem like we're looking at big figures? Are we relying on the blessings of our junior brother? That doesn't seem right, right? The great emperor of wind and thunder is so proud. How could he look up to us, two small karami? The city below is very lively. Suddenly, Xiao Yuxuan's eyes lit up as she saw countless people surging in the streets of a city below, densely packed figures attracting her attention. Seventh sister, do you want to go take a look? Lin Ning asked. Is that okay? A pair of charming eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Yuxuan looked at Lin Ning like a snow-white fox, looking pitiful. Of course, let us go, Lin Ning said. Chongfeng Wharf, in the bustling city. Suddenly, a four-member team attracted everyone's attention. A tall, slender young man dressed in white, radiating warmth like the sun. Two stunningly beautiful women, whose figures could surpass 99. 9 of the world's beauties. And one man, towering at 3 meters, with a robust build, a serious expression, and a mature appearance. This combination was like a Prince Charming with Beauty and the Beast. Look, that young man is so handsome. How can there be such a good-looking man in the world? The 2 beauties beside him are also incredibly pretty. Those jade legs and feet, that figure. Why are my tears flowing out uncontrollably? Second brother, hold on. No, don't hold on. The flight is canceled today. Just take it easy. Control yourself. Don't mess around. In Chongfeng Dock, the cultivators stared intently at Lin Ning and his group. However, facing the discussions and praises from the crowd, Lazy Yu had a dark expression. What is this? What do you mean by their extraordinary demeanor? Is the big man beside them even considered a person? Lazy Yu complained his heart. I am the Wind Thunder Emperor. Have you heard of the Wind Thunder Emperor? A big figure who's been active in the Emperor realm for thousands of years. It's just that I have a good temper. If it were another emperor, this Chongfeng Dock would have ceased to exist long ago. Lazy Yu didn't want to argue with them. After all, he is the Wind Thunder Emperor, okay? Back in the day, when I was showing off my skills, countless saintesses admired me. All right? Ziyu, come pay, I have no money. Lin Ning's voice suddenly came. Hey, coming. Chapter 23. Senior Sister Nelly Xuanming Sect. Meteorite Peak, formerly Wunyan Peak. A stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure and wild clothing stood by the pond that used to be at Wunyan Peak, looking confused. In this ancient continent, women's clothing was incredibly wild and ahead of its time. She wore a garment made of animal skin on her upper body, which barely covered her proud curves. Her waist and other parts were completely exposed, her fair skin resembling sheep fat jade. The lower half was a leopard print miniskirt, revealing a large section of her long, fair jade legs. The woman stood 2 meters tall, and her legs could reach the chest of an adult man, making her a true leg beauty. At this moment, this wild and bold woman stood barefoot by the pond, looking around in confusion. Is this still Wunyan Peak? I was only away for 20 years. How has everything changed? Nelly scratched her head, recalling that her master had told her that the layout of Wunyan Peak would never change. How could it be that after 20 years of being away, the trees she planted before were all cut down? Could it be that all these years she has changed her mind and found a man? Nelly scanned the area. She remembered that there were many Wunyan trees in Wunyan Peak. These were planted by her and her master, and even if the sky fell, those trees would not be cut down. But now it has changed. As she was deep in thought, Three disciples of Xuanming Sect appeared in her line of sight. They nudged each other, their faces filled with a certain desire. Look, look, there's such a hot beauty in Meteorite Peak. Could it be that she admires our peak and specially came to join Meteorite Peak? I saw it long ago. If this beauty can come here as her senior brother, I'd definitely mentor her day and night. Haha, is your mentoring serious? The three quickly walked up to Nellie, smiling as they looked at her. We don't know what brings you to Meteorite Peak, miss. Are you lost? We are disciples of Xuanming Sect and can show you around the sect. Upon hearing this, Nellie frowned. Meteorite Peak? Isn't this Xuanming Peak? Lucy smiled and said, Xuanming Peak? Our Xuanming Sect doesn't have Xuanming Peak. Did you remember it wrong? Yeah. What is Xuanming Peak? How can it compare to our Meteorite Peak? The companion looked at Nellie with a lewd expression. The next moment, bang, Nellie punched out, directly sending that man flying. He flew backward and crashed heavily into a fake mountain, unconscious on the ground. Why did you suddenly hit someone? Lucy's face turned cold. This is the territory of Xuanming Sect, and you, an outsider, dare to hurt someone. Saying that, Lucy whistled a special melody. The next moment, Nellie saw a group of cultivators coming from all directions. Oh, Lucy, I thought Meteorite Peak encountered a strong enemy. But it turns out you called us to see this hot beauty? All right, buddy, you're generous. I'll call you to see it next time, too. Hearing his companions, Lucy's face turned dark, and he said in a deep voice, This woman is a thorny rose. She just knocked Wu Chi out cold. Upon hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, their smiles instantly disappearing. Miss, are you provoking our Xuanming Sect? A cultivator said in a deep voice. Nellie's voice was cold. Why insult my Xuanming Peak? Where's Xuanming Peak gone? If you don't tell me, you'll die. Lucy laughed heartily. Have you put all your capabilities into your figure? Do you have no brain at all? This is Xuanming Sect territory. You, an outsider, are so audacious. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, we might spare your life. Saying this, Lucy wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, saying, I love this kind of reckless woman the most. If you beg me now, I can help you. Otherwise, you will suffer a painful torment to soothe my injured junior brother's heart. With a cold gaze directed at Lucy, Nellie's long fingers suddenly transformed into claws, and she coldly said, You seek death. As soon as her words fell, Nellie, dressed in leopard print, pounced like a fierce hunting leopard, arriving in front of Lucy in an instant. Her 5 fingers curled into claws, and with a swish, her sharp claws struck Lucy's throat, slicing downwards. The next moment, warm blood sprayed from the wound, and feeling the intense pain in his throat, Lucy instinctively covered his throat. However, he found that the flesh from his throat to his chest was rapidly splitting open, and as the wound grew larger, he could even see his lungs inside. You. Lucy's voice was hoarse, and he widened his eyes before dying. Kill her. The disciples of Meteorite Sect sensed something was wrong and immediately joined forces to attack Nellie. Finally, I'm back. Xiao Yuxuan looked at the familiar gate of Xuanming Sect, feeling as if countless sealed memories were being unlocked. Scenes from when she first entered the sect flooded her mind, one drop at a time. Sect Master Shun. The disciple at the gate was shocked when he saw Shun Yin's appearance. How? Did you really think I would come back? Over the years, those who entered Zongshan Mountain and came out were few and far between. Shun Yin naturally knew what this young disciple was thinking. The disciple didn't dare. The young cultivator lowered his head. Shun Yin said nothing more, but eagerly led Lin Ning and the others back to Xuanming Peak. Huh? This is the sect where the adult is? Lazy Yu was dumbfounded. On the way here, upon learning it was Xuanming Sect, Lazy Yu brainstormed and searched his memories. After knowing nothing, he concluded that Xuanming Sect should be a super hidden sect. However, after truly arriving at Xuanming Sect, Lazy Yu felt like he had been scammed. This damn place can really cultivate a big shot like Lin Ning? Are you crazy? You call this a sect? Even at my lowest. I never stayed at such a poor sect. Damn it. Adult, is this the sect you belong to? Lazy Yu asked unwillingly. Lin Ning nodded yes. Then what is your identity? A disciple of Xuanming Peak. A rejected cultivator? Oh, if my master hadn't taken me in, I wouldn't even be a servant disciple. I might have been thrown into the wilderness to feed wolves. Lin Ning saw through the other party's thoughts and smiled. Do you think coming here with me is the biggest mistake of your life? Reiziyu shook his head in denial and proclaimed, I, Reiziyu, have always kept my word. Moreover, I have sworn in the name of the great emperor to be your servant for all eternity. I understand now, it is not the Xuanming Sect that is powerful. But you, Emperor Lin, why should I care about my own location? As long as I am by your side, that is enough. The two individuals who had been sentenced to death by the Xuanming Sect reappeared at the sect, accompanied by a stunning beauty and a burly man. This caused the disciples of the Xuanming Sect to gossip, each of them looking as if they had seen a ghost. Shen Yin paid no attention to their opinions and quickly returned to Wunyan Peak with her disciples. Upon returning, she found that all the Wunyan trees had disappeared. Furthermore, she saw a familiar figure with a familiar face who was currently being besieged by the sect master of Qingyun and several elders. Stop, Shen Yin said in a deep voice. Chapter 24. Was it you who injured my senior sister? On the meteorite peak, looking at the bloodied Naili, the Qingyun saint laughed coldly. I thought that after traveling for many years, you would have changed. Who would have thought you were still the same as before? Beside him, the master of Candlefire Peak looked mockingly. Shen Yin has been at the God Burial Mountain for many days. That ominous place. Even the great emperor would not return if they entered. He continued, and your useless disciple Lin Ning was nothing but a talentless waste. And he actually sneaked away from the sect before the 3-year appointment. If the Xuanming Sect sends someone to issue a challenge and cannot find Lin Ning, will that not bring us shame? Upon hearing this, the Qingyun saint's face turned ashen. As Lin Ning's former master, he had once declared that he would expel Lin Ning from the sect. He never expected Shen Yin to protect him so fiercely. Now, with the 3-year appointment approaching and Lin Ning having fled, Shen Yin would probably die at the God Burial Mountain. When that time comes, if Chu Qingge comes to their door, it would only bring ridicule to the Qingyun sect. The most embarrassing would be him, the sect master. You're talking nonsense. My master cannot die there. She will definitely return. Naili trembled, glaring fiercely at the master of Candlefire Peak. We do not know if she is dead or alive. The master of Candlefire Peak shouted, as a disciple of the Qingyun sect, you dare to harm your fellow sect members in public. Saying this, he cupped his hands towards the Qingyun saint and said, Sect master, according to sect rules, I request you to order the execution of Naili. Yes, Naili should be executed to restore justice for Meteorite Peak. The disciples of Meteorite Peak echoed, Execute Naili. Execute Naili. Killing must be repaid with death. This is the law of heaven. If Naili does not die, the anger of the disciples cannot be quelled. At this moment, the master of Candlefire Peak added, Moreover, Naili just attacked our elders and you, sect master. This is a great disrespect. He looked at Naili with a smug expression, feeling pleased. Years ago, Naili, as the senior sister of Wunyan Peak, had many disciples from Candlefire Peak pursuing her. Because she was too aloof, many unrequited disciples were filled with resentment. Those disciples used many underhanded tactics to force Naili, but ended up being severely beaten by her, which eventually escalated to the Qingyun saint. The master of Candlefire Peak knew he was in the wrong and compensated Wunyan Peak with many resources, but he deeply resented Wunyan Peak, especially Naili. This time, he vowed to vent all his hatred on Naili. What else do you have to say? The Qingyun saint looked down at Naili with an air of superiority. I have done nothing wrong. Naili coughed, blood spilling from her mouth. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression full of resentment. If I have any fault, it is that my strength is too weak to kill all you dogs. This. The master of Candlefire Peak pointed at Naili, looking at the Qingyun saint. Sect master, look at how our Qingyun sect has such a vile disciple. She actually wants to kill us all. This is a great act of rebellion. The Qingyun saint snorted coldly, a secret method gathering at his fingertip, then pointing it at Naili. In the next moment, a burst of white light erupted from his hand, the full power of the tribulation period overwhelming Naili. Master, I am an unfilial disciple and fail to help you deal with these old fools. Naili felt immense regret in her heart, wishing she were stronger so that she could return to the Qingyun sect sooner. If that were the case, she could see Master Shen Yin again and even accompany her to the God Burial Mountain. Damn it, a bunch of big men bullying a little girl. What kind of skill is that? Reiziyu shouted, his undying shield flying out towards the Qingyun saint. Buzz, He felt a buzzing in his ears, followed by an explosion sound nearby. At the same time, Nayli felt a warm power enveloping her, shielding her from the explosion's damage. Bang! A heavy sound echoed as the Qingyun Saint was struck by the undying shield, breaking several of his ribs. He fell to the ground, covered in dirt, looking utterly ridiculous. Who is it? The elders were taken aback. They knew the sect master's strength. This was a powerful figure at the full tribulation period. Yet he was actually knocked down? Following the direction of the shield's return, the elders widened their eyes, all looking as if they had seen a ghost. Shen Yan? How could you be here, Master Shen? The master of Candlefire Peak exclaimed in shock. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect and other elders were equally astonished. Wasn't she supposed to go to the God Burial Mountain? How could she return alive? This is impossible. No one could survive that long in the God Burial Mountain. The only explanation that could calm them was that Shen Yan had not entered the God Burial Mountain, but hesitated at the mountain gate, staying outside for a while before returning to the sect to avoid being laughed at. If asked later, she could just say she had fulfilled the appointment. After all, no one in the sect would be foolish enough to go to the God Burial Mountain to verify the truth. It was like SC Char Dinger's cat. If she didn't go in, no one would know the outcome. Damn it! The Qingyun Saint got up from the ground, his hair a mess, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Upon seeing Shen Yan, he was first stunned, then smiled and asked, "So, is Master Shen, have you completed the 30-year appointment?" He did not know if she had really gone to the God Burial Mountain. After all, Shen Yan was one of the main forces of the Qingyun Sect. Her survival would greatly benefit the sect. Although the situation was chaotic, the Qingyun Saint believed that as long as they continued to provide Wunyan Peak with many resources as before, this matter would pass. Shen Yan, isn't she easy to bully? My senior sister's injuries were caused by you, right? Lin Ning's voice came through. The white-clothed young man before them merely glanced at them, and the elders actually sensed the aura of death. How dare you speak to your elders like that? The master of Candlefire Peak shouted angrily. Do you also want to learn from your senior sister and disrespect your superiors? Hurry up and apologize to the Peak Masters. As soon as he finished speaking, slap. The master of Candlefire Peak's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. He covered his red face, angrily looking at Yu. Damn it, what are you staring at? Yu retorted, hey, my temper is hot. If it weren't for the fact that the Qingyun Sect is the place where my master grew up, you would have been dead long ago, and I'm supposed to let you stare at me? The master of Candlefire Peak was furious. This was the territory of the Qingyun Sect. When had they ever been bullied by outsiders? Just as he was about to act, the Qingyun Saint intervened to stop him. May I ask the name of this friend? The Qingyun Saint said, having already noticed the other's extraordinary abilities from that slap. You think it matters who I am? Yu scoffed. What good is knowing my name to you? My master is asking you. Is it you who injured his senior sister? Chapter 25. Do you really think I am the Lin Ning from 3 years ago? Master? The crowd looked puzzled. This little giant actually referred to Lin Ning as master? Is the world going crazy? Lin Ning took a step forward, his gaze locking onto the Qingyun Saint. The latter felt like prey, being stared at by a hungry beast. What's going on? Why do I sense the aura of death? A wave of turmoil surged in the heart of the Qingyun Saint. Is this the same useless Lin Ning I know? It was you who harmed my senior sister together, right? Lin Ning glanced at Neri. Neither he nor his predecessor had met this senior sister, but it was clear that she must have clashed with these elders because of Wunyan Peak. Wait, where's the Wunyan tree I planted? Shen Yan looked at the bare ground. Her killing intent could no longer be concealed. Master, should I kill them? Lin Ning asked. Shen Yan took out the Xuanming sword and said slowly, No need, I can handle these old fools by myself. As she spoke, she pointed her sword at the Qingyun Saint and said seriously, In Qingyun Sect, only you dare to command others to cut down my Wunyan tree, right? My eldest disciple was also injured by you. How should we settle this score? The Qingyun Saint snorted coldly, originally intending to have a good conversation with Shen Yan. But now, being pointed at with a sword, what else there to talk about? A few days ago, it was you who went to God Burial Mountain. The Qingyun Saint sneered. I didn't know you could come out alive from there. According to common sense, everyone who goes and dies, so I thought you were dead. Since the master of Wunyan Peak died inside, is there any need for Wunyan Peak to exist? The Qingyun Saint looked at Neri again. your senior disciple returned and killed several Xuanming Sect disciples, even drawing her sword against us elders. It is reasonable for us to help discipline her, since you, as her master, did not manage her well. With a flick of his wrist, a streak of sword light suddenly slashed towards the Xuanming Saint, and Xuanming sneered. Educate her? Huh, my disciple can only be educated by me. No one else can bully her. Such fast swordsmanship. The Xuanming Saint's expression changed, and he waved the feather duster in his hand, slightly turning his body to evade Xuanming's attack almost in a close manner. You insolent thing! The Xuanming Saint shouted angrily. You too! How dare you attack me? The sect master. Are you trying to rebel? Xuanming sneered. Old fool, I see you are confused. Xuanming Sect does not need a muddle-headed fool. Old fool, you should step down if you are old. If you can't do it, let me take over. As her voice fell, her jade foot gently tapped the ground, and Xuanming strode forward. Xuanming, how dare you, a great ascension-level cultivator, speak to me like this? The Xuanming Saint scoffed, his feather duster first fluffed up like it had exploded, then transformed into silver spikes harder than black iron. Swift wind spike. The Xuanming Saint shouted loudly. The silver spikes in his hand instantly shot towards Xuanming. A mere trick, awakening the nether body. Xuanming mobilized the spiritual energy within her, and waves of aura from the nether erupted, instantly freezing the ground into blocks of ice. The silver spikes unleashed by the Xuanming Saint were instantly frozen upon arrival and fell heavily to the ground. How is this possible? The Xuanming Saint exclaimed in surprise. The master of Candlefire gaped. When did Xuanming gain such powerful strength? Isn't she at the Great Ascension stage? How could the sect master's technique be easily broken by her? When did she master such a technique? Unlike the reactions of the Xuanming Sect and others. Laziu stroked his chin, looking at Xuanming with a serious expression. The nether body? She is actually the legendary nether body? Huh, she isn't that young anymore. If she was a congenital nether body, why is she only at the perfected tribulation period now? Laziu was puzzled. Cultivators with such rare physiques usually outstrip their peers in cultivation speed from a young age. Just like the Lich King, he also had a rare congenital body and became an emperor in just 100 years. You are at the perfected tribulation period. The Xuanming Saint finally realized Xuanming's change, looking at her in horror. He was shocked to find that Xuanming was not only at the perfected tribulation period, but also stronger than himself. Huh, only now do you realize? The cold eyes from the nether gathered on the Xuanming sword as Xuanming held the long sword with both hands, descending from the sky with a downward slash. The sword light struck the ground, and the nether cold ice surged from underground, forming sharp ice pillars. Xuanming shield. The Xuanming Saint formed seals with both hands, and a huge blue shield coalesced in front of him. However, under the impact of the ice pillars, the Xuanming shield was instantly shattered. The piercing cold ice fell onto the Xuanming Saint, making him feel as if his soul was plummeting into an abyss, a sense of powerlessness deeply enveloping him. Master Shun, all this is my fault. Let us have a good talk. Don't you want to be the sect master? I can give it to you. Xuanming sneered. You don't know you are wrong. You know you are about to die. The sword light pierced into the Xuanming Saint's body, penetrating him. No. The Xuanming Saint lowered his head, staring in shock at the ice pillar in his chest, and then the world lost all color. Thud! The Xuanming Saint collapsed to the ground, the ice pillar on him melting into water, the flowing blood dyeing half of his body red. Dead? The sect master was actually killed by Xuanming? How is this possible? Our sect master was about to break through to become an emperor. How could he not withstand a single sword from Master Shun? Wasn't she at the Great Ascension stage before? Could it really be true what the outside world says? That although God Burial Mountain has a high risk of death, it also has many opportunities? The elders looked at the rising Xuanming, their minds also confirming this thought. Otherwise, how could Xuanming jump directly from the Great Ascension stage to the perfected tribulation period in such a short time? The master of Candlefire glanced at the dead Xuanming Saint, then tried to slip away. Huh, where do you think you're going? Xuanming slashed out with a sword, and the head of the master of Candlefire rolled to the ground. We welcome Sect Master Shun back to the sect. The master of Ice Cloud Peak was the first to shout. Welcome Sect Master Shun back to the sect. Welcome Sect Master Shun back to the sect. After expressing their stance, the Master of Ice Cloud Peak stood respectfully beside Shun Yin. A Peak Master said solemnly, Sect Master, there is less than a month until the 3-year agreement. I heard that Chuchinga is already a Xuanming stage cultivator. Lin Ning is likely to be no match this time. Although what I am saying may not be to your liking, I still want to say that as the Sect Master, Lin Ning, as your disciple, has now become the true successor of Xuanming Sect. If he cannot withstand Chuchinga, it will be embarrassing for you. Xiao Yuxuan, Neri, and others have long been away from the sect. The outside world does not know they are Shun Yin's disciples. And the people from Xuanming Sect only recognize Lin Ning. Therefore, the elders suggested, why don't we establish another true successor? Even if Lin Ning loses, it will still save your face. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Ning, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Oh? How do you know I will not be a match for Chuchinga? Do you really think I am the Lin Ning from 3 years ago? Chapter 26. I am the Wind Thunder Emperor. Little Ning, although your master survived from God Burial Mountain and gained the strength of perfected tribulation period, she cannot help you fulfill the agreement. The many peak masters of Xuanming Sect earnestly advised Lin Ning. Your 3-year agreement with Chuchinga can only be completed by you alone. The sect master cannot help you. Moreover, if the sect master intervenes, the sect master of Xuanming Sect will also intervene. After all, he is an immortal emperor, and all of us in Xuanming Sect combined cannot match even a finger of his. Xuanming Sect is a strange and very powerful sect in the ancient continent. Thanks to their immortal emperor sect master, after he became an emperor, he seized countless resources for this sect. When he was still just an emperor, he already led Xuanming Sect to develop into a medium-sized sect, not to mention he is now an immortal emperor. However, the Xuanming Sect can only be considered a below-average sect in the ancient wilderness continent. It was precisely because of the strength disparity between the two sects that Chuchinga felt confident. After entering the Xuanming Sect, she planned to annul her engagement with Lin Ning. Coincidentally, Lin Ning's cultivation had been completely lost at that time, giving her a direct reason to do so. An immortal emperor? Lin Ning squinted slightly, thinking to himself, I wonder how that guy's strength compares to the Lich King. Who would be stronger? Lin Ning was unimpressed by the strength of the Xuanming Sect's master. What does it matter how high your cultivation is? I can still bring your cultivation down to my level, making it 50-50 between us. Even the old brothers from the God Burial Mountain couldn't do anything about me. Comparing inheritances? Comparing foundations? Sorry, my friend, you still need to train. Indeed, that's absolutely true. The many peak masters chimed in. In recent years, after that big shot became an immortal emperor, he had hidden the Xuanming Sect with formations, making it seem like a secluded sect, and over the years, they had only occasionally heard snippets of news from them. The last time they heard about him was when he advanced to become an immortal emperor. As for Chuchinga being able to make the Xuanming Sect announce something unprecedented, she probably held a significant voice within the sect. As a mysterious, secluded sect, the news about its disciples typically wouldn't leak. The elders of the Xuanming Sect speculated that the news they heard about Chuchinga was intentionally released by her. One was to annoy Lin Ning, and the other was to give the Xuanming Sect a little shock. Hee, it doesn't matter. Lin Ning waved his hand. Nascent soul stage? If it were an ordinary person, I would praise you for being impressive. But I am invincible. I can only say, you still need to train. A bunch of opportunistic fence-sitters. Lazy Yu silently criticized these peak masters. He remembered that just a moment ago, they were still thinking about killing Lin Ning and the others. Earlier, they had called him a waste and a rebel. Now, they were actually calling him Xuanming. If the master's mentor didn't step in to kill their sect master, would these fence-sitters be so polite? Lin Ning looked calmly at the many elders and disciples of the Xuanming Sect. He could tell that these old folks still wanted to discuss reinstating Shun Yin as the true disciple. First of all, Lin Ning said solemnly, the matter of the 3-year agreement, I alone can accomplish it. As for their sect master, what does it matter if he is an immortal emperor? If he dares to come out, I could beat him up too. Secondly, I am not the Lin Ning of 3 years ago. As he spoke, an aura of a perfectly realized emperor burst forth from Lin Ning's body, instantly stirring up waves of spiritual energy around him. These spiritual energy storms rampaged through the Xuanming Sect, enveloping everyone in the might of the emperor. The peak masters who had just been clamoring to reinstate the true disciple were now all intimidated by this imperial might, bowing their heads in submission. Those older peak masters were even more shocked. The moment this imperial might appeared from Lin Ning, they closed their eyes, clutching their chests, and fainted. Lin Ning looked at everyone with a smile. "Do you really think I am the old Lin Ning? The great emperor? How is that possible? You are actually an emperor?" Everyone in the Xuanming Sect was dumbfounded. "How is that possible? Just a few days ago, you were still an ordinary person with no cultivation. How could you have become an emperor now? A soldier's departure for 3 days can surely turn him into an emperor? Damn, I must have cooked too much and gone crazy. How could Lin Ning possibly be an emperor?" A peak master trembled as he looked at Lin Ning, his voice shaking. "Are you really an emperor?" Lin Ning retorted. "If I'm not an emperor, then what about you? Didn't you just say you wanted to reinstate the true disciple?" The young man in white stood tall in the sunlight, his sleeves fluttering in the cold wind, smiling as he looked at everyone. "Who wants to become the true disciple? Defeat me, and you will be the true disciple of the Xuanming Sect." At this moment, Shen Yin smiled like a flower at Lin Ning. "Defeating you, not to mention becoming the true disciple of the Xuanming Sect. I could even give him my position as sect master." Lei Ziyu leisurely said, "If he can defeat the master, I am willing to give him my position as the sect master of the Wind Thunder Pavilion." The sect master of the Wind Thunder Pavilion? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They looked at Lei Ziyu in fear. They had never heard of this person's name before. However, they had certainly heard of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. The Wind Thunder Pavilion was founded by the Wind Thunder Emperor and is a powerful force in the ancient wilderness continent, with influence throughout the entire continent. Every person who could enter the Wind Thunder Pavilion was a madman practicing the power of wind and thunder. Yes, these people were so crazy that they would storm into others' tribulations, seizing lightning from them to temper their bodies. "You just said you are the master of the Wind Thunder Pavilion? Are you?" The master of the Wind Thunder Pavilion is the Wind Thunder Emperor, a giant who is a perfectly realized emperor. How could you possibly be the master? Big shot, I admit you are strong. But the Wind Thunder Emperor is not someone anyone can impersonate at will. If discovered, the Wind Thunder Pavilion will hunt you down. Hearing this, Lei Ziyu snorted coldly. Being hunted down by the Wind Thunder Pavilion? That's a reverse Tian gang, right? I am the Wind Thunder Emperor. An aura of a perfectly realized emperor burst forth from Lei Ziyu, and in an instant, he retracted it. But that moment was enough. In that brief moment, everyone had felt the terrifying power, and a horrifying image appeared before their eyes. In a certain realm, lightning flashed and thunder roared from all directions, as if lightning was the essence of that world. Amidst the violent tribulation, a burly middle-aged man stood in the air, half his body exposed. He gently extended his hand, and the raging lightning seemed to be commanded by him, all quieting down. The man in the picture was none other than this little giant before them. "I am a master of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, the Wind Thunder Emperor, Lei Ziyu." Lei Ziyu bowed to Lin Ning. "Now, I am merely the servant of Lin Di." Lei Ziyu, 4 generations, is willing to go through fire and water for Lin Di. Chapter 27 News of Lin Di. Chu Chinga? A joke. Recently, 2 pieces of news have stirred up heated discussions in the ancient wilderness continent. The first, Xuanming Sect disciple Chu Chinga defeated Su Qi, becoming the new true disciple of the Xuanming Sect. The second, the Xuanming Sect invites many cultivators from the ancient wilderness continent to visit the Xuanming Sect in 25 days to witness Chu Chinga's stepping into the tribulation stage, and to see her fulfill the 3-year agreement with Lin Ning. These 2 pieces of news spread almost simultaneously throughout the ancient wilderness continent. The news from the mysterious Xuanming Sect immediately attracted countless people's attention and became a topic of discussion during many people's meals. What? Chu Chinga was actually able to defeat Su Qi at the nascent soul stage? Su Qi is a genius at the tribulation stage. I've heard news about Su Qi for many years. I didn't expect this time to hear such a tragic news. To become the true disciple of the Xuanming Sect, there are many requirements, the most crucial being age must not exceed 18. Defeat the current true disciple. Su Qi, the previous true disciple of the Xuanming Sect, first appeared in the ancient wilderness continent when he was only 15 years old. Yet at that age, he defeated all geniuses aged 18 and below across the ancient wilderness continent. When he claimed the title of the first among the young generation in the ancient wilderness continent, he once said, "I have seen many geniuses, but they all call me a genius." Those who have never heard of Su Qi might think he is too arrogant, young, and unaware of the world. However, those who have witnessed Su Qi's true abilities would silently nod in agreement with his arrogant words. At the age of 17, Su Qi had already stepped into the tribulation stage. Even the so-called genius of the demon race, the Lich King, couldn't he even see Su Qi's shadow during that same period? Su Qi actually lost? How is that possible? My brother cannot lose. He is the one most likely to step into the Emperor realm before the age of 30. How could he lose? In the ancient continent, those die-hard fans supporting Su Qi were in tears upon hearing the news. Impossible. There must be some conspiracy behind this. Who is Chuchinga to compare with my brother? Right, this person is someone I've never even heard of. It must be fake news. The fans refuse to believe it. According to the second piece of news, Chuchinga hasn't even crossed the tribulation yet. How could a nascent soul stage cultivator defeat Su Qi, who is in the tribulation stage? Of course, there were also many rational cultivators in the ancient continent. The Xuanming Sect, a mysterious and powerful sect, produced a genius like Su Qi. So it's clear that there would be a second genius as well. Obviously, Chuchinga's talent surpasses Su Qi's, and if given a little more time, she will undoubtedly become an emperor in the future. The Xuanming Sect is a gathering place for geniuses. Anyone who can enter this sect is called a certain genius. Huh? I didn't expect that Chuchinga actually has a story with the Xuanming Sect, a 3-year agreement. How interesting. Wait, what kind of small sect is Xuanming Sect? Is this sect even in the ancient continent? Why have I never heard of it? Oh, so it's a sect that ranks in the lower tier. No wonder I've never heard of it. After learning that Chuchinga had become a true disciple, cultivators all over the ancient continent could hardly fathom just how high her talent truly was. A young girl like her, able to defeat Su Qi in the tribulation stage with just the nascent soul stage? This can no longer be defined as talent. People are more willing to call her a monstrosity. Even if you could defeat Su Qi at the same level, everyone would call you the number one, let alone being in a nascent soul stage. Therefore, when they heard that the Xuanming Sect invited cultivators from all sides to witness Chuchinga fulfill her 3-year agreement, everyone was looking forward to the show. After all, Xuanming Sect is just a small sect. What kind of super genius could emerge from it? Even if there is one, the talent from such small sects are likely to collapse in heart and mind after entering the Xuanming Sect. In 25 days, we can watch a good show. What good show is there to watch? With Chuchinga's talent, her cultivation must be as easy as drinking water. She can already defeat Su Qi at the nascent soul stage. What about 25 days later? The Xuanming Sect has already declared that in 25 days, we will witness Chuchinga step into the tribulation stage. At that time, her strength will surge once again, and that guy Lin Ning will probably be beaten with one hand. In Fantian City, as a major holy land for forging, people from different places come to Fantian City every day in search of their desired weapons. The news of the Xuanming Sect also spread widely in the city with the arrival of these people. Of course, many rumors, after being passed around by individuals, had already diverged significantly from the original version. What? After defeating Su Qi, Chuchinga is actually named a candidate for Sect Master? Isn't that too fast? 17 years old. An emperor? Are you kidding me? Is she really 17? What terrifying talent. Would such a formidable beauty even look at me? Cultivation is so hard. I don't want to work hard anymore. A 3-year agreement? An emperor? That sounds so exciting. After being briefly misled by these fake news, the forgers quickly reacted, just because the name they heard was none other than Lin Ning. A 3-year agreement, and the opponent is Lin Ning? That name sounds so familiar. It feels like I've heard it somewhere before. My God, is it that person I've heard of? In Fantian City, the forgers stopped their work one after another, looking around in their shops, exchanging glances with the forgers in the opposite shop. The local forgers in Fantian City had images of a young man gradually appearing in their minds. The answer was already on the tip of their tongues. Lin Emperor? No way, could it be him? Or is it just a coincidence of names? The forgers remembered that when the Lich King left, they heard Lin Emperor say, "My name is Lin Ning. The next time we meet, defeat me in your most powerful way." The hammer in his hand suddenly slipped, and the glowing black iron, burned red by the flames, fell to the ground, getting covered in dust. Ignoring the dissatisfied looks from customers, the old forger trembled with excitement. "I remember that girl Yuxuan told me when she learned the craft from me that she came from the Xuanming Sect, and Lin Emperor called Yuxuan his senior sister. This means Lin Emperor is from the Xuanming Sect, and the Xuanming Sect's true disciple who is about to fight to the death is precisely Lin Emperor." With the answer in his heart, the old forger became increasingly excited. He couldn't wait to find out the location of the Xuanming Sect and then see Lin Ning in person. "Old Li, you are an experienced forger." A customer expressed dissatisfaction. "How can you be so frightened by these news? Your work is all over the place." Looking at the black iron covered in dust on the ground, the customer felt pain. "This is a treasure I bought at a high price." The old forger smiled. "Sorry, this was my mistake. Thank you for bringing me the news. I will forge you a top-notch weapon for free. As for the black iron, don't worry. I will find some more for you." Seeing the smile on the customer's face, the old forger sneered in his heart. "The Xuanming Sect? Huh? Heh, I admit this sect is strong, but you've messed with the wrong person. You've actually provoked Lin Emperor. What does it matter if you are in the nascent soul stage? What does it matter if you're a true disciple about to become a tribulation stage cultivator? Even your immortal Emperor Sect master is not enough in front of Lin Emperor. 25 days, this old guy. Can't wait to see Lin Emperor smash your Xuanming Sect S signboard." Chapter 28. Lin Ning, the hunting list of the Forging Pavilion. Forging Pavilion headquarters. A group of forgers sat around a round table. Bang! A man angrily slammed his fist on the table, his expression grim. How outrageous. So what if the opponent is an emperor? Since they chose to oppose our Forging Pavilion, they must be prepared to pay with their lives. The news of the deaths of Lu Tianyi, Feng Xiong, and others from the Forging Pavilion had finally been relayed back. The high-ranking officials at the Forging Pavilion were furious. What shocked them was not that Lu Tianyi, the son-in-law of a sub-pavilion, died in the rival S territory of Fantian City, but rather that Feng Xiong, a high-level talent who was both a high-level cultivator and a forging master, died there. This was an outstanding talent cultivated by their Forging Pavilion after consuming a lot of resources, yet he died just like that in Fantian City. If Feng Xiong had died elsewhere, they might have just blamed it on bad luck, encountering a great demon or something. But he died in Fantian City. As for Lu Tianyi, to the headquarters, he was just a son-in-law, relying on the power of the Eastern Wilderness sub-pavilion. With weak strength and a penchant for showboating, his death was no loss. If he survived, who knows how many times he would embarrass the Forging Pavilion in the future. Has the second wave of scouts returned? Why haven't they come back for so long? A middle-aged man, with a dark expression, clearly impatient. At this moment, a nervous-looking forger in a black robe walked in. "Elder Wu, the people we sent out have not returned." The person's eyes darted away, not daring to meet Elder Wu's piercing gaze. "We've already sent out the third batch of scouts. They have returned. According to the information, Fantian City is currently very calm, and our previous scouts are not at the camp. Based on our deductions, they should have died in Fantian City. In the ancient continent, there are mainly two holy lands for forgers, Fantian City and the Forging Pavilion. Here, peers are rivals. In the past, the Forging Pavilion acted tyrannically, relying on countless powerful forgers to create batches of powerful weapons to suppress other forgers. However, with the rise of Fantian City, the Forging Pavilion has been quite displeased. They sent people to disguise themselves and infiltrate Fantian City to cause destruction and spy on it. Because of this, the events that took place in Brahma City were also relayed back to Feng Xiong and others. There were mainly two individuals responsible for the disguise stationed in Brahma City. However, unfortunately, when the Emperor of Wind and Thunder and about 10 other emperors appeared in Brahma City, the aftermath of the battle affected these two individuals, leaving them severely injured and temporarily unable to transmit information. Their last message sent out was, Feng Xiong forged, the emperor's calamity, perished, the rest dead. The two were already gravely injured and on the brink of death, and with the powerful imperial might released by the undead Lich King, it accelerated their demise. Damn it. Our second batch of disguisers is also dead? Elder Wu was extremely angry. Their transmitted message went unanswered, and he sent a second wave of people to Brahma City. Perhaps they encountered some accident on the way. The craftsman who came to report had a serious expression and said, "Our people have already gathered intelligence in Brahma City." He then recounted the events of the undead Lich King leading a 1,000,000-strong army to attack Brahma City. After hearing this, the higher-ups of the Forging Pavilion exchanged glances. How is this possible? That guy is not yet 20 and can drive the undead Lich King to retreat? This child is just an ordinary peak emperor? Impossible. When did such a powerful genius appear in the ancient continent? If that's the case, we cannot provoke this Lin Emperor. The higher-ups of the Forging Pavilion showed troubled expressions upon hearing the story of Lin Emperor. Originally, they thought that such a young cultivator could only reach the imperial realm at best. This already breaks the talent limit of cultivators, as such a young emperor has never appeared in the history of the Eastern Wild Continent. If the opponent is just an emperor, no matter how high their talent, they're still just an emperor and pose no threat to the Forging Pavilion. Among the high-ranking members present, which one is not an emperor? But now, after learning that Lin Emperor could drive back the undead Lich King, they had to reconsider. Elder Wu swallowed hard and, after a moment of contemplation, slowly said, "An 18-year-old peak emperor driving back the undead Lich King? Such a defiant person must have a powerful force behind them. And this force has never been recorded in history. Or perhaps history is too afraid to document them. No matter how strong and numerous we are in the Forging Pavilion, we cannot casually provoke such a person." Just as they were in a dilemma, a phantom shadow suddenly flickered on the empty main seat. The Pavilion Master. The many elders looked respectful upon seeing the phantom avatar. "I have already heard about the events in Brahma City," the Pavilion Master said. "As for that Lin Emperor, I asked my teacher to consult other imperial lords, and they all stated they had never heard of this person. It is normal for some geniuses to appear as a great era approaches." Elder Wu clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Pavilion Master, this person is our enemy. Do we need to use our power to deal with him? For now, he can only fight the undead Lich King to a standstill, given his defiant talent. If we do not kill him early, in a few years, he might reach the level of an imperial lord. By then, we'll be passive." Among the high-ranking members, some elders supported Elder Wu's view. Since Lin Emperor chose to be an enemy of the Forging Pavilion, after becoming an imperial lord, he would surely continue to aid Brahma City and even directly come to the Forging Pavilion to cause trouble. If such a person is not eliminated now, when should we wait? However, some elders were more conservative, advocating to befriend Lin Ning. "We in the Forging Pavilion also have many immortal emperors, and even some imperial lords have interests intertwined with us. Once Lin Emperor reaches that level, he will understand the stakes involved, as long as we do not provoke him. He should not act recklessly." The Forging Pavilion's ability to dominate such a vast ancient continent is not solely based on their forging skills. Since the establishment of the Forging Pavilion, they have chosen to invest in exceptionally talented young people. Thousands of years have passed, and some of those invested have grown up, with a few even becoming imperial lords. Some imperial lords existed before the Forging Pavilion, but there are also mutual interests involved. "Pavilion Master, what should we do?" The crowd turned their gaze to the Pavilion Master, seeking an answer. After pondering for a moment, the Pavilion Master slowly said, "My teacher told me that the major imperial lords are not Lin Emperor's backing, unless he comes from the God Burial Mountain. However, the imperial lords inside God Burial Mountain do not like to show their faces. How could they cultivate such a flamboyant youth? I did not want to entangle too much with such a person, but according to my teacher's meaning, we should kill him, eliminate the danger at its roots." Chapter 29. Master Sister's fate is drawing to a close. Xuanming Sect. Hurry up. Don't slack off. All of you, hurry up and plant trees. The first thing Xuanming did upon becoming the sect master was to have these peak masters replant trees for Wunyan Peak. However, the trees being planted were no longer Wunyan trees, but rather red bean trees. "Oh, my old bones. one of the peak masters supporting his waist, complained that the sect master did not allow them to use their cultivation, forcing them to plant trees like ordinary people using only physical strength. Huh, didn't you regret it when you cut down all my trees before? Xinyan scoffed. The peak master awkwardly replied, it was the old man Xinyan who made us do it. He was the sect master back then, and we had no choice. Xinyan waved the whip and laughed. Well, I'm the sect master now, and it's my turn to make you plant trees. Are you kidding? Who told you to cut down my trees before? Name, Neri, cultivation, foundation establishment, remaining lifespan, 1 month status, meridians severed, dantian ruptured, sustaining life solely by will, while treating master sister's injuries. Lin Ning suddenly had the other party's information pop up before him. Foundation establishment? Why is the condition so poor? Lin Ning was taken aback, filled with anger towards the Xuanming Sect and the various peak masters. Now, the Xuanming Sect is dead, and those peak masters are still alive. An angry thought quietly emerged. When Neri's status information popped up, the system's message appeared again. Host, Neri is severely injured, and the main reason is not due to the Xuanming Sect's attack. Your master sister has successfully taken revenge, but she was brutally ambushed right after the meeting. As the system's prompt fell, a fragment of a scene appeared in Lin Ning's mind. In the scene, Master Sister Neri returned joyfully from her meeting, holding a pill called the Xuanming pill. I didn't expect that this time I would actually find the Xuanming pill. It is rumored that the Xuanming pill helps cultivators reshape their spiritual energy. After my junior brother takes it, he should be able to recover, right? The master only mentioned my junior brother to me casually. She wouldn't think I didn't take it to heart, would she? Just wait and see how I surprise her this time. A joyful smile suddenly turned bittersweet, and Neri helplessly shook her head. However, with my junior brother's cultivation at 0 for so many years, there are not many days left until his 3-year agreement. Even with this Xuanming pill, it probably won't allow him to recover quickly, right? That woman seems quite strong as well. I can only help my junior brother not to lose too badly. Neri had never met Lin Ning, only hearing about him from her master during an outing. Thinking about returning to the sect, seeing Lin Ning, and then, after the 3-year agreement, if Lin Ning were to fail and die, sadness appeared on Neri's face. Suddenly, a rain of dark arrows fell from the sky, and large nets pounced towards Neri. Neri desperately protected the Xuanming pill, using all her strength to escape the ambush, and returned to the Xuanming Sect severely injured. Upon returning to the Xuanming Sect, in order to make a good impression on her master, whom she hadn't seen in many years, and the Lin Ning she had never met, Neri specially dressed up to look very beautiful. Unexpectedly, the Xuanming Sect and others emerged at the last moment, further worsening her injuries. Junior brother, this is the Xuanming Dan that I, your elder sister, have painstakingly found for you. After a brief healing period, Neri smiled at Lin Ning, placing the pure, flawless round pill in her palm. Although you are now an emperor, this is the pill I'm giving you, so make sure to take good care of it. Looking at the expectant expression on her face, Lin Ning's heart trembled. He never expected that someone in this world would treat him like this. To avoid making Neri sad, Lin Ning accepted the Xuanming Dan. It was truly shocking to realize that his junior brother was actually an emperor. Neri smiled at Lin Ning, thinking that with him around, their master should be able to become an emperor too. She was just one step away. As she spoke, she suddenly looked seriously at Lin Ning. Junior brother, since you are an emperor, you must have felt the spiritual energy depleting from my body while healing me, right? Can you help me hide my condition from master? Neri was well aware that her time was limited. She thought that in a few days, she would find a reason to leave the sect and die outside, without letting Xunyan know, so that Xunyan wouldn't be sad. Elder sister, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to help you. Lin Ning sighed seriously. Neri shook her head with a bitter smile. Is there really such a method in the world? It's fine, you are an emperor, and master will soon become one too. That's enough. I have already taken my revenge, and have no regrets in my heart. Lin Ning extended his hand, gently grasping Neri's small hand with his warm, jade-like hand. Her hand was very cold. Lin Ning said, don't worry as long as I'm here. I won't let you die. You focus on healing for now. I will go find a way. After saying that, Lin Ning turned around, but before leaving, he needed to explain some things to Lazy Yu. As a fully realized emperor, Lazy Yu would surely be responsible for protecting the sect while Lin Ning was away. My lord, you're going out to find a way to heal Miss Naily, right? Lazy Yu spoke directly to the point. After finishing, he added, My lord, I'm also an emperor and can sense her physical condition. Then, Lazy Yu shared some methods he had mastered. It is said that taking the Tiandi Huiyuan Dan can help cultivators reshape their Dantian. If Miss Naily could take one, she could not only recover, but even have a Dantian stronger than before. However, Lazy Yu showed a difficult expression. Go on, Lin Ning said. My lord, I will speak plainly. Lazy Yu organized his words and said, First of all, the Tiandi Huiyuan Dan is an imperial pill. The materials needed to refine it are hard to find, and we also need an alchemist capable of refining imperial pills. Even the head of the Dan Pavilion, even if he gives it his all, might not succeed. Only an emperor-level alchemist can guarantee success. Lin Ning slowly said, I am an emperor-level alchemist. This is not a difficult task for me. I really like a saying from the Wind and Thunder Emperor. My lord, you are an emperor-level alchemist? Yes, you are an emperor-level blacksmith, and also an emperor-level alchemist? You can even fend off attacks from Emperor Zun and the undying Emperor Lich King. Aren't you only 18 years old? Or are you truly a reincarnated great figure? Lazy Yu felt numb. Is this still a human? So many halos stacked together? How did you master so many skills at 18? The bro is the Wind and Thunder Emperor, and at 18, he was still struggling. The Tiandi Huiyuan Dan? I have heard a bit about it. Lin Ning slowly said. It's just that I'm still unclear about where to find its raw materials. Chapter 30, of course. We will break your legs. One of the key materials for refining the Tiandi Huiyuan Dan is the divine bone of the phoenix. Lazy Yu's expression became solemn. His tone serious. He looked down slightly and continued. The phoenix resides in the abyss of 10,000 zhong, which is one of the holy places of the demon race. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to step foot there. At this point, his voice slightly stuttered, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. When he first entered the fully realized Emperor realm, he had confidently thought he had reached the peak, relying on his extraordinary cultivation. He attempted to force his way into the abyss of 10,000 zhong, trying to challenge the phoenix. As a result, he didn't even see the place before being kicked away by a guard. That was just a guard. If the guard was that strong, how powerful was the phoenix? Right now, the night of revelry for the demon and monster clans is about to begin. Ziyu said gravely. It is said that this year's location is set in the abyss of 10,000 zhong, and the date is approaching. This is a grand event held by both clans, where powerful figures will gather, and the teachings of techniques will be from the peak experts of both clans. Possibly even Emperor Zun-level existences. At this point, his expression grew even more serious, and his gaze towards Lin Ning was filled with concern. My lord, although your strength is formidable and you can withstand an attack from Emperor Zun from a distance, entering the abyss of 10,000 zhong means facing Emperor Zun directly. Lazy Yu shook his head helplessly. Is my lord really that powerful? You continue, what about the other materials? I have my own judgment, Lin Ning said. What abyss of 10,000 zhong? Abyss of 100 zhong. As long as the treasure is valuable enough, we can force our way in. The famous poet Jia Qinju once said, we must add money. In the abyss of 10,000 zhong, besides the phoenix, there's also the soul-severing grass. Although it is called soul-severing, it contains the mysteries of life and death. It is said that only by lingering on the edge of death can one comprehend the true meaning of life. For ordinary people, this grass is a deathly thing. But for cultivators, if they survive the threshold of death, they can hope for rebirth. Lazy Yu slowly said, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. Only by lingering on the edge of death can one comprehend the true meaning of life. This grass grows deep in the abyss of 10,000 zhong and takes thousands of years to mature, making it extremely rare. Lazy Yu said, this is a treasure of the demon race, specifically used for Emperor Zun. Emperor Zun, the pinnacle of emperors. Cultivators believe that once one becomes Emperor Zun, they will have endless lifespan. However, as long as one does not take that step after a long time, the power of time will still reap the lives of Emperor Zun like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Therefore, Those Emperor Zune with limited lifespans will place their hopes on the soul-severing grass, trying to reverse life and death, breaking through their limits. Immediately after, Lazy mentioned other medicinal materials to Lin Ning. Moments later, Lin Ning nodded and smiled. It seems that the abyss of 10,000 zhong is indeed a treasure trove. You don't really want to target them, do you? Lazy's heart tightened, feeling a chill run down his spine. His description had a hint of exaggeration, hoping to instill fear in Lin Ning. Indeed, Nayli's life was very important. She needed the Tiandi Huiyuan Dan to recover. However, Lazy knew that if Lin Ning really entered the abyss of 10,000 zhong, it would undoubtedly be a 10 out of 10 chance of death. A young man with such extraordinary potential as my lord would surely be able to reach the Emperor Zune position in 100 or 1,000 years. Lazy thought to himself. As for Miss Nayli, this is how cultivation is. To become stronger, one must endure pain and sacrifice some things. I understand, Lin Ning said. During my time away, please take good care of the sect. If any forces dare to eye the Xuanming Sect, kill them. Lazy quickly said, My lord, please think twice and do not act impulsively. Ha, it's just the abyss of 10,000 zhong, Lin Ning sneered. Arrogant? Yes. If you're not arrogant, are you really young? Just then, when Lin Ning made his decision, a disciple of the sect rushed in hurriedly, looking flustered. Huh? Why are you looking for me? Where's my master? Lin Ning frowned slightly. Shouldn't you go report to my master? You could also find the peak master below. Why come to me? The disciple knelt on one knee and cupped his hands, saying, The Xuanming Sect has sent someone to issue a challenge, specifically requesting you to personally come forward to meet them. Upon hearing this, Lazy Yu was instantly furious. What the hell? What kind of sect is the Xuanming Sect? They dare to command my master with this small fry? Lin Ning slowly replied. I heard their sect leader is an immortal emperor. Upon hearing immortal, Lazy Yu's momentum instantly extinguished, and his voice became much smaller. Oh, so it's a decent sect after all. How many people did they bring? Lin Ning asked. 10 people. The highest cultivation level is a great ascension stage, the disciple reported. Lin Ning understood and said, Follow me to take a look. Meanwhile, inside the main hall of the Xuanming Sect. In the hall, 10 men and women dressed uniformly stood among them, all from the Xuanming Sect. Relying on the momentum of their sect behind them, they stood there arrogantly and without restraint, even though the peak masters of the Xuanming Sect treated them with courtesy. They remained haughty and did not show the respect they deserved. Where's that waste Lin Ning? Is he too scared to show up? One disciple of the Xuanming Sect mocked. This is outrageous. We represent the Xuanming Sect and are treated like this. We must report this when we return to the sect. Another disciple shouted angrily. Haha, remember that waste once made a solemn vow about a 3-year agreement? Now that the date is approaching, he wouldn't be hesitating out of fear, would he? One person sneered. The people from the Xuanming Sect couldn't help but smirk upon hearing this. Afraid of death? If Lin Ning shows his complete emperor-level cultivation, how will you face him? The peak masters looked at the 10 disciples of the Xuanming Sect as if they were fools. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the hall. Young Master Ning. The peak masters of the Xuanming Sect immediately stood up, paying their respects, and said in unison, Young Master Ning. Lin Ning disliked being called true inheritance and preferred to be addressed as Young Master Ning or Emperor Lin. Haha, are these people out of their minds? The disciples of the Xuanming Sect couldn't help but sneer upon seeing how respectful these old fellows were to Lin Ning. What kind of foolish sect is this? The peak masters actually treat a waste like this with such respect? Is the world going crazy? Or is the Xuanming Sect just as absurd as Lin Ning? A clown? Well, since this waste has come, we won't waste time. Huang Shanghai took out a challenge letter and directly slapped it onto Lin Ning, saying, This is our challenge letter from Chu Zhenchuan to you. For the 3-year agreement, please make sure to attend. If we don't see you, the Xuanming Sect will flatten the Xuanming Sect. He continued, This is your only chance in this lifetime to see Chu Zhenchuan's handwriting. The challenge letter landed on the stone ground in front of Lin Ning, causing a light echo. The people of the Xuanming Sect looked at Lin Ning with mocking expressions. They couldn't wait to see Lin Ning's embarrassed appearance as he bent down to pick up the challenge letter. However, things did not go as they wished. Lin Ning gently blew, and the challenge letter rose lightly, as if a fallen red leaf in the forest was lifted by the wind. A mere glance at Huang Shanghai made the latter's hair stand on end. What do you want to do? Huang Shanghai said in a deep voice. Of course. To break your legs, Lin Ning replied with a smile. Chapter 31. Let them see what it means to be the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness. The Xuanming Sect will definitely demand blood for blood. Two bloodied figures were thrown out of the Xuanming Sect's mountain gate, heavily landing on the stone steps and stirring up a cloud of dust. Bang! The two Xuanming Sect cultivators collapsed to the ground like rags, their bodies covered in gruesome wounds, their faces twisted beyond recognition. One glance was enough to see what kind of brutal torture they had just endured. One of them, struggling with his heavily injured body, gripped a long sword like a crutch with trembling hands, barely managing to straighten up. Beneath his blood-soaked clothing, his muscles twitched incessantly. Looking at the smug expressions on the faces of the Xuanming Sect disciples around him, his eyes were about to burst with hatred. Just moments ago, under Lin Ning's orders, they had endured tortures worse than death. Of the 10 fellow disciples who had come to issue the challenge, 8 had already turned into cold corpses under cruel torture. In a war between two nations, one does not kill the messenger. What a joke. That is a matter between two nations. What does it have to do with our Xuanming Sect? Get lost. A Xuanming Sect disciple spat. Where did the previous arrogance go? How come now they look like a stray dog? The Xuanming Sect cultivator lying on the ground suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. Ignorant and arrogant. When the 3-year agreement ends, he coughed violently, blood foaming at the corners of his mouth. The Xuanming Sect will ultimately be flattened by our Xuanming Sect. The mocking laughter from the surrounding disciples immediately froze, and a sense of unease spread among them. Get lost, or die. Get lost, then. Boom! Inside the Xuanming Hall, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. A group of Xuanming Sect elders looked down upon the two bloodied figures kneeling below, their killing intent solidifying like substance, causing the floor tiles in the hall to crack inch by inch. Indeed, our Xuanming Sect has not left the mountain for 1,000 years. And even a third-rate sect like Qingyun dares to be impudent. While speaking, one elder waved his sleeve, and dozens of streams of spiritual energy suddenly poured into the two disciples, their injuries visibly healing at a rapid pace. Senior brothers and sisters, they. One disciple trembled all over, his voice hoarse as if covered with a layer of frost. They died so tragically. The Qingyun Sect bastards dismembered our senior brother's limbs right in front of us. That Lin Ning is even more arrogant. Another disciple's eyes were about to burst with rage, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. He said that when the 3-year agreement ends, he would personally flatten the Xuanming Sect, making us watch as the entire sect is burned to the ground. Outrageous! With a deafening crash, the white jade pillar on the main seat shattered. The pressure in the entire Xuanming Hall suddenly dropped, and the elders' Tao rhythm surged, causing the heavens and earth to change color. A mere third-rate sect without an emperor dares to act recklessly? An elder with white hair suddenly stood up, waving his sleeve, causing the entire Xuanming mountain range to tremble violently. In midair, the protective mountain formations patterns flickered, and millions of holy symbols swirled around. Send the order. Qinyang, Fanglei, set off for the Qingyun Sect immediately. The supreme elder's murky eyes flashed with a glimmer of gold, his voice booming like a bell. Let them see what the true overlord of the Eastern Wilderness is. As soon as the words fell, 2 figures had already torn through the void and left, their terrifying pressure dimming the entire world. Boom! Dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, thunder rumbled, and the last barrier of the Xuanming Sect suddenly collapsed. 2 imperial auras shot straight into the sky, heading towards the Qingyun Sect with a vengeance. Inside a secret chamber of the Xuanming Sect, a brightly dressed woman stood in the center, and upon closer inspection, she was surrounded by countless souls. A blood-colored long banner stood behind her, swaying with the cold wind generated by the swirling souls. Chuchinga opened her eyes, her hands pale and her nails sharper than those of fierce beasts. Gather. With a cold voice, the souls around the chamber let out miserable wails. They struggled continuously, and the cold wind released was sharper than blades, leaving cracks on the solid walls of the chamber. Yet, no matter how they struggled, they were ultimately devoured by the blood-colored long banner. Chinga, as long as you absorb a few more souls, your soul will have the chance to reach the imperial realm and your cultivation will rise accordingly. A strange voice echoed in the chamber, but strangely, there was no one else besides Xuanming. I heard that Lin Ning had the disciples of the Xuanming Sect beat up the Xuanming Sect members and killed 8 people. The voice continued to linger. The 3-year agreement is almost here. It's time to let them know your terrifying talent. Xuanming smiled and said, Haha, can Lin Ning now command the disciples of the Xuanming Sect? In my impression, he was considered a waste after he had no cultivation. It seems that over the years he must have gained great opportunities. The eerie and penetrating voice sneered. What if he has great opportunities? Does it mean he can become an emperor? Ha! Even if such great opportunities truly exist in the world, I can help you deal with them easily. Next, it's time to refine that kid and let him help you break through the tribulation period. Upon hearing this, Xuanming nodded. She waved her hand, and in the next moment, a man was spat out by the blood-colored banner. This person was the previous true disciple of the Xuanming Sect, the tribulation period genius Su Qi. If any disciples of the Xuanming Sect saw Su Qi at this moment, they would surely be shocked. Su Qi disappeared the day after the defeat in the true disciple battle. Everyone thought he had collapsed his Tao heart and was too embarrassed to remain in the Xuanming Sect. You are a devil. At that time, Su Qi did not have the spirited appearance he once had. His hair was messy, and he looked utterly dispirited. After being released, he looked at Xuanming in immense fear. You are an evil cultivator. You are a devil. Su Qi's voice trembled. Impossible. Why can't the Xuanming Sect discover the cultivation method you are practicing? As the immortal emperor, why can't the sect master see through you? Xuanming walked over with a smile, her pale fingers gently lifting Su Qi's chin. Her beautiful face was filled with pride and disdain. What? Do you really think the immortal emperor sect master doesn't know the cultivation method I practice? Xuanming sneered, but my display talent is too high. What does it matter if I'm an evil cultivator? What does it matter if I'm an orthodox cultivator? In this cultivation world, who cares what cultivation method you practice? They only care about your abilities. Xuanming extended her long tongue as if to taste a delicacy. After swallowing you and refining you, I can also become a tribulation period cultivator. After absorbing your talents, I will soon become a female emperor. Saying this, Xuanming opened her mouth, and her mouth stretched grotesquely up to her eyes. She swallowed Su Qi whole, and a strange cultivation method instantly operated. It was heard that a Lin emperor under 20 appeared in Fantian City. Only such a strong person is worthy of being my husband. Once I complete the 3-year agreement, I will find an opportunity to contact the Lin emperor. With my beauty and talent, how could the Lin emperor not like me? Chapter 32. Where is the Xuanming Sect? Give a direction. Blood Mist Alliance. This is an organization similar to a sect, and they live together around Blood Mist City. At the same time, this organization was the mastermind behind the ambush after Nayli successfully took revenge, taking advantage of her exhaustion. At night, the city was brightly lit. Various rare treasures and weapons were sold on the streets. Suddenly, a tall and handsome young man slowly walked into the city. His extraordinary appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless members of the Blood Mist Alliance. Another young brat has come. Looking at his appearance, he should be a wealthy master. If we can scam him, we won't have to worry for a while. Passing through our Blood Mist City at night, he must be looking for a place to stay. At that time, we can give him a full-service experience and then set up a trap to scam him badly. Hee. But everyone be careful. The other party's family can let him go out alone and even pass through our Blood Mist City, so he must have some skills. On the street, the vendors of the Blood Mist Alliance exchanged glances. Every gaze directed at Lin Ning was filled with greed. As the eye contact ended, a cute-looking girl accidentally bumped into Lin Ning. Looking at the girl in a skirt with twin ponytails in front of him, Lin Ning sneered inwardly. Huh, you think such petty tricks can deceive me? I'm sorry, young master, did I hurt you? The girl raised her head, revealing a pitiful little face. She looked like a child who had done something wrong, staring at Lin Ning in panic. Is this Blood Mist Alliance's place, Blood Mist City? Lin Ning asked. The girl nodded. Yes, young master, is this your first time here? Sorry, I accidentally bumped into you. Lin Ning smiled. It's fine, just be careful next time. A sharp, short knife sliced through the night, and the burst of light made countless people unable to open their eyes for a moment. Shoo! A flash of blade light appeared, and the girl first felt a slight pain in her neck, like being bitten by an ant. Then blood gushed out like a fountain, and her head was directly severed from her neck. Thud! The head fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The girl's eyes widened, filled with confusion as she died. With that girl beheaded by Lin Ning, the members of the Blood Mist Alliance finally realized that the newcomer was not friendly. This was no lamb to the slaughter. This was clearly an enemy seeking revenge. Otherwise, who would strike first upon meeting someone? Not even the most basic pleasantries were exchanged. You came in here and killed someone without any hesitation. Don't you think you're underestimating our Blood Mist Alliance? Numerous cultivators surrounded Lin Ning, with so many that a fly could hardly escape. She bumped into me, apologized to me, so she was in the wrong. Lin Ning smiled. Since she was in the wrong, it's reasonable for me to kill her. A middle-aged man grunted, I'm afraid you didn't just happen to pass by Blood Mist City, but rather came here deliberately to cause trouble. So what if I did? Lin Ning retorted. Before the crowd could speak, a series of sword lights shot up to the sky as Lin Ning moved his finger in the air. Sir. In just a breath, dozens of cultivators fell to the ground dead. Such strong cultivation. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically, their minds in a daze. How can this young man be so unreasonable? He started killing people right away. They say villains die from talking too much. But we didn't even have a chance to say anything before you killed us. At least there should have been a process. Quick, report to the Alliance leader. There's a strong enemy. He has just one person. No matter how high his cultivation is, what can he do? We will gather the strength of Blood Mist City and definitely tear him to pieces. Watching the various cultivation methods gathering before him, Lin Ning smiled. He gently opened his right hand, and a long banner appeared. The moment the Human Emperor banner appeared, the members of the Blood Mist Alliance all retreated. 10,000 souls banner. You are an evil cultivator. Not good. This item has a terrifying demonic aura. It must have devoured many souls to cultivate to this level. Who exactly are you? Our Blood Mist Alliance has never had enmity with you. Lin Ning remained silent, merely silently activating the Human Emperor banner. Why waste so much breath with them? I'll enter my Human Emperor banner. Then we can talk however we want. Stop. A burly man flew in on a sword, landing directly in front of Lin Ning, an aura of full tribulation period pouring out from his body. The moment this man appeared, the members of the Blood Mist Alliance suddenly lit up. We greet the Alliance leader. We greet the Alliance leader. Alliance leader. This kid has killed so many of our brothers. He must be skinned alive. Li Wanshua looked at Lin Ning with a serious expression and said solemnly, Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in my Blood Mist City? Are you the Alliance leader here? Lin Ning asked. I am Li Wanshua, the Alliance leader here. Li Wanshua said solemnly. You are young and have impressive skills, but our Blood Mist Alliance should have no grievances with you, right? We have a good relationship with the Xuanming Sect. If you're willing to hand over the 10,000 souls banner, I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you will face the joint pursuit of our Blood Mist Alliance and the Xuanming Sect. The Xuanming Sect is a mid-tier sect in the ancient continent and also the backing of the Blood Mist Alliance. The two powers are very close, and there are some shady interests exchanged regularly. No grievances, no enmity? Lin Ning sneered. You hurt my elder sister and ruined her dantian. You call that no grievances? No enmity? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Wanshua immediately understood. You are Neri's junior brother, a member of the Xuanming Sect? Initially, when he saw Lin Ning, so young yet able to kill dozens with a single sword strike, Li Wanshua thought he had provoked some major force. However, upon hearing that he was Neri's junior brother, Li Wanshua's anxious heart was instantly relieved. A young cultivator from a small sect. I thought you had some great skills. You must be relying on that one Hun banner to enhance your strength. Neri injured 3 of my elders. We have yet to settle that score. Li Wanshua smiled and said, I didn't expect you, this little junior brother, to come to me. He glanced at Lin Ning with disdain. That day, we let Neri escape heavily injured. Today, you won't be able to run. Hearing this, Lin Ning shrugged. Just because of you? Li Wanshua spread his arms. Looking smug. You have the one Hun banner, so it might be difficult for me to deal with you alone. But this is Blood Mist City, my territory. We have more people than you. Lin Ning smiled. Oh, Why don't you take another look? Ha, come at me. Li Wanshue waved his hand, only to be shocked to find that none of his subordinates moved. They stood there quietly, as if they were asleep. Clap, clap. Lin Ning clapped his hands, and the cultivators instantly fell to the ground, devoid of any breath. Dead? Li Wanshue's pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Ning said expressionlessly, "You just said that the Xuanming Sect has good relations with you. Could it be that you are colluding with them? Where's the Xuanming Sect? Give me a direction." Chapter 33. Slaughtering the Xuanming Sect, Li Wanshue slumped to the ground, his nails digging deeply into the cracks of the blue bricks. In the northwest, dark clouds gathered, and he swallowed hard, squeezing out a few words. Over there. The hem of the Blood Mist Alliance leader's purple gold robe had long been soaked with his own urine. He couldn't understand why the cultivators all around him had died in the blink of an eye. What kind of cultivation could allow for such power? An emperor? Or even beyond an emperor? He looked no older than 20. Is this right? Is this really right? Li Wanshue swallowed hard and said, after indicating the direction, "My lord, you have killed so many people. Your great revenge has been avenged, so spare my life. I can give you all my treasures. Today's events will never be leaked." Lin Ning squinted his eyes and said, "Do I care about your little things? Are you sure the direction you pointed out is the location of the Xuanming Sect?" "Absolutely certain. That is the location of the Xuanming Sect. As for injuring your senior sister, I was also instructed by them. It turns out that Neri's former lover came from the Xuanming Sect. Neri killed him, causing the Xuanming Sect's dissatisfaction. However, they fought in front of the entire city, and in the end, Neri won. Even though the Xuanming Sect's people harbored resentment against Neri, they could not act publicly and had to send Li Wanshue and the others to do it. This way, they wouldn't lose face for the Xuanming Sect. "My lord, we had no choice," Li Wanshue said helplessly. "Our Blood Mist City is adjacent to the Xuanming Sect. Their power is immense. If we don't join them, we won't even get a sip of soup. The Xuanming Sect is very strong. There are no less than 5 emperors among them. If you want to take revenge for your senior sister, you might want to think it over." Lin Ning sneered. "Are you trying to provoke me? Fine, you succeeded." Lin Ning took a deep breath. "Just watch." With Lin Ning's hand slightly pressing down, Li Wanshue followed his gaze, and suddenly his pupils contracted. He saw a long sword suddenly pierce through the dim sky, carrying the might to destroy the world as it descended from above. And the direction in which that sword fell was precisely the Xuanming Sect. Divine technique? Li Wanshue was incredibly shocked. Is this the kind of power a person can wield? Blood Mist City was surrounded. The sky echoed with tragic screams, and the noisy rumble woke countless people from their dreams. Is it dawn? I just want to sleep. How could it be dawn already? The citizens of various cities were illuminated by a bright light as they opened their windows. Which emperor is this? The Sword of Destruction? My God, which sword emperor is this? Is this going to destroy this realm? The sky is falling. I must be dreaming. How could that sword possibly split the sky in half? Wait, that position is the Xuanming Sect. What have they done to provoke such a powerful being? Xuanming Sect. Enemy attack. A strong enemy is invading. Many disciples, upon seeing that world-destroying giant sword, were filled with fear. After cultivating for so many years, when had they ever seen such a scene? The elders and the sect master of the Xuanming Sect appeared at the same time. The 5 emperors rose into the air, their faces grave as they looked at the world-destroying giant sword. Xuanming sword formation, with the sect master's command. Everyone in the sect simultaneously activated their techniques in the same posture. They gathered the full power of the sect, attempting to block the giant sword from descending. However, the Sword of Destruction transformed into a meteor, plummeting northwest, causing the space along the way to shatter inch by inch. The Xuanming Sect's mountain-protecting sword formation just began to emit a blue light before it was instantly destroyed. Poof, poof, poof. At the moment the sword formation was broken, countless disciples perished from the backlash. The 5 emperors were covered in blood, watching the buildings collapse one after another, their hearts also bleeding. It's ruined, all ruined. The sect master looked at the Xuanming Peak, now a pile of ruins. This had been his hard work for thousands of years. In a fit of anger, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Suddenly, he noticed a black shadow flying towards him. The sect master of the Xuanming Sect raised his head. First, he saw his subordinate Li Wanxue lying on the ground like a dead dog. Then, what came into view was a young face. I don't know when the Qinghuan sect offended this senior. Please enlighten me, the sect master said respectfully. Lin Ning extended his hand and then grasped the giant sword. He walked slowly, step by step, as the giant sword cut through the earth like it was tofu, emitting a squeaking sound. The 5 emperors of Qinghuan? Huh, I'll let you die a bit clearer. Lin Ning said in a deep voice, my senior sister Neri was injured by you. As her junior brother, I will slaughter your Qinghuan sect. Drip, 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 drip. That day, the Qinghuan sect, with a history of 10,000 years, became ruins overnight. All members of the sect, including animals, eggs, and others, did not survive. Lin Ning wiped the blood from the giant sword, looking expressionlessly at the ruins of the Qinghuan sect. The next day, cultivators rushing from the surrounding cities of Blood Mist City were met with gasps of astonishment as they beheld the Qinghuan sect. My goodness, what kind of force did the Qinghuan sect offend? They were eradicated overnight? Doesn't the Qinghuan sect have several emperors? Is such a powerful sect really destroyed? The cultivators couldn't help but feel a chill. The cultivation world is this cruel. The weak are prey to the strong. Even emperors can be killed overnight, their sect annihilated. What about ordinary people? On the same day, in Zhongzhou, in a seaside tavern, Lin Ning swirled a glass of crystal. The amber-colored liquid reflected the sea's magical mountain, and he overheard discussions from the neighboring table. Have you heard? Last night, the Qinghuan sect was destroyed by a powerful being. According to reliable sources, the Qinghuan sect provoked an invincible sword emperor, and that sword emperor could easily split the sky in half with a single strike. Split the sky? How is that possible? Have you had a few drinks? How could it be dawned so early? How could it be impossible? There is still profound sword intent left at the scene. Our sword emperor from Zhongzhou went to observe and comprehend it. I heard that after comprehending it, the strength of our Zhongzhou sword emperor has greatly increased and is about to become an immortal emperor. Listening to the crowd, Lin Ning frowned slightly. Wasn't I just casually wielding my sword? Even the sword emperor wants to comprehend my sword intent. Where did all this sword intent come from? I just struck casually. After finishing his drink, Lin Ning slowly stood up and walked towards the sea. Countless righteous cultivators gathered by the seaside, each looking nervously at the immortal mountain on the sea. The night of demon and monster revelry is approaching. I wonder which giant will appear this time. Damn it. The demon and monster clans are really arrogant, daring to place the soul-cutting mountain in our central continent. Lin Ning searched his mind for memories of the world and suddenly understood the situation before him. The immortal mountain on the sea is called Soul-Cutting Mountain, and deep within the mountain lies the place he is searching for, the 10,000 Zhong Demon Abyss. 1,000,000 years ago, Soul-Cutting Mountain was not in the central continent, but in the distant northern desert. One day, the emperors of the demon and monster clans acted simultaneously, moving this great mountain to the central continent, placing it right in the middle as a provocation to the righteous cultivators. Every year, on the eve of the night of demon revelry, countless demons and monsters flood into Soul-Cutting Mountain. Although the righteous cultivators are furious, they are helpless. Look, it's Demon Wuxin. Just as Lin Ning was searching his memories, someone beside him suddenly pointed at the sea and shouted. Chapter 34. The Separation of Soul-Cutting Sea. Above the Soul-Cutting Sea is Soul-Cutting Mountain, indifferent as heaven. When the emperors of the demon and monster clans forcibly moved Soul-Cutting Mountain to the Soul-Cutting Sea, an invisible rule was formed. To cross the Soul-Cutting Sea and enter Soul-Cutting Mountain, one must either take a boat or swim across. The Soul-Cutting Sea is a no-fly zone, and the void walking of emperors is also prohibited. Demon Wuxin has appeared. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. On the other side of the shore, a man dressed in dark robes and wearing a ghost mask was riding a horse. The horse let out a roar and leaped toward the Soul-Cutting Sea. Just as Demon Wuxin was about to touch the surface of the sea, the ocean suddenly froze, and ice crystal snow lotuses floated beneath the horse's hooves. It was as if Demon Wuxin was walking down a red carpet, with 9 ice crystal snow lotuses formed from seawater appearing with each step the horse took. This demon clan actually managed to invite him here? The cultivators by the shore exchanged glances, feeling utterly shocked. This is Demon Wuxin, who reached the emperor status 1,000,000 years ago. One cultivator swallowed hard and exclaimed, "It is rumored that after Demon Wuxin became an emperor, he lost all interest in the ancient continent. However, whenever he appears, something major happens on the ancient continent." On the surface of the sea, Demon Wuxin seemed to have heard their discussions. He slowly turned around, fiddling with the demon orb in one hand and slowly raising the other. The eyes behind the ghost mask narrowed slightly, and Demon Wuxin waved as if greeting everyone. "My God, is the Emperor greeting me? Who do you think you are?" "Of course, he is greeting me. I am a gifted cultivator in the Great Ascension stage." "You must be joking. Do you really think this little guy can catch the Emperor's eye? Eat some vegetables, don't just drink." The cultivators often say that the demon clan is an anomaly. But after seeing Demon Wuxin greet them, many on the shore were all smiles. This is an emperor, regardless of whether you are from the demon clan or the human clan. As long as you are an emperor, it's fine. Even the emperor of the demon clan has made an appearance. Lin Ning thought to himself, their night of revelry should be starting soon, right? Do such high-level figures have a habit of arriving early? Thinking of this, Lin Ning moved his body and was about to step toward the sea. Suddenly, a cultivator beside him reached out and blocked his path. "Fellow cultivator, please wait." Lin Ning looked at him in confusion. The man smiled and said, "Are you trying to cross the soul-cutting sea?" Lin Ning nodded yes. Upon hearing this, the man looked as if he had seen something foolish, and he laughed. "Huh, you must be visiting the soul-cutting sea for the first time, right? You probably don't know how dangerous this sea is." As he spoke, he looked solemnly at the sea, which appeared calm, but there were countless demon beasts within. These demon beasts don't care if you are from the human clan or the demon clan. If they encounter you, they will swallow you whole. If we want to cross the soul-cutting sea, we need to take a boat with a formation. The man spoke loudly, and everyone was drawn to the fact that someone wanted to cross the soul-cutting sea. Huh, this kid wants to cross the soul-cutting sea? He hasn't even matured yet. What a big talker. Haha, little brother, you're still young. You have a long life ahead of you, but don't become a short-lived ghost. Want to cross the soul-cutting sea? The seawater can corrode your spiritual energy and damage your dantian. Even a crossing tribulation stage cultivator would struggle to swim across for 2 minutes, and that is only if he is lucky and doesn't encounter any demon beasts. Lin Ning's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the people around him. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have matters to attend to in Soul-Cutting Mountain," Lin Ning said slowly. An old man sighed. "Young man, looking at your bright attire and extraordinary temperament, you must be from some prominent family or sect, right? Being overly arrogant at a young age is not good." The old man pointed at the demon mountain on the sea and coldly said, "Even if you were given a safe passage by boat, entering Soul-Cutting Mountain is not that easy. Not to mention the various guards at this time. Just the soul-eating mist at the entrance would be enough to make you drink a pot of it." Lin Ning waved his hand, "It's fine." Saying this, he disregarded everyone's advice and walked straight toward the soul-cutting sea. Haha, good words can't persuade a stubborn ghost. Being young and arrogant comes at the cost of life. It doesn't matter. Many people die here every year, and you really can't persuade them. The crowd watched Lin Ning's departing figure, and in their eyes, this arrogant young man was no different from someone who had already died. However, to everyone's astonishment, just as Lin Ning's body was about to touch the seawater, the deadly soul-cutting sea actually emitted a series of calls. Immediately after, the seawater automatically parted to the sides, forming a passage, and at the end of the passage was Soul-Cutting Mountain. Countless demon beasts were blocked by this passage. Looking at Lin Ning with confusion and fear. How is this possible? On the shore, everyone looked at the sea passage in shock. The soul-cutting sea actually formed a passage. How is this possible? I have lived nearby for 1,000 years and have never seen such a scene. Who on earth is this young man? Damn, I thought this kid was just arrogant. I didn't expect he really has skills. Dude, don't mess things up. It's making me look like a clown now. In the center of the sea, Demon Wuxin looked at the flat passage, first stunned for a moment, quickly fiddling with the demon orb in his right hand, then turning around. When he saw a young man with an extraordinary demeanor slowly walking toward him, Confusion flashed in the eyes beneath the ghost mask, followed by shock. Demon Wuxin had his mount stop and then waved at Lin Ning. On the shore, everyone who witnessed everything had countless guesses in their hearts. Wait, is Emperor Wuxin waiting for this young man? Could it be that when he first appeared, he was also greeting this person? No, it can't be. Someone who can catch the Emperor's attention must be at least an immortal emperor, right? But looking at this young man's bone structure, he seems to be only 18 years old. How is that possible? Are you telling me this guy is an immortal emperor? An 18-year-old immortal emperor? Who would believe that? Even if you let these emperors be reborn, they couldn't achieve that. I understand. Suddenly, a wise man slapped his thigh, drawing everyone's attention. The wise man said, "Today is the night of demon revelry. Over the years, our human race has never had anyone willing to go to Soul-Cutting Mountain. For so many years, we have been at odds with the demon clan, but today a young man is willing to go to Soul-Cutting Mountain." Demon Wuxin must have seen this and opened the passage for him to go. Saying this, the wise man looked up at the sky and slowly said, "A great era is about to descend. Perhaps the human race needs to cooperate with the demon clan." Chapter 35. One word to repel the heavenly tribulation. The recording stone shattered? How is that possible? Did I buy a fake? On the shore of the soul-cutting sea, the cultivators saw the ocean being divided and quickly took out their recording stones to document it. This is an unusual scene that hasn't appeared in thousands of years. If it weren't for the lack of social media, it would definitely be pinned to the top, just as they took out the recording stone to capture the moment. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the recording stones instantly shattered, with fragments flying in all directions. Why did this happen? The cultivators looked confused. An old man said sternly, "Are you fools? On the other side of the sea is an emperor. As long as the emperor does not willingly allow it, the recording stone cannot capture anything. If you force the recording, it will not be just this stone that shatters, but you." Upon hearing this, everyone understood. A chubby boy laughed. "So it's our method of operation that's wrong. I'll just record this young man and the vast ocean separating us. That should be fine, right?" With that, the chubby boy took out a golden recording stone, saying, "I spent a fortune on this. It can preserve images for 1,000 years. When I grow old, I'll show it to my descendants." The golden recording stone emitted beams of light, attempting to capture the surrounding scene. But the next moment, there was a crack. A fissure appeared on the recording stone, which quickly expanded, resembling a spider web. Finally, bang, the recording stone shattered completely. Damn! The chubby boy was cut by the shattered recording stone, causing him to stomp his feet in pain. Sucking the blood off his finger, he covered his hand, looking at Lin Ning on the sea with terror. The people around him reacted similarly. The recording stone shattered upon capturing him. Could it be that he is also an emperor? The cultivators felt their scalps tingle, frozen in place, as if petrified. How is this possible? An 18-year-old emperor? The youngest and most gifted emperor of the ancient continent? No wonder he dared to say he would cross the sea. It turns out he truly is an emperor, an infinitely gifted human emperor, another genius among our people. At this point, the old man's expression suddenly changed. Wait, why would our genius go to the soul-severing mountain? Is he trying to ally with the demon race? Impossible. Hearing the old man's words, the human cultivators felt uneasy. He said he has matters to attend to in the soul-severing mountain. I'm certain he is going to eliminate demons and monsters. That is the responsibility of a human emperor. Eliminate demons and monsters? A man with his hands in his pockets sneered. That sounds easy, but the front line is the demon Wuxin emperor, and there are a bunch of emperors inside the soul-severing mountain. Although this boy is a human emperor, entering the soul-severing mountain at this time is just asking for death. On the soul-severing sea, looking at the distant floating soul-severing mountain, Lin Ning frowned slightly. Damn it. How many years has it been since I walked such a long way? How much longer do I have to walk to reach the soul-severing mountain? Lin Ning felt quite displeased. He had been walking for a long time and found he had only taken a few steps. At this rate, it would be dark by the time he reached the soul-severing mountain. No flying? Is that a rule among emperors? Lin Ning sneered. Today, I want to see if the rules of the emperors can restrict me. Saying this, Lin Ning stepped down. A terrifying force surged up from his feet, and Lin Ning leaped high into the air, suspending himself above the ground. Instantly, the azure sky darkened, and dark clouds rolled in from afar, gathering the might of annihilating thunder. Thunderous roars echoed across the heavens, resonating throughout the world. Demon Wuxin looked at Lin Ning flying in the sky and couldn't he help but remove his ghost mask, revealing a youthful face. It was the first time the world had seen his true appearance. Tall and youthful. If people hadn't seen the appearance of Demon Wuxin, they would think he was a young emperor. Is this guy crazy? Demon Wuxin was so shocked that he unconsciously exerted force with his right hand, almost crushing the magic orb he held. On the shore. Damn, this young emperor is too arrogant. This is a no-fly zone. Without the permission of the emperors of the demon and monster races, daring to fly easily would bring down the heavenly tribulation. An old man felt deeply pained. There were rules around the soul-severing sea, and they were born from blood and tears. When the soul-severing mountain was first moved to the sea, many human emperors felt displeased with the demons and monsters. They flew toward the soul-severing mountain, wanting to kill the demons and monsters here. The demon emperor, seeing that their cultivation was not easy, persuaded them to leave, but the human emperors ignored them, ultimately being struck dead by heavenly tribulation. Friend, you must not fly any further. The rules here prohibit flying. Forcibly taking off will trigger heavenly punishment. An old emperor suddenly appeared in the crowd, conveying this to Lin Ning. Lin Ning turned slightly, and the system panel immediately displayed the other person's information. Heavenly punishment? Lin Ning cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you for the warning, senior, but I am pressed for time. I need to finish my business at the soul-severing mountain and then return." Saying this, he looked up at the sky. As for heavenly punishment, Lin Ning pointed one hand to the sky. Let it come. As soon as his voice fell, a heavenly tribulation descended with the might of annihilation. Thunderbolts followed, seemingly wanting to teach this disrespectful young man a lesson. It's over. This guy really triggered the heavenly punishment. Damn, this young emperor is too arrogant. I have never seen such an audacious emperor who dares to be disrespectful to heavenly tribulation. Cultivators had heard stories about heavenly tribulation since they were young. Whether low-level cultivators or emperors, all held a sense of awe towards heavenly tribulation. On the sea, Demon Wuxin smiled as he watched Lin Ning, the corners of his mouth curling up in a light laugh. Young emperor, are you not afraid of heavenly tribulation? Ha! That's right. If one fears heavenly tribulation, it means they bow to it. Even an emperor is a slave in its eyes. No kneeling, no fear, and thus no slavery. Under the sky, looking at the falling sea of thunder and the heavenly tribulation, Lin Ning shouted in a deep voice, "Get lost." With this cold voice, the furious heavenly tribulation abruptly halted. The world returned to calm. Huh. A single word drove back the heavenly punishment. Damn, is this the young emperor? So terrifying. My people are stunned. It seems even emperors can't do this, right? He drove away the heavenly tribulation with just one word. Could he be the son of heaven, or the incarnation of heaven, to be so impressive at such a young age? On the surface of the sea, witnessing Lin Ning repel the heavenly tribulation with a single word, even the esteemed Demon Wuxin couldn't hold back. Could it be that he is just a surface-level disguised emperor? With his fingers constantly caressing the magic orb, Demon Wuxin looked down at the orb, his expression growing more anxious as his hand speed increased. No. Why has the trajectory I calculated deviated? Why can't I calculate his trajectory anymore? Chapter 36. Here, we have no shortage of emperors. I am Demon Wuxin. Demon Wuxin, with his ghost mask removed, smiled and greeted Lin Ning, then said, "May I ask your name and which force you come from?" Lin Ning, from the Xuanming Sect. Upon hearing the boy's answer, Demon Wuxin showed surprise. He stroked the magic orb while muttering a series of obscure incantations. Xuanming Sect. Lin Ning? Could it be the Lin Ning who recently made waves in the ancient continent? Hearing this, Lin Ning responded with confusion. Huh? I became famous? Demon Wuxin laughed. Not long ago, the Xuanming Sect announced to the world, declaring their current true disciple and asking everyone to witness the 3-year agreement. That person is from the Xuanming Sect. It turns out to be you, my friend. Demon Wuxin miscalculated. When he first appeared above the soul-severing sea, he discovered Lin Ning's extraordinary nature through the magic orb. He roughly calculated and thought Lin Ning was a shining new star of the recently rising human race. However, his calculations were shattered by the scene of Lin Ning repelling the heavenly tribulation with a single word. 3-year agreement? That is indeed me. Lin Ning did not hide anything. With unparalleled combat power, why hide when going out? Lin Xiaoyu, as a genius of the human race, are you here to inspect our abyss of demons? Mo Wuxin joked. Lin Ning waved his hand. I'm just going to get something. All right, in that case, let us go together, Mo Wuxin said, taking out a bronze mask and smilingly handing it to Lin Ning. Wearing this will cover you with countless demonic energies, concealing your aura. Although I welcome you to the abyss of demons, there will always be some rigid folks over there who harbor malice towards the human race. Thanks, Lin Ning said, taking the mask and putting it on his face. While he was not afraid of the emperors inside the abyss of demons, it was better to avoid trouble as long as others did not provoke him. Let us go. I'll lead the way. Mo Wuxin jumped off his horse, leading it. As the two walked side by side, what the? The emperor is actually going with him? On the shores of the soul-severing sea. Many human cultivators saw this, and various rumors spread instantly. No way. He is our human race's young emperor. Why is he associating with demons? Has he been subdued by Mo Wuxin? Is he heading to the soul-severing mountain to join the demons? I knew it would be like this. How could someone so young have such cultivation? Even the Sword Emperor hasn't reached this kind of talent. I think he has long been colluding with the demons, practicing their methods, and now that his strength has increased, he doesn't even bother to pretend. When the crowd saw Lin Ning walking into his soul-severing mountain with Mo Wuxin, most believed he had betrayed the human race. There's no helping it. Jealousy is like that. It's hard not to be envious of someone so young possessing the cultivation of an emperor. If you can't obtain it, then slander it. Of course, there were some who disagreed with these views. What do you know? The rumors are spreading from you. He is a genius of our human race. How could he stoop to associate with demons? Didn't he say he was going to do something in soul-severing mountain? As a human emperor, entering the soul-severing mountain means only dealing with demons. Huh, you're not an emperor. How do you know he won betray when facing countless demons? Exactly. No matter how strong he is, can he surpass the emperor? Don't forget, today is the night of demonic revelry. There is no telling how many are vying for the young emperor. Wuxin Emperor, outside soul-severing mountain, a man clad in silver flowing armor, gripping a blood-red spear, respectfully bowed to Mo Wuxin. Emperor, wait. Just as the two were about to enter the mountain, the guard said solemnly, Emperor, you can enter soul-severing mountain. But this person beside you is a genius of the human race. He cannot enter. I almost forgot. Mo Wuxin chuckled lightly. As the personal guard of the undying emperor, it's normal for you to see the true face beneath the mask. However, this person is a dear friend of mine. Having full emperor cultivation before 20, we've known each other for many years, so let us make it convenient. The personal guard Emoyan firmly stated, I'm sorry, Wuxin Emperor, for embarrassing you. However, according to the rules, soul-severing mountain and the abyss of demons are strictly prohibited to non-demonic beings. After being publicly rejected, Mo Wuxin showed no anger on his face. He had known Mo Yin for 5,000 years and understood his character. As the personal guard of the undying emperor, Mo Yin acted according to the rules and was unyielding. This was also why, on the night of demonic revelry, the undying emperor had Mo Yin personally guard the entrance. In earlier years, many human emperors attempted to enter the abyss of demons, only to be defeated one by Mo Yin as soon as they reached the mountain's outskirts. What if I insist on going in? Lin Ning suddenly spoke up. A blood-red spear let out a howl as demonic energy erupted from his body, continuously gathering on the spear. Mo Yin looked at Lin Ning expressionlessly. If you insist on entering soul-severing mountain, your fate is death. He swung the blood-red spear and plunged it into the ground, exuding an invincible aura that surged into the sky. You've crossed the soul-severing sea to come here, proving your strength is not bad. But this is soul-severing mountain, and what it has the most is emperors. After saying this, Mo Yin turned to look at Mo Wuxin. Mo Wuxin put an arm around his shoulder and said, Yin, don't be so rigid. We are friends. My friend is your friend too. Since we are all friends, let us make it convenient. Lin Xiaoyu is just here to take care of some business and will leave once he has done. Seeing this, Lin Ning thought to himself, Indeed, I'm here for business. I want to borrow a divine bone from the undying bird, that is, from the undying emperor. If possible, I'll also take the demonic treasure, soul severing grass. After being briefly embraced, Mo Yin remembered he was at work and quickly shook off Mo Wuxin's arm. Wuxin, the undying emperor asked me to guard soul severing mountain well today. I'm at work. How many times have I said it? When at work, discuss duties. Please call me Mo Yin, the personal guard. Mo Yin glanced at his friend. Mo Wuxin still had a beaming smile, looking at him with a sly grin. Forget it. Forget it. I know your character. If I don't agree, you'll keep bothering me. Fine, let us both go in. After saying this, Mo Wuxin was about to take Lin Ning into soul-severing mountain. Suddenly, the blood-red spear was raised across their path. Mo Yin said in a deep voice, Let him defeat me, and he can enter soul-severing mountain. If he can't win, I'll one-T kill him. He can only return the way he came. Mo Wuxin's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted in surprise. After thousands of years, I didn't expect you to finally come to your senses. Saying this, he pulled Lin Ning aside and whispered, Do you want me to tell you where his weakness is? Mo Yin frowned. I've accompanied the undying emperor in battles for 10,000 years. Do you think I can't hear what you just said? Is this still my friend? Lin Ning slowly said, Thanks, but I don't need to know any of his weaknesses. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ning suddenly struck out with a palm. Damn! Mo Yin cursed angrily. Have today, as human geniuses already learned to sneak attack? Kid, watch closely. My spear will be very fast. Chapter 37. Plummeting into the Abyss. The show begins. Instant shadow killing technique. A loud shout echoed in his heart as Mo Yin activated his technique, and a series of demonic shadows appeared around him. Upon closer inspection, these shadows actually had the same cultivation as him, at the level of the undying emperor. Kid, I've already taken a step back. This is my biggest concession. Mo Yin said coldly, If you want to enter soul severing mountain, then bring out your full strength. Seeing Mo Yin use his technique, Mo Wuxin squinted his eyes, feeling a sense of emotion. This guy, is he going all out right from the start? He understood the instant shadow killing technique. It was Mo Yin's ultimate move, which he had used to defeat 15 human emperors outside Soul Severing Mountain. Those emperors didn't even have time to react before dying under Mo Yin's spear. I really want to know how someone who exceeds my calculations will face Mo Yin's full strength. Rubbing the magic orb in his right hand, Mo Wuxin smiled as he watched. Kid, aren't you going to use a weapon? Mo Yin said solemnly. Swords and blades are merciless. I want to go easy on you. Go ahead, I don't need a weapon. I can do it with one palm, Lin Ning said slowly. What a big mouth. Mo Yin sneered. It's been over 10,000 years, and he is the first to see such arrogance in a junior. Hey! With just a slight tremor of his right hand, the blood-red spear erupted. Instantly, the space around Lin Ning began to twist. Without any time to react, even unable to see when Mo Yin struck, his attack had already arrived. The power from the peak of the undying emperor condensed into a point, aiming directly at Lin Ning's brow. The power of this move, even the emperor would not dare to be careless. Too slow. For other ordinary, perfect emperors, this move would be certain death, but for Lin Ning, it was too slow. Lin Ning extended his hand and made a gesture forward. The next moment, a gust of wind erupted from his fingertips, and he gently squeezed. Bang! How is this possible? Mo Yin's expression changed drastically. How can my instant prison shadow killing technique be easily broken by him? What he did just now was no different from waiting to die in place. How could he instantly judge my marksmanship? Opposite him, Lin Ning smiled and said, Your instant prison shadow killing technique is quite fast, but the immense power gathered from countless identities only condenses into a small point in the end. With this move of yours, even a peak immortal emperor who is not familiar with it would probably not withstand it. But unfortunately for you, you encountered me. Mo Yan's fighting spirit erupted. After so many years, You're the first one at this realm to crack my ultimate move. He looked at Mo Wuxin and said, Wuxin, the person you brought is indeed impressive. Mo Yan's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Lin Ning. Watch the gun. Lin Ning remained expressionless, and the supreme divine domain was suddenly activated. The divine domain enveloped Mo Yan, and his realm instantly dropped to the level of a perfect emperor. My power. Feeling more than 70% of his power draining away, Mo Yan's eyelids twitched violently as he looked at Lin Ning in terror. Lin Ning smiled slightly and instantly slapped out with his right hand. Mo Yan wanted to block, but found his speed as slow as a snail. He watched as Lin Ning's palm gradually landed on his face. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the heavens and the earth. Boom! Mo Yan's body flew backward, crashing to the ground and creating a massive pit. As the dust settled, Mo Yan stood up from the pit, covered in dirt. First, a glimmer of cold light flashed before his eyes, and then a long sword flew straight towards him, finally stopping just 10 centimeters from his eyes. You lost, Lin Ning said slowly. I lost. Thank you for sparing my life. Mo Yan admitted defeat. Witnessing everything, Mo Wuxin put his ghostly mask back on to hide the surprise on his face. Why did Yan's cultivation suddenly drop to the level of a perfect emperor? Mo Wuxin was very puzzled and looked down at his own palm. Just now, I also felt the loss of my power. He looked at Lin Ning in shock, wondering what kind of great power he had mastered that even affected me, an emperor. If it were just Mo Yan whose cultivation was lowered to the level of a perfect emperor, Mo Wuxin wouldn't be too shocked. But he is an emperor. How could Lin Ning have crippled him too? Could it be that his emperor domain can lower others' cultivation? Mo Wuxin sighed. If I were to spar with him face to face, wouldn't I have to use the power of a perfect emperor to confront him head-on? Thinking of this, Mo Wuxin shook his head. After quickly adjusting his emotions, Mo Wuxin looked at Lin Ning and said, Young friend Lin, you have showcased the abilities of the emperor domain this time. Aren't you afraid we will find a way to deal with you? Lin Ning crossed his arms behind his head, looking calm as he replied, It doesn't matter. How do you know I don't have other trump cards? Let's go. It's time to enter the mountain and take a look at the 10,000 Zhang Demon Abyss. Watching the two depart after a long while, Mo Yan finally shifted his gaze back to the spear in his hand. Was I trembling just now? He opened and closed his right hand, sighing after all these years. This is the first time I've smelled the scent of death. So be it, the outside world is unpredictable, and a great era is about to descend. It is normal for me to get rusty after staying here for so many years. In the soul-severing mountain, the wind howled. Upon closer inspection, there were many corpses of emperors on the ground. After becoming emperors, their bodies transcend the mortal realm. And the bones of emperors do not decay, even after hundreds of years of wind and rain, still exuding the aura of an emperor. These are all the human emperors who had previously stormed into the soul-severing mountain. Mo Wuxin said, However, after the undying emperor sent a Yan to guard, no other human emperor has entered here apart from you. Ahead is the 10,000 Zhang Demon Abyss. What you mean by handling things is to go in, right? Lin Ning looked down into the abyss where he couldn't see his hand in front of him, as if pairs of ghostly eyes were watching him. If it were someone else, they would likely be scared to death being stared at by these eyes, not to mention the wails coming from deep within the demon abyss, which sounded incredibly eerie. The surface of the demon abyss is filled with powerful, demonic energy. Even you human emperors would find it hard to endure. Mo Wuxin waved his hand. Come, get on my mount. It will safely take you into the 10,000 Zhang Demon Abyss. Just as he finished speaking, Mo Wuxin saw Lin Ning open his arms and fall into the abyss. This guy, deep within the 10,000 Zhang Demon Abyss, the demonic energy swirled around, and majestic statues stood tall. On the ground gathered the emperors and strong practitioners of both the demon and monster races. Fellow brothers, the great era is approaching. It's time for our demon and monster races to ascend to the peak. Those damned humans have been bouncing around recently. If we let them shout for a while longer, soon they won't be able to shout at all. I say, while those old guys have not yet awakened, we should directly pierce through the ancient continent and seize the opportunity. Suddenly, an emperor looked up in shock. Who is that? Is he crazy, falling from such a height? Isn't he afraid of being torn apart by the demonic energy? Even they, the natives of the demon and monster races, wouldn't dare to directly confront the uncontrollable demonic energy that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Everyone looked up in astonishment. They saw a young man falling from the sky. He fell straight to the ground. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Chapter 38. Swallowing even démon technique. Whose subordinate is this? How can he be so fierce? An old man exclaimed. I've lived for more than half my life, and this is the first time I've seen someone jump into the 10,000 Zhang demon abyss. The powers of the demon and monster races looked at each other in disbelief. The 10,000 Zhang demon abyss has existed for so many years, and this is the first time they have seen someone make an entrance like this. Remember, the demonic energy here does not distinguish between friend and foe. Even an emperor of a monster race, without using special tools or formations, would be attacked by this demonic energy, leading to life-threatening danger. However, this guy just jumped straight in? Is he crazy? As the dust settled, they saw a young man walking out of the pit, his sleeves slightly dirty. Lin Ning gently patted the dust off his clothes and smiled at the many emperors. Why are all of you so surprised? I thought the 10,000 Zhang demon abyss wasn't that high, and that the demonic energy had some spirit. Haven't you ever tried it? As soon as these words were spoken, the many emperors turned dark-faced. Kid, the night of revelry hasn't even begun, and you're already going insane? We're not worried about the height. We fear the demonic energy. As he spoke, a demon race emperor instantly appeared in front of Lin Ning. Oh, is that the bronze mask of the Wuxin emperor? Are you his subordinate? The demon race emperor scrutinized Lin Ning from top to bottom. If it weren't for the special nature of this bronze mask, he would have wanted to pull it off to see what was underneath. You weren't attacked by the demonic energy? Lin Ning shrugged. I wasn't attacked by the demonic energy. He thought carefully in his heart when he fell into the abyss. The demonic energy in the passage began to riot. Originally, Lin Ning thought he would be attacked by this demonic energy, but unexpectedly, the demonic energy played around him like a child, sometimes tugging at Lin Ning's clothes, sometimes wanting to touch the bronze mask. Aside from that, there was nothing special. When did the Wuxin Emperor have such a subordinate? The emperors of the demon and monster races whispered among themselves. Whoosh! A shadow rushed from a distance, heading straight for Lin Ning. Lin Ning slowly raised his hand and caught the shadow. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a head. This head looked very strange. Unlike a human, it had no facial features, only 2 rows of sharp, dense fangs. Kid, you must be a newly promoted emperor, right? Here, this is a gift for you. After consuming the blood inside, it will help you steadily improve your cultivation. In the distance, a disheveled man in tattered clothes was picking his nose and took a huge swig from a wine jug. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he smiled and said, Don't underestimate this head. It's very precious. We can only taste it at most twice. Once you become an immortal emperor in the future, you can taste the second portion, which will be very beneficial for you. Lowering his head and looking at the strange head in his hands, Lin Ning truly found it hard to swallow. This thing looks so ugly. Why is it so sought after? It's too ugly. I think the guy next door might like it. But it has no holes. The scruffy man noticed that Lin Ning was hesitating and asked, What's wrong? Don't know how to eat it? Huh. That old guy Wuxin disappeared after coming in and didn't teach you. Kid, pay attention. The scruffy man suddenly produced a head, laughing. This is the 3rd portion I obtained upon stepping into the Imperial Sovereign Realm. Saying this, he mobilized the demonic energy within him, and a vast amount of demonic energy immediately swept the head into the air. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying force descended upon the head. The next moment, with a loud bang, the head shattered into pieces, and a stream of blood essence floated in the air, its crimson glow attracting countless gazes. Lin Ning felt that around him, the eyes of the demon emperors were filled with greed. But this greed quickly vanished. The scruffy man, with a look of enjoyment, inhaled the blood essence through his nose, feeling a warmth inside, then let out a long howl. Soon, profound runes appeared on his body, and his limbs swelled as if pumped with steroids. Ancient demonic sounds surrounded the scruffy man. Haha, kid, I've demonstrated it for you. Just follow my lead. The scruffy man said, Don't underestimate this head. You might need to exert all your strength to break it since you've just stepped into the Imperial realm. and then extract the essence inside. The Demon Carnival Night happens once a year. Last time, I hadn't seen you, and Wuxing never mentioned having a subordinate. So, I guess you must be a newly promoted emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ning struck down with a palm, as if he was smashing a watermelon with bare hands. Pop! A crisp sound rang out. A ball of blood essence immediately floated within. Lin Ning reached out and caught the blood essence. In an instant, the noisy demon abyss fell silent. 2 seconds later, huh? No way. Did you just smash it with one palm? Is it that easy to break? Even I, a dignified immortal emperor, need to exert 50% of my strength to break it. Hey, old drunkard, are you drunk and giving him a fake one? The group of emperors turned their gazes toward the scruffy man. He was just swallowing the last sip of wine, and when he saw a drop about to fall to the ground, he quickly stuck out his tongue to catch it. What a joke. I'm 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even if I drank with you for a year, I wouldn't get drunk. Looking at Lin Ning with shining eyes, the scruffy man seemed to have found a treasure. This gleam in his eyes had never been so bright except when he encountered a millennium-old fine wine. Kid, not bad. You just became an emperor and already possess such terrifying power, much stronger than your predecessors. Why don't you ditch Wuxing and stick with me? I'll help you conquer the world. The world is yours, treasures are yours, and beauties can all be yours. I just want fine wine, how about it? Lin Ning ignored the man's invitation and quickly devoured the blood essence. If I don't consume this essence quickly, the emperors around might snatch it away. As the blood essence rapidly digested within him, his clear eyes suddenly turned red, and the sounds of demonic music echoed in his ears. Lin Ning seemed to see himself in an unknown ancient battlefield, surrounded by incredibly powerful demons. Terrifying attacks erupted around Lin Ning, the destructive power causing ripples in space, as one void after another shattered and then reformed. Suddenly, the system's voice brought Lin Ning back to reality. Congratulations, host, for absorbing the ancient demon god's blood essence. Currently comprehending the ancient demon god's technique. Sky-devouring demon art. Note, the ancient demon god does not exist in this world, so the host has not acquired the sky-devouring demon art from the world inheritance. Success in comprehending the sky-devouring demon art. Chapter 39. Damn the human race. How dare they deceive me? Congratulations, host, for comprehending the sky-devouring demon art. As the system's voice fell, countless pieces of knowledge about the technique flooded into Lin Ning's mind, causing his body to tremble slightly, as if being washed by an invisible force. As the knowledge was deeply imprinted, Lin Ning discovered the terrifying aspects of the sky-devouring demon art. Origin devouring. The host can devour the origin of cultivators with special physiques or talents through the demon technique, claiming their abilities as their own, and even simulating the characteristics of their physique. The targets for devouring are not limited to cultivators, as heavenly spiritual veins can also become prey. The host devouring ability is divided into stages. The higher the stage, the stronger the devouring ability. After reaching a certain level, even the cores of stars can be devoured. Second, after devouring enough origins, a demon embryo will condense within the host, and once the demon embryo matures, it will transform into a split body that can act independently, seeking out targets to devour, ultimately gathering their origins back to the main body. Feeling the introduction to the sky-devouring demon art in his mind, Lin Ning was taken aback. Devouring origins, and it could even devour stars when powerful enough. This technique excited him greatly. However, Lin Ning quickly calmed down. Calm down. Calm down. At this moment, he was in the depths of the demon abyss, surrounded by powerful emperors, and even the slightest change in expression could be noticed by them. There was no shortage of immortal emperors here, and even imperial sovereigns might be hidden among them, just like that scruffy old drunkard. If it weren't for the system panel information and the demon's conversations, who would believe that this scruffy man could be an imperial sovereign? Kid, do you feel anything unusual? The scruffy man suddenly leaned closer, a strong sour smell wafting over, as if he hadn't bathed for many years. Lin Ning held back his discomfort and shook his head. Nothing special. Hey, strange. We all undergo changes after consumption. I just saw your eyes turn red for a moment, but your body didn't change at all. The scruffy man pondered. Could it be that you're some sort of demon race anomaly? or a monster race anomaly? Damn it, you're the anomaly of the monster race. An expert from the monster race immediately shouted angrily. The scruffy man didn't mind and cheerfully put his arm around Lin Ning's shoulder. Kid, I see you have an extraordinary bone structure. Achieving the emperor position at such a young age. Come mix with me. The conditions are still the same. I offer you much more than that Wuxin guy. I just want wine. Everything else is yours. Seeing that Lin Ning was unmoved, he continued. How about this? Publicly announce your departure from Wuxin's team, and I'll give you a piece of quasi-imperial armor on the spot. How about it? Don't worry. I'm an old acquaintance of Wuxin. Both of us are imperial sovereigns, and he would be very willing if I recruit you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning's eyes rolled. All right, you said it. I declare my departure from Wuxin's team, and you give me the quasi-imperial armor. You have to help me erase the spirit of the armor. I'm afraid you'll pull a fast one. The higher the weapon's level, the more intelligent the spirit it produces becomes, approaching human-like intelligence. A quasi-imperial treasure spirit is even smarter than some old cultivators in the Great Ascension stage. Even when others use it, they might suffer backlash. Lin Ning had the ability to erase the weapon spirit's intelligence, but why not let the other party handle it? As for leaving Mo Wuxin's team, anyway, I'm not one of Mo Wuxin's subordinates, and I swear on the spot that I won't be affected. At most, I'll be placed on the blacklist of dishonesty. All right. The scruffy man was overjoyed and quickly took out a treasure. This is a quasi-emperor level artifact, the Nine Heavens Dragon Suppression Armor. I have erased its spirit's consciousness and will give it to you. The scruffy man smiled and said, There's so many people watching. You can't go back on your word. I won't go back on my word, Lin Ning said with a smile, and then put the Nine Heavens Dragon Suppression Armor into the system space. Congratulations, Emperor. You have gained a great general. A demon emperor quickly exclaimed. Congratulations, Emperor. You have gained a great general. Congratulations, Emperor. You have gained a great general. Upon hearing this, the scruffy man felt delighted, and he waved his hand, saying, Hey, it's not time yet. He just left Wuxin Emperor's team. Give him some time to adjust. In a few days, I will hold a grand ceremony for him. I have high hopes for this kid, and I will definitely train him to be the top expert of the demon race in the future. At this moment, a demon emperor curiously asked, What is this little brother's name? My name is Laziu. As soon as he finished speaking, a low, heavy footstep sounded from a distance. Everyone turned around and saw a man wearing a ghost mask slowly walking over. Mo Wuxin. Mo Wuxin. Many demons first bowed to Mo Wuxin. Many people looked at the three with mischievous smiles, thinking, Mo Wuxin came at just the right time. The old drunkard just dug away his people. And now he has arrived. Will they fight? Today is really crazy, it's just right. Seeing Mo Wuxin arrive, the scruffy man immediately became vigilant. He stretched out his hand and said, Hey, Wuxin, Laziu voluntarily left your team. He is now a free man and will follow me to conquer the world. Let me state first, I did not forcefully dig him over. He is willing. Oh, is Laziu? Mo Wuxin looked puzzled. You stopped me just to say this? Young friend Lin Ning, your skills are indeed impressive. You are not harmed by the demonic energy. Mo Wuxin looked at Lin Ning, the ghost face mask appearing as if it were crying and laughing. Wait, you said his name is Lin Ning? Isn't he Laziu? The scruffy man was probably drunk. His body swayed quite a bit. He steadied himself, his face darker than coal, his eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Ning. Kid, how dare you lie to me? In order not to leave Mo Wuxin's team, you actually made up a fake name. Return my artifact. Lin Ning shrugged and spread his hands. I only lied about your name. Everything else is true. So, you will still leave his team? No. I was never part of his team. How can I leave? Damn it. An emperor was actually broken down on the spot. Rubbing the magic orb, Mo Wuxin smiled and said, It seems I came at the wrong time. I will withdraw first. Lin Ning frowned. This guy is definitely here to cause trouble. A bad deed, and he's already leaving. In the open space, a demon emperor sat cross-legged, muttering. Lin Ning? That name sounds familiar. After a quick brainstorming session, a murderous intent suddenly erupted in the eyes of the demon emperor. Not good. He is not one of our demon race, but a human. He is the Lin Emperor who caused a stir on an ancient continent a few days ago. Remembered it. Everything has come back. The demon emperors suddenly realized, Lin Ning? People from the outside world may not be familiar with this name, but they are very familiar with it in the demon race. This is someone who has been placed on the kill list by their demon emperors. Upon hearing he is a human, the scruffy man was so angry that he almost crushed his precious wine gourd. He looked coldly at Lin Ning. "You are saying this kid is a human emperor, and he even tricked me into a quasi-emperor level divine weapon? Good. I was just worried that you had no place to practice formations. Now the opportunity has come. Come here. Set up the formation. I want this damned human to suffer." Chapter 40. The Witch Demon King reappears. If you are a member of the demon race, I allow you to deceive me, but you are actually that damned human. The scruffy man glared at Lin Ning with a fierce gaze. "Seeing that you were brought by Mo Wuxin, I can give you a chance. If you are willing to switch to the demonic path and join my demon race, I can spare your life, otherwise die." Lin Ning is so young, yet has such cultivation. The scruffy man believes that even if he switches to the demonic path, with such a terrifying talent, his future achievements will not be low. This is already considering Mo Wuxin's face. If it were any other human emperor, even an immortal emperor, the emperor, if they tricked him in this demon abyss, the scruffy man would definitely tear them to pieces. "I refuse," Lin Ning said shamelessly. "I definitely will not return your treasure. I can also leave this place safely." On the opposite side, a demon emperor shouted, "Arrogant kid, I really don't know where you got your confidence from, to dare to barge into the 10,000 zhang demon abyss with your perfect emperor cultivation. Emperor, there is no need for you to act. We can kill him ourselves." The scruffy man nodded. "Let's finish this quickly. Let him help you all train your formation." As he gave the order, in an instant, the temperature around the 10,000 zhang demon abyss suddenly dropped, as if it had fallen into the 18 layers of hell. A series of ghostly wails echoed in the ears, making one's heart tremble. "Ha! Kid, today I will let you open your eyes. Let you see the powerful combination skill we have been training recently. The 10,000 Ghosts Extermination Formation." One by one, the demon emperors quickly arrived at their corresponding positions, each of them erupting with overwhelming demonic energy. They looked at Lin Ning with mocking eyes. The 10,000 Ghosts Extermination Formation is a very powerful technique in the demon race. It requires at least 10 demon race beings at the emperor level to operate together. If 10 immortal emperors gather together, even an emperor would find it difficult to resist. Therefore, as the many demon emperors operated the technique, they had already envisioned the outcome in their minds. Lin Ning is just a perfect human emperor, no matter how against the heavens his talent is. He cannot withstand the 10,000 Ghosts Extermination Formation. I have never seen such a young emperor refine him and devour all of his talents. A demon emperor laughed. "Kid, before you die, use your potential to bless us emperors to ascend." In the center of the formation, Lin Ning calmly watched the ghostly figures whizzing past him. The 10,000 Ghosts Extermination Formation? Not bad. Unfortunately, it's a pity that you encountered me. Lin Ning threw a punch, instantly destroying those vengeful spirits. However, the next moment, the vengeful spirits that had just died revived, and they were much stronger than before. Kid, don't waste your effort. Even if you have the ability to kill them, every time you do, their cultivation will only grow stronger. Now, if you return the 9 Heavens Dragon Suppression Armor to the Emperor and kneel down to beg for mercy, joining our demon race, we can spare your life. Of course, if you want to be like those previous human beings who would rather die than submit, we can fulfill you as well." Lin Ning said nothing. His right fist struck out again, this time directly annihilating all the vengeful spirits. The next moment, a shadow fell from the sky and landed beside Lin Ning. Seeing the appearance of the newcomer, the demon emperors watching from a distance all stood up and shouted, "Witch Demon King, what do you want to do? This is a matter of the demon race. Do not interfere." The Witch Demon King likes to seek out exceptionally talented opponents and then duel with them. Therefore, when he appeared, the demon emperors all thought he was here to fight Lin Ning. Now is not the time for you to spar. Let the brothers of the demon race handle it themselves. Do not let this 10,000 Ghosts Extermination Formation injure you. Get down here. You are getting more and more arrogant. An immortal emperor shouted. In the center of the formation, the Witch Demon King looked at the furious demon compatriots and only snorted coldly in response. A pair of black and white wings trembled slightly, transforming into sharp weapons that slashed through the flying ghosts. The Lich King, holding a spear pointed at the demons, turned to Lin Ning and said, "It's been a few days since we last met. I didn't expect you to cause a ruckus in the abyss of demons. Quite interesting indeed. I'm much older than you. How about calling you Lin Kid?" Before Lin Ning could respond, the Lich King pointed at the crowd of demons, resembling a youthful overlord, confidently announcing to the world, "This person is my dear friend. No one is allowed to touch him." "What? Do you want to go against our demon clan?" A scruffy man said coldly. "You scoundrel. Causing trouble in the monster clan is one thing, but this is the abyss of demons. This is not a place for you to act wildly." A demon emperor suddenly appeared and shouted, "Get back here." Saying this, the demon emperor cupped his hands towards the scruffy man and said, "I apologize for not managing him properly. I hope the bloodline emperor can forgive me. I'll take it back right now." Lin Ning looked at the Lich King and thought, "I didn't expect him to stand against the demon clan for me once again. Does he have some purpose? Or does he simply want to spar with me?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Ning said, "Lich King, this is a matter between me and the demon clan. You don't need to intervene, lest you disturb the harmony between your two clans." The Lich King shrugged, "It's fine, no worries. Although I'm much older than you. In terms of the lifespan of an emperor, you and I can be considered contemporaries. I, the Lich King, haven't found such a powerful opponent of my age in a long time. Your life, only I can take. No one else can touch you." Hearing this, Lin Ning felt both amused and helpless. "What are you saying? Do you want to protect me or kill me?" The scruffy man laughed, and as his imperial aura surged forth, his disheveled appearance instantly vanished. It was as if he had a transformation device, and a complete set of blood-red battle armor appeared on him, topped with a glass crown and wielding a blood shadow demon knife. He was the Bloodline Emperor, renowned across the continent for 1,000 years, a witness to the war between immortals and demons. "Old buddy, today is the night of the Demon and Monster Carnival. I'll give your monster clan some face," the Bloodline Emperor said solemnly. "Today I won't kill the Lich King, but don't let him cause any trouble." Saying this, he waved his right hand, and the blood shadow demon knife erupted with terrifying power, arriving in front of the Lich King in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the void collapsed, and mountains and rivers shattered. The Lich King had just raised a spear to block when he realized he had no strength to resist. In a critical moment, Lin Ning flipped his hand to form seal. Dragon suppression. A series of dragon roars echoed from his palm as Lin Ning struck out, easily neutralizing the Bloodline Emperor's attack. "Oomph, you even hid your strength," the Bloodline Emperor said with surprise. "What level of cultivation do you possess?" Lin Ning patted the Lich King's shoulder, saying, "Since you stood in front of me just now, I won't let you get hurt easily. The rest, let me handle it." Scanning the entire scene, Lin Ning declared forcefully, "Is there only you, the Emperor of the Demon Clan, who will make a move? That won't be enough. Call out a few more emperors. I'm pressed for time." Chapter 41. "So you have the soul banner? Huh? Where did this yellow-toothed brat come from? So arrogant." From the shadows, an immortal emperor of the demon clan stepped out. With his addition, the strength of the 10,000 ghost suppression array significantly increased. Woo woo woo. One after another, fierce ghosts lunged at Lin Ning from all directions. A pair of pale hands quietly appeared at Lin Ning's feet, grasping his ankle tightly and trying to pull him into hell. The next moment, the ghost seemed to be burned by something hot, covering its hand in pain. Swish! A sharp blade light fell, beheading it. A cloud of black mist immediately dissipated. "Old Bloodline, it seems you don't plan to make a move yourself," Lin Ning said expressionlessly, looking at the Bloodline Emperor with a smile. "If that's the case, I'll force your Emperor to act." He was in a hurry. After all, the night of the Demon and Monster Carnival was about to arrive. As an outsider, he certainly couldn't delay others' party. Thinking of this, Lin Ning smiled slightly. God King's suppression technique. A loud roar echoed in his heart as Lin Ning activated his technique, a tiger's roar and dragon's chant resonating within him. Holy light immediately descended from the sky, illuminating the abyss of demons completely. What a terrifying technique. How did this full-level human emperor obtain such powerful skills? A demon emperor exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, he was intrigued. But he was wise enough to know that this human had deceived the demon clan, and it should be resolved by the demon clan itself. As a member of the monster clan, even if he was tempted, he couldn't make a move, lest it disrupt the harmony between the two clans. Within the 10,000 ghost suppression array, those ghosts illuminated by the God King suppression technique howled in agony, as if vampires encountering sunlight. Their bodies felt as though they were burned by molten lava, their bones melting and bone water dripping onto the ground. This is bad. This technique is extremely restraining against the 10,000 ghost suppression array. The Bloodline Emperor's expression suddenly changed, and he slashed out with a blood shadow demon knife. However, at that moment he swung the knife, he felt over 90% of his power vanish. My power, how could it be lost so severely? My cultivation, Lin Ning liked to say, below my realm, I'm invincible. Above my realm, we go 50-50. Do you have more people? Is your cultivation higher than mine? Fine. Then I'll make the cultivation equal. As the supreme divine realm unfolded, the cultivation levels of those immortal emperors and emperors instantly dropped to full-level emperors. Lin Ning remained calm. Sensing the decrease in the strength of the opposing formation, he immediately found the flaw in the formation. Suppression. Lin Ning struck down with a palm. Behind him, a divine phantom clad in armor, wearing a crown and holding a battle knife was born. The posture of the divine king mirrored Lin Ning's, and as Lin Ning struck down, he too struck out with a palm. Boom! In an instant, the shockwave generated by the explosion covered the entire abyss of demons, even affecting the nearby Soul Fragment Mountain. The violent tremors caused a tsunami in the Soul Fragment Sea, with towering waves crashing toward the shore. Rumble! The earth shook violently, and heaven and earth lost their color, as if heading toward destruction. What happened? What major event occurred? At the tavern on the shore, cultivators were drinking, listening to scattered cultivators chatting. The Soul Fragment Mountain has anomalies. Everyone saw the magical mountain on the sea shaking violently. On the shore, many sea beasts lay dead. Seeing this scene, the cultivators gasped in shock. Could it be that the night of the demon and monster carnival has begun early? No, in all these years, there has never been a case of sea beasts dying. Why is there such a massive fluctuation in battle? Could someone be forcibly breaking into Soul Fragment Mountain? As this was said, many suddenly realized they had the same answer in their minds. Could it be that the young emperor has entered the abyss of demons? My God, is he trying to pacify the abyss of demons by himself? Of course, this idea was quickly met with ridicule. How is that possible? At that time, he entered Soul Fragment Mountain with Mo Wuxin, so he must have defected. Do you think a defected emperor would attack the demon clan? What a joke. Even if he were pretending, could he face countless demons alone? Not to mention there is more than one emperor. The aftermath of the battle lasted for a full 5 minutes before it finally ceased. In the center of the explosion, more than a dozen demon emperors were heavily injured, spitting blood, with 2 emperors dying on the spot. What terrifying destructive power! The demon emperors looked at each other, first relieved that they hadn't joined forces with the demon clan. Otherwise, they too would have been affected. Then, they began to secretly gather their strength, the killing intent in their eyes sharp as knives. In today's vast demon abyss, it is not just the demon race, but also their demon race. If the demon race suffers heavy losses, their demon race will not fare any better. Powerful. Behind Lin Ning, the Lich King, who witnessed everything up close, swallowed hard. A storm surged in his heart. How could he, with only the cultivation of a perfect emperor, unleash such overwhelming power? As a genius of the demon race, the Lich King prided himself on being invincible among his peers, no matter how strong the opponent. As long as they were still in the immortal emperor realm, he could gnaw them down bit by bit. But now, the Lich King's mind was in disarray, murmuring, that attack he unleashed just now was even stronger than an immortal emperor. The expression of blood-eaten emperor was as ugly as if he had eaten feces. Damn human, once I heavily injure you, I will nail your entire body to a board with soul-sealing nails, making you wish you were dead. Blood-eaten emperor was furious, leading the demon race emperors to surround Lin Ning in the center like an emperor personally leading an expedition. The blood shadow demon knife in his hand had now transformed into a blood-colored banner. This person's cultivation method is quite strange. Although I am an emperor, my realm far exceeds his, but for some reason, my realm has actually dropped to perfect emperor. He must still master many secret techniques. If I engage him in close combat, I might fall into a trap. Blood in Emperor's eyes rolled, seeing the Emperor summon the 10,000 Souls banner. The demon race emperors also summoned their own life-bound 10,000 Souls banners. Attack! Blood in Emperor abandoned his habit of blustering. The main soul within the 10,000 Souls banner responded to the command. His main soul of the 10,000 Souls banner was a perfect emperor, and among the other souls, there were also many shadows of emperors. Around them, the demon race emperors summoned their main souls from their 10,000 Souls banners, using these souls to transfer their powers to themselves. In an instant, dozens of demon race emperors broke through to the immortal emperor realm. Looking at the banners, Lin Ning smiled. Good, good, good. Everyone has a 10,000 Souls banner, right? Isn't this sending me souls? Thinking of this, Lin Ning smiled and said, So you all have 10,000 Souls banners? Come out, human emperor banner. A golden banner stood between heaven and earth, rustling in the cold wind. Lin Ning held the human emperor banner, smiling as he looked at the many souls around him. 10,000 Souls banner? Why does this person possess such a treasure? Moreover, judging by the level of this magical artifact, it is not low, at least comparable to ours. The demon race emperors thought to themselves upon seeing the human emperor banner in Lin Ning's hands. Isn't the human race disdainful of using our demon artifacts? How can you, a human emperor, make a decision that goes against your ancestors? Kid, your 10,000 Souls banner looks quite impressive. Once I kill you, this treasure will belong to me. Demon Wen Qing Emperor laughed loudly. Old Wen Qing, that treasure was the one I saw first. How about this? Whoever kills him first can claim his 10,000 Souls banner. How about that? Another emperor said. The other emperors nodded in agreement, expressing their approval of this proposal. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning's face darkened. Good, good, good. You all, one by one, I'm not dead yet. And you're already thinking of dividing my treasures? Moreover, this is the human emperor banner I possess. Are you all blind? How can a 10,000 Souls banner have such a brilliant golden effect? Although my human emperor banner has a bit of black smoke, it cannot hide its characteristics. Again, this human emperor banner. Behind Lin Ning, the Lich King saw the appearance of the human emperor banner, and his eyelids twitched violently, his heart bleeding. He was all too familiar with this thing. Inside it are his million troops. Those are the brothers who fought alongside him across the world. You blind demons, see clearly. This is indeed the human emperor banner. Lin Ning pointed to the large characters on the banner and said solemnly, Huh, whether it's the human emperor banner or the 10,000 Souls banner, once you die, you can call it whatever you want. An emperor took the lead in attacking, and the emperor's soul he summoned transmitted all its power before completely dissipating. Once I kill you, I will use your human emperor banner to make up for my magical artifact, and then devour your talents to help me step into the immortal emperor realm. Demon Dragon Palm. The emperor struck out with a palm, and a 5-clawed demon dragon over 100 feet tall emerged, opening its immense mouth and devouring everything in its path. Just as the demon dragon was about to swallow Lin Ning, a man suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! The man punched out, shattering the demon dragon's head, then tore apart its body, the scattered demon energy bathing him. Immortal Emperor? How could you have such a powerful main soul? In front of Lin Ning, the tall man had hollow eyes, his body stiff, devoid of consciousness, like a walking corpse. Only when Lin Ning's voice fell would he strike. At that moment, his movements were faster than a cheetah, more agile than a monkey. Let me deal with him. Bloody Emperor waved the 10,000 Souls banner with both hands, a powerful suction enveloping the Emperor corpse, wanting to draw it into the 10,000 Souls banner. Once I capture this guy and refine him, my strength will increase again. However, to Blood Emperor's surprise, his 10,000 Souls banner had no reaction to the Emperor corpse at all. Look, you are sending me divine weapons and souls. Why are you being so polite? Lin Ning waved the human Emperor banner, and with a gust of wind, he directly blew the 10,000 Souls banners and those souls from everyone's hands over to him. Thank you. Lin Ning collected everything. After devouring these magical artifacts, the area of the human Emperor banner doubled. Moreover, the golden light on the banner completely dissipated, seemingly replaced by demonic energy. Shameless dog thief. Return my magical artifact. Dog thief, you said this isn't the 10,000 souls banner. Look at your banner. It's all black now. Return my treasure. The demon race emperors were forced to switch to close combat, surrounding Lin Ning one by one, wanting to smash Lin Ning's head with their fists. However, how could Lin Ning give them this opportunity? Suppress. The heavenly Yama palm descended from the sky, accompanied by equal cultivation equipment. Ah, my cultivation, my power. Run. The demon race emperor sensed something was amiss, and in a panic, he fled. Blood-Een Emperor, why are you in front of us? The demon race emperor who fled first looked ahead and was stunned. How could there still be someone in front? And it was Blood-Een Emperor? I can't run. My 10,000 souls banner has also been taken, and my cultivation has also dropped to perfect emperor like you. This is too overbearing. How can you not be disdainful? How can you want me to hit my head? Please, I am an emperor, all right? Now I'm in such a sorry state. Why are you all running? Didn't you want to retrieve your 10,000 souls banners? At that time, Lin Ning resembled a young demon king descending to the world, holding the 10,000 souls. No, the human emperor banner. On the banner, endless black energy enveloped Lin Ning, expanding outward from him. This black energy was like a beast that had been hungry for a long time. Upon seeing the many demon race emperors, it greedily wanted to devour them like prey. Suddenly, an ancient bell tolled throughout the vast demon abyss. Rumble. The ground shook, and strands of azure light descended from the sky, landing on the black energy, interrupting Lin Ning's movements. Hearing the bell and seeing the familiar azure light, the fleeing demon race emperors looked like they had seen a savior. Demon race, Yao Changsheng, welcomes the immortal emperor. Demon race, Yao Meier, welcomes the immortal emperor. Not far away, the demon race emperors stood up straight upon hearing the bell, respectfully bowing toward the source of the sound. Not only that, but the fleeing demon race emperors also stopped. Ha ha, Lin Ning, you're finished. The immortal emperor has awakened. The awakening of the immortal emperor. The night of demon and monster revelry has begun. Lin Ning, you're completely done. Lin Ning, even if you have extraordinary abilities, our immortal emperor has already awakened. What can you do to us? Kid, return our treasures now, and also impart your strange cultivation technique to us. We will certainly plead with the immortal emperor to spare your life. Lin Ning looked at these demons with a blank expression. Just what kind of being is this immortal emperor? These people were just fleeing, and now they seem as if their father has arrived. Lin Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, as a massive figure was rushing towards him from distance. Ahead, a brilliant blue divine light flickered like stars falling from the sky. In an instant, winds and clouds surged, as if the entire world was infused with endless vitality. A gigantic immortal bird appeared in Lin Ning's line of sight, its wings spreading wide, and dazzling blue light poured over the land like a tide. Its feathers were crystal clear, seemingly formed from countless stars, with ancient runes flowing on every wing, exuding a sacred aura that inspired awe. As the immortal emperor descended, a melodious long cry echoed through the heavens and the earth, as if containing endless years and wisdom. Its eyes sparkled with a calm yet profound light, and a thin blue halo surrounded its body, bringing all things back to life. Withered plants revived, shattered earth slowly healed, and even the heavily injured demon emperors who had just been wounded stood up under the light, fully healed. We pay our respects to the immortal emperor. Chapter 43. Empress Julie. The immortal emperor must be their leader, right? Then, what level is the one riding on its back? Lin Ning's gaze fixed ahead, where he saw a woman atop the immortal emperor's wings. Which king of the demon clan? I greet the immortal emperor. Just as Lin Ning pondered this, the usually proud witch king knelt on one knee, looking devout. I thought you wouldn't kneel to anyone. Lin Ning slightly turned to tease. However, the witch king unexpectedly ignored his question. The immortal emperor landed, and the holy blue light formed something akin to a blanket underneath, shielding him from dust. On its wings, the beautiful woman lightly leaped, her jade foot touching the ground. 9 enormous fox tails slowly unfurled behind her, each flowing like flames, shimmering with a crystalline luster, as if a galaxy descended from the 9 heavens. She was extremely tall, appearing to be about 2 meters. Her luxurious robe was embroidered with intricate runes, reflecting a faint glow. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful and enchanting, with features like a painting, a high nose, lips slightly raised with a cold, almost smiling charm, and her pupils held a hint of alluring purple light. Anyone who dared to make eye contact with her would instantly fall under an illusion and turn to stone. We humbly welcome the immortal emperor. We humbly welcome the 9-tailed fox sovereign. As everyone knelt, the immortal emperor transformed into a young man. He smiled and waved his hand, saying there was no need for such grand gestures to get up. Yes. At this moment, the demon and monster emperors finally stood up. In each of their eyes was nothing but admiration and respect for the immortal emperor. You are actually a human emperor? The immortal emperor suddenly looked at Lin Ning. Yes. What an unusual guest. I never expected a human emperor would come to my abyss of demons to join the revelry night. The blooding emperor darkened his face and said in a deep voice, he didn't come as a guest, but to cause trouble. He recounted all of Lin Ning's actions, embellishing the details. The 9-tailed fox sovereign duly scoffed. You old geezers, how can so many of you bully a young man to the point of losing your treasures? Her voice carried a strong allure, and while it was a reprimand, many looked as if they were enjoying it. His cultivation technique is too strange. Don't be fooled by his complete emperor-level cultivation. The techniques he masters can make us all become like him. A demon emperor hurriedly defended. Exactly. If he didn't use that bizarre technique, just watch how it would twist his head off. Nearby, the Witch King scoffed at first. The kid Lin didn't use that technique, and you still couldn't beat him. You. The demon emperor's face twisted as he pointed at the Witch King. Are you still our ally? Is this how you do things? The immortal emperor smiled slightly and said, Yao Junlin, aren't you from the demon clan? Why are you speaking up for the humans? Yao Junlin is the true name of the Witch King. Aren't you afraid your master will spank you? Ha! I remember you often got beaten by him when you were little. The Witch King held his head with both hands, looking indifferent. Master, you know my character. I only like to be friends with monsters. It's interesting to spar with them. He turned to the many demons and monsters and continued, look at these old geezers. Each one self-righteous, always talking about seniority. Their strength is lacking, and they love to find excuses. As for my master, he scolded me a while ago, and then I just graduated from being his disciple. Demon Clan. 6 years still claiming to have graduated from being a disciple. Shouldn't he be expelled from the sect? No, you should be expelled from the Demon Clan. Just bringing shame to our Demon Clan. Emperor, this human killed many of our brothers and even snatched our treasure, the 10,000 souls banner. You must seek justice for us. Please, Immortal Emperor, seek justice for us. Please, Immortal Emperor, seek justice for us. Looking at the indignant expressions of the crowd, Lin Ning felt a headache coming on. All right, making me seem like the villain. Wasn't it you all who teamed up to kill me? Now you act like you're the victims? So, you demons and monsters were surrounded by just me? Lin Ning held the human emperor flag, being very cautious. He didn't know what kind of being this immortal emperor was, able to command such respect from the demon and monster clans. If the situation turned unfavorable, he would immediately activate his divine realm to bring down their cultivation. Moxing, is this the person you brought? Why are you hiding in the distance to watch? The immortal emperor suddenly spoke. At this moment, a giant stone in the distance suddenly transformed into Mo Wuxin's form. Damn it, this is all you're doing. Upon seeing Mo Wuxin, the blooding emperor was instantly furious, his face darkening. If you and T brought this damned human in, how would my treasures have been taken? Mo Wuxin scratched his head. I was just inviting him over as a guest. How was I to know he had such immense power? How would I know he could take all your treasures? Aren't you supposed to be a so-called fortune teller? Are you now telling me you miscalculated? The blood-eaten emperor retorted. Enough, Julie suddenly shouted. You two have been arguing for thousands of years, and now you continue to argue in front of outsiders. Blooding, if you really have the ability, go and retrieve the treasures yourself. If you are unwilling and continue to argue, I will punish you to divide your forces into 5 paths to guard the demon abyss. With such a reprimand, the blooding emperor immediately fell silent. Even as he closed his mouth, He made a feigned gesture as if to slap Mo Wuxin, but ultimately withdrew it. Julie smiled at Lin Ning, her 9 tails blooming elegantly, and then in a flash, she appeared right in front of him. I want to see what kind of tricks you have, little boy, that can make so many emperors suffer. As she drew close, Lin Ning suddenly turned his face to the side, simply because Julie was too alluring. Unlike his master and senior sisters, who were beautiful in their own right, Julie had a stunning, enchanting face that could easily make her the target of scorn as a vixen in the outside world. Not only that, her 2-meter height, long and proportionate figure, and fiery curves, with a perfect waist that resembled a deadly demon blade, made her even more captivating. What's wrong? Afraid to look at your sister? Julie smiled. Is it because your sister isn't pretty enough? Or are you afraid that your sister will eat you? She extended her jade hand and gently lifted Lin Ning's chin, not forgetting to throw him a flirtatious glance while speaking. Damn, the Empress is unleashing her powers again. The most beautiful woman of the demon race, the first female emperor's flirtation. Who can withstand that? The emperors of the demon and monster races were quite envious of Lin Ning. He was the first to be this close to the Empress. That kid is indeed inexperienced. He looks so stiff. You dare to say he is stiff? Why don't you look down at yourself? Oh, I thought it was him being stiff. Turns out it's me. Well, that's fine then. Seeing that Lin Ning didn't speak, Julie increased her efforts. Little brother, dare to make a bet with your sister? If you win, everything you just took will belong to you. And I can promise you one more thing. What do you think? Chapter 44. You should call me master. How about this? If I lose to you, I could give you many things you want. When Julie saw Lin Ning was unmoved, she was slightly taken aback. She had exuded this much charm, and yet the surrounding emperors were eager to take her on one-on-one. You're not moved by this? I don't seem to want anything, Lin Ning said with a smile. If it's something I want that truly exists, I can take it myself. If it's not given, I'll just snatch it. Julie's expression changed. She turned to look at the immortal emperor with a pitiful face, like a little kitten that couldn't obtain its beloved object. Her pupils shifted as if she thought of strategy. Julie gently placed a hand on Lin Ning's shoulder, her flawless collarbone brushing against him. She lowered her head and softly said near his earlobe, If you win, your sister is willing to be your maid. Having lived for so many years, I have plenty of clothes and I know quite a bit. If I become a servant, I will definitely serve my master comfortably. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Lin Ning's eyes. He was astonished, thinking, could she read minds? How did you know I lack a beautiful maid? Looking at Julie's confident demeanor, Lin Ning estimated. She must have faith in her victory. Since that's the case, he thought he might as well play along. It didn't matter whether it was a maid or not. He simply wanted to have some fun with the beautiful 9-tailed fox empress. All right, I accept your bet, Lin Ning said with a smile. With his answer, Julie smiled slightly and then flashed back to the immortal emperor's side. I told you he would bet with me. Big brother, you lost again. The immortal emperor remained calm and said lightly, I think the one who will lose later will be you. If you lose, Big brother won't be able to help you. Will I lose? Julie said dismissively, Big brother, when have I ever lost over the years? The immortal emperor smiled but said nothing more. How do you want to bet? Lin Ning asked from across the way. Very simple. 9 fox tails instantly vanished, transforming into a single fluffy, snow-white tail. Julie smiled and said, You stare into my eyes, and after 10 minutes, you will know the outcome. If you win, I will keep my promise. If you lose, you can only remain in the abyss of 10,000 fathoms forever. At this, the crowd of emperors was in an uproar. Oh no, is the empress going to use that move again? I can't bear to watch. Kid, you're still too young. You fell for it. No one survives after locking eyes with the empress. You should prepare to stay in the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Oh no, I meant to prepare your corpse. Your soul will dissipate soon. The emperors of the demon and monster races laughed heartily. Even the dark-faced blood-eaten emperor relaxed his brow. Lin kid, you shouldn't bet with the empress. Which King Yao Jumlin's expression was serious. When she used her powers, her eyes were not just soul-capturing. Even our demon race emperors would be petrified after locking eyes with her. You're foolish. Yao Junlin turned to glance at Julie across the way. Just one look made him quickly avert his gaze elsewhere. He often prided himself as the genius of the demon race, the top talent. He looked down on many emperors. However, when he encountered Julie, the current leader of the nine-tailed fox clan, known as the Empress by both demon and monster races, he could only bow respectfully. Remember when our demon race's blood emperor wanted to spar with the Empress? He couldn't even hold her gaze. Yao Junlin sighed. Damn it, don't spill the shameful matters of the demon race. That's an embarrassment for the emperors. The demon race emperors shouted, Shut up. You spoke well. Don't talk anymore. Petrification? I actually look forward to it, Lin Ning said with a smile. Let us begin. Lin Ning looked at Julie. Julie nodded slightly. And in the next moment, her captivating eyes emitted an enchanting purple light. She lifted her head and locked eyes with Lin Ning. Her gaze was deep, containing ancient laws within the purple glow. So this is the kind of ability she has? Lin Ning murmured in his heart. At the moment they locked eyes, their consciousnesses entered another world together. The ripples created by their gaze caused the surrounding demon and monster emperors to petrify one after another. Oh no, she has gotten stronger. Yao Junlin broke out in a cold sweat, quickly hiding behind the immortal emperor. Master, save me. Film it, ancestral film it. If it's not good, no charge. Bun, northern Bun. On a sunny afternoon, Julie was awakened amidst a clamoring noise. She stood in the city, gazing at the towering buildings. Having transitioned from a mystical world to a modern civilized world. This feeling was reminiscent of Li Hongzhang's shock when he first entered America. Where am I? Julie had lost her memory. She didn't know her identity or where she was. With a constant roar in her ears, Julie instinctively made a hand seal. Her expression grim. Looking up, she saw countless armored beasts rushing by on both sides of the street, kicking up dust that filled the air. What are these? Why are people imprisoned inside? Is this the latest cage? Why are there no horses on the street? What they travel far? Just as confusion arose in her heart, Julie saw a man zooming past on a motorcycle. At the same time, those around her noticed this stunning beauty, many casting admiring glances her way. They had never seen such a woman before. No, this was beyond the realm of humanity. She looked more like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal world. How beautiful! My God, how can there be such an exquisite woman in the world? She looked so cool. She seemed so aloof. This beauty probably can't be approached to ask for social media. Many felt the icy beauty aura emanating from Julie, seemingly declaring, Do not approach. They immediately dismissed any thoughts of friendship. Of course, some paparazzi and talent scouts, seeing her as a treasure, wanted to recruit Julie to their company. With her aura, if properly nurtured and promoted, she could very well become a superstar in the future, surrounded by people and dazzled by the flickering lights. Hearing strange terms like celebrity and internet sensation, Julie felt quite odd. Among the crowd, she lowered her head and noticed a pair of long, fair, jade-like legs. Why am I wearing this kind of clothing? Years later, headlines on major websites and newspapers featured Julie's news. Julie, dressed in a gorgeous outfit, walked on the red carpet, coldly greeting the crowd. Even with her indifferent expression, her appearance drew countless cheers. At the banquet, Julie held a wine glass, appearing natural. Suddenly, she spotted a tall, well-built man in a tailcoat with his back to her. An overwhelming sense of familiarity surged in her heart. Julie unexpectedly walked forward to greet him. The man slowly turned his head, lifted his wine glass with one hand, and smiled at Julie. Suddenly, a proud laugh echoed in his ears, causing the dream sequence to accelerate, images flickering before becoming fragmented. Julie opened her eyes and found Lin Ning right in front of her. Yes, right in front of her. If she moved a step closer, it would be a negative distance. You lost. Lin Ning slightly tilted his head, mimicking Julie. So, from today on, should you call me Lin Emperor or Master? Chapter 45. The Lich King's Despair. Julie, greet your master. Coming back to her senses, Julie felt her face flush. Especially when Lin Ning spoke near her earlobe. The warm breath he exhaled made her earlobe tingle, and half her body felt a bit numb. The Empress lost? Behind the undying Emperor, the Lich King peeked out. Junlin, how long are you going to hide behind me? The undying Emperor looked down. a kind expression on his face as he gazed at Yaoquan Junlin. The Empress actually lost? Yaoquan Junlin cleared his throat, although he hoped Lin Ning would win. After this outcome appeared, he found it hard to accept. The youngest patriarch of the nine-tailed fox clan, the Empress who could reach the position of emperor in 500 years, actually lost? Yaoquan Junlin was stunned. Master, has your cultivation declined recently? Why do I feel like I'm not even clear-headed right now? Did I fall under an illusion just now that is only now acting up? Hearing this, the undying emperor lightly tapped Yaoquan Junlin's head. Pop! A crisp sound echoed. You watermelon-headed boy. It sounds like a good melon. But your head isn't a good head. The opponent only tapped lightly, but since he was the undying emperor, this tap directly left Yaoquan Junlin dazed, swaying unsteadily. After steadying himself, he shook his head, and now I really see it clearly. I originally regarded him as an evenly matched friend, but before he could finish speaking, the undying emperor chuckled. You can't defeat him, not even in 10 years. What if I double my efforts? Then you still won't be able to in 100 years. The Lich King sat on the ground. You mean to say in 100 years, I will have hope? No. In 100 years, you won't even be able to see his back. The undying emperor laughed. The Lich King completely slumped, lying on the ground, eyes closed. Although it was a dream, Julie's consciousness underwent a complete baptism in modern society, countless memories deeply imprinted in her mind. Observing Lin Ning up close, whether as the queen or now as the empress, she strangely felt like a young girl experiencing love for the first time. Her jade hand covered her burning cheeks, and Julie stared blankly at Lin Ning, her mind filled with countless questions. Why did my charm technique lead me into that strange world? Could it be that he came from that world? If so, how could he have such immense power in just over a decade? Julie's cultivation method, the illusion entered during the charm, truly existed, usually reflecting some regrets from the other party's past. In the midst of the other party's regrets, the alluring Empress Julie appeared, creating a significant attraction, much like how a failed person finds help in their white moonlight when at their wit's end, utilizing the other party's weaknesses to capture them, ultimately petrifying them. Did I really end up marrying him in that world? It's all my brother's fault. If it weren't for his voice, how could I have woken up? In the illusion, the Queen Julie met Lin Ning, the handsome man who, alongside Yen Zhu and the esteemed readers, was selected among the top 10 faces in the world. Drawn in by his charm, they ultimately fell in love. However, having lost a bet now, I can become his servant. Wait, a maid? Ah, I shouldn't have those memories, those damn knowledge points. Thinking about some things from the modern world, Julie suddenly couldn't bear to look at Lin Ning anymore. Julie, aren't you going to help them break the petrification? How long do you want to keep watching him? The undying emperor's voice suddenly entered her ears, waking Julie from her daze. Looking at the many petrified emperors around her, Julie waved her hand and immediately broke the petrification. What has happened? Why do I feel like so much time has passed? Damn, I was petrified while watching the show. The Empress's technique has advanced again. After experiencing a round of petrification, seeing Lin Ning again, many demons immediately thought of the outcome. They laughed and shouted, Kid, have you tasted the Empress's power? You lost the bet, so you'll stay in the abyss of 10,000 demons forever. Return our treasures, and let us devour your talent. If our demon clans absorb your talent, even if each of us only gets a little, it will greatly accelerate our strength. Listening to the words of the demons, Julie's gaze flashed with a cold glint. With a swipe of her right hand, she instantly sent a certain immortal emperor of the demon race flying. That immortal emperor flew backward for hundreds of meters, breaking all the trees along the way, and finally crashed into a rock, shattering it to pieces before coming to a stop. Sorry, we shouldn't have taken matters into our own hands. He lost the bet to you. So it should be the Empress who devours him. The immortal emperor quickly bowed and apologized. Julie looked at everyone, her gaze condescending, and an aura of the Empress immediately radiated, causing everyone to breathe heavily. From today onward, Lin Emperor will be the patriarch of the nine-tailed fox clan. Julie's voice was not loud, but it stirred up immense waves in the hearts of every demon. The patriarch of the nine-tailed fox clan? Hearing her words, the demon's expressions changed wildly. They knew what this meant. The nine-tailed fox clan naturally possessed powerful charm abilities, and according to clan rules, whoever could successfully charm the patriarch would become the new patriarch. The Empress actually lost? Impossible. The Empress has always been the strongest among the nine-tailed fox clan. She is the Emperor. How could she lose? Impossible, absolutely impossible. An Emperor of the nine-tailed fox clan widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Ning, murmuring, if the Empress lost, according to clan rules, wouldn't that mean she would become his servant? Another rule of the nine-tailed fox clan states that if the new patriarch is male, the previous female patriarch must become his servant upon abdication. This rule has existed since the clan's inception. The original purpose was to encourage the male nine-tailed foxes to grow stronger. As the males were often weak and had very low charm, they were frequently bullied by the females and forced to do menial tasks. To prevent the males from willingly becoming subservient, the patriarch had no choice but to devise this method. However, from ancient times to the present, the patriarch has always been female. This rule has never been broken. Aren't you going to kneel before the patriarch? Julie's gaze looked down on her clansmen. The nine-tailed fox emperors all knelt and paid their respects to Lin Ning. Watching this scene, the blood-eaten emperor's face immediately fell. He slumped to the ground, murmuring, it's over, I can't get my treasure back. So close, my treasure was about to become the emperor-level 10,000 souls banner. Just a little bit. He understood that with the promises of the undying emperor and Jiuli, Lin Ning would not return the treasures. And no one dared to touch Lin Ning again. Everyone, the night of demon revelry has arrived. Can we begin? The undying emperor estimated the time and turned to Lin Ning. Lin Emperor, do you want to listen? No, I'm not interested in that. I have something else I need your help with, Lin Ning said. Feel free to speak. The undying emperor replied. Lin Ning, looking like a bandit, smiled and said, I'm not here to take their 10,000 souls banner. Instead, I want to take 3 things. What 3 things? One is soul severing grass. The second is white tiger severing mountain bone. And the third is one of your divine bones. Top ternelli cumentcus, Lin Ning s'advancement, immortal emperor. Presumptuous. Bold. Shameless brat. Do you know how precious what you mentioned is to our 2 demon races? Upon hearing the 3 treasures mentioned by Lin Ning, many demon emperors were furious, their killing intent manifesting. Even the dark-faced blood-eaten emperor, upon hearing what Lin Ning said, was so enraged that he laughed. Covering his face, he sneered, kid. Do you know that among the things you mentioned, aside from the white tiger's broken mountain bone, how precious the other 2 are to our demon race? How could the divine bone of our undying emperor be given to you so easily? Why don't you take all your bones apart, and we'll send you that divine bone? Blood-eaten emperor paused and continued, moreover, the soul severing grass in our abyss of 10,000 depths takes 10,000 years to grow. This is a treasure of our demon race. And only an emperor who is about to die and has made significant contributions to our race has the opportunity to consume it. Blood-eaten emperor looked at Lin Ning and sneered. Do you think you are worthy? Not to mention, you came in and took away the soul banner of all of us. Now you've captured the Empress. Aren't you satisfied? Are you a black hole, wanting to swallow everything? How about this? We'll just give you our entire demon race. How about that? A demon race emperor, with a dark expression, said, we don't have the white tiger's broken mountain bone. You can ask the demon race for it. The demon race suggested that Lin Ning go ask the demon race for it. The soul severing grass and divine bone cannot be given to you. And as for the white tiger's broken mountain bone, it indeed belongs to the demon race. You should ask them for it. With a flicker of light in his right hand, Lin Ning's expression darkened. These 3 treasures were of great use to me. I was just borrowing them from you. I can use other things to compensate. If you want imperial-grade divine weapons, that could be arranged too. Upon hearing this, Blood-eaten Emperor waved his hand dismissively, saying, Go away. If you had imperial-grade divine weapons, why would you deceive me with your quasi-imperial divine weapons? Don't kid yourself. Those around him echoed in agreement. Exactly. Just talking about the value of these 3 treasures, a single imperial-grade divine weapon wouldn't even equal one of them. At least 2. Do you have that many? Feeling Lin Ning's anger, Julie's purple pupils suddenly emanated brilliance, petrifying most people on the spot. Empress, are you going to help him? Blood-Ean Emperor asked angrily. Julie waved her hand, and the powerful beings of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan immediately appeared. The Lin Emperor is now the leader of our clan, and I must obey him. What he wants is what our Nine-Tailed Fox clan desires. If he wants to kill you, we cannot go against his wishes. Opposite, the Undying Emperor smiled, his right hand suddenly transforming into a massive wing. As the pure blue sacred light fell, those who had been petrified were instantly freed. This year's carnival night is bound to be postponed. The Undying Emperor sighed, saying, Lin Emperor, I am willing to give you what you want. However, I need you to help me verify something. If the result satisfies me, I will give you the divine bone. Lin Ning said solemnly, satisfy you? If I complete it and you say you're not satisfied? After all, satisfaction is determined by you. A demon race emperor shouted, how dare you, brat? Our Undying Emperor is not that kind of person. The Undying Emperor pressed his hands down, signaling for silence. What I should give you, I will naturally give you. But let me clarify, this divine bone is filled with magic and possesses spirituality. If you take it and it rejects you, that has nothing to do with me. Lin Ning replied, it's a deal. Reject? Spirituality? I'm not going to assemble it into my body. After collecting all the materials, I'll directly refine it. You follow me. The Undying Emperor walked slowly with his hands behind his back, and everyone followed him. He led Lin Ning to a relic. In all four directions, north, south, east, and west, stood huge statues. Although they were statues, they exuded a terrifying magical power. Lin Ning carefully sensed this power and found that it was even more powerful than that of Blood-Ean Emperor. Is it possible for just a statue to have such strong power? Lin Ning was astonished in his heart. If it were the real body, wouldn't it far exceed the category of an emperor? In the center of the relic, a purple hexagonal gem floated in the air. The Undying Emperor stopped, first bowing, and the demons behind also bowed. He looked at Lin Ning and said, these four great sculptures are the ancient ancestors of our clan. It is because of them that our clan has prospered to this day. Upon arriving here, the Undying Emperor finally expressed his thoughts for verification. It turned out that upon learning that Lin Ning descended into the abyss of 10,000 depths without being affected by the magical energy, the Undying Emperor suspected that Lin Ning might have some connection to the demon race. The Undying Emperor led Lin Ning to the side of the Abyss Stone, saying, this object is called the Abyss Stone, and the abyss of 10,000 depths was born because of it. Its power exceeds our imagination. Non-tribe members cannot obtain its power. You can try. Upon hearing this, Blood-Ean Emperor's expression became serious as he hoarsely said, Emperor, do you think he could be one of our demon race? The Undying Emperor slightly nodded perhaps. Of course, if Lin Emperor is not one of our demon race, I will still fulfill my promise after the test. Looking at the Abyss Stone ahead, Lin Ning's ears twitched as if he heard ancient whispers. Is it just placing my hand on it? Fine. Lin Ning took a step forward, without hesitation, and placed both hands on it. The next moment, within the relic, a formation that had been hidden for thousands of years suddenly awakened, and the four sculptures seemed to come to life, slowly shifting their gaze toward Lin Ning. How is this possible? The sudden change left the demon race staring at each other in disbelief. Even the Undying Emperor could not make these statues come alive. How could he possess such energy? The purest magical energy in the Abyss Stone surged wildly, continuously gathering towards Lin Ning. Heavenly devouring magic art, activate. With a loud shout in his heart, Lin Ning immediately operated his technique and absorbed all this magical energy into his body. The Abyss Stone is actually transmitting magical energy to him? Are you kidding me? Has this world gone mad? He is a damned human. His aura suddenly became incredibly strong. How much magical power has he absorbed? Blood-Ean Emperor staggered, his legs unsteady, a look of shock on his face as he muttered, clearly unable to believe this fact. Impossible. He is just a human. Why would he receive the blessing of the Abyss Stone? He has been absorbing magical power for 3 minutes. Even I can only last 2.5. Watching Lin Ning continue to absorb magical power, Blood-Ean Emperor felt as if the sky were collapsing. Undying Emperor, he has already exceeded your time. He is still absorbing. With a pop, a cracking sound emanated from within Lin Ning. Congratulations, host. Cultivation level has increased. Current realm. Undying Emperor, Chapter 47. Undying Emperor completion. Demon King S order. As Lin Ning broke through to Undying Emperor, the magical power transmitted by the Abyss Stone not only didn't decrease, but accelerated. All demon emperors were stunned. Early Undying Emperor, mid Undying Emperor, late Undying Emperor, complete Undying Emperor. Only when Lin Ning reached the complete Undying Emperor did the speed of the Abyss Stone finally slow down. Around him, the demon and demon emperors, including the Undying Emperor, were petrified in place upon sensing Lin Ning's aura. After a long time, voices erupted one after another, like the sound of thunder. Huh, you've reached complete Undying Emperor just like that? Damn, your speed of improvement in this 1 hour is faster than mine in 3,000 years. I'm not cultivating anymore. My Dao heart has collapsed. Why does this kid come here and make such a huge leap? We are the true demon race. He is just a human. Not even a hybrid that counts as a demon or a human. The Bloodline Emperor had long lost his senses, slumped on the ground, scratching his head with both hands. This kid, if he keeps absorbing like this, won't he soon be on par with me? Brother, where did you get this cheat? Lien Julie stood beside the Immortal Emperor, surprised and asked, Big brother, is he really from the demon clan? The Immortal Emperor shook his head and sighed. I can't be sure anymore. Can the demon clan really cultivate this fast? Or is Lin Ning the true master of this demon Abyss Stone? The power it grants Lin Ning is more than what it gives the entire demon clan in a year. His progress is too fast. It's no longer a leap. If this continues, I'm worried about his unstable realm and incompatible techniques. The Immortal Emperor thought for a moment, and then called Lin Ning to a stop. Congratulations. You've passed the test. The Immortal Emperor's expression turned somewhat grim. He was no longer the smiling young man. Also, congratulations on becoming an Immortal Emperor. With your current state, if you consolidate for a few more years, you can become an emperor. After saying this, the Immortal Emperor opened his hand and presented the soul-severing grass to Lin Ning. It was a plant at least 3 feet tall, presenting a strange dark color, as if it could devour all life as brilliance. It had no leaves, but dozens of thread-like stems swayed slightly in the darkness, with a faint purple mysterious liquid flowing within. Grayish-white lines crisscrossed the surface of the stems, and from a distance it looked like veins on a corpse. At the top of the stem was a black rose emitting a ghostly glow, with wisps of black mist curling around its petals, outlining a distorted soul shadow in the void. Through the rising poisonous mist, one could vaguely see strange patterns the size of a palm covering the slender stems. These twisted marks flickered with the blowing of the cold wind, and one could faintly hear the sorrowful wails emanating from within. A gust of cold wind suddenly arose, and the black mist on the petals of the soul-severing grass suddenly coalesced into a vague human face outline. That phantom opened its black hole-like mouth and let out a silent scream, which then dissipated into specks of black light. This item was the soul-severing grass, which was born only once every 10,000 years. The Immortal Emperor asked in confusion, You want the soul-severing grass? Is there an emperor about to die that needs it? Lin Ning shook his head and smiled. I just want it for alchemy. My senior sister is injured and needs this kind of elixir to heal. By the way, your divine bone is also one of the medicinal materials. Upon hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. What the hell? What kind of elixir are you trying to concoct that requires such a precious item? Your senior sister is injured? Even if your wife is injured, she shouldn't take such a precious elixir, right? Exactly. The soul-severing grass, along with the divine bone, and imperial weapons are not to be traded. If you don't listen to your brother, your senior sister can still have more. If these are gone, it will take 10,000 years to wait. What does your senior sister look like? Is she more beautiful than the Empress? Julie couldn't help but pout when she heard Lin Ning go through so much trouble just to take something back for a senior sister. She thought to herself, I want to see what kind of person the master senior sister is to make him do so much in the abyss of demons. No, I can't think too much. Although I am his maid, I am still the 9-tailed fox sovereign. The Immortal Emperor was astonished. It turned out it was just for this reason. However, He didn't think much of it and took out a divine bone from his Chinquan bag. This transparent divine bone was only about 2 feet long, yet it exuded a shocking imperial might. A deep blue light appeared on the bone, and its glossy sheen flowed like liquid gold. The patterns on its surface were profound, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain countless laws of the great Tao. The radiance it emitted seemed capable of healing all the pain in the world. The immortal emperor said slowly, "Every 1,000 years, I produce a new divine bone. This one is for you." When this spiritual divine bone fell into Lin Ning's hands, unexpectedly, it did not repel and fly away. It seemed it was meant to be given to him. The immortal emperor smiled and said, "Thank you, Emperor." Lin Ning clasped his fists in gratitude. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The floating demon abyss stone suddenly flew towards Lin Ning, as if trying to follow him. The immortal emperor swallowed hard. Ancient demon language? He heard the voice coming from the demon abyss stone, looking at Lin Ning in shock. Then, he grabbed Lin Ning's arm and examined it closely. "Why do you not have the ancient demon goddess totem on you? Yet this demon abyss stone wants to follow you? Have you received some kind of inheritance? Or do you have the blood of the ancient demon god flowing within you?" The bloodline emperor, who had been slumped on the ground, jumped up and came over to check Lin Ning's arm as well. "How strange. You don't have the ancient demon god totem. Could it be that you really have the blood of the ancient demon god?" Lin Ning, who possessed the world's inheritance, knew that the demon clan had countless ties to the ancient demon god. Broadly speaking, the ancient demon god was the ancestor of the current demon clan. Seeing the expression of the bloodline emperor and recalling how the other party always called him kid, Lin Ning said, "Maybe I really do have their blood flowing in me. Why don't you call me ancestor? Go to hell." The bloodline emperor shouted angrily. The immortal emperor reached out and pressed the furious bloodline emperor down and then handed a token to Lin Ning. According to the rules of the demon clan, a demon clan cultivator with the blood of the ancient demon god should become a demon king. You are not a member of the demon clan and have no totem, but according to the rules, I can grant you the demon king token. As long as you do not harm the demon clan, we will follow your orders. The bloodline emperor said solemnly, "Emperor, no, he has no totem. Perhaps he doesn't even have the blood of the ancient demon god in him? Let's go by the rules." The immortal emperor said in a deep voice, "He has been recognized by the demon abyss stone. He should be given the demon king token. As a member of the demon clan, I should abide by the rules. If we don't give him the demon king token, are we going to let him take the demon abyss stone?" The bloodline emperor glared at Lin Ning fiercely and said, "Kid, you can take the demon king token, but you can't take the demon abyss stone. At least leave some treasures for our demon clan." Lin Ning shrugged. "That's natural. With this demon king token, can I really order you guys around? Of course, the premise is that you can't harm the demon clan." Lin Ning thought for a moment and smiled. "Of course. In a few days, I will need your help with something." "What is it?" the immortal emperor asked in confusion. Chapter 48. Mount. 9 Abyss Demon Dragon. Canceling the marriage? 3-year agreement? You were canceled 3 years ago. You want us to help you save face? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing that Lin Ning had a 3-year agreement, everyone was surprised to find out that he was actually the one who got his engagement canceled. Ha! How powerful was the other party to cancel the engagement? Ha ha. Lin Ning's face darkened. "I'll say it again. I was the one who actively canceled the engagement, not the other way around." The bloodline emperor, who was still sulking, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing that Lin Ning was the one who got his engagement canceled. "Haha, I didn't expect you to have such a past. No matter how strong you are, you still can't have the woman you love?" Meanwhile, Julie, upon hearing Lin Ning's past, revealed a killing intent in her eyes. "Master, do you need me to help you destroy the entire Xuanming Sect?" Lin Ning was startled and quickly reassured Julie, "It's a small matter, don't get angry. Back then, my cultivation was exhausted, and I had no power at all. Moreover, that was the matter of Lin Ning's previous life. What does it have to do with me as a transmigrator? I was just helping to fulfill this 3-year agreement." Huh? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Cultivation exhausted? Lin Emperor, are you saying you had no cultivation 3 years ago, and after recultivating, you are now already at the immortal Emperor's perfection? Setting aside the demonic energy absorbed just now, before you came here, you achieved immortal Emperor's perfection in just 3 years? The demon emperors and the monster emperors couldn't laugh anymore. This speed is beyond human. The monster sovereign swallowed hard, shocked, and thought, as a talented young man of the monster clan, I thought I was already the fastest with 100 years to reach the emperor realm. That day, when I met Lin Ning, I saw that he had just turned 18 and was already a complete great emperor, thinking it was the limit of the world. Now you tell me, you have only been cultivating for 3 years? Stop right there. Lin Ning raised his hand and said slowly, I had no cultivation 7 days ago. To put it mildly, it hasn't even been 7 days. At this moment, the vast, demonic abyss fell completely silent. Looking at the astonished expressions of the crowd, Lin Ning shrugged. Is this really that exaggerated? This speed is quite average, right? Lin Ning thought for a moment, before he crossed over. He had seen a man named Huolin Fei. That guy. 3 days in the east, 3 days in the west. Give him 7 days, and he could clear the game. Your Majesty, did you not completely lift my petrification? A demon clan emperor exclaimed. Why do I still feel so confused? I also feel like I am still petrified. Is this something a human can say? 7 days from 0 to complete immortal great emperor? Ignoring the surprise of the others, Lin Ning smiled and looked at the demon clan emperors. I heard that your demon clan has the white tiger broken mountain bone. Why not give me one? No way. Yao Wuhui said solemnly. We really don't have any left. Your Majesty, don't say that. Lin Ning smiled. I could trade you something else for it. Yao Wuhui spread his hands. I really don't have any. The tiger sovereign has already fallen asleep. Last time, he took his broken mountain bone to exchange for an imperial-grade divine weapon and 2 quasi-imperial-grade divine weapons. Although the demon clan emperors are powerful, they also want an imperial-grade divine weapon to accentuate their status. Moreover, with the blessing of a divine weapon, their combat power would be even stronger. Although the cultivation world says, with no women in the heart, drawing the sword is naturally divine, a rich woman can trade you for a better sword, allowing you to draw your sword quickly and fiercely. Who would refuse an imperial-grade divine weapon? Yao Wuhui said slowly. Why don't you go to the forging pavilion and cause a scene? Take it from them. Lin Ning regretted it. Why didn't you say you could trade divine weapons for treasures earlier? What divine weapon do you want? I can forge it for you. Blood Yin Emperor complained. It's easy for you to say, making it sound like imperial-grade divine weapons are common items. As soon as this was said, someone immediately echoed. Exactly. Those old folks at the forging pavilion gather all their strength, and it might take years to produce an imperial-grade divine weapon. If it weren't for the preciousness of the Tiger Sovereign's broken mountain bone, do you think the forging pavilion would exchange? Lin Ning shrugged. I am an imperial-grade forger. If you want it, I can easily forge it. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying it all out. Blood Yin Emperor spread his hands. First, don't care about whether you're an imperial-grade forger. Return my divine weapon first. Lin Ning took a step back. Impossible. I got it by my abilities. Why should I return it to you? Aren't you an imperial-grade forger? One thing at a time. Since the demon clan didn't have the white tiger broken mountain bone, after Lin Ning got 2 key medicinal materials, he didn't linger any longer. He politely declined the invitation of the Undying Emperor and did not participate in the Demon and Monster Carnival night. Outside the soul-severing mountain, Mo Yen was bored, squatting on the ground, drawing circles with a twig. As the personal guard of the Undying Emperor, he had already learned in advance about what the Emperor was going to teach. So boring, so boring. Every year, he has to spend a few days squatting here. It's really boring. Setting aside that strange and powerful human Lin Ning, why aren't there any other human great emperors coming to make trouble? If a human great emperor were to forcibly break into the soul-severing mountain, he could at least have a spar to relieve his boredom. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying aura coming from behind him. Mo Yen turned his head and saw his pupils suddenly shrink, as if he had seen a ghost. How did you improve so much? Mo Yen was extremely shocked. Half a day ago, weren't you a complete great emperor? How come you're now a complete immortal great emperor? Or were you pretending before? Is there really such a fast cultivation speed? Seeing that there was someone behind Lin Ning, he was surprised to find it was the Empress. Mo Yen quickly saluted, Your Majesty. No need for formalities. Julie's expression was cold. Master, are you going to cause a scene at the forging pavilion? Julie asked. Lin Ning's expression became serious. I hope they haven't refined that broken mountain bone. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement. Demon Abyss Journey. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an immortal Great Emperor mount. 9 Abyss Demon Dragon. The mount has been sent to the system space. The host can summon it at any time. Listening to the system's voice. Lin Ning secretly gave the system a thumbs up. I'm not accepting disciples. With Julie, the Empress with unparalleled beauty, as my maid. I temporarily don't need any more maids. How did you know I was in need of a mount? No wonder it's my most proud system. A huge 9-tailed figure suddenly stood up, like a brush, constantly painting in the void ahead. Julie said seriously, Master, I am currently carving a void passage that can directly reach the location of the forging pavilion. Huh? Lin Ning was slightly surprised. The Empress's void tunnel can actually reach directly? What is the difference between that and a killer suddenly teleporting behind the enemy? Lin Ning carefully searched his memories, and in the inheritance gifted by the system, he also found this technique. However, since the Empress is now made, her technique is naturally mine as well. No need. Let us change the method. Lin Ning waved his hand. Demon Dragon, appear. With Lin Ning's call, the world lost its color, and countless demonic energies surged from all directions. A massive 9 Abyss Demon Dragon was born from the void. Julie, get on. Lin Ning smiled. Let's set off to the Forging Pavilion. Chapter 49. A young emperor of the demon race appears again. The rumors grow more absurd. What? Another emperor capable of destroying heaven and earth has appeared in the demon race. Is that true? Don't lie to me, brother. Those demon guys are terrifying. If another emperor appears, wouldn't we humans be in danger? Absolutely true. I was there at the time. That emperor could even command the undying emperor. In Zhongzhou, in the immortal spirit city, in a luxurious tea house, a storyteller was vividly recounting the story. It is said that our human race's young great emperor ventured into the soul-severing mountain alone, battling against the 9 great demon lords until the skies darkened. In a private room, 4 young cultivators sat, their eyes fixed on the storyteller on stage. Their expressions were serious, as they said, has the demon race really given birth to a new emperor? I heard that this emperor appeared out of nowhere, and upon appearing, he commanded an imperial-grade demon dragon. Another cultivator said, I've also heard a little about this. It turns out just a day ago, when Lin Ning summoned the 9 Abyss Demon Dragon, that overwhelming demonic energy immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators on the coast of the soul-severing sea. Not only that, but the appearance of the 9 Abyss Demon Dragon even drew many human emperors to spy. Countless people wanted to know who was the one sitting on the demon dragon. However, even the human emperors couldn't see the figure on the dragon, facing the prying eyes of the crowd. Lin Ning couldn't be bothered and instead led Julie toward the direction of the forging pavilion. Many undying great emperors among the human race still wanted to spy. Following the direction Lin Ning left to predict the path ahead. At the same time, a giant undying bird soared rapidly, emitting a holy radiance that covered the entire soul-severing mountain. The undying emperor transformed into a human figure, smiling as he surveyed the prying eyes, saying, fellow Taoists, after so many years, are your eyes still clear? Why not descend upon the soul-severing mountain in your true forms and observe up close? With the appearance of the undying emperor, those spies instantly disappeared, and even the cultivators on the coast of the soul-severing sea hurriedly left. They certainly did not want to be targeted by this killing god. Thus, the changes in the soul-severing mountain quickly spread across the eastern wilderness continent. Absolutely true. I have a friend who's an immortal emperor. He said he happened to encounter that magic dragon and wanted to spar a bit, but ended up defeated in one hit by its tail. A series of I have a friend? You're just at the foundation establishment stage. Where did you get an immortal emperor friend? Don't worry about it. Just because we haven't been in touch for years doesn't mean he's not my friend anymore. As the saying goes, the wider the spread of a rumor, the more exaggerated it becomes. The 9 Abyss Magic Dragon was originally at the Immortal Emperor realm, but as the story goes on, it changed to the Emperor Sovereign realm. If this were on a marketing account, it would probably get millions of likes. And the one with the Emperor Sovereign mount is Lin Ning. At this moment, he was walking on the streets of Xuanming City, holding a fluffy white fox in his arms. This white fox is none other than Julie. Originally, Julie was walking alongside Lin Ning in human form. However, the Empress is so beautiful that her mere appearance caused everyone to lose their senses, and everyone focused their attention on her. Lin Ning wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of the white tiger broken mountain bone, but no one could answer him. Everyone was mesmerized by Julie. So, Julie transformed into fox form and was held by Lin Ning as a little pet. Moreover, it was she who actively requested Lin Ning to hold her. Lin Ning stroked the fox's head, looking at the dazzling array of goods on both sides of the street. He murmured, "This Xuanming city truly lives up to its reputation as a major city in Zhongzhou, with far more pedestrians and goods than Fantian City. Xuanming City is the headquarters of the Forging Pavilion. Thanks to the reputation of the Forging Pavilion, many cultivators travel thousands of miles to come here, some to do business, some to look for suitable weapons. Master, shall we go directly into the Forging Pavilion headquarters?" Julie whispered, "I think the white tiger broken mountain bone is so precious that they must have it well preserved. Why not we kill them all and turn the Forging Pavilion upside down? We will surely find the whereabouts of the white tiger broken mountain bone." Lin Ning was startled by her remarks. "My goodness, this Empress has quite radical thoughts. What kind of Empress is this? This is a killing god, all right. No need, I found it." Lin Ning suddenly squatted down, his gaze fixed on the distance. Julie followed his line of sight and saw countless people gathering around the arena in the distance. Lin Ning, holding the little fox, squeezed into the crowd. Upon entering, it was just as Lin Ning had said. It turned out that the Forging Pavilion had organized an arena competition with a white tiger broken mountain bone as a reward. This was a method for the Forging Pavilion to attract talent. Any cultivator under the age of 25 who could dominate the arena for 3 consecutive days would receive the white tiger broken mountain bone. Of course, the arena champion must swear an oath of the Great Tao and sign a soul contract with the Forging Pavilion to become a member of the Forging Pavilion before fully receiving the reward. While this does feel like a contract of servitude among the various forces on this ancient continent, the Forging Pavilion is a major giant. Moreover, with such a huge reward as the white tiger broken mountain bone to reward the arena champion, they would surely do their utmost to cultivate them in the future. It is likely that not many people can refuse the conditions set by the Forging Pavilion. Lin Ning blended into the crowd, watching the champion on the stage. The champion was dressed quite strangely, in clothes somewhat resembling morning attire, which seemed very out of place with the mainstream fashion of the eastern wilderness continent. Not only that, but his skin was very pale, almost described as ghastly white, giving the impression that he had lived in dark places all his life and rarely seen the sun. Coming to challenge was a burly man from a barbarian tribe. This barbarian wore a tiger skin coat and wielded a meteor hammer. With the referee's command, he was the first to attack, swinging the massive meteor hammer toward the champion. The champion stood still, mumbling a string of incomprehensible words. The next moment, unexpectedly, a huge blood hole appeared behind the barbarian, piercing through his back to his chest. Boom! The meteor hammer slipped from his hand and crashed to the ground. The barbarian instinctively lowered his head, looking in shock at the blood hole in his chest, blood spraying out from the wound and splattering outside the arena, causing the audience to dodge. He widened his eyes, clearly feeling no pain, yet his body had already been pierced through. Soon, he lost all strength and died kneeling on the arena. The audience below gasped in shock. Another instant kill. Again with this move. He has already defeated 99 people with just this move. Is there really no one who could defeat him? On the stage, Ying Tingchu cast a cold gaze at the crowd, his eyes filled with provocation. He sneered. Is this the younger generation of your human race? Just that. Hearing that the current continent is dominated by the 3 races of humans, demons, and magic, what about the other 2 races? Is there anyone willing to fight? Julie looked up, puzzled, at Lin Ning and asked, Other races? Master, are you going to take action? Chapter 50. The Arrogance of the Other Races. Lin Ning makes his appearance. Other races, let me meet you. Just as Lin Ning was about to take action, a man rushed onto the arena first. Seeing the newcomer, the audience gasped. My God, it's Shangwan Lei from the Unmatched Sword Sect. I thought he had disappeared for 5 years. I thought he was dead, but unexpectedly. I meet him here today. 5 years ago, he was already a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. I wonder how strong he is now after 5 years. On the stage, Shangwan Lei held the Benlei sword in one hand and the Qisha sword in the other, his long hair flowing. He pointed the Benlei sword at Yin Tingchu and coldly laughed. Other races, how dare you be so arrogant? Today, I represent the human sword cultivators to execute you. Yin Tingchu sneered. You're not the first to speak to me like this. Unfortunately, the previous 99 have all been killed by me in one hit. I hope your strength can match your arrogance. In a distant tall building, two elders watched the arena with serious expressions. One elder from the forging pavilion said solemnly, that Yin Tingchu is about to reach 100 kills. Is there really no one who can exchange even 2 moves with him? Next to him, another elder shook his head and said, Shangwan Lei's talent is very strong. He was already at the great ascension stage at 17. He must have been personally guided by the unmatched sect master during his 5 years of disappearance. Elder Xiao Feng paused and continued. But even so, I still believe he is no match for Yin Tingchu. He stroked his beard, feeling emotional. Is a great era about to descend? Why is the spirit race, which has been absent for 20,000 years, reappearing in the world? While the two elders were discussing, a fierce battle had already erupted on the stage. Shangwan Lei stepped forward, like a lion ready to pounce. His figure flashed as he instantly arrived in front of Yin Tingchu. His right hand wielded the Qisha sword, drawing an astonishing arc. And a sword light as high as 3 zhang erupted. I have seen your flaw. The spell you are casting has a casting time. Shangwan Lei said in a deep voice, if I keep attacking and prevent you from casting, that move of yours will have no effect. The situation unfolded as Shangwan Lei predicted. As he continued to attack, Yin Tingchu kept retreating and blocking. You are quite clever, not giving me any openings. Yin Tingchu sneered, and a short knife appeared in his right hand at some point. Swish! Targeting Shangwan Lei's moment of attack, Yin Tingchu struck out quickly with a knife. A dazzling flame ignited with the blade's light, and the short knife pierced Shangwan Lei's arm. At the same time, the intense flames first melted Shangwan Lei's clothes, and then they even started to melt his flesh. Shangwan Lei's right arm revealed a section of white bone. Shocking to behold. What kind of demonic technique is this? It's so powerful. Shangwan Lei's eyelids twitched wildly. The moment he was injured, he activated his spell, gathering spiritual energy in his right hand to form an invisible shield. However, Yin Tingchu's flames instantly melted his shield, ultimately melting a section of his arm. Dual-wielding Benlei, Shangwan Lei let out a loud shout, his twin sword spinning continuously in his hands, unleashing thunderous sounds. With a sudden step, he crossed paths with Yin Tingchu. The thunderous power generated by the sword qi crackled against Yin Tingchu's body. This is promising. In the audience, spectators cheered as they saw Yin Tingchu get hit by the lightning sword qi. Shangwan Lei was becoming more and more courageous in battle. At this rate, he might be able to slay that foreign cultivator. Shangwan Lei's strength should be at the late stage of the tribulation, right? Truly a genius swordsman, his swordsmanship is profound. I couldn't even see how he attacked just now. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Shangwan Lei regained his familiar feeling, blood boiling with excitement. He turned around and charged at Yin Tingchu once again. Alas, my clothes are a bit torn. How boring. Yin Tingchu stood still, letting out a sigh. Playing tricks. Shangwan Lei's eyes were sharp like those of an eagle. I want to see what you can do without the support of those tricks. Shangwan Lei attempted to use Thunderbolt again to consolidate his advantage. However, Yin Tingchu no longer gave him a chance. Just as the twin swords were about to land before Yin Tingchu, a powerful mental force suddenly erupted from him. Shangwan Lei's figure froze, his eyes vacant. Sizzle! A sharp dagger sliced through Shangwan Lei's head, sending it flying onto the arena. Blood sprayed from the headless corpse. Yin Tingchu kicked Shangwan Lei off the stage, disdainfully wiping away the bloodstains on his sleeve. Is there anyone else? Next, below the stage, the audience took a step back upon seeing the headless body. Is he dead? That was definitely devilish. Just now, Yin Tingchu must have used devilish techniques to interfere with Shangwan Lei's mind. On the stage, Yin Tingchu said expressionlessly, devilish techniques? Don't equate that ant with my spirit race. On the arena, life and death are decided. As long as I can win, what method I use is irrelevant. Yin Tingchu spread his arms, adopting a victorious posture to look down on everyone, daring anyone to come up. Yin Tingchu's arrogance drove many hidden family descendants to step forward. Among the challengers who appeared later, many were at the late stage of tribulation. Even some were at the perfect stage. However, they all fell at Yin Tingchu's feet. Gulme, let you witness the power of my spirit race. Facing the aggressive challengers, Yin Tingchu let out a cold laugh. He waited for the opponent to launch an attack. And just as they closed in for a fight, Yin Tingchu suddenly flashed to the side, and the challenger at the perfect stage of tribulation missed his strike. In the next moment, a large door appeared out of nowhere, and the challenger fell into the door summoned by Yin Tingchu. When the opponent emerged again, there was only a corpse left. More than 100 challengers failed, and a shadow of despair loomed over everyone. Such a strong foreign cultivator. He was able to kill a perfect stage cultivator while only at the early stage. If he becomes an emperor in the future, can we human race still compete with him? We lost, all lost. Are we just going to watch that foreigner take away the white tiger's bones? Except for Xuanming, no one else lasted more than 3 moves. He is too strong, making me even suspect that he was deliberately toying with Xuanming. The foreign race's desire to annihilate our human race will never die. If the forging pavilion heavily cultivates him, Yin Tingchu will become a white-eyed wolf, turning against our human race. Those who want to challenge the arena must sign up and then verify their roots and age to prevent some old guys from using certain techniques to impersonate young people. Lin Ning put on a bronze mask and brought a little fox to sign up. Name, Lazy You. Which force are you from? Loose cultivator. The 2 young disciples responsible for registration and verification shook their heads mockingly upon hearing Lin Ning's information. It seemed to say, dude, didn't you see that so many descendants of great families and geniuses from big sects have died at Yin Tingchu's feet? What are you, an unknown loose cultivator, doing here? Aren't you afraid of death? Realm? You just need to verify my roots and age. No need to ask about the rest, Lin Ning replied lazily. If I say I'm a perfect immortal emperor, you wouldn't believe it anyway. One disciple let out a cold laugh, used the technique taught by the elder to verify Lin Ning's roots and age, then waved his hand. You meet the age requirement. Hurry up and go if you're in a rush to reincarnate. The stage is empty now. Looking at Lin Ning's back, the 2 disciples whispered to each other. Huh, really not afraid of death. A loose cultivator comes to stir up trouble. TCH, he even said not to ask too much, acting all mysterious, forcing me. On the stage, after 10 minutes without anyone coming to challenge, Yin Tingchu stretched lazily and said, Is there no one left? If so, might as well just give me the white tiger's bones. At this moment, Lin Ning stepped forward. I am here. Chapter 51. Analyzing Spirit Race Information, Illusionary Spirit Art. 2-in-1. Who is this guy? Never heard of him. A loose cultivator, right? He looks like a pretty boy. His strength should be mediocre, but his courage is commendable. On the stage, the wind and sand swirled. Lin Ning stepped onto the platform, his gaze calm, his appearance handsome. Such a strange face made many people laugh. Among those who wanted to challenge earlier, which one was not a somewhat famous young cultivator in the ancient wilderness continent? Which one was not a descendant of some sect or family? But no one had ever heard of Lin Ning's face. Lazy You? Such an unfamiliar name. Is there a powerful lay family? Never heard of it. So many impressive geniuses have died. He must be trying to come here to reincarnate. A big man with a scar on his face saw Lin Ning take the stage and slap 10 spirit stones on the ground. I bet 10 high-grade spirit stones that this kid definitely won't last 1 round. Then I'll bet 10 spirit stones too, since he is so bold. I believe he can at least last 2 rounds. Come on. On the high building, 2 elders from the forging pavilion showed puzzled expressions. Who is this guy? Lazy You? That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. This time it seems we miscalculated in the forging pavilion, allowing foreign cultivators to occupy the arena for 2 days. Is there truly no one among our human race's younger generation who can suppress this foreign cultivator? The old man sighed heavily. When Yin Tingchu took the stage, he said he was merely sent by the clan's elder for training, like cannon fodder. And yet this cannon fodder is so formidable. How strong must the foreign race be? Although we are investing in this emperor's bones, based on Yin Tingchu's attitude, he may not feel grateful in the future. The 2 elders felt a great headache, although they would make the opponent swear an oath before obtaining the white tiger's bones. Who could know if Yin Tingchu, this foreign cultivator, has any means to break the oath? The techniques Yin Tingchu displayed had already exceeded everyone's understanding. And if his race had a way to break it, it wouldn't be surprising. The headache for the forging pavilion was that they were quite famous, and they had already made promises. If anyone could defend the arena for 3 days, they would receive a reward after swearing an oath. Many people in the Eastern Wilderness continent were paying attention to this matter. Could they go back on their word? Moreover, with such overwhelming power at a young age, being able to kill perfect stage cultivators at the early stage of tribulation, what kind of force could be behind him? The forging pavilion had been established for many years. Although they were somewhat domineering, they usually picked on the weak. They were quite polite to those strong ones, skillfully managing social relations. There was no need to ruin relationships over this emperor's bones. Elder Xiao Feng of the forging pavilion stroked his beard, sighed, and said slowly, "If Yin Tingchu ultimately obtains the emperor's bones and joins our forging pavilion, we would have some connection with his background, and the returns in the future might not be small." Back to the arena. Yin Tingchu lazily stretched and rubbed his eyes, yawning as he looked at Lin Ning. "You're not like those people from earlier. Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Yin Tingchu said seriously, "That way, when you die, others will remember you for a brief moment." Opposite him, Lin Ning replied with a smile, "Die? Sorry, as a martial general, I don't know how to write that character you just mentioned." "All right, in that case, I'll teach you today." Yin Tingchu murmured a string of obscure incantations. In the next moment, a gust of cold wind blew from behind Lin Ning, disheveling his long hair. A sinister blood hand emerged from the void, reaching for Lin Ning's head. The moment the blood hand appeared, a fierce wind howled, and a mournful wail echoed everywhere. As if a vengeful spirit from the underworld was crawling out from the abyss, wanting to drag Lin Ning down. "Just a little trick," Lin Ning snorted coldly, flicking his finger. He had no sword in hand, but a powerful sword energy burst forth from his fingertip, forming a silver dragon. The silver dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the blood hand in one bite. "Wow, I didn't expect this kid's spell to be so formidable." Below the stage, everyone felt the pressure emanating from that sword energy dragon and couldn't help but tremble. "Ha ha, brother, you've lost. It's already 1 round. I've won for sure. Don't be so smug. When I said he wouldn't last a round, that's for the 2nd round. Maybe he'll exhaust himself and die later, or maybe he'll suddenly go berserk and die unexpectedly. Damn, you just don't want to give up the spirit stones, do you?" On the stage, after his move was countered, Yin Tingchu showed a satisfied smile, and a serious expression finally appeared on his face. "I didn't expect there to be someone among you humans who could master such advanced swordsmanship at this age." Yin Tingchu narrowed his eyes and carefully observed Lin Ning, thinking to himself, "Strange, why can't I see through this person's cultivation? Could it be that his cultivation is far above mine, reaching the Emperor realm?" Yin Tingchu thought again. "No, since this is a competition hosted by the Forging Pavilion, according to their pride, they wouldn't send someone to break the rules. He must be someone under 25 years old. If he were from our spirit clan, there would be many young emperors, but these lowly humans certainly wouldn't have such gifted young emperors." With that thought, Yin Tingchu calmed himself down and simultaneously formed seals with both hands, pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. His hands moved back and forth before finally pointing at Lin Ning. What is this action? Lin Ning wondered. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Detected that the host is battling a spirit clan cultivator. Analyzing the spirit clan. Current analysis progress. Preliminary mastery of the spirit clan language. Beginner level for cursing. No barriers for daily communication. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Ning was taken aback. Beginner level for cursing? What the hell? Is this what you call preliminary mastery of a language? Oh, I guess it makes sense. After all, when learning a language, the first things you learn are certainly greetings. System, didn't I already obtain the world's inheritance? Why is there no spirit clan language? Lin Ning asked in confusion. The system replied, "The place where the spirit clan resides is not the same world as the host. If the host wants to learn more secrets, they need to come into contact with them more. Alternatively, if the host finds their world, they can quickly analyze the spirit clan. So it comes from another world?" Lin Ning frowned, thinking, "This is the first time I've heard of the spirit clan. It's usually hard to find spirit clan cultivators." According to the system, if he interacted more with the spirit clan, He could analyze their information, and if he interacted enough, wouldn't he be able to master their techniques? With that in mind, Lin Ning, who should have attacked, chose to dodge continuously. With his strength, he could kill Yin Tingshu in one move. But he couldn't make it too easy for the other party. Since he was here, he might as well contribute a bit more before dying. Lin Ning's continuous dodging, unbeknownst to him, appeared as cowardly behavior in Yin Tingshu's eyes. Coward, Yin Tingshu said in a low voice, I was just starting to think highly of you. But I didn't expect you to act so weakly. Coward, Yin Tingshu shouted angrily. I will not tolerate such cowardly behavior. As he attacked, he continuously cast spells in the Spirit Clan language. However, this time, Lin Ning understood. 10,000 Spirits Technique, 1,000 Souls Hand. Yin Tingshu unleashed a secret technique of the Spirit Clan, and an invisible attack descended. Slap, slap, slap. Countless hands rained down on Lin Ning like raindrops, leaving palm prints that disappeared in just a second. If this move were used to assassinate, killing the opponent without burning the body would leave no traces for others to find. Your physical body is impressive, Yin Tingshu said in surprise. He didn't expect that after Lin Ning was hit by his 1,000 Souls hand, he would be completely unharmed. This move of his was invisible, and each hand was a lethal strike, targeting the most vulnerable parts of the body. Even a cultivator at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence stage wouldn't last 3 rounds if caught off guard. Current analysis progress. 5. According to the current analysis progress, the host can observe the techniques of the Spirit Clan cultivator with a naked eye. Lin Ning patted his clothes and, after receiving the system feedback, sighed. Looks like it wasn't in vain to take the hits. In fact, even without the system's analysis, with Lin Ning's perception, he could feel countless invisible hands descending around him. To put it bluntly, even with his eyes closed, Lin Ning could perfectly dodge and then kill Yin Tingshu. Where did that intense collision sound come from? Below the stage, the cultivators looked around. They saw Lin Ning standing still and Yin Tingshu also standing in place, thinking that they must have imagined it. Brother, did you hear that? The battle seems so intense. Why can't I see it? I didn't see it either. Could it be that we both imagined it? Are you too delusional? That alien cultivator's technique is strange, killing invisibly. It's likely that he used some spell just now, and it was just that lazy you withstood it. Above in the tall building, Elder Xiao Feng's expression was grave. What a powerful fluctuation of techniques. He focused his gaze tightly on Yin Tingshu. Although I can't see his techniques, my spiritual sense felt it. That move just now, even a peak Tribulation Transcendence cultivator would not withstand it. Shifting his gaze to Lin Ning, he added, however, this lazy you also surprises me. He can withstand Yin Tingshu's assault with just his physical body and remain completely unmovable. He must be a genius secretly nurtured by the barbarian clan, right? Beside him, Elder Fang Jingwei said solemnly, I think so too. Among human cultivators, those with the strongest physical bodies belong to the barbarian clan. But if he is a barbarian cultivator, why hasn't he been recognized by other clansmen? Does the barbarian king need to hide him so deeply? Elder Xiao Feng sneered. The barbarian's thought process is not something we can predict. Aren't they called strong but brainless gorillas? Their thinking is beyond my imagination. He stroked his beard and chuckled, however. Lazy Yu's identity is still something we need to verify. Whether or not he is a barbarian cultivator remains to be seen. Current analysis progress. 6. Current analysis progress. 7. 20 minutes passed, and the system's analysis only increased a little, which made Lin Ning somewhat displeased. Of course, Yin Tingshu was just a cultivator from the Spirit Clan. It was already quite fast to increase the analysis by 1 point through a single clan member in 10 minutes. Coward! Coward! After Lin Ning dodged Yin Tingshu's attacks again and again, Yin Tingshu became increasingly agitated, feeling hot all over. Lazy you, if you were in our Spirit Clan, you would definitely have your hands and feet chopped off by our clansmen, Yin Tingshu said in a deep voice. Our Spirit Clan absolutely does not allow such cowardly behavior to occur. Please fight me with all your strength. Was it to just dodge? Are you afraid of me? As a member of the human race, seeing his fellow clansmen being scolded by the foreign tribe, the cultivators below not only did not help, but instead supported Yin Tingshu. Especially those cultivators who had lost, who were even more vociferous in their curses. Hey, what is this? He's been dodging all this time. Can this even count as a round? Of course it can. When we say a round, it doesn't mean Lazy Yu has to attack. He could defend too. Who says dodging doesn't count as defense? A bet is a bet. Hurry up and give me the spirit stones. Damn. Lazy Yu, you useless waste. Can you not do like a man and just keep dodging? Level 9? Don't embarrass our human race. Just surrender already. Hearing the crowd's insults, Yin Tingshu looked at Lin Ning and sneered. Your clansmen no longer support you, coward. He was furious, unable to understand why the opponent could always sense his technique. How could a spirit clan's techniques be perceived by these insignificant humans? Yin Tingshu could not accept it. You've been dodging for so long. Your divine sense must be quite weak by now. Yin Tingshu sneered. I want to see how long this coward can keep dodging. As he spoke, his mind moved like a hunting leopard, swiftly charging towards Lin Ning. Eternal Night Gate. Yin Tingshu shouted, and when he reached Lin Ning, he did not choose to attack, but instead leapt over and landed behind Lin Ning. At the same time, his technique activated. Lin Ning saw a large door appearing in front of him, filled with a dark aura. Behind the door seemed to be the resting place of the dead. This Eternal Night Gate moved quickly with Yin Tingshu, and just as it was about to engulf Lin Ning, the current analysis progress showed. Current analysis progress. To unlock technique. Illusory spirit art. Due to insufficient contact. Analysis paused. The host needs to interact with more spirit clan cultivators or find the Eternal Night domain to resume analysis. The so-called Eternal Night domain is the residence of the spirit clan. And according to the system's introduction, once the illusory spirit art reaches perfection, when performing the technique, the body will turn into a spirit form and under the Emperor's respect. It is difficult for non-special ability users to perceive it. Just this one technique is so strange. If I master all the spirit clan techniques, how powerful would that be? Lin Ning thought. It seems that to gain more analysis, I can only find the Eternal Night domain. With a stomp of his right foot, Lin Ning's figure flickered and appeared at the edge of the stage. At the same time, after Yin Tingshu's technique missed, he did not stop but instead accelerated. He quickly reached the other side of the stage, swinging his tail. Chanting in the spirit clan language, the Eternal Night Gate disappeared and then reappeared. Suddenly, there was a gasp from outside the stage. Following the direction of the sound, Lin Ning saw a portion of human cultivators whose half-bodies had entered the Eternal Night Gate. After the Eternal Night Gate dissipated, only their half-bodies remained as white bones. On the stage, Yin Tingshu clapped his hands. That applause seemed to trigger a death switch. As the applause fell, those cultivators who were left with only half their bodies instantly died. What a pity you managed to escape a calamity. Yin Tingshu gazed at Lin Ning ominously. However, this time, it won't be so easy to escape. Hearing this, Lin Ning sneered. The Eternal Night Gate, is it? How do you know? Yin Tingshu was startled. You understand the Spirit Clan language? Lin Ning replied, besides the Spirit Clan language, I also have a bit of understanding of martial arts. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ning threw a punch. Chapter 52, Easily Crushing. Boom! Lin Ning's punch seemed ordinary, yet contained supreme Tao principles. Oh, you think you could defeat me with this move? Yin Tingshu did not notice the special nature of Lin Ning's punch, believing it to be just an ordinary attack. He raised his hands, looking at Lin Ning with a sinister expression, and quickly threw out his right fist. As the fist's energy erupted, suddenly a ghost from the Eternal Night domain wrapped around Yin Tingshu's right hand. The farce ends here, Dai. Yin Tingshu sneered. But the next moment, Yin Tingshu's expression changed drastically. The ghost on his fist had not even touched Lin Ning before it was annihilated by Lin Ning's momentum. He felt an unparalleled divine power. And in the face of this power, Yin Tingshu felt as small as an ant. How is this possible? How could he have such a powerful aura? The crowd saw Yin Tingshu standing dumbfounded, as if he were a fool. This was not Yin Tingshu's choice. He was completely overwhelmed by Lin Ning's aura. His mind wanting to resist, but his body unable to move. Watching that seemingly ordinary fist descend, Yin Tingshu's eyes widened. And just at the moment the fist made contact with his chest, crack! A crisp shattering sound came from Yin Tingshu's chest, and then his entire chest caved in from Lin Ning's punch. He flew backward like a cannonball, landing at the edge of the stage, about to fall off. After Lin Ning's punch, the originally noisy stage became utterly silent. Everyone's eyes were wide in shock, staring blankly at Lin Ning. Lin Ning's punch was so powerful that it made them forget to breathe for a moment. Next, Lin Ning said slowly. As his voice fell, the crowd finally snapped back to reality. Applause erupted like thunder. Yes, dead? He killed that foreign cultivator with one punch? My God, did he just use some powerful technique? It felt like an ordinary punch. Ha ha ha, the foreign cultivator has finally been defeated. Well done, lazy you, lazy you, lazy you. On the high building, two elders from the forging pavilion exchanged glances. Elder Xuanming's body trembled slightly, and the teacup in his right hand suddenly fell to the ground with a crash. What a terrifying punch. How could someone so young have such martial arts? He looked at the elder beside him and asked, Old Fong, you're also practicing martial arts. What do you think of this move? Fong Jingwei swallowed hard, his chest rising and falling dramatically. After calming down, his eyes were still filled with surprise. The martial arts contained in that punch are even stronger than my 2,000 years of hard training. If you compare me to him, it's like a floating cloud against the blue sky. Hearing this answer, Xuanming's eyelids twitched. He knew his old partner well. Fong Jingwei was usually very sharp-tongued and always found many tricky angles when judging something. Now, the youth on the stage had gained Fong Jingwei's approval, and he even bluntly stated that the other was as high as the heavens. The human race is indeed full of talents. Xiaofeng sighed. The great era is approaching. The stage belonging to geniuses is about to arrive. On the stage, Yin Tingchu was coughing continuously, blood spitting from his mouth as he struggled to get back on his feet. His eyes were blurred with blood, and he vaguely saw the mocking faces of the people below. He could no longer hear clearly. He didn't know what people were saying. How can I die? Yin Tingchu couldn't believe it. Why couldn't I even withstand a single punch from him? As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Tingchu lost all his breath. Then, under everyone's gaze, his body gradually became illusory, as if it had turned into a soul and finally evaporated from the human realm. Is this how the foreign tribe dies? After so many years, this is the first time I've seen how a foreigner dies. Huh, I thought he would turn into bones. This foreign guy actually disappeared directly. How strange. On the stage, the cold wind made Lin Ning's clothes flap. He looked disdainfully around and said in a deep voice, This white tiger's broken mountain bone, I, lazy you, have secured. If anyone disagrees, come up and compete. I'll let you use one hand. After saying this, Lin Ning lowered his head, and a fluffy white fox crawled out from his embrace. Holding the white fox with one hand, his arrogant demeanor attracted a wave of hatred. Huh, one hand? What an arrogant kid. Is this guy really that arrogant? He actually dares to defend the arena with one hand. Does he think that by killing a foreign cultivator, he can become invincible at the same level? In our eastern wilderness continent, with a history of tens of thousands of years, there are many hidden talents. With such arrogance, isn't he afraid he won't live long? Below the stage, a man snorted coldly. Let me have a go at you. After saying that, the man jumped onto the high platform, and when he landed, the arena shook. Upon closer inspection, this person was actually 3 meters tall. His physique was as strong as a beast. Moreover, his face looked very strange, resembling an animal full of wildness. I am Tiger Mountain from the Orc tribe, the giant said in a deep voice, moving like a gorilla as he pounded his chest. Below the stage, Orc tribe? Isn't that place thousands of miles away from the immortal spirit city? Does the white tiger broken mountain bone have such a great effect that it even attracts orcs? TSK. I've heard that orcs can undergo 36 transformations by nature. They don't practice cultivation techniques, but rely purely on their innate beastly nature to fight. Yes, as the saying goes, a chaotic punch can kill a master. Their orcs have many forms and strong combat power, making it difficult to study their fighting characteristics. On the stage, Tiger Mountain saluted with one hand, his gaze burning as he looked at Lin Ning. In the next moment, he dropped to all fours, his body transforming like a tiger, his teeth becoming incredibly sharp, resembling fangs. Roar! Tiger Mountain ran wildly on all fours, leaping high, his hands covered with sharp barbs. Below, watching the tiger claws descend, Lin Ning remained expressionless and casually struck out a palm. How dare you compete with me, an orc in palm strength? You're seeking death. Tiger Mountain's mouth slightly curled up. As an orc, their strength far exceeds that of ordinary human cultivators. Orcs are often called the favored children of heaven by many cultivators. Benefiting from their bizarre bodies, they don't need to cultivate, as their strength automatically increases through fighting with various beasts and monsters in nature. The Tiger Mountain before him, according to the classification of human cultivators, had reached the mid-stage of the tribulation crossing period, and his strength was even more powerful than many fully realized cultivators. Just now, the foreign cultivator Yin Tingchu's technique was too strange, making Tiger Mountain hesitant to come on stage. But facing human cultivators, Tiger Mountain had rich combat experience, and those who died under his tiger claws numbered no less than 100. Die for me. The sharp tiger claws fell, colliding with Lin Ning's palm. In the next moment, Tiger Mountain staggered back dozens of steps, his sharp claws shattering like glass hit by a hammer. Tiger Mountain gritted his teeth in pain, his right hand morphing into a snake shape, while his body transformed into an eagle form. Come again. Chapter 53. Defending for 3 days. This person is not lazy you. Thud. Tiger Mountain fell, collapsing under his own most adept technique. Before dying, Tiger Mountain stared wide-eyed at Lin Ning, his gaze fixed in disbelief. No matter how he thought about it, he could not fathom how this human cultivator had mastered their orc techniques. Their orc tribe's fighting techniques were neither secret arts nor cultivation methods. Over the years, no one from the outside world had been able to grasp their combat methods. Orc tribe members each awakened to their own unique 36 transformations. Tiger Mountain himself had mastered one of the best among them, where each transformation into an animal was filled with combat power, such as tiger, eagle, saber-toothed tiger, woolly mammoth. He had thought that, after Yin Tingchu's death, he could rely on brute force to push through everything and ultimately bring back the white tiger, Broken Mountain Bone, to their orc tribe. But Tiger Mountain lost. He watched as the white-clothed youth transformed into a brown bear, tearing apart his proud, woolly mammoth body. Moreover, throughout this process, the white-clothed youth fought with one hand while holding the white fox in his other arm. 36 transformations? Lazy you actually understands the 36 transformations? Isn't that an orc technique? Could he be an orc? Impossible. The orc tribe is very united, and there wouldn't be infighting if he were also an orc. Tiger Mountain would never have come on stage. He would never have been killed by him. On the stage, Lin Ning beckoned with his finger, looking at everyone with a smile. Weren't you all saying you wanted to defeat me? Now come up. Seeing no one coming forward, the transformed white fox, Jiuli, suddenly jumped out of Lin Ning's arms and landed on the ground. She stuck out her pink little tongue, raising her front paws high, making silly faces to mock the cultivators below. After a round of teasing, she obediently returned to Lin Ning's side. Jiuli, you're the Empress. How can you make such gestures? Lin Ning teased through spiritual communication. Jiuli replied, I am not the Empress. I am just a little fox now. Besides, they can't see through my true form. How would they know I'm the Empress? As she said this, Jiuli suddenly felt a familiar sensation. Ever since she grew up, she had been striving for the position of clan leader under the guidance of the previous clan leader. She didn't know when she had lost her playful nature. Now, as a little fox, she could playfully make faces. Master is so powerful. He should be able to surpass the Emperor in the future. If that's the case, it wouldn't be bad for me to obediently be a little fox by his side. After being provoked by the little fox's silly faces, many more people came up to the stage. No matter where they came from or what cultivation methods they practiced, in the end, they were all easily dealt with by Lin Ning. By the end, no one dared to come up again. As time passed day by day, the 3-day defense soon entered the countdown. Old Xiao, it seems the result is already decided, Elder Feng Jingwei said solemnly. Xiao Feng nodded. I originally thought Lazy Yu would be knocked off the stage due to arrogance. I didn't expect him to suppress fully realized cultivators with one hand. Do you think this guy might already be an emperor? As soon as this was said, Feng Jingwei was taken aback. Old Xiao, that's quite a bold thought. I previously looked at his report. According to the disciples, his root bone age is only 18. How much fake wine did you drink to think he could become an emperor at 18? Xiao Feng said seriously, there are many strange things in this world. How do you know no one can become an emperor at 18? He waved his hand and laughed. Let us go based on the time. The deputy master of the forging pavilion should come to award him soon. We should get closer and feel his aura. The 3-day defense came to an end. The deputy master of the forging pavilion, Kong Yunfeng, stepped through the void. He coldly looked at Lin Ning. Although the latter could suppress his peers from the eastern wilderness with one hand, his talent was extraordinary, but to Kong Yunfeng, the emperor, a genius was just the threshold to see him. On the road to becoming an emperor, Kong Yunfeng had seen countless geniuses, among which the number of fallen geniuses was uncountable. Many were stronger and had greater talent than him. In his early years, in various large competitions and opportunities in the eastern wilderness, he could never make it into the top 3, only ranking 4th. Over time, people began to call him Old Fourth. However, many years have passed, and those who were stronger than him have mostly died. And he, Kong Yunfeng, became an emperor and a deputy master of the forging pavilion. Kid, your talent is good, but you're too arrogant. Kong Yunfeng said solemnly, appropriate pride can aid our cultivation. But you're not just proud, you're arrogant and conceited. If you don't correct this bad habit, it will easily lead to big trouble in the future. He paused, looking at Lin Ning with a smile on his face. Perhaps because he usually didn't smile, Kong Yunfeng's smile appeared quite forced, even a bit creepy. He said, I'm saying this because I see you want to join the forging pavilion and become one of us. If it were someone else, I wouldn't bother saying this. He clapped his hands. Xiao Feng was carrying a 3-foot by 3-foot box, with Feng Jingwei following behind. The two walked towards the arena. You have been guarding the arena for 3 days, Kong Yunfeng said in a deep voice. Now you take an oath on the Tao, dedicating your life to work for my forging pavilion. I will then gift you this white tiger, broken mountain bone. Seeing Lin Ning's gaze on the box, Kong Yunfeng seemed to have discerned Lin Ning's thoughts. Isn't the white tiger broken mountain bone a part of the tiger sovereign's skeleton? The tiger sovereign is so large, his body like a mountain. How could his bones be so small? Is there nothing in there? Kong Yunfeng explained. The white tiger broken mountain bone is the strongest bone of the tiger sovereign. That bone is from his right forearm. The tiger sovereign wanted to exchange it with us for an imperial-grade divine weapon for his wife and 2 quasi-imperial divine weapons for his children. The request from the demon clan's emperor is naturally something the forging pavilion would not refuse. The forging pavilion sent equivalent items to the tiger sovereign, who happily received the imperial-grade divine weapon as a gift for his wife. Unexpectedly, this tiger sovereign is quite a romantic, Lin Ning thought to himself. Julie quietly cast a spell to isolate her conversation with Lin Ning. She said, the tiger sovereign's wife's birthday was half a year ago. You arrived 6 months late. If you had come half a year earlier and wanted his broken mountain bone, we could have barged into the tiger's den and forced him to hand it over. Why make an oath with the forging pavilion? Lin Ning smiled and replied, it doesn't matter. The one taking the oath is lazy you. What does that have to do with me, Lin Ning? If he violates it, let the heavenly tribulation strike lazy you. He claims to be the wind and thunder emperor. Mastering wind and thunder powers, he shouldn't be struck dead, right? Seeing that Lin Ning had not yet taken the oath, Kong Yunfeng hurriedly urged him on, as he had many other matters to attend to and could not waste time with Lin Ning. Just as Lin Ning was about to take the oath at that moment, an elder from the forging pavilion stepped into the air and shouted, Kong Zun, wait. This person is not lazy you. Chapter 54. The Order of the Forging Pavilion Master. Kong Zun, wait. This person is not lazy you. A loud voice exploded in everyone's ears, like a bolt of lightning striking nearby, causing hearts to shudder. Many were startled, their hearts racing wildly. They turned to see Elder Lai Changsheng from the forging pavilion stepping into the air. He raised his hand and quickly signaled Xiao Feng to put away the white tiger broken mountain bone. Elder Lai, what do you mean by that? Kong Yunfeng frowned, locking his gaze on Lin Ning. As the vice master of the pavilion, he had witnessed Lai Changsheng rise from a student to the current elder, and he knew him well. He wouldn't speak without evidence. Lai Changsheng stepped onto the arena, saluted with one hand, and then hurriedly said, Kong Zun. Lazy Yu is known as the Wind and Thunder Emperor. He was once my classmate and friend. However, he was good at stealing when he was young, had a falling out with me, and then embarked on his cultivation journey alone. Turning to Lin Ning with a cold gaze, Lai Changsheng said solemnly, tell me, who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating my friend? Although the two had parted on bad terms and had not seen each other for over 1,000 years, Lai Changsheng still regarded Lazy Yu as a friend. After so many years of cultivation, most of his childhood friends had already died. And when he heard that the Wind and Thunder Emperor was his childhood friend Lazy Yu, he was overjoyed. Me? Lin Ning shrugged and smiled. I am Lazy Yu. Upon hearing this, Lai Changsheng immediately became furious and, disregarding the presence of Kong Yunfeng, the vice master beside him, he turned his hand and unleashed a secret technique towards Lin Ning. Still lying. Lazy Yu is the master of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. The Wind and Thunder Emperor is he. How dare you impersonate him? Don't you fear that the thugs from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion will come and kill you? Lin Ning laughed. Kill me? Ha! This ancient continent is so vast. How can I be an imitation just because I say I'm Lazy Yu? Is it forbidden to have the same name? The crowd below nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Yes, the ancient continent is so large, with a huge population. Having the same name is quite normal. I once met someone with the same name as mine. One cultivator shouted into the crowd, Zhang Wei. Instantly, more than 10 people responded. What the hell? Why are you calling your grandpa? Not a bro, are you sick? I'm just here watching the show. Don't call my name. On the stage, Kong Yunfeng waved his hand, signaling Xiaofeng to step back. Lai Changsheng did not argue with Lin Ning about Lazy Yu anymore. He spread his hands, and a Starbreaker hammer appeared in the air. He held the hammer, glanced at Kong Yunfeng, who said nothing, and Lai Changsheng took this as consent. In the next moment, Lai Changsheng stepped forward and swung the Starbreaker hammer fiercely at Lin Ning. Proving your identity is simple. Take a hammer from me. Lai Changsheng's move was straightforward and brutal, putting all his strength into a heavy strike aimed at the enemy's head. As long as he was ruthless enough and the force was great enough to smash the enemy's head to pieces, everything would be settled. Zulfust, Kong Yunfeng thought, I know Little Lai's level, and this young man can so easily evade an attack from a fully realized emperor. This person is not simple. Could it be, as Little Lai said, that this person is not Lazy Yu and has come here for another purpose? After Lai Changsheng missed his strike, he said solemnly, I am an emperor. My attack was so easily deflected by you. How do you explain that? Seeing that Lin Ning did not speak, Lai Changsheng laughed loudly. Can't say anything, can you? Or should I answer that question for you? He held the Starbreaker hammer in one hand and turned around, respectfully looking at Kong Yunfeng. Kong Zun, if I'm not mistaken, this person is the Lin Emperor. His root bone test showed only 18 years of age, and in the entire ancient continent. Only the Lin Emperor has such a monstrous cultivation at this age. As soon as these words were spoken, it stirred up tremendous waves. The title of Lin Emperor was well known among cultivators. He was the most dazzling new star in recent times. The Lin Emperor, who had emerged like a rising star, drew countless worship and jealousy wherever he went. Whether it was fighting dozens of emperors at 18 or repelling the Witch King, every deed made countless cultivators go wild. Lin Emperor? You are that Lin Emperor? Kong Yunfeng's face showed a trace of anger, his clenched fists crackling. He snorted coldly and reached for Lin Ning. Suddenly, an invincible aura of an emperor erupted from Kong Yunfeng, and a giant golden hand that seemed capable of blocking out the sun reached out, fiercely grabbing at Lin Ning. Wherever the golden giant hand passed, space twisted, and profound inscriptions swirled around the giant hand, empowering it. Lin Emperor, you have made us search for you so hard. Unexpectedly, you came to us today. Today, I will slay you to avenge the brothers of my forging pavilion who have died. A few days ago, Lin Ning's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Emperor, and he was not afraid of the Emperor's attack. Now, having reached the perfection of the immortal Emperor realm, just a step away from the Emperor, Lin Ning was even less afraid of the Emperor. True geniuses can fight across realms and kill powerful enemies. With so many inheritances, even without using the supreme divine domain, Lin Ning need not fear the Emperor. As he watched the golden giant hand suddenly fall, Lin Ning raised his hand to counterattack. He did not hold a sword, but during the counterattack, countless sword lights surged into the sky, illuminating the heavens. Swish! The sharp sword light collided with the golden giant hand, creating a series of spiritual energy storms that raged everywhere, blowing countless people into the air. In the immortal spirit city, Many buildings collapsed under the onslaught of the storm. What immense power! The monks looked at Lin Ning in shock. He was clearly not yet 20 years old, yet his combat power was so fierce. Facing Kong Zun's onslaught, he was not at a disadvantage. Is this the Lin Emperor? Truly my most proud idol. Bro, this is the territory of the Forging Pavilion. Be careful with your words. After a fierce collision, Kong Yunfeng stepped back a half step, stomped his foot to stabilize himself, and stood with his hands behind his back. No wonder the old pavilion master wanted us to kill the Lin Emperor. This young man can block my old-fashioned imperial techniques. If he is allowed to cultivate for a few more years, wouldn't he become the ruler of the Eastern Wilderness? Kong Yunfeng clenched his right hand tightly and then relaxed it, repeating the motion to relieve the numbness in his arm. The earlier exchange had left his arm tingling, and with so many cultivators watching, he could only do his best to restrain his hands. Ding, ding, ding. 9 bell chimes suddenly echoed melodiously in Xuanming City. Everyone's hearts trembled. This is the order of the Forging Pavilion's master? Chapter 55. Watch me break all laws with one sword. The order of the Forging Pavilion's master calls for slaughter. Once this order is issued, it's a fight to the death. Hee. Lin Emperor, you're finished. Kong Yunfeng sneered. This is the order of my Forging Pavilion's master. You have become our number one enemy. From this moment on, even if you manage to escape our encirclement, you will face our Forging Pavilion's endless pursuit. You have repeatedly gone against my Forging Pavilion. Do you really think we are pushovers? With the appearance of the Master S order, a group of strong individuals from the Forging Pavilion immediately stepped into the air, a dark mass. Many of them had enormous wings behind them. Looking down from the sky at Lin Ning on the arena, seeing so many powerful cultivators, the common people who initially wanted to continue watching hurriedly retreated. Quick, quick! The Lin Emperor has stirred up trouble. How dare he provoke the Forging Pavilion? This place is not safe. Run. We cannot be implicated. That bell sound was the Forging Pavilion's Master S order. They're determined to kill the Lin Emperor. Everyone else here, apart from the Forging Pavilion, is considered his support. We must hurry and escape. What did the Lin Emperor do to the Forging Pavilion to incur such hatred? Pairs of eyes appeared in the void. Powerful beings of imperial level or above were hiding, observing. This Lin Emperor truly does not know how to live. Why provoke those fellows from the Forging Pavilion? Youthful arrogance. He cultivates too quickly, taking too great a step, and now he is facing retribution. Those fellows from the Forging Pavilion are usually very domineering, and their minds are quite small. He must have become a thorn in their side. Earlier, I even thought of befriending the Lin Emperor, exchanging insights on cultivation. And now I think it's better to give up. What a pity. The powerful beings whispered among themselves in the void. Some wished to help Lin Ning, cultivating him as their assistant. However, upon realizing that Lin Ning was currently provoking the Forging Pavilion, they became timid. They did not want to incur the wrath of the Forging Pavilion. The shadowy fist of 10,000 images. Kong Yunfeng shouted as he performed his technique. Countless arms seemed to appear around his body, a dazzling array of fist shadows raining down. Whatever you have, I have too. Perfect replication. Lin Ning imitated Kong Yunfeng's shadowy fist of 10,000 images, and countless arms appeared around him as well. Although he replicated the other party's skill, the shadowy fist of 10,000 images that Lin Ning executed was even stronger than Kong Yunfeng's proud technique. Boom, boom, boom. The two shadowy fists canceled each other out. The battle between the two top-tier strongmen exploded the surrounding void, causing incredible destruction. Ultimately, Lin Ning's technique was superior, and Kong Yunfeng's fist shadows completely dissipated. Bang, bang, bang. 3 fist shadows quickly struck Kong Yunfeng, making sounds like hitting a sandbag. Kong Yunfeng gritted his teeth, and his imperial body stubbornly endured Lin Ning's 3 punches. Bang! As Lin Ning delivered his final punch, Kong Yunfeng was sent flying back 100 steps. Kong Zun, I come to assist you. An immortal emperor cast a spell from afar, murmuring a long string of incantations, and finally shouted, Void grievance lock bind. As the words fell, massive dark chains, each 10 meters thick, emerged from the void. These chains shot out from all directions, attempting to lock Lin Ning's limbs, body, and head in midair, rendering him unable to move. Meanwhile, Other elders of the Forging Pavilion joined the battle, gathering their strength, attempting to use their numerical advantage and overwhelming firepower to suppress Lin Ning completely. Although this Lin Emperor was powerful, he was just one person. As one of the top forces in the Eastern Wilderness continent, the Forging Pavilion had over 200 ordinary emperors and numerous immortal emperors and imperial lords. I thought the Forging Pavilion was incredibly powerful, but seeing it today, it's just like that, expressionless. As he watched the barrage of attacks fall, Lin Ning shouted. His voice was filled with magic, like a sonic wave strike. As the sound fell bang, bang, bang in the sky, those attacks flying towards him exploded directly in midair upon hearing Lin Ning's voice. It was as if missiles shot from afar were precisely intercepted by a missile defense system in midair. This person must not be left alive. Kong Yunfeng's face darkened. The stronger Lin Ning became, the more resolute his thoughts grew. Around them, the members of the Forging Pavilion exchanged glances. Is this for real? Who would have thought the Lin Emperor was only 18 years old? You call that 18? If you said he was an ancient monster who had lived for 10,000 years, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. My strongest sword was actually broken by just one shout from him. Em dumbfounded. One swordsman emperor from the Forging Pavilion swallowed hard, astonished. Could the Lin Emperor be a reincarnated ancient monster? On the opposite side, Lin Ning looked in the direction of the Forging Pavilion and said solemnly, "Since the Pavilion Master wants to kill me, why not show yourself? Why hide away? Is it because you cannot appear? Or is it that your lifespan is nearing its end and you dare not expend too much energy? Issuing the Pavilion Master's order and wanting to kill me, yet not daring to show yourself. Is that it?" Lin Ning's gaze swept over everyone. "If that's the case, then I will force you out. Thunderkome." Lin Ning pointed to the sky with his right hand, and suddenly the sky darkened. Thick dark clouds rapidly gathered from the horizon, churning together. Suddenly, within the sea of thunder, boom, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended, landing on Lin Ning's fingertip, and then converging into a sword of thunder. Holding the sword of thunder, Lin Ning resembled an invincible celestial god. I hadn't wanted to become enemies with the Forging Pavilion. Lin Ning said solemnly, "I only want what belongs to me. I have guarded this arena for 3 days, and that white tiger broken mountain bone should rightfully be my reward. Since you have reneged and refused to give it to me, I will come to your place and demand the white tiger broken mountain bone." As he spoke, thunder roared on the sword. Lin Ning slashed out with one sword. Crack! The thunder calamity transformed into a giant thunder dragon. Wherever it went, cultivators were devoured by the thunder dragon, leaving only charred bodies behind. Not good. Set up the formation. Kong Yunfeng's expression was grave. The opponent had just slashed once and had instantly killed 13 powerful emperors. Emperor Spirit Formation. Many imperial-level powerhouses from the Forging Pavilion collectively set up a formation, transmitting their spiritual energy into the formation to coalesce a gigantic imperial phantom. Be careful, Master. This emperor's power is 3 times stronger than mine. Julie quickly warned Lin Ning, sensing the terror of the emperor's spirit formation. She felt that even if she unleashed all her power, she couldn't withstand the force of that emperor's spirit. Don't worry. Lin Ning smiled. Whether it's the emperor's spirit formation or any other strange formation, in front of me, it's all in vain. Watch me break all laws with one sword. Lin Ning raised his sword to the sky, and in the firmament, rolling heavenly thunder rained down, charging Lin Ning's thunder sword like a power bank. In the eyes of everyone, they saw Lin Ning's sword transformed from blue to black, and finally to blood red. The blood-red sword emitted a radiance that dyed half the sky crimson. The world seemed to have turned into a hell on earth, with blood red as the dominant color. Not good, retreat quickly. Seeing Lin Ning raise his sword, Kong Yunfeng's face changed drastically, and he shouted urgently. Chapter 56. The Twin Heroes of the Forging Pavilion. The Black and White Martial Madmen. Woo! Lin Ning unleashed a shocking sword strike, as the thunderous sword gathered a massive amount of heavenly thunder power. After the sword was struck, the many emperors present saw a scene before them that resembled a hell on earth, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the sound of wailing never ceased. Perhaps they were frightened to death by that sword, Or perhaps they were truly slain by the sword light. At the brink of death, numerous emperors had images flashing through their minds like a revolving lantern. Those who could become emperors had killed many cultivators on their long path of cultivation, whether they were enemies or even friends and family. They had a share of the blood on their hands. Before death, amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they saw pairs of hands reaching out from within, familiar faces appearing before their eyes. The emperors were filled with immense terror, their minds breaking down. Why are you looking for me after you died? I clearly just accidentally killed you. Get away. Don't drag me into hell. I've worked so hard to become an emperor, enduring countless hardships. How can I be dragged into hell by you? What I have done, I have no regrets. You cannot see me because I will not descend into hell. Under the heavens, the emperors were like madmen, constantly waving their fists. Hiss. Ultimately, Lin Ning's blade arrived, like the grim reaper's scythe, reaping their lives. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In just 3 seconds, no less than 100 emperors had died. The cold bodies of the emperors fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. A cloud of dust was kicked up. Although the emperors were dead, their corpses still held the stature of emperors. The impact from their falls was not something the buildings of the immortal spirit city could withstand. In an instant, boom, 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 all around, whether it was the jade towers or the humble homes, were smashed to pieces by the emperor's corpses, leaving only ruins. If someone were in the sky, they would see that at least 1/3 of the area in Immortal Spirit City had turned into ruins. Affected by the war, everything turned into a sea of fire, and many common people and cultivators fled in panic. Damn it! In midair, Kong Yunfeng flapped his wings, trying to escape. At this moment, Kong Zun was left with only his right hand. His left hand had been severed by Lin Ning's sword light. Warm blood sprayed from the severed end, splattering onto the ground. The blood of this emperor was more precious than gold, having many unexpected effects. As Kong Yunfeng's blood fell, Lin Ning released his aura, spreading the blood across Immortal Spirit City. Soon, the sea of fire doused by the emperor's blood instantly dissipated, and the injuries of those ordinary citizens affected by the battle healed. Lin Ning gazed deeply at the innocent citizens, thinking, destroying your homes was never my intention. Blame the forging pavilion. Lin Ning felt no pity for the collapsed houses. After all, Immortal Spirit City was the territory of the forging pavilion. According to the forging pavilion's usual tyrannical style, they suppressed all non-forging pavilion members among the forgers. With such a style, how could ordinary people have a home in the forging pavilion, in this land where every inch is precious? Those here are all related to the members of the forging pavilion. Since the forging pavilion wants to kill Lin Ning, then Lin Ning will show them no mercy. Where do you think you're going? Noticing Kong Yunfeng trying to escape, Lin Ning's face darkened as he shouted. He pushed off the ground with his right foot, stepping onto the air as if it were solid ground. Lin Ning dashed through the air quickly, noticing that Kong Yunfeng, despite being heavily injured, was escaping far too fast for any immortal emperor to catch up. The next moment, Lin Ning tore through the void and appeared right in front of Kong Yunfeng. Nine Heaven's profound spirit fist. Lin Ning struck out with a punch. Kong Yunfeng's face changed. He wanted to block, but found his strength inexplicably diminishing. Already heavily injured, Kong Yunfeng was now in a worse situation. Boom! Kong Yunfeng's right fist struck out, but collided with Lin Ning's fist. The next moment, with a crack, the intense pain twisted Kong Yunfeng's face, making it look more hideous than a monster. Kong Yunfeng was knocked to the ground by Lin Ning's punch, his body continuously flying backward, and the powerful impact caused him to scrape along the ground for 100 meters. My second brother is truly tough. Seeing how Kong Yunfeng landed, Lin Ning suddenly felt a chill in his pants. Such intense friction for 100 meters. Even an iron pestle could be ground into a needle, let alone my second brother. Lin Ning looked at Kong Yunfeng, thinking, all right, now there is one more girl in the world. On the ground, Kong Yunfeng's right hand was broken and hard to lift. Suddenly, a cold light flashed before him. Kong Yunfeng instinctively raised his head, realizing it was Lin Ning pointing his sword at him. Why? Kong Yunfeng couldn't believe it. You are clearly only 18 years old. Why is your strength stronger than mine? Are you an immortal emperor or an emperor? Could it be that you are a powerful being who has reincarnated multiple times? Hearing this, Lin Ning instantly became interested. He retorted, "Has Deputy Pavilion Master Kong encountered a reincarnated powerful being with such strange abilities?" Kong Yunfeng smiled, but did not directly answer Lin Ning's question, saying, "Whether to kill or to torture, I leave it to you." Lin Ning said solemnly, "Call someone. Bring out your strongest fighters from the Forging Pavilion." Raising his head, looking at the surviving members of the Forging Pavilion, Lin Ning said solemnly, "You all call someone too. I'm giving you a chance now. Bring your strongest fighters from the Forging Pavilion to me." After killing Prince Liu Tianyi and many Black Robe members of the Forging Pavilion, Lin Ning knew the Forging Pavilion would list him as a target for hunting. However, when he first arrived in Immortal Spirit City, Lin Ning had only one purpose: to take away the White Tiger Broken Mountain Bone. Now, Lin Ning's attitude had changed. Since the Forging Pavilion wants to kill him, let them bring their strongest fighters. The best way to avoid danger is to eliminate all dangers in the world. Lin Ning possessed the supreme divine domain and feared no opponent. "You just wait for us." The emperors of the Forging Pavilion, seeing Lin Ning so arrogant, quickly activated their techniques, and beams of power shot up into the sky like signal flares. Two colossal figures soared from afar. As their silhouettes gradually became clearer, the despairing gazes of the Forging Pavilion emperors reignited with hope. However, the hope ignited in their hearts was in Lin Ning's eyes, like the sunrise slowly rising in a graveyard. "Who dares to cause trouble in Immortal Spirit City? Bold! How dare you kill my Forging Pavilion disciples and heavily injure Immortal Spirit City?" The two colossal figures were both over 100 meters tall, known as the twin heroes of the Forging Pavilion. White Martial Madman Xiahou Qi, Black Martial Madman Zhang Guangrui. Chapter 57. Great. It's the Martial Madman. We are saved. Great. It's the Martial Madman. We are saved. Martial Madman, we hope you avenge us in the Forging Pavilion. It's this despicable Lin Emperor who killed over 100 of our Forging Pavilion Emperors and destroyed Immortal Spirit City. You must make him pay a heavy price. The Emperors of the Forging Pavilion shouted upon seeing the two colossal figures appear. The twin heroes of the Forging Pavilion, the Black and White Martial Madmen. The two held no official positions in the Forging Pavilion, but they were respected even more than Deputy Pavilion Master Kong Yunfeng. If it's solely about combat power, their strength far exceeds that of Kong Yunfeng. Even among the Emperor Lords, there are differences. They are both known as martial fanatics because they only enjoy hand-to-hand combat, unleashing the most extreme combat power through the most primitive fighting methods. However, don't think they are just brawny cultivators. Bai Wuqi Xiahou Qi and He Wuqi Zhang Guangrui are both elders of the Forging Pavilion. When they first entered the Forging Pavilion, they were recognized as top geniuses who would only appear once every 3,000 years in the Eastern Wilderness. Both of them, whether it be in forging skills, spells, physical techniques, or body strength, are among the very best among the Emperor Lords. They're the most perfect quadrilateral cultivators. After dominating the Forging Pavilion, they found it rather boring and withdrew, using each other as sparring partners. It has been 1,000 years since they last appeared in the public eye. During this 1,000 years, they have been diligently honing their skills, never showing their faces. Xiahou Ge Zhang Ge. Below, when Kong Yunfeng saw the two big shots appear, his body transformed into smoke and floated before their eyes. "Little Kong, why did you lose an arm?" Xiahou Qi said coldly. "You are now a powerful being at the Emperor Lord level. How can you be so pathetic?" Indeed, so many people died in Xuanming City, and the Forging Pavilion lost so many disciples. How can you, the Vice Pavilion Master, handle this? Zhang Guangrui said solemnly, his voice so powerful that it blew Kong Yunfeng back 10 meters. Zhang Guangrui reached out and pulled Kong Yunfeng back, due to the vast difference in their sizes. To Zhang Guangrui, the other person seemed like a small stone to an ordinary person. Kong Yunfeng, with a mournful face, turned to Lin Ning below and said, "My two big brothers, it was this guy who severed my arm, and he even threatened to expel our Forging Pavilion from the ancient continent." "Bold!" Xiahou Qi shouted, his eyes wide with fury, glaring fiercely at Lin Ning below. "I have been silent for 1,000 years. Do you really think I am dead?" Xiahou Qi shouted, They say a great era is approaching, but I don't think so. Why do all sorts of riffraffs dare to provoke our forging pavilion? Do they really think they're capable? Saying this, he grabbed Zhang Guangrui by the chest and pulled him back. Xiao Qi said, "Old Zhang, we have practiced hard for 1,000 years. Today, I should have a good chance to show off my skills. Let me use this ant to test my hand." Lowering his head, Xiao Qi squinted. Lin Ning looked too small in his eyes, so much so that he had to observe carefully to see Lin Ning's appearance. "You little brat with delicate skin and tender flesh. You haven't even grown all your hair yet. I'll give you a chance to choose how to fight me." Lin Ning said solemnly, "Use the physical techniques you are good at. Let us collide fist to fist, flesh to flesh." Oh, Xiao Qi was surprised, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. "Kid, I gave you a chance to choose. You chose the physical techniques yourself, so if you lose later, don't come up with any excuses and don't say I bullied you with my size." Lin Ning shrugged, "Please." Xiao Qi stepped forward. His massive body caused every step he took to shake Xuanming City, causing those precarious buildings to collapse. Although his figure was huge, his movements were even more agile than Kong Yinfeng and the others. Thanks to years of hard training, Xiao Qi was very patient. After the sparring began, he didn't rush to attack Lin Ning, but stood in place, constantly observing Lin Ning, trying to find a flaw. Strange. This person can actually remain completely still without any fluctuation of spiritual energy. I can't even feel his breathing. I didn't expect this young man to be able to hide himself so perfectly. After observing for a minute and finding no flaws, Xiao Qi thought, since observing while still doesn't work, I'll find a flaw in your movements and then strike. With that thought in mind, Xiao Qi took the initiative to attack. His palm, 20 meters wide, suddenly fell from the sky, smashing down towards Lin Ning. "Kid, weren't you shouting about flesh-to-flesh combat? Physical techniques colliding? Do you dare to take my palm?" Xiao Qi provoked. Lin Ning replied calmly, "Why not?" Saying this, Lin Ning raised a palm. In the eyes of many emperors, Lin Ning's action was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Even though his swordsmanship was outstanding and his combat power was formidable, that by which Xiao Qi was an emperor lord, towering 100 meters tall, with a palm width of 20 meters. A giant emperor lord of such magnitude could easily crush a large number of immortal emperors with a single strike. Yet Lin Ning dared to face it head-on. Isn't this courting death? Bang! Feeling the sparks of collision from the palm, Xiao Qi's mouth curled slightly. He had already imagined the scene of him flattening Lin Ning into a pancake in his mind. However, suddenly, Xiao Qi felt his center of gravity unsteady and actually began to fall backward. Boom! The 100-meter giant sat down, completely destroying the city gate of Xuanming City, and his hands slammed down on the ground. When Xiao Qi stood up again, he found 2 deep pits where his hands had pressed down. "Ha, by witchy ha?" Lin Ning sneered. "You're not so great either. You two can come at me together, brat." After falling, Xiao Qi felt completely humiliated and immediately became furious. His fists falling like thunder, raining down continuously. Too weak, too weak." Lin Ning danced around Xiao Qi's palm, running up the giant's arm. "Get away from me." Xiao Qi huffed, a ball of blazing fire spewing from his mouth at high speed, and the temperature of this fire could melt the entire Xuanming City. "A body as strong as mine?" The voice from Xiao Qi's arm came from Lin Ning, who said solemnly, "Today, I will show you what a true emperor's body is." Lin Ning ran quickly, facing the intense flames, showing no signs of dodging, and directly charged into the sea of fire. "Ha! Seeking death. Even an emperor lord would find it hard to endure my deathly flames." Xiao Qi sneered. Just as the words left his mouth, a smile on his face suddenly froze. How is this possible? Xiao Qi was astonished. He saw Lin Ning walking out of his deathly flames unscathed. In fact, even his clothes were not burned. "Is this what you call hand-to-hand combat? How can you unleash flames?" Lin Ning mocked. When he reached Xiao Qi's throat, Xiao Qi reached out his hand to grab Lin Ning. Lin Ning was as agile as a rabbit, constantly dodging his grabs. Crack! Lin Ning found the weakest point in Xiao Qi's throat and exerted force. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the air, lingering in the hearts of the crowd, unable to fade away for a long time. By Wuhi, D. Next, it's your turn. Hey Wuchi, Lin Ning said. Chapter 58, It's Bad. The martial fanatic is dead, it's bad. The martial fanatic is dead. One move to snap the martial fanatic's neck? Such terrifying power. Can our forging pavilion compete with this? The emperors of the forging pavilion, upon seeing Xiao Qi killed by Lin Ning in a single move, felt their hopes once again plunge into a dark grave. They looked dejectedly at the other martial fanatic, Zhang Guangrui. One of the twin heroes of the forging pavilion has already died. Can this other one really help them get through this crisis? It seems quite difficult. After all, Zhang Guangrui and Xiao Qi had fought for over 1,000 years without a clear winner. It was evident that their levels were quite similar. However, the Lin Emperor before them possessed strength far beyond their imagination. Ha! The Xiao Qi guy, I told him long ago to pay attention to training his neck. Zhang Guangrui looked at the giant corpse on the ground with a gloomy expression and said solemnly, I have pointed out your physical flaws. I have warned you many times. That is your biggest vulnerability. However, you did not listen to my advice, and each time you only handled things perfunctorily, and now you have died because of this loophole. Saying this, he spread his hands, holding a giant axe of heaven splitting, his eerie gaze locking onto Lin Ning. You killed my dear friend and ruined my immortal spirit city. Zhang Guangrui swung down with the axe, killing you, and I will dismantle your imperial body, using each of your bones to rebuild an immortal spirit city. The giant axe of heaven splitting suddenly fell from the sky, unleashing a powerful tornado that blew away the surrounding emperors who were watching the spectacle. Zhang Guangrui's attack was extremely destructive. When it hit the ground, it cleaved a 100-meter deep crack, which along with the terrifying spiritual energy, continuously surged toward Lin Ning. Lin Ning raised his hand and swung his sword. In an instant, heavenly thunder descended, condensing the power of the heavenly Tao onto the sharp sword. With just a casual sword strike, Lin Ning blocked the giant axe of heaven splitting, numbing Zhang Guangrui's arm, causing him to shake it repeatedly. Master Martial Madman, please control your strength. Our immortal spirit city has already been damaged, and now with one axe, you've cleaved it in half. The elders of the forging pavilion were in tears. Zhang Guangrui snorted coldly. The immortal spirit city is already in ruins. If I kill that damned Lin Emperor, I will naturally help you rebuild a new immortal spirit city. Brother Zhang, we're not afraid of the city being ruined, but we are worried about innocent lives being lost. The one-armed deputy pavilion master Kong Yinfeng said helplessly. Zhang Guangrui turned his head, his eyes, larger than a person's, fixed firmly on Kong Yinfeng. Little Kong, I see you've become quite timid since becoming deputy pavilion master. Zhang Guangrui scoffed. Those people, which one of them isn't a relative of the high-ranking officials of the forging pavilion? They do nothing all day, relying on their backgrounds to squander endlessly, like vampires, sucking the blood of our forging pavilion. The Lin Emperor's cultivation is profound. If I want to kill him, I naturally have to pay a price. Zhang Guangrui looked at the ruined immortal spirit city, the headquarters of the forging pavilion in the center, which had not been destroyed due to the support of the formation. They have been sucking blood for so long. It's time they contributed something to the forging pavilion. You dare not provoke the background behind them, but I dare. Saying this, Zhang Guangrui once again swung the giant axe of heaven splitting, as if a demon god had descended. Each of his axe attacks made the immortal spirit city more ruined. Countless houses collapsed, and wails echoed everywhere. Blood flowed like rivers. He's gone mad. Master Martial Madman must be mad. If this continues, we won't need Lin Emperor to make a move. Our immortal spirit city will be destroyed by our own people. For a time, the emperors began to discuss. Elder Xiao Feng had a sorrowful face, sensing the box hidden in the Chinquan bag. Xiao Feng thought to himself, if I had quickly handed this box to Kong Zun earlier, letting him give the white tiger broken moon bone to Lin Emperor, this scene might not have happened, right? The Lin Emperor's cultivation is unfathomable. Even if he swore an oath with the Tao, using the name of Lazy Yu, it would not affect him. However, now, the immortal spirit city is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, already in ruins. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng looked at the giant. The giant kept swinging his axe, constantly looking at Lin Ning, as the two had said. Since they chose to collide with their physical bodies, they would not use any magical spells or secret techniques other than cold weapons. It was the ultimate collision of power, driven by the wildness hidden within the human body. Lai Changsheng, why did you provoke the Lin Emperor? Even the black martial madman, Master Zhang Guangrui. One of good outcomes now. Bang! With a dull sound exploding in the sky. Zhang Guangrui felt his entire arm from the fingertips to the shoulder go numb and powerless. The giant axe of heaven-splitting slipped from his hand, and with a loud shout, Zhang Guangrui quickly reached out with his left hand to tightly grab the axe in midair. Good. This is the battle I like the most. Come again. The black martial madman once again erupted with a fierce momentum. After being pushed back multiple times by Lin Ning during this battle, his power not only did not decrease, but continued to rise. Such powerful strength. In Lin Ning's arms, Julie watched everything in surprise at the giant. Being an emperor herself, Julie felt the terrifying nature of the opponent. If it were purely physical strength and body techniques in battle, Tennefer would not be able to defeat Zhang Guangrui. Julie murmured. If there are no restrictions on the combat methods, facing this martial arts fanatic, my eyes might also find it difficult to petrify him. The Empress's charm technique, at its core, is the carnal desires of human nature. She is so beautiful that when she reveals her true form, she can attract the attention of countless men and even women. Looking at that enchanting and stunning face, the fiery figure, the aura of the Empress instantly captivated everyone, making their bodies heat up. It is also because of this that the Empress can successfully enchant the opponent and then petrify them. However, the Emperor-level black martial madman Zhang Guangrui, with his mind solely focused on battle, would likely find it difficult to be enchanted. Julie thought, facing this martial arts fanatic, an Emperor-level axe is much more charming than her. Truly deserving of being a martial madman, his strength has increased so much. Julie, who was watching from close range, was astonished. If there were no restrictions, Zhang Guangrui would probably have already taken that step. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Zhang Guangrui's fighting spirit was fully ignited, and the entire Immortal Spirit City was being destroyed, even the headquarters of the Forging Pavilion, reinforced by countless formations, was also cleaved open. I've had enough. Suddenly, Lin Ning stopped, smiling, and said, "Thank you." Zhang Guangrui was taken aback. What nonsense battle! The fighting spirit is burning. Saying this, he once again charged at Lin Ning, his left hand reaching out. That massive palm could crush the entire city into dust, fiercely grabbing at Lin Ning. At the same time, the axe pulled back behind him swung forward. His outstretched right hand was as springy as a spring, facing Zhang Guangrui's strongest strike. Lin Ning smiled and said, "Thank you. Because of you, my physical strength has become much stronger than before." As his words fell, Lin Ning's right foot pushed against the ground. His body shot forward like an arrow, flashing to Zhang Guangrui's front. Lin Ning's 5 fingers curled into claws. Heart lost palm. Sizzle. Zhang Guangrui's chest was torn apart by Lin Ning, exposing his internal organs. Chapter 59. The Blood Oath of the Emperor. Run. The ruined, immortal spirit city. After seeing the black and white martial madmen continuously killed by Lin Ning, the emperors of the Forging Pavilion lost all fighting spirit. They frantically fled into the distance. The scene now was too shocking, too terrifying. In extreme shock and fear, they momentarily forgot their identities as emperors and did not tear through the void to escape. The leading deputy pavilion master, Kong Yunfeng, flapped his wings, wanting to flee the scene. But he found that it was as if there were an invisible wall blocking all directions, and those fleeing emperors crashed against the wall and rebounded. They looked for directions again, even wanting to dig the ground to excavate a tunnel to escape. However, no matter what method they used, no matter which direction they tried, it was difficult to escape from the Immortal Spirit City. At this point, everyone was completely disheartened. There's no way to escape. Please, Lin Emperor, stop. Kong Yunfeng raised his heavily injured right hand with all his strength and said solemnly, "We of the Forging Pavilion are willing to hand over the White Tiger Broken Moonbone, all the conditions you propose. We of the Forging Pavilion can accept, as long as you stop." Saying this, Elder Xiao Feng, who was hiding aside, hurriedly flew to Kong Yunfeng's side. Kong Yunfeng tremblingly opened the box, handing the emperor bone to Lin Ning. "Ha! If you had handed over this white tiger broken moon bone earlier, your emperor would still be intact. Now, the two strongest martial madmen of your forging pavilion are dead, and the city is ruined." Lin Ning sneered. Kong Yunfeng lowered his head, like a child who had made a mistake accepting criticism. He forced a smile and asked, "Lin Emperor, please feel free to propose any conditions, as long as you spare us the forging pavilion. In today's casting pavilion, everyone has lost their fighting spirit. Who would dare to confront Lin Ning again? If this continues, the casting pavilion will inevitably perish, buried in the river of history, ultimately forgotten by the world. If they surrender, given their realm, they still have plenty of life left. As the saying goes, it's better to live poorly than to die well. If they can survive, why care about the opinions of others?" Lin Ning took the white tiger's broken mountain bone and stored it in the system space. He smiled and said, "Any conditions you propose are fine? Of course. Whatever conditions you want, we will try our best to meet." Lin Ning continued, "My condition is simple. You all commit suicide, and the casting pavilion is reduced to ruins." Kong Yunfeng was initially drenched in sweat, and as the drops coalesced, they turned into endless fury. He suddenly looked up as if he had made a decision. With a face full of resentment, Kong Yunfeng said in a deep voice, "Lin Emperor, what you want, our casting pavilion has already given you. Do you really want to fight us to the death?" Lin Ning replied, "It's absurd. The white tiger's broken mountain bone was my reward for victory. You just reneged on it and refused to give it to me. Moreover, wasn't it your casting pavilion that placed me on the kill list? It's strange. You clearly threatened to kill me. Now, it turns out I'm the one in the wrong. Do you think I'm sand?" Kong Yunfeng stepped back, casting a profound glance at the headquarters of the casting pavilion before looking up at the sky. He shouted, "Lin Emperor, you are forcing my hand." Lin Ning shrugged and laughed. "Go ahead and call for help. It's best to bring over the strongest from the eastern wasteland. I am invincible. Do as you please." Kong Yunfeng went mad with laughter, like a lunatic, covering his face while looking at Lin Ning. Moments later, Kong Yunfeng's body suddenly exploded, turning into a blood mist, with countless drops of imperial blood raining down on the land of Xuanming City. The emperors who were splattered with imperial blood immediately recovered, full of vitality. At the same time, in every corner of the eastern wasteland, every powerful being who had reached the imperial realm received the same message. The casting pavilion is offering a bounty to all cultivators in the world, whether human, demon, or any other race. Whoever kills Lin Emperor can obtain 5 pieces of imperial-grade divine weapons from the casting pavilion. This was Kong Yunfeng pledging his life as an imperial to the heavenly Tao. If he successfully killed Lin Ning, and the casting pavilion could not provide the divine weapons, the heavenly Tao would descend and kill everyone in the casting pavilion. This was Kong Yunfeng's oath, as well as the last authority granted to him by the hidden pavilion master within the casting pavilion. In an instant, in every corner of the eastern wasteland, cultivators who had reached the emperor level and above received the news. An imperial blood oath? I've lived so many years, and this is the first time I've received an imperial blood oath. What kind of background does Lin Emperor have to make the casting pavilion's emperor swear on his life? Killing Lin Emperor will yield 5 pieces of imperial-grade divine weapons? The casting pavilion must be emptying its coffers. It seems Lin Emperor has become an emperor himself and is the mortal enemy of the casting pavilion. Can the emperors of the casting pavilion not deal with Lin Emperor? This doesn't make sense. The pavilion's 2 heroes are still around. Can even they not defeat Lin Emperor? How strange. In the depths of the southern barbarians, beneath a waterfall, a tall man suddenly opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, the surrounding savage beasts were instantly killed by his overwhelming aura. The man stepped out from under the waterfall. Half of his body was exposed, and the lines of his arms twisted like dragon veins. With his entire body exuding a strong, muscular aesthetic, the man waved his hand, and a treasure sword shot up from below the waterfall. The sword body entwined with a black dragon, exuding a fierce aura. An imperial blood oath? The man looked into the distance, where Xuanming City lay. What a formidable emperor! After many years of closed-door cultivation, I never expected someone as powerful as Lin Emperor to emerge, causing the casting pavilion to go mad with the desire to kill him. I've trained for so many years just to wait for this day. I will take Lin Emperor's head, and I will also claim those 5 Imperial weapons. With that, the man transformed into a shooting star, heading towards Xuanming City. At the same time, in the frigid North region, the most extreme climate zone of the Eastern Wasteland, the beasts that survived here were the top predators of the world. In the icy snow, a young boy was using a whip to drive a herd of beasts, each beast size comparable to a small mountain. Unless one looked closely, it would be hard to spot the boy within the herd. After receiving the Imperial Blood Oath, the boy suddenly stopped. Lin, Emperor? Killing him will yield 5 pieces of Imperial-grade divine weapons? He looked up at the massive beast, smiled, and said, "Although divine weapons are of no help to me, you big guys can use them." Upon hearing this, the beasts all looked at the boy. Let's go to Xuanming City and demand the divine weapons. Chapter 60. The emergence of emperors. Arrival of the spirit clan. Things are getting more interesting. Watching the powerful beings breaking through the void from all directions, Lin Ning smiled, playing with the white tiger's broken mountain bone in his hand. "Who is Lin Emperor? Step forward to die." An emperor shouted, appearing. "White Jade Emperor, Xiao Emperor, Shang Zhe Emperor." The immortal emperors of the casting pavilion exclaimed in surprise upon seeing those emperors appear. These were all ancient figures well known throughout the desolate ancient continent, some even having lived for 20 to 30,000 years. The casting pavilion had emptied its coffers, bringing out 5 pieces of Imperial-grade divine weapons, finally inviting these people over. "You are Lin Emperor?" In the sky, the White Jade Emperor looked at Lin Ning with a blank expression. "It's me." Lin Ning did not hide anything. Nor did he need to. Hee, I never expected such a young, tyrannical emperor to emerge from the Eastern Wasteland. The White Jade Emperor sneered, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated Xuanming City, looking at the headquarters of the casting pavilion that had been half chopped away. "So you are the one who destroyed the casting pavilion like this? No wonder you drove them crazy, making them sacrifice the lives of emperors to issue bounties to all-powerful beings above the emperor level." The White Jade Emperor reached out, his gaze playful. "Since you admit you're Lin Emperor, I will take your head and offer it to the casting pavilion in exchange for 5 Imperial weapons." "Head, just based on you?" Lin Ning sneered, raising his hand for a palm strike. Smack! The White Jade Emperor's hand was blocked by Lin Ning, causing him to be pushed back. "Good lad. You're not bad." The White Jade Emperor withdrew his hand, his right hand slightly trembling. "Old White Jade, don't be in such a hurry." The Ice River Emperor sneered. "We have so many people here, and Lin Emperor only has 1 head. If you kill him alone, wouldn't we have come for nothing? What do you want?" The White Jade Emperor sneered. "There's only 1 head. Let us see who has the skills." The Ice River Emperor said solemnly. "Each relies on their own skill? Heh, then let us see who kills him first." As the saying goes, gentlemen can coexist harmoniously but disagree, while villains can unite but not be at peace. They all came with the same purpose, to kill Lin Emperor. But faced with the temptation of these 5 pieces of Imperial-grade divine weapons, and with Lin Ning being just one person, some emperors began to argue over the spoils. Although they had not truly made a move against Lin Ning yet, let alone killed him. "You all take your time to argue. I have all the time in the world." Lin Ning pointed with 2 fingers, and spiritual energy transformed into a chair. He lay back in the chair, lazily watching the emperors bickering. Lin Ning thought to himself, "These emperors have lived for so many years. They must have amassed quite a few treasures. Once they fight among themselves, I can kill them all and take their treasures. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" After a heated argument with the White Jade Emperor, the Ice River Emperor was furious. "White Jade, do you really think I respect you just because I call you Emperor?" Saying this, he held a black gold banner in his hand, fluttering in the wind. "Ritual flag." As the Ice River Emperor's voice fell, 2 attendants behind him took out the same black gold banner. Lin Ning glanced casually, thinking it was the 10,000 Souls banner, but upon closer inspection, there was no black smoke rising from it. If the Ice River Emperor had relied on the 10,000 Souls banner to rise to his current level, it would have long been spewing black smoke. How could it merely emit a black gold radiance? "Ritual flag." The two immortal emperors behind the Ice River Emperor shouted as well. In the next moment, Lin Ning saw waves of light flashing behind the three banners, and the surrounding space was constantly fluctuating. Immediately after, a throng of cultivators emerged from the fluctuating space. You've even brought the teleportation flags. The White Jade Emperor sneered. You have your people, and I have mine. Take this. The White Jade Emperor tossed a White Jade Divine Bowl into the air. In the same manner, countless cultivators were teleported out from space. Are you bringing your entire sect over? The Ice River Emperor mocked. What's wrong, old White Jade? Are you so afraid of Lin Emperor that you've brought your entire sect's cultivators? He pointed at those weaker cultivators and laughed. Damn it. You old thing are getting more cowardly as you age. What do you need these golden core and great ascension cultivators for? I could make them perish with a single word. The Ice River Emperor looked down on them. What if you bring more people? White Jade Emperor. Even if you brought your entire sect, according to the pyramid structure, the majority of them have low cultivation levels. Are they just cannon fodder? I have my own uses for them. The White Jade Emperor's face darkened. Just as the two were arguing, a surge of black smoke appeared in the distance. Upon seeing that black smoke, the Ice River and White Jade Emperors felt a pang of unease. An alien race? The Ice River Emperor murmured. Old White Jade, do you sense the peculiar aura? The White Jade Emperor nodded. Alien cultivators from the land of death? Who killed my precious disciple? From the black smoke emerged a man and a woman. The man was an elderly figure with graying hair, whose appearance had aged, but whose body remained upright. His eyes were bright and fierce as he scanned the many cultivators. Finally, his gaze locked on Lin Ning. It was you who killed my disciple, the old man said in a deep voice. As he spoke, his voice became sharp, like a clamp. I sense it. I sensed the lingering scent of my disciple on you. Hearing this, Lin Ning suddenly stood up from his chair, crushing it with one kick. The chair, formed from gathered spiritual energy, instantly dissipated. Lin Ning quickly waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense. Your disciple is a male, Yin Ting Chu. How could I have a scent on me? I can eat whatever I want, but I can't say whatever I want. I didn't have contact with him. There was no negative distance. How could I have his scent? Did your swordsmanship leave his perfume on you? You're not even hiding it. The female emperor of the spirit race, Hua Furong, looked at Lin Ning with a smile. I thought you wouldn't admit to killing Ting Chu. Lin Ning shrugged. I did kill him, so I won't deny it. He was defending the arena. I was attacking the arena. Killing him is quite normal. Hua Furong shifted her gaze to the many emperors, immortal emperors, and emperors surrounding them, and couldn't help but be astonished. I didn't expect you to have so many enemies. You even killed the disciples of these emperors? Upon seeing that these two alien cultivators had come to avenge Lin Ning, the Ice River Emperor immediately welcomed them with a smile. Two emperors, this person is our common enemy. You traveled thousands of miles to come here. You should be our guests. Since you are guests, why should you take action? We will kill Lin Emperor ourselves to help you take revenge. How about that? Upon hearing this, the old man Zhu Yuhui snorted coldly. He is our spirit race's enemy, with a deep blood feud against us. The revenge for my disciple has nothing to do with you. Helping us take revenge? Who do you think you are? Chapter 61. Do you think you can act against my master? The old emperors had lived for tens of thousands of years, and it was their first time encountering someone like Lin Ning who offered such a gamble. Even if a money-adding cultivator came, they would have to kneel. Upon seeing the stakes Lin Ning offered, everyone burst into laughter, with many emperors laughing so hard they forgot their dignity. Ha ha, kid. Do you know what an emperor weapon is? 5 emperor weapons could drain the largest forging force, the forging pavilion. And you, although your cultivation is profound, you're still young. What do you know about forging? Do you think it's like molding clay? You can casually forge an emperor weapon? Exactly. Even an emperor-level forger finds it difficult to create an emperor weapon. The emperors of the forging pavilion laughed heartily. Kid, have you been scared silly by so many emperors? Are you talking nonsense? Next, are you going to wet your pants? Upon hearing this, Lin Ning shrugged and said solemnly, what you cannot do, I can. Saying this, he extended his right hand and declared, do you really think the forging pavilion is the #1 in the world? Whoever is willing to provide the forging materials, I will forge an emperor weapon for him on the spot. If I fail, You can deal with my head." As soon as he finished speaking, the Taisu Emperor stepped forward and said, "Good, I am willing to give you the Void Divine Iron. You can take whatever materials you want." The Taisu Emperor said sternly, "If you fail, I will take your head." Upon seeing this, the people from the forging pavilion hurried to stop him. "Emperor, no. That Lin Emperor is clearly stalling for time. Perhaps he has reinforcements coming." "Emperor, that's the Void Divine Iron. How can you easily give it to Lin Emperor? He knows nothing about forging." The Taisu Emperor waved his hand, and with a flick of his sleeve, he could stir up thousand-layer waves in this continent far from the sea, amidst the ruins. "What I do is none of your business." Turning to Lin Ning, he said, "Lin Emperor, I want to see what abilities you have to dare boast like this. I will only give you 1 day. Within a day, no one can touch you. After a day, even if they do not act, I will kill you." Lin Ning shrugged and calmly said, "No need for a day, just give me 10 minutes. After saying this, Lin Ning tossed the Void Divine Iron into the air. The 7 colored flames slowly rose in the palm, illuminating the ruins with dazzling brilliance. In the air, the 2 imperial figures of the spirit clan, Hua Furong and Zhu Yuhui, exchanged glances before their forms vanished into thin air. The next moment, the Taisu Emperor's gaze turned cold, and he formed a seal with his right hand. "I have said, within 1 day, no one is allowed to touch Lin Di." In the void, Hua Furong watched as the imperial seal approached, and she hurriedly activated her technique, causing the space behind her to suddenly solidify and form a door. The imperial seal brushed past Hua Furong's fragrant shoulder and landed in that door, ultimately being swallowed by it. What a strange door. The Taisu Emperor's expression grew serious. These 2 alien imperial figures could not be allowed to escape. If they were released, they would surely become great enemies of our human race in the future. "Kid, come and take your life." On the other side, Zhu Yuhui appeared behind Lin Ning and swung a ghostly blue great sword towards him. At the critical moment, Ji Julie sprang out from Lin Ning's arms. Her pupils suddenly turned purple, and an eerie light emanated from her eyes, with streams of soul power colliding with Zhu Yuhui like ripples. In the next instant, Zhu Yuhui was petrified and fell from the sky. Bang! The stone figure crashed heavily to the ground and then shattered into pieces. Dead? The many emperors looked at each other in disbelief. This alien emperor actually died? What a powerful beast! The emperors looked at the seemingly harmless white fox, feeling a wave of fear. Fortunately, they did not rashly take action earlier. Otherwise, they might have ended up like this alien emperor, turning to stone and shattering to death. Seeing that they dared not act, Ji Julie breathed a sigh of relief. She inwardly rejoiced. It's good that they have dispelled their thoughts. If another one comes, it would be difficult to resist. The charm ability of the 9-tailed fox is formidable, but also consumes a lot of soul power. Not to mention that the one who was charmed and petrified was an emperor. That last move had already greatly depleted Ji Julie's soul power. As an emperor, she needed some time to recover before she could charm another opponent of the same level. The Lin Emperor actually consorts with the demon race. An immortal emperor from the casting pavilion found a handle and said solemnly, "Fellow seniors, the demon race harms our compatriots. The demon race is our mortal enemy. Now Lin Di actually allies with demons. We should slay him and then kill that fox beside him. We cannot let them harm humanity." As soon as the words fell, a deep voice came from afar, shaking the emperors to the point of spitting blood. "Who gave you the courage to act against Lin Di?" Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw the Wind Thunder Emperor, Lazy Yu, arriving with the wind and thunder. He held 2 human heads in his hands and flashed to Lin Ning's side. "You dogs of the casting pavilion, do you think you can act against my lord?" Behind Lazy Yu, the wind howled and thunderclouds rolled in. A domineering aura erupted from within him. He looked at the crowd with an imposing demeanor and said solemnly, "Just now, 2 emperors from the casting pavilion attempted to sneak attack and were slain by me. If anyone wants to seek death, I can send them on their way." Saying this, Lazy Yu threw the 2 heads of the casting pavilion emperors onto the ground. Lin Ning was taken aback, looking at Lazy Yu in surprise, and said, "How did you come? There are many emperors present. Are you not afraid of death?" Lazy Yu replied seriously, "I, Lazy Yu, have sworn an oath to be your servant for all eternity. When you are in trouble, How can I stand by and do nothing? Lazy Yu reached out and condensed a bolt of lightning into a long spear, holding it in his hand. In this battle, if you die, I will die with you and become your servant in the next life. However, Lin Ning, you are blessed. It seems I will only die, and then I will go to the next life to cultivate power for you, waiting for your arrival. Chapter 62, The Downfall of the Casting Pavilion. The mighty Wind Thunder Emperor has now willingly become someone else's servant? The many emperors couldn't help but chuckle at Lazy Yu's obsequiousness. Many scolded him for being unambitious. Wind Thunder Emperor, do you know that Lin Ning consorts with the demon race? Where is the majesty you once had when exterminating demons? I remember that the Wind Thunder Emperor was able to suppress the demon race emperor with one hand. Ha! Wind Thunder Emperor, we have more people than you. There are no less than 20 emperors here. Are you really not afraid of death? Why not join us in slaying Lin Ning and seize his talents? Bah! Upon hearing this, Lazy Yu spat on the ground. He stood tall and said solemnly, "The Wind Thunder Emperor you speak of is a thing of the past. Now, please call me the Immortal." As his words fell, an aura of the Immortal erupted from Lazy Yu. The moment this aura was born, the sky darkened, and dense black clouds rolled in. Thunder rained down behind Lazy Yu, wrapping around him to form a thunder armor. Afraid of death? Lazy Yu looked at everyone and said, "You all seem to have forgotten that I, Lazy Yu, was once a genius who could fight beyond my level. Back when I was in the Emperor realm, besides the Lich King, which immortal emperor had 100% assurance of defeating me." Turning to Lin Ning, Lazy Yu's eyes were filled with gratitude. Ever since he followed Lin Ning, his progress had been rapid. Before Lin Ning went to find the materials for the Heaven and Earth Rejuvenation Pill for his senior sister Nayli, he specifically left a secret technique for Lazy Yu to observe. It was during this time that Lazy Yu made rapid progress, directly stepping into the immortal Emperor realm. The faces of the casting pavilion people turned as dark as charcoal, and an immortal emperor pointed at Lazy Yu, saying, "Lazy Yu, you borrowed so many resources from our casting pavilion before, but now you are helping Lin Ning. This is inappropriate, right? If you do not return those resources, we will kill you." Upon hearing this, Lazy Yu grasped a bolt of heavenly lightning in his right hand, condensing it into a spear. He threw it at the immortal emperor and said coldly, "Stop spouting nonsense. That was borrowed by the Wind Thunder Emperor from you. What does it have to do with me, Lazy Yu? Besides, I am now the immortal emperor, Lazy Yu. Please call me immortal." The heavenly lightning spear flew towards the immortal emperor with a whoosh, and the latter's face changed wildly as he hurriedly used his technique to defend. A massive shield coalesced in front of him. The heavenly lightning spear struck the shield and finally vanished. What a mortal emperor. I see you're not capable either. A soft heavenly lightning spear. I thought you had grasped some technique. On the other side, Lazy Yu smiled slightly. The previously vanished heavenly lightning suddenly reappeared, covering the shield like a spider web, ultimately resulting in a terrifying explosion. Boom! The shield shattered instantly, and the immortal emperor was severely injured and coughed up blood repeatedly. "Ha ha ha! Lazy Yu sneer, how about that? You said I was weak?" Lazy Yu pointed at this thing like the stabilizing scene needle. "If you don't believe it, come tonight and let your wife come over for a deep discussion. You vulgar person, how could someone like you appear in the Eastern Wasteland? It is truly shameful," an immortal emperor said. Lazy Yu grinned. His smile suddenly disappeared. Sensing someone sneaking an attack from the void, Lazy Yu's gaze turned cold. And just as he was about to retaliate, he found a statue falling from the void, shattering upon hitting the ground. "Focus on protecting Lin Ning." Julie's voice came. Following the source of the sound, Lazy Yu saw a snow-white fox and instantly broke into a sweat. He thought, was it this little fox that petrified that immortal emperor earlier? How could Lin Ning have such a powerful pet? My status is going to decline. Beside him, the Taisu emperor, who was confronting the spirit clan's Hua Farong, shouted, "I say again, within one day, if anyone attempts to act against Lin Ning, do not blame me for killing you. Do you really think that when facing this alien emperor, I cannot focus and kill you?" Rumble. The calm sky suddenly erupted with thunder, and feeling the threat of death, everyone raised their heads warily. To their shock, they discovered that an imperial tribulation had formed above the immortal spirit city. Furthermore, the terrifying energy contained within this tribulation was far more horrifying than that experienced by some who had stepped into the immortal emperor realm. Upon sensing the appearance of the heavenly tribulation, those emperors quickly fled, not daring to linger, fearing they would be struck down by this tribulation. Successful? Hua Ferong looked at Lin Ning in surprise, only to find that he had already stopped, a crescent moon blade appearing in his hand. Around them, the remaining immortal emperors and imperial lords gazed greedily at the divine weapon in Lin Ning's hand. Oof. This item is my divine weapon. Who dares to be presumptuous? The Taisu Emperor pushed Hua Ferong back, waving his hand as spiritual energy gathered into a sea, creating towering waves. Once forged, Lin Ning tapped the blade of the crescent moon knife with his finger, raising his head and squinting at the heavenly tribulation gathering in the sky. Scram! Everyone saw that with just one word from Lin Ning, the tribulation completely dissipated. They were stunned. Their scalps tingled. This person could actually repel the heavenly tribulation with a single word. Ha ha ha! Lin Emperor, how can you call your weapon an imperial weapon if it hasn't experienced the tribulation's baptism? A laughing immortal emperor from the forging pavilion remarked. Indeed, still young and naive. Lin Ning immediately retorted. You all fear the way of heaven, believing that only weapons that have undergone the heavenly tribulation can be considered divine weapons. I do not need the way of heaven's recognition. The weapons I forge are divine weapons. Lin Ning tossed the crescent moon knife to the Taisu Emperor. Senior, give it a try and see the power of this divine weapon. The Taisu Emperor caught the imperial weapon barehanded, and the moment he held it, he felt his blood boil, an uncontrollable fighting spirit rising within him. Alien Emperors, come receive my blade. The Taisu Emperor wielded the crescent moon knife and charged at Hua Ferong. With the enhancement of the imperial weapon, the Taisu Emperor forced Hua Ferong to retreat repeatedly with his fierce attacks, eventually finding a flaw and cleaving Hua Ferong in half with one stroke. Where do you think you're going? Seeing Hua Ferong's primordial spirit escape, the Taisu Emperor shouted angrily and delivered a fatal blow. Damn human race, you actually destroyed my physical body. When my clan fully awakens, we will surely swallow the eastern wasteland. Hua Ferong summoned a strange door and successfully escaped the moment the Taisu Emperor attacked. What a pity I couldn't kill her, the Taisu Emperor sighed, gazing at the crescent moon knife in his hand, growing increasingly fond of it. At that moment, he felt this imperial weapon was worth 10,000 times more than his own partner. Good imperial weapon. Looking at the crescent moon knife, the white jade emperor's eyes lit up, and he smiled at Lin Ning, rubbing his hands together. Lin Emperor, I also want you to help me forge an imperial weapon. Whatever materials you need, just say it. Even if I have to search the entire eastern wasteland, I will find them. In their next conversation, the white jade emperor had already changed his way of addressing Lin Ning to you. I want an imperial weapon too, the Ice River Emperor hastily said, like an old man or woman rushing to grab eggs on sale at the supermarket, fearing they would be too late. I want one too. I want one. The others shouted eagerly. Lin Ning shrugged and slowly said, everyone wanting an imperial weapon is quite simple. As I just said, whichever faction can help me destroy this forging pavilion, I will provide 10 imperial weapons. Why should Lin Ning act himself when he could get others to do it? It was just 10 imperial weapons, after all. For Lin Ning, forging was not a difficult task. The only challenge was the materials for the imperial weapons, which they would provide. The cultivation world is not just about fighting. It involves human relationships. Lin Ning would forge 10 imperial weapons with the materials they brought, gifting them to them while also making friends with these emperors, and they would owe him a significant favor. In a while, during the 3-year appointment, he would lead the demon race along with a host of emperors to the Xuanming Sect. Would that ex-fiancée, Yichu Qingge, and her self-proclaimed number 1 Xuanming Sect not be in turmoil upon seeing so many emperors? The forging pavilion? Let us see how we destroy it. At first, when Lin Ning spoke of giving out imperial weapons, no one believed him. But now, after witnessing Lin Ning's actions, they were clamoring to destroy the forging pavilion. Elders of the Xuanming Sect, disciples, heed my command. Destroy the forging pavilion. Spare no one, not even a chicken, commanded the youth controlling the beast. Kill them all at the forging pavilion. As the dense techniques fell, The emperors of the forging pavilion fled in panic. But how could they escape the pursuit of these people? Within 2 minutes, the emperors of the forging pavilion were successively killed. The headquarters of the forging pavilion had completely turned into ruins. Crack, crack. Pieces of rubble shot into the sky as a disheveled, red-eyed man emerged from the ruins. This person was none other than the master of the forging pavilion, Liao Shanghai. The demon is demonic energy. They were astonished to find that the master of the forging pavilion was actually a demon cultivator. Moreover, he was a powerful demon lord at the emperor realm. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Liao Shanghai, everyone felt a sense of impending doom. They sensed that Liao Shanghai now vaguely possessed the power to surpass an emperor, even stronger than the Taisu emperor enhanced by the imperial weapon. Hey, hey, hey! Liao Shanghai, with a mix of laughter and tears, fixed his blood-red eyes on Lin Ning. Lin Emperor, you truly deserve to die. You have destroyed my forging pavilion to this extent. Liao Shanghai spread his hands, and the imperial weapon, the Hand of Ares, instantly appeared in his grasp. But I must thank you. If it weren't for your appearance giving me a sense of crisis, I wouldn't have been able to fuse the souls of the magical beasts so quickly. Demonic energy surged into the sky as Liao Shanghai's figure flickered like a ghost. Difficult to track. As he reappeared, an immortal emperor was torn apart, his body split in two, with a Hand of Ares enhanced by demonic energy. It was the true imperial weapon. Liao Shanghai extended his crimson tongue, greedily eyeing everyone. Once I kill you all and use the Hand of Ares to devour your power, I will surely break through. The Taisu emperor stood amidst the ruins, watching Liao Shanghai constantly flickering. His gaze remained fixed on the opponent's right hand. Looking at the imperial weapon, the Hand of Ares, another imperial weapon, the Taisu emperor thought to himself, this Hand of Ares possesses such great power that it can absorb the strength of emperors. Once I kill him and seize the Hand of Ares, I will be unrivaled in the eastern wasteland. With a thought, the Taisu emperor transformed into a shooting star, appearing before Liao Shanghai. He held a knife with both hands, and an emperor's phantom gathered behind him. For hands tightly gripped the crescent moon knife, with power continuously flowing into the imperial weapon. The Taisu emperor struck down with the knife, aiming directly at Liao Shanghai. Taisu old man, it's been a while since we last met, and you still love to sneak attack. Liao Shanghai's 5 claws tightly grasped the crescent moon knife. Come and take your life. The white jade emperor quietly appeared, piercing Liao Shanghai's body with a sword. Just as he thought victory was assured and Liao Shanghai was about to die, unexpectedly, the black mist rolled around Liao Shanghai's pierced body. Feeling his own power draining away, the white jade emperor's expression changed, and he tried to retract his sword, only to find it stuck as if glued in place and unable to be pulled out. You are actually devouring my power. What kind of cultivation method are you practicing? The white jade emperor was so frightened that he quickly discarded the sword and retreated. Is it a low-tier version of the devouring heaven demon art? Lin Ning squinted, watching Liao Shanghai absorb part of the white jade emperor's power, giving him a sense of DJVU. However, this technique was quite different from his devouring heaven demon art. He could only absorb part of the power. Observing Liao Shanghai, Lin Ning thought, his power is already stabilized. Further absorption would be a waste. However, I am curious about where he learned this technique. Even the demon race does not understand this kind of cultivation. Could it be that there are some ancient demon god descendants in the eastern wilderness continent? Have they hidden away? Just as Lin Ning was pondering, a sudden explosion occurred in the sky, and a violent sound interrupted his thoughts. He saw Liao Shanghai, who had absorbed a massive amount of emperor energy, rapidly expanding like a balloon. It worked. It worked. I have succeeded. Liao Shanghai seemed to see the light of breakthrough, and with a grab of the Hand of Ares towards the front, he crushed the head of an emperor. Then he absorbed the opponent's power. 20 emperors surrounded Liao Shanghai at the same time, but the more he fought, the braver he became, his power climbing steadily. Futile, this is not his own strength. Lin Ning shook his head. Under his gaze, Liao Shanghai's body expanded again, the physical body of the emperor unable to withstand the excess power, ultimately exploding into a mist of blood. The Hand of Ares is mine. Looking at the fallen divine weapon of the Emperor Dao, The Taisu Emperor reached out to grab it. Taisu, you already have an Emperor weapon. This one belongs to me. The White Jade Emperor, unwilling to be outdone, quickly reached out to snatch it. Some immortal emperors also joined in the scramble for this unowned divine weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions rang in their ears. In the end, the hand of Ares unexpectedly flew towards Lin Ning amidst the frenzy of grabbing. Lin Ning reached out to catch the hand of Ares, instantly storing it in the system space. The speed of his actions went unnoticed by everyone. Where did it go? The Taisu Emperor and others were bewildered. They searched through the entire ruins, but found no sign of the hand of Ares. Helpless, they had to look towards Lin Ning. Lin Emperor, we have helped you eliminate the forging pavilion. Where is the divine weapon you promised us? Lin Ning shrugged, saying, what I promised you I will certainly give. But since you all took action to destroy the forging pavilion, and there are only 10 divine weapons, who should I give them to? Upon hearing this, the Taisu Emperor immediately had a dark expression, smiling wickedly as he said, it's simple. We will forcefully suppress you with brute force, compelling you to give us the forged divine weapons. Chapter 63, How can the matters of cultivators be called theft? So many treasures from the emperors. We hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha. Another quasi-emperor divine weapon. We hit the jackpot. In the ruins, there were the corpses of 20 emperors, as well as many corpses of great emperors and immortal emperors. These people wanted to join forces to suppress Lin Ning, thereby forcing him to help them forge weapons. However, they underestimated Lin Ning's strength. Lin Ning only needed to make a slight move to suppress them all. Lazy Yu ran among the corpses, rummaging through their chinquin bags. The treasures gleamed with golden light, enough to blind the eyes. Ha ha! Lazy Yu held a pair of quasi-emperor divine boots, sniffed them carefully, confirmed there was no smell, and directly put them on. Master, this time, our Xuanming Sect is going to prosper. Lazy Yu laughed cheerfully. Looking at the treasures strewn about, Lin Ning felt it was quite boring. He waved his hand. Pick the suitable ones for my master and senior sister, and the rest can be distributed among the sect disciples. You can distribute according to cultivation levels or according to contributions to the sect. It's up to you. After obtaining the system, Lin Ning felt these treasures were all just trash, utterly uninteresting. Using these treasures to enhance combat power? Not necessary. With this thought, he might as well give these treasures to his master and senior sister. Who knows, he might even receive a big hug and a kiss. That would be much more interesting than treasures. All right, I'll put them away now. Lazy Yu stored all the treasures into his chinquin bag, then grinned as he hid them in his pants. Hey, you are an immortal emperor. Do you have to be so sleazy? Lin Ning commented. Nearby, the little fox covered her eyes with her paws. Can't bear to look. Lazy Yu scratched his head awkwardly, saying, muscle memory, sorry. Seeing so many treasures. The Wind and Thunder Emperor, no, this immortal emperor couldn't contain his emotions. By the way, your actions just now were quite nimble. Lin Ning recalled carefully, surprised that you could steal their weapons without anyone noticing. Just then, at the moment the conflict was about to erupt, the emperors discovered that the chinquin bags they carried with them had mysteriously disappeared. Immediately after, Lazy Yu showcased their chinquin bags, looking proud as if he were displaying spoils of war. Lazy Yu said seriously, Master, you're slandering me. How can the matters of cultivators be called theft? Besides, years ago, I was the #1 thief in the Eastern Wilderness continent. I just washed my hands of it for 100 years, and they have actually forgotten my skills. Thinking of this, a trace of anger appeared on Lazy Yu's face. Back in the day, he was a renowned thief, okay? Although he has washed his hands of it, legends about him still circulate in the martial world. Did you dare to openly place chinquin bags on your bodies? Isn't that looking down on me, Lazy Yu? A thief? Lin Ning stroked his chin and said after some thought, I have a technique that I can teach you, allowing you to re-enter the martial world. Ah, Master, you want me to go steal things? Lazy Yu exclaimed in surprise. So dumb. Lin Ning punched him lightly, his finger pressing on Lazy Yu's forehead. In the next moment, the knowledge of the illusion spirit technique flooded into Lazy Yu's mind. Lin Ning spoke. Everyone says that a great era is approaching. When the great era arrives, treasures will surely emerge. So you should cultivate this technique well. And with your skills, it will be good for competing for treasures then. Upon hearing this, Lazy laughed heartlessly, saying, "As you command." He seriously recalled the technique Lin Ning had just taught him in his mind, his expression becoming richer, and he eventually burst out laughing. No way. After cultivating to perfection, I can actually transform into a spirit body, similar to a transparent state? If I have this ability combined with my skills, wouldn't I be able to roam through the major palaces? I could also pay a visit to the harem of those emperors. Cough, cough. Lin Ning coughed a few times, thinking it was a bit sleazy. He should just think about it in his heart. When Lazy Yu felt embarrassed, he always looked very busy. He turned his head to check those corpses, wanting to see if there were any treasures left. He rummaged through the treasures in his Chinquan bag, counting carefully. All right, master, the pet you recently acquired is really impressive. Lazy Yu said, it can even petrify emperors. What kind of demon beast is this? Her? Lin Ning glanced at the little white fox. The next moment, Ji transformed into human form. The moment Lazy Yu saw Ji, his eyes lit up, feeling his blood boiling within. Second brother stood in awe. Beautiful. So beautiful. Lazy Yu swore, having lived for over 10,000 years and traveled across the ancient wilderness continent. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. The charm exuded by Ji directly broke through Lazy Yu's defenses. Calm down, calm down. Lazy Yu took deep breaths repeatedly, thinking in his heart, such a beautiful woman must belong to Lin Emperor, right? Otherwise, how could she transform into a fox and obediently stay in Lin Emperor's arms? I understand, this is a little couple's playful interest. Young people always like to play around with something different. A fox? Little fox? Lin Emperor really plays hard. Thinking of this, Lazy Yu dispelled the charm effect brought by Ji. He solemnly bowed to Ji, saying, "Good day, my lady." Upon hearing this, Ji was slightly taken aback and quickly waved her hand, saying, "You misunderstood. I'm not his wife." Lazy Yu scratched his head, saying, "Really? I thought you were his wife." "Not really," Ji immediately replied. This time, Lin Ning was shocked, looking at Ji, asking, "Huh? You want to take a higher position? What do you mean? You said you wanted to be my maid, but now you want to be my wife?" Seeing Lin Ning so surprised, Ji pouted in contrast, looking at Lin Ning with a face full of grievance. "I can also do it. As one of the top forces in the Central Plains, combined with the summons of the blood oath of the Emperor, the news of the destruction of the Forging Pavilion spread throughout the Eastern Wasteland continent in just one day. The Forging Pavilion has been destroyed? What the heck? How could so many emperors not escape such a fate? Who exactly is Lin Di? He actually destroyed the Forging Pavilion and forced Emperor Kong Yunfeng to use a blood oath. What? The Xuanming Sect has also been destroyed? And by you, Emperor? Ice River Emperor and others have died? My heavens! The news of the Forging Pavilion's destruction reached Fantian City, driving the blacksmiths in the city into a frenzy. With the Forging Pavilion's destruction, doesn't that make Fantian City the only holy land for forging? Oh my god! To wake up and find oneself inexplicably at the top. The deputy city lord of Fantian City, Ma Xuan, immediately gathered the owners of various shops for a meeting. After becoming the largest forging force and the only holy land, they did not raise prices like the Forging Pavilion did. Instead, they reduced all forging costs by 20%. And outsiders wanting to forge weapons could now bring their own materials, with processing fees also lowered by 20%. Chapter 64. Is she practicing the demonic path? Xuanming Sect. The sect master, Xuanming, sat by the lake, bored, admiring his own reflection. Suddenly, a wave surged on the lake, and a large hammer flew out, creating a splash. Seventh sister, Xiao Yuxuan, emerged from the bottom of the lake, smashing the hammer towards Xuanming. Master, catch this move. Xuanming was already used to Xiao Yuxuan's sneak attacks. With a wave of her delicate hand, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly turned extremely cold, and this chill collided with the hammer, freezing it solid. Master, the distance between us is getting wider. Xiao Yuxuan stomped her foot in anger. Little junior brother is biased. He didn't leave any technique for me when he went out, and I even hugged him. Since Xuanming awakened the underworld body, her strength had rapidly increased, showing signs of breaking through to become an emperor. When Lin Ning left the sect, he did not leave any techniques for Xiao Yuxuan. To be precise, he was in a hurry, rushing out to find materials for the earthly return pill for senior sister Neri. Seeing Xiao Yuxuan angry, Xuanming smiled and reassured her. Don't worry, Lin Ning must be out looking for techniques for you. According to his character, he will definitely bring back surprises for you. Xiao Yuxuan sat by the lake, her small white feet swinging and splashing on the water's surface. After years of interacting with the blacksmiths in Fantian City, Xiao Yuxuan was straightforward and spoke very bluntly. She said to Xuanming, Master, you sit here day after day thinking about love after your practice. Why not just express your feelings to little junior brother when he returns? Xuanming playfully flicked Xiao Yuxuan on the forehead and pretended to be angry. A master and disciple should not speak carelessly. That's easy. Xiao Yuxuan held her small face and smiled. You can expel him from the sect and then marry him. He'll be the sect master, and you'll be the sect master's wife. Isn't that great? And you? Xuanming asked with a smile. Xiao Yuxuan quickly turned her head. Her face flushed, and looking at her reflection in the lake, she slowly said, I'm a traditional girl. Oh, so you don't want him then? No, I mean, I can be the little one. Xuanming. 6. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in to report. Report. The deputy city lord of Fantian City wishes to see you. Hearing this, Xiao Yuxuan jumped up. Is City Lord Ma here? Quick, let's welcome him. The two hurried to the entrance and immediately saw Emperor Ma Zhishuan arriving with various treasures. Before they could speak, Ma Zhishuan excitedly grabbed Xiao Yuxuan's hand and said, Yuxuan, thank your little junior brother. If it weren't for Lin Ning, we in Fantian City wouldn't know how long we would be suppressed by the forging pavilion. Seeing the two girls confused, Ma Zhishuan quickly continued, You don't know yet? Lin Ning destroyed the forging pavilion and conveniently killed 20 emperors and a bunch of immortal emperors. To express gratitude to Lin Ning, we in Fantian City gathered many high-quality pills and equipment, specifically to send to your Xuanming Sect. Xuanming and Xiao Yuxuan were completely stunned, staring at each other in disbelief. You mean my little junior brother went out and achieved something world-shaking? He destroyed the forging pavilion and killed 20 emperors? My little junior brother is actually this powerful. After a brief moment of surprise, looking at the massive amount of gifts, Sect Master Xuanming quickly waved her hand to refuse. No, these things are too precious. Lin Ning is not here. We cannot make decisions on his behalf. Just as her voice fell, a deep voice came from behind. Why not? Why refuse? Lazy you returned to the sect, swaggering in, Sect Master, ladies. I just met with the Great One, and he brought you many gifts. Turning to look at the gifts brought by Ma Zhishuan, Lazy you, who already possessed a wealth of magical items, found them somewhat unimpressive. However, he thought to himself, even a fly's leg is still meat. Little Ma, I didn't expect you to personally deliver gifts. Lazy you patted his shoulder and smiled. We won't be polite. We'll take everything. Hearing Lazy you's address, Ma Zhishuan's expression soured slightly, but he could only complain in his heart. All right. Emperor Wind and Thunder. You at least used to call me Old Ma or Emperor Ma. After following Lin Ning, you directly call me Little Ma? All right. Xuanming Sect. 12 elders sat around a round table. One could tell from their presence that each of these 12 elders exuded a fierce aura, each having the cultivation of an immortal emperor. At this moment, the 12 elders looked at the light curtain on the round table. The place displayed on the curtain was the square of the Xuanming Sect. Countless disciples of the Xuanming Sect were practicing hard in the square, each young disciple full of vigor, exuding an air of arrogance. They had all been labeled as geniuses, with many talents gathering together, competing with each other and constantly growing. The Grand Elder waved his sleeve, dispersing the light curtain, and smiled. Elders, I have confirmed news that the forging pavilion has been completely destroyed, and many renowned emperors in the Eastern Wasteland have died. He looked at the other elders, paused, and continued, at this time yesterday. I believe you all received the blood oath from Emperor Kanyan Feng, right? Yes, the one who destroyed the forging pavilion and killed 20 emperors is indeed Lin Ning. Upon hearing this, the elders were in an uproar. How difficult would it be to destroy the forging pavilion? Not to mention also killing 20 emperors. The elders had cultivated to the level of immortal emperors. They knew that the higher the realm, the more difficult it was to kill a cultivator of the same realm. Anyone who could become an immortal emperor or even an emperor had their own unique skills. Each of them was a winner among countless competitors. Killing a peerless genius of the same realm is truly too difficult. Although the Xuanming Sect did not intervene in the world, these elders had some means to understand the major events happening outside. To kill 20 emperors and destroy the Forging Pavilion, one would either have to surpass the Emperor realm or be part of an extraordinarily terrifying force. However, they ruled out both outcomes. Lin Ning surpassed the Emperor? No one in the ancient continent had ever achieved that in all these years. As for the forces behind Lin Ning, they had inquired but had heard nothing about him having any backing. They had never heard of any such powerful force in the ancient continent. Looking at the solemn expressions of the others, the Grand Elder smiled. There is no need to worry, everyone. I calculated using my techniques. Lin Ning is powerful, but he does not disdain to provoke others. He merely went to the Forging Pavilion to take some treasures, and coincidentally, the Forging Pavilion was unwilling to give them and even attacked him. Now, the sect master is about to exit seclusion, and many emperors have already died. This ancient continent should belong to our Xuanming Sect. An elder quickly said, but what if that Lin Emperor takes action against us? In terms of strength, we are no match for the Forging Pavilion, let alone those 20 Emperor Zuns. The Grand Elder laughed and said, what is there to be afraid of? He stroked his white beard and confidently replied, as long as we don't provoke him, he naturally won't take action against us. Moreover, with his strength, he will certainly not stay in the ancient wilderness continent for long. He will move on to greater heights. Our Xuanming Sect will inevitably become the strongest sect. And when the sect master comes out of seclusion, we will begin our conquest of the ancient wilderness. At this point, the Grand Elder slowly added, the fortune of our sect has been rising exponentially. That girl Chinga is about to become a tribulation crossing stage cultivator, and she has only been in the sect for less than 3 years. Soon it will be her 3-year appointment, and after we deal with that trash sect, Xuanming Sect, we will embark on our conquest. One elder hesitated for a moment, seemingly wary of something, and finally mustered the courage to say, that girl Chu Chinga. I don't know what kind of cultivation method she is practicing, but her strength has advanced rapidly. She doesn't interact with anyone and stays in her room. Do you think she might be cultivating demonic arts? Chapter 65. Should we delve deeper? What is the difference between demonic and righteous paths? The Grand Elder looked at everyone with a smile that did not reach his eyes. In the cultivation world, strength is revered. The Grand Elder scanned the crowd and continued. Elders, after so many years of cultivation, have there been no innocent lives lost at your hands? The elders fell silent. The Grand Elder waved his hand, and a light screen appeared on the table. He pointed at the young disciples displayed on the screen, saying solemnly, our Xuanming Sect has been established for so many years and has nurtured countless disciples. If we do not plunder cultivation resources, how can we support such a large sect? How can the Xuanming Sect operate? Next, the Grand Elder brought the topic back to Chu Chinga. Chinga is a good seed for cultivation. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, reminiscing about the scene 3 years ago when Chu Chinga first entered the sect. At that time, she was the last disciple to be recruited into the Xuanming Sect, meaning she was at the very bottom. However, in just 3 short years, Chu Chinga has been advancing her cultivation rapidly, defeating the previous generation's true disciples and becoming the new generation's true disciple of the Xuanming Sect. If this momentum continues, she will surely become an elder of the Xuanming Sect, and may even take over as sect master. The Grand Elder was extremely fond of such a talented disciple. He didn't care what method she practiced as long as it was beneficial to her. An elder hesitated for a moment and said, Grand Elder, what you say is true. However, it is precisely during these 3 years since Chu Chinga entered the sect that many disciples of our Xuanming Sect have gone missing. The elder did not continue, fearing he would anger the Grand Elder. He wanted to say that the previous true disciple went missing after being defeated. And since Chu Chinga's victory, her cultivation has also improved significantly. This is very suspicious. At the round table, many elders whispered to each other. Some were also curious about why so many disciples had gone missing from the sect. These disciples clearly did not leave the sect, yet they have vanished without a trace. Even using formations to investigate, their whereabouts could not be found, not even a lingering aura. Our Xuanming Sect has countless disciples. The Grand Elder snorted coldly and said solemnly, "What is there to be concerned about with a few missing disciples? They are all low-level cultivators. As for Su, the previous true disciple, he has already failed. The Xuanming Sect does not favor those who fail." Perhaps he felt he could not face the sect master and left the sect on his own. Seeing the elders moving their mouths, wanting to say something, the Grand Elder quickly covered them with a loud voice, saying, "All right. A great era is about to arrive. So many Emperor Zuns have died. Our Xuanming Sect should take action. By the way, what about those 2 emperors sent to Qingyan Sect?" The other elders shook their heads. They had been dispatched for so long and had not seen the 2 emperors return to the sect. The Grand Elder's face darkened, and he slammed his right hand on the round table, startling everyone. Those 2 idlers said they would return promptly after completing their tasks. Yet they have lingered outside for so long. In the Xuanming Sect, a secret chamber. In a pitch-black room where one could not see their hand in front of their face. It would be better to call this room a cage, because in this room, more than 30 disciples of the Xuanming Sect were bound. A pale flame suddenly illuminated the secret chamber. Chuchinga appeared before everyone, holding the pale flame. The light of the flame swept over the many bound disciples, and Chuchinga smiled as she looked at these delicacies. "Today, it's your turn." Her fair finger pointed at a big fat cultivator, and a strange smile appeared on Chuchinga's face. "Demon, you are a demon." The fat cultivator's eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to struggle, but found that the more he struggled, the tighter the ropes became. The ropes binding him were not ordinary hemp ropes. They could suppress a cultivator's power and prevent them from moving freely. Don't be afraid, take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Chuchinga walked to the fat cultivator's side and suddenly curled her fingers into claws, gripping the fat cultivator's head. She seemed to be using a technique similar to the star absorption technique, rapidly devouring the fat cultivator's power. Before long, the fat cultivator's cultivation was completely devoured, and his body turned to bones. At this moment, the pale flame danced over the bones, melting them down, ignoring the cries of those around her. Chuchinga left the secret chamber, which once again fell into darkness. "Master, we've captured so many disciples recently. Aren't we afraid of being exposed?" Back in her room, Chuchinga stroked the storage ring on her hand. A voice came from the ring. "With me here, what is there to fear?" Chuchinga said with some concern. "But the Grand Elder is an undying Emperor-level expert, and the Sect Master is currently in seclusion, striving for the Emperor Zun realm. I'm worried." The voice from the storage ring interrupted. "Silly disciple. Do you think they don't know?" Hearing this, Chuchinga was surprised. "You mean they've already discovered?" The other party laughed. "The Sect Master of the Xuanming Sect has known about your matters for a long time. He has not sent anyone to remind you, which means he has tacitly approved it. If he did not approve, I would have beaten him into submission. After destroying the forging pavilion, killing the Emperor Zuns, and taking the White Tiger's broken mountain bone, Lin Ning did not return to Qingyan Sect. Instead, he arrived at an unknown mountain range. After all, the Heaven and Earth Return Essence Pill is an Emperor-level pill, and the commotion caused by its successful refinement would definitely attract attention in the ancient wilderness continent. Although Lin Ning is invincible, he cannot always stay in Qingyan Sect. Thus, he deliberately refined pills in other places to avoid drawing too much attention to Qingyan Sect. Lin Ning did not need a pill furnace to refine pills. He only needed the right medicinal materials. He waved his hand, and colorful divine flames instantly ignited the immortal phoenix divine bone, the White Tiger's broken mountain bone, and various other materials. Julie sat quietly beside him, watching Lin Ning refine pills. Is he really a pill emperor? I thought he was just joking. Julie watched the divine flames continuously burning, feeling quite bored. As an empress, Julie's figure, this aura, and her succubus attributes were all on point. She did not need to learn pill refining if she wanted pills. She only needed to say a word, and countless alchemists would line up to deliver pills to her. Time quickly passed. Sensing the changes in the world, Julie felt danger approaching. A terrifying emperor tribulation was about to descend. She hurriedly transformed into a small fox and burrowed into Lin Ning's arms. Lin Ning smiled wryly. This emperor tribulation probably won't even touch a single hair on you. You are getting more and more skilled at burrowing into my clothes. Upon hearing this, Julie jumped out of her embrace and landed on the ground, transforming into human form. The embroidered long robe she was originally wearing had turned into a lace bodycon dress, and she was surprisingly wearing black stockings on her legs. Seeing Julie's outfit, Lin Ning suddenly felt a warmth in his nose. Julie believed that one needed to remain calm while refining pills, and she mischievously leaned close to Lin Ning, whispering seductively in his ear, "Did you not say my movements are skilled? I have other talents as well. Would you like to explore them further, master?" Chapter 66. Since you're here, why not stay? Lin Ning once thought that Julie came to be his maid with the intention of seducing him. She was deliberately provoking him. This beautiful woman was more than just a venomous snake. She was the top succubus of the ancient continent. If it came to fighting based on cultivation techniques, Lin Ning could easily crush Julie. But in close combat, Julie could potentially overpower Lin Ning. Before long, there was not a drop left. While refining the heaven and earth returning essence pill, Lin Ning felt his body heating up from Julie's continuous teasing. Although Julie claimed to be Lin Ning's servant, she was incessantly whispering in his ear like a succubus teasing Xiao Chunan. "How do you like this outfit?" Julie smiled sweetly, her voice so alluring that it made one's bones feel weak. "Sister usually enjoys shopping for clothes in Yunshang City. I bought so many, and today is the first time wearing this one." Hearing this, Lin Ning teased, "So you don't wear them usually?" Suddenly, her jade-like hand wrapped around Lin Ning's neck from behind, and a tempting fragrance wafted over. Julie smiled, "Do you like this?" In response, Lin Ning lightly patted Julie's round backside and said, "Don't be mischievous. I'm refining pills right now. Transform into a little fox for now. I need to refine pills for my senior sister. We can talk about this later." As an empress, it was the first time Julie had her buttocks patted by the opposite sex, making her feel shy. She shot Lin Ning a shy glance, and, after enough teasing, she transformed into a little fox and quietly stayed in Lin Ning's embrace. Without the succubus's temptation, Lin Ning's pill refining speed significantly increased. 5 minutes later, the pill was complete. A fragrant aroma filled the air as a thumb-sized, round, emerald green pill was enveloped by the 7-color divine fire, floating in mid-air, basking in the divine fire's glow. Boom! At the moment the heaven and earth returning essence pill was successfully refined, thundering lightning roared from the rolling dark clouds. A bolt of lightning, 10 zhang wide, descended from the sky, accompanied by countless smaller bolts, directly splitting the mountain apart, turning rocks into dust. This tribulation is even stronger than when I stepped into the Emperor realm before. Julie squinted her eyes, feeling the power of the lightning, but suddenly her expression changed. No, the rules of this world seem to be loosening. As an emperor, Julie's cultivated path was similar to the heavenly Tao, fusing with it. She could feel the heavenly Tao suppression over this world. If she wanted to seek greater strength, Julie could leave the ancient continent and search for a place to grow stronger. She had left before, but she found that the ancient continent was very special. Its heavenly Tao could partially suppress emperors, causing them to worry about their lifespan. "Did you feel it too?" Lin Ning asked softly. Julie nodded. "I sense the rules loosening and the spiritual energy seems to be rising." The increase in spiritual energy she felt was not just a simple increase in quantity. More importantly, it was in purity. At this moment, across various places in the ancient continent, pairs of eyes suddenly opened in the darkness, all looking towards Lin Ning's location. Sensing the prying eyes, Lin Ning struck out with a palm, extending his hand to catch the lightning, transforming it into a weapon, scattering those prying gazes. "I'll say this once. Do not attempt to spy on this emperor. Those who violate this will die." Boom! Void was torn apart. Haha! The emperor pill has been born. I've lived for so many years, and before my death, I can actually see the birth of the emperor pill. Today, even if I burn my last drop of blood, I will fight for the emperor pill for my descendants. Pave a path to the heavens for them. How can I, Emperor Banksia, miss out on the birth of the emperor pill? An old man of the barbarian tribe, upon seeing many powerful beings emerge, rested a bloody big knife on his back, and his fighting spirit instantly surged to its peak. He looked at everyone with a smile and said in a deep voice, "Tonight, let's hunt to our heart's content. Let you all witness the power of the ancient barbarian king." With the birth of the Heaven and Earth returning essence pill, the demon clan, the monster clan, the human clan, and some long-hidden ethnic groups began to appear. One by one, emperors gathered in midair, their gazes fixated on Lin Ning. However, all they saw was a silhouette. Lin Ning stood with his hands behind his back, between heaven and earth, beneath the dark clouds, his long hair flowing. No matter where it is, as long as the Emperor Pill is born, my demon clan will definitely come to make an appearance. Blood, Emperor laughed. Sensing the killing intent, Lin Ning asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter? I just left for a few days. And now the demon clan wants to seize my pill? And you, monster clan, do you also wish to make a move against me if I do not hand over the pill?" Hearing that familiar voice, the emperors of the demon and monster clans were all taken aback. Blood Emperor squinted his eyes, and upon seeing the tall silhouette, felt even more uneasy. At this moment, Lin Ning suddenly turned around. A familiar face immediately appeared before Blood Emperor's eyes. The emperors of the demon and monster clans all retreated. Oh no! How could it be him? It turned out that when he said he casually refined the Emperor Pill, he was telling the truth. We thought he was boasting. He really is an Emperor Dao Pill Master? Lin Emperor. How could it be you? Blood Emperor exclaimed in surprise. Do you still want to make a move against me? Lin Ning countered with a question. Blood Emperor quickly waved his hands. How could that be? I heard you encounter danger, so I specially came with many old friend from the demon clan to assist. As he spoke, he shifted his spear, and Blood Emperor's killing intent erupted. The emperors of the monster clan instinctively took half a step back upon seeing Lin Ning. They had witnessed Lin Ning's power in the 10,000 Zhang abyss of demons. However, looking at that Emperor Pill, they found it hard to choose. After a struggle, the emperors of the monster clan felt as if they were burning. They thought, no matter how strong Lin Emperor is, isn't he just one person? Against so many ancient monsters, can he really dominate all ages? Lin Emperor? Are you the one who annihilated the casting pavilion and killed numerous emperors? One emperor asked in a deep voice. Seeing Lin Ning looking so young, everyone relaxed a bit. I thought Lin Emperor was someone else, looking at his bones. He seems to be only 17 or 18. How could he be such a young emperor? Indeed, the rumors became more and more exaggerated. At such a young age, how strong could he be? Take this. As the words fell, that emperor directly attacked, unleashing his strongest strike without holding back. Lin Ning casually caught it, easily neutralizing the opponent's attack. Run. The emperor's face changed drastically. That was his strongest blow, yet it was so easily resolved. A pair of giant hands descended from the heavens, blocking everyone's path. Since you're here, do you think you can just leave without leaving something behind? Lin Ning sneered. Chapter 67. Desperate. Summoning ancestors, the giant hand, blocking the sun and carrying overwhelming power, descended from the sky. Many powerful beings looked up at that hand, feeling a tremor in their hearts. Looking at that hand, they felt as if it could destroy this world. Slash! An emperor roared in anger, unleashing all sorts of ultimate moves, desperately trying to stop that giant hand in midair. The other emperors, seeing that they were at their wits' end, had no choice but to fight to the death. They burned their essence blood, pushing their power to the limit. Finally, with everyone's efforts, the giant hand in the sky was severed. Boring. Lin Ning retracted his hand, gave it a gentle blow, huffed a breath, and then wiped his hand with his clothes. Watching the powerful ones gasp for air, Lin Ning frowned slightly. He muttered to himself, I only used 30% of my strength, and they can't handle it? They're all old monsters who have lived for many years. How come their combat power is so poor? On the other side, Blood Emperor imitated Lin Ning, wanting to use his overwhelming power to keep the other emperors in check. Lin Emperor is a great guest of my demon clan, Blood Emperor said darkly. Anyone who dares to attack Lin Emperor is a great enemy of my demon clan. Saying this, the spear in his left hand suddenly thrust out, first creating a sound of breaking wind, gathering demonic energy into a black five-clawed demon dragon. The dragon's body twisted continuously, its massive tail sweeping towards the many powerful beings, its sharp claws tearing through the void, reaching out towards the enemy. You think you can fight us? You're still too young. The Wind Spirit Clan Emperor sneered, his body dissipating with the wind, then condensing again. When he reappeared, he was already behind Blood Emperor. Feng Chenxi shouted, slamming his palm down. Blood-eaten Emperor's face changed wildly, and he crossed his arms in front of him, turning them into a flesh shield. Bang! The furious fist struck Blood-eaten Emperor's arms, and the surging spiritual energy rippled outwards, making even space tremble violently. Blood-eaten Emperor, who bore the brunt of this force, was sent flying backward like an arrow, crashing into the ruins, ultimately creating a 10-meter-deep pit. Spitting and spitting, Blood-eaten Emperor climbed out of the ruins, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and spitting several mouthfuls of blood onto the ground. Damn it! Lin Emperor's realm is clearly lower than mine. How can he suppress so many powerful beings, yet I cannot? Blood-eaten Emperor felt very frustrated. If it weren't for the guidance of the Undying Emperor earlier, he would have probably lost the will to cultivate. How are we supposed to continue? Lin Emperor, we have offended you today. The Wind Spirit Clan Emperor clasped his hands and said solemnly, please spare us a way out. After we return to our clan, we will surely compensate you. What do you say? Nearby, the other emperors exchanged glances. After their brief clash with Lin Ning, they had already understood that the young man before them was unbeatable. However, having lived for so many years and being emperors, they really did not want to admit defeat to a young person. Now, with the Wind Spirit Clan Emperor speaking up, setting a precedent, they followed suit. My barbarian clan can also compensate Lin Emperor. I will keep my promise and personally lead the clan's elders to Lin Emperor's residence to apologize. Lin Ning looked to the side at the demon clan emperors and said solemnly, what about you? Under the call of the Undying Emperor, the demon and monster clans had lived in harmony for many years, regularly sharing cultivation insights during the monster and demon carnival night. Many demon clan emperors had seen Lin Ning in the abyss of 10,000 Zhan, learning about his methods. However, upon seeing the heaven and earth returning essence pill in Lin Ning's hand, they could sense that this emperor pill was different from others. Originally, their desire to seize it was not great. It was only at the moment they laid eyes on the heaven and earth returning essence pill that they felt uncontrollably drawn to it, as if they were mesmerized by a beautiful woman, their minds clouding as if they wanted to strike at Lin Ning. They had overestimated their strength and underestimated Lin Ning's abilities. The demon clan emperors thought that with so many of them, they would surely have the ability to defeat Lin Ning and then seize the emperor pill. You few demon clan emperors have seen my strength. Lin Ning pointed at the elderly men and said solemnly, now, I give you an opportunity. I will allow you to call for help, to summon your strongest reinforcements. If no one comes, then you will die. Call for help. If the big ones won't do, then call the old ones. If the old ones won't do, then call the even older ones. I, Lin Emperor, give you this chance. Let's settle this all at once. Stop thinking about my treasures every day. They already have owners. What, are you guys the Mengda of the cultivation world? Lin Ning's intentions were unknown to Hu Zun and the others. A demon clan emperor respectfully said, on behalf of Hu Zun and the Undying Emperor, please spare our lives, Lin Emperor. Lin Ning shrugged and coldly laughed. When I went to the abyss of 10,000 Zhan, I took the Undying Emperor's divine bone. You want to kill me, and I won't hold it against you. But today, if you attempt to attack me again, I will not give anyone such opportunities. Today, I won't spare anyone. Lin Ning extended his hand, and a large blade made of heavenly thunder appeared in his grasp. The blade of heavenly tribulation pointed at everyone as Lin Ning said solemnly, my time is limited. I have no time to waste with you. Call for help. The demon clan emperor's face immediately fell. They had offended Lin Emperor. Saying this, he murmured a string of demon language as if casting a spell. Don't just stand there. Call for help. Bring me the strongest ones. Lin Ning pointed at the injured emperors. Ancient demon god, rise. The demon clan emperor did not foolishly inform Hu Zun of the situation here, preventing him from descending. Instead, he used a forbidden spell. He summoned the will of the ancient demon god to descend upon the primordial continent. All around, many emperors, seeing no hope of escape, chose to summon their strongest trump cards as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Terrifying shadows appeared one after another, and such powerful reinforcements nearly made this world unable to bear it. This is the ancient demon god. No wonder he is the deity who personally created the demon clan. Even just a will is this powerful. Lin Ning's gaze fixed on the demon clan emperor behind him. How large is the ancient demon god? Lin Ning could hardly estimate. He only knew that the ancient demon god's leg alone was already beyond the clouds. Lin Ning felt that if the ancient demon god's entire body were present, it would probably be larger than a planet. You're determined to kill me, Lin Ning said expressionlessly, summoning such a powerful ancient demon god. Your body must be unable to bear the consequences. Lin Ning looked at the demon clan emperor, who, after summoning the will of the ancient demon god, was spitting blood continuously, his realm rapidly declining. Who summoned me? For what purpose? A terrifying pressure descended upon the earth as the will of the ancient demon god spoke. Chapter 68. The true god descends who summoned me? The massive body exuded an incomparably strong pressure, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The ancient demon god was too immense. If it weren't for the existence of the heavenly Tao, with his body, he would likely shatter this primordial continent. Ancestral Master. Numerous demon clan emperors bowed deeply. Above, perhaps feeling that his body was too large and somewhat obstructive, the ancient demon god transformed into a man of adult size. With a disdainful glance at everyone, he coldly said, "What? Now even foreign races can appear on the primordial continent?" The ancient demon god did not need to be angry to exude authority. His gaze made those foreign race emperors break into cold sweats. When his gaze fell on the demon clan emperors, the ancient demon god immediately darkened his face. I've been gone for many years, and I didn't expect the demon clan to be so weak now. Do you not know that every time you summon me, my power diminishes? Demon Sanyi looked at the ancient demon god with a face full of grievance and sighed. Ancestral Master, today our many compatriots face a life-threatening situation. If it weren't for this, how could we dare to summon you? Hearing this, the ancient demon god punched out, aiming at a foreign race emperor. In his view, the only threat to the demon clan came from foreign race cultivators. As for other indigenous races on the primordial continent, their strength was fine as long as they were not foreign race cultivators. Seeing the seemingly ordinary punch from the ancient demon god, the alien emperor's face changed drastically. He understood that the technique of an ancient deity had returned to its essence. It appeared unremarkable, yet contained terrifying killing intent. Celestial phenomenon starfall. With a furious roar, the alien emperor summoned countless shining stars from behind, connecting them to form a star map filled with murderous energy. Suddenly, it seemed as if the universe was collapsing, with billions of stars falling. The alien emperor held up countless stars, transforming the collapsing force into a blood-colored sandstorm, striking back fiercely. Trivial tricks. The ancient demon god snorted coldly, viewing the alien emperor's celestial phenomenon starfall as child's play. The punch he threw suddenly opened, and with one hand, the ancient demon god grasped, crushing the alien emperor's manifestation like an egg. Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from the alien emperor's mouth as he looked at the ancient demon god in utter terror. Around them, other emperors of different races, witnessing such a powerful ancient demon god, hurried to summon their ancient ancestors. I hated the alien scum in my youth, and, after so many years, you still dare to run around the ancient continent. Fragments of memories flashed in the ancient demon god's mind, filled with hatred for the aliens. He recalled the humiliating history of being insulted by aliens in his youth and reached out again with his right hand. With the previous manifestation destroyed, the alien emperor was already powerless to resist. As death approached, a deep sense of helplessness enveloped him. He closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. But in the next moment, who dares to bully my descendants? A deep voice echoed, followed by a ghostly knife spinning in from behind, pushing the ancient demon god back. It's you. The ancient demon god's gaze locked onto the returning ghostly knife, his eyes filled with hatred for the alien deity, the god of the underworld, who he hadn't seen for tens of thousands of years. You are still as annoying as ever. On the opposite side, the god of the underworld, draped in ghostly blue light, chuckled. I wondered who had the audacity to strike at our underworld clan. It turns out to be you, the ancient demon god who is long dead. The god of the underworld faced the ancient demon god, holding the ghostly knife, and the light on his body suddenly soared. In an instant, Lin Ning and the others felt as if they had plunged into an endless deep sea, with powerful water pressure squeezing them tightly. Sorry, my pet doesn't like land. The god of the underworld smiled slightly, and a giant deep-sea creature, a three-faced, seven-eyed behemoth, appeared behind him, swimming in the oceanic space created by the radiance. The ancient demon god punched towards the side, creating cracks in the void, shattering the deep-sea space instantly. You and I are but a wisp of will. What land are we talking about? The ancient demon god was dissatisfied. At the moment, the oceanic space shattered. The deep-sea behemoth also vanished. As a sworn enemy, the ancient demon god knew this was merely the other party's trick, meant to scare these ignorant descendants with an illusory, deep-sea creature. Old demon, Ming Tian is here. A clear, youthful laugh suddenly rang out as a man soared in. He had no hands. Rather, his arms had evolved into wings. Tian Cheong Clan, Nangong Yi, are you here to join the fun too? The ancient demon god squinted. Bingbo, you are here too? Seeing the manifestations of various true gods appear, the ancient demon god looked back at the younger demon clan members with a satisfied nod. The ancient demon god thought to himself, although my descendants are a bit weaker, they are full of spirit. They dare to fight against so many aliens. Enough courage. Somewhat like my former self. You summoned me to kill these alien bastards, right? The ancient demon god laughed, pointing at the alien emperors, saying, since it's about killing aliens, I can temporarily lend you some power. I will kill the alien true gods, and you kill the alien emperors. The demon emperor of Sand, Yi shook his head. That is not why we summoned our ancestor. He pointed at Lin Ning and said, Ancestor, we called you to help us kill this human. Those alien scum also couldn't defeat this human and specially summoned their ancient ancestors. If you don't show up today, we demon emperors might be slaughtered by this human. Upon hearing this, the ancient demon god looked at Lin Ning in surprise. This kid killed you all? He also beat up the alien emperors, forcing them to summon true god wills? Under the gaze of many true gods, Lin Ning remained calm, forming seals with his fingers, and a thunder spear appeared. The demon clan is the native of the ancient continent, and the ancient demon god is indeed the ancestor of the ancient continent. He can gaze at me. Alien true gods, who allowed you to gaze upon me. Saying this, Lin Ning thrust the thunder spear, charging towards the god of the underworld. With a wave of the god of the underworld's hand, the thunder spear was erased. Such arrogant youth. The true god's pressure enveloped Lin Ning, and massive deep-sea behemoths surrounded him, ready to swallow him whole at a moment's notice. Kid, the god of the underworld smiled with a hidden blade. Even if I'm only a wisp of will, killing you is but a thought away. Chapter 69, Ancestor versus Ancestor. Ming Tian, don't boast. The ancient demon god dug in his ears and joked. After all these years, you still haven't changed your habit of boasting? Don't say you are just a wisp of will. Even if your true self descended, do you have the strength to kill him? Turning, the ancient demon god glanced at Lin Ning, then smiled at the many true gods. Though I am the ancestor of the demon clan, my descendants summoned me to deal with that little brat. But this is our own business on the ancient continent. You alien true gods should not interfere. Anyone who dares to take a step forward will face my ruthless, immortal demon knife. As he spoke, a demon knife descended from the sky, dividing the area. On one side, true god wills clashed against true god wills. On the other side, emperors faced emperors. Below, the demon clan emperors felt a swell of pride, seeing the ancient demon god's dominance. This is their charming ancestor. But then they thought, wait, no, ancestor, we summoned you to help us deal with that terrifying guy, Lin Di. As long as he is dead, we demon emperors won't have to die. Those alien true gods were summoned to kill Lin Di too. Why are you now protecting Lin Di? The sky is falling. On the opposite side, the various alien emperors were equally confused. This situation seems a bit off. We just came to seize the Emperor Dan. We couldn't win and called the ancestor. Why are the ancestors fighting each other now? Old demon, the god of the underworld, said coldly. Do you really think you are still the invincible ancient demon god of the past? Today, you are merely a wisp of will, able to keep your descendants from facing extermination temporarily. And we, though defeated, have merely fallen into slumber. The day of awakening is not far off. At that time, how long do you think your true god can protect them? The ancient demon god dug in his ears, his battle intent suddenly rising, and the aura of a conqueror erupted. He said, though I may be dead, I died proudly in battle. And you, though still alive, are merely surviving. One day, you will also be found by them. Do you think you can escape their pursuit? Ha ha! Our endings are the same, yet different. The undying demon sword soared into the sky, and the ancient demon god grasped the demon sword, shouting loudly, "Even if I am just a will, I can still kill you. On the day you awaken, there will be someone in the ancient continent who will wield a sword to kill you. Come fight." The true god of the underworld waved his hand, and giant sea beasts spiraled in the air like dragon serpents. Combine. As the true god of the underworld's voice fell, those giant sea beasts rapidly shrank in size, transforming into various weapons. Some became battle armor, worn by the true god of the underworld. Others turned into deep-sea divine spears. And some became arm guards. Fully armed, the true god of the underworld resembled a lion ready to pounce, patiently watching the ancient demon god. Beside him, the true god of the sky tribe, Nangong Yi, spread his wings, carefully examining his flawless white feathers, each feather now transformed into sharp blades. As Nangong Yi flapped his wings, he created a storm of 1,000 swords. Looking at the numerous true gods, the ancient demon god's gaze darkened. Thinking, these damned alien true gods, having slept for so many years, their power still rises unexpectedly. I have long since died, leaving only a trace of will. One day, they will awaken, and if there are no true gods in the ancient continent, it will surely suffer a bloody cleansing. It seems I have to use that move. Turning back, casting a deep glance at the weak descendants of the demon race behind him, the ancient demon god tightly gripped the demon sword. If one listened closely, they would hear the unwilling echoes emitted by the undying demon sword. Fight! The ancient demon god stepped forward, carrying the undying demon sword towards the true god of the underworld. Fellow friends, help me kill him. If the will of the true god dissipates when we awaken, we can easily cleanse the ancient continent with blood, shouted the true god of the underworld. Meanwhile, Nangong Yi nodded in agreement, his body continually shrinking until it was the size of a palm. However, don't think that just because his body is small, his power diminishes. After shrinking, Nangong Yi's body became several times more agile, transforming into a streak of light, constantly maneuvering around the ancient demon god. Each time Nangong Yi repositioned, the blade-like feathers on him would stab heavily at the ancient demon god. Transform. Faced with Nangong Yi's dazzling attacks, the ancient demon god spread his hands, and the undying demon sword suddenly transformed into battle armor. The ancient demon god donned the undying battle armor, breaking several of Nangong Yi's feathers. Hiss! The ancient demon god extended his hand, unafraid of the damage from the blade-like feathers, and pulled out feathers with his bare hands. With a strong tug, he tore off a large patch of Nangong Yi's feathers. Nangong brat, you can't do it now, and you couldn't back then. The ancient demon god looked proudly at the feathers in his hand, blood gushing from his wrist, staining the feathers, blood splattering everywhere. Damn it! This old demon has been dead for so many years, yet his will is still as strong as before. Nangong Yi felt a sharp pain and was startled. He did not expect the ancient demon god's will to be so powerful. Could it be that the other party had left behind a will for the demon race during its peak? Old brother, it's been many years, and you still have your charm. The true god of the underworld smiled with a hidden dagger. He appeared cheerful on the surface, but secretly summoned the giant sea beasts, which transformed into thin lines, nearly undetectable. Let me have a word with you. As the voice fell, the long-hidden thin line suddenly moved, stealthily piercing into the ancient demon god's skin. Feeling the stabbing pain in his back, the ancient demon god immediately activated his cultivation method, sensing that a thin line was flowing through his blood. It was attempting to destroy his entire meridian system. They say the ancient demon god's heart is special. Its position is abnormal. Finally, I found you. The true god of the underworld looked smug as he used the thin line to locate the ancient demon god's heart. The heart was not in the chest, but rather in the dantian. Besides its unusual location, its size was also quite bizarre, only the size of a grain of rice. If it weren't for the giant sea beast being extremely vigilant, it would be hard to find it. Old brother, you still underestimated the situation. The true god of the underworld tugged at the thin line in the void, as if manipulating a marionette. How is this possible? The true god of the underworld's expression changed. he exerted force with both hands, trying to tear apart the ancient demon god's heart with a thin line, but found the heart indestructible. In the past, those people's methods were much more insidious than yours. The ancient demon god's body jolted, slashing the giant sea beast within him. Did you really think I, the undying demon god, am easy to bully? Undying demon sword. Annihilate the world, suppress. The ancient demon god urged the demon sword, and a world-destroying vortex was born from the ground, reaching the heavens. Chapter 70. We meet again. The ancient demon god was called the true god of the underworld, as once invincible in the world. This statement was not an exaggeration. Even facing the combined attacks of several true gods, the ancient demon god still did not fall behind. The undying demon sword in his hand was like the Monkey King, capable of 72 transformations. The ancient demon god transformed the undying demon sword into different forms according to the various attacks of the gods. When facing Nangong Ye's fierce attacks from his wings, the ancient demon god would transform into armor, covering his entire body, leaving no gaps for Nangong Yi to exploit. When facing the sneak attack from the true god of the underworld, he could openly expose his back, transforming the undying demon sword back to its original form, forcing the true god of the underworld to retreat with utmost power. Sizzle. The sharp demon sword sliced off the true god of the underworld's left hand, blood spraying out. The ancient demon god bathed in the true god's blood. Every cell in his body felt like a hungry wolf encountering a delicious meal, rapidly opening every pore, greedily absorbing the true god's blood. Damn it! The true god of the underworld steadied himself. This old thing has been dead for so many years and is still our great enemy of the Abyss clan. However, I'm just a wisp of will. Even if I die, the information here can still be transmitted back to the main body, and he has long since truly died, leaving only this will. Once my main body awakens, the ancient demon god won't last long. Cleansing the ancient continent with blood is only a matter of time. Nangong Yi flew at high speed, watching the fallen true god's arm, wanting to retrieve it and return it to the true god of the underworld to help him reattach it, preventing too much power from being lost. Seeing the other's actions, how could the ancient demon god not know what he was thinking? He reached out into the void, grasping the true god of the underworld's arm, then pulled hard and threw it into the air. With a flick of his wrist, the undying demon sword sliced the arm into several pieces like cutting vegetables. Children, take this to comprehend the mysteries of the true god. The ancient demon god threw the arm to the demon race emperor and also gave Lin Ning a piece. How decisive. You old demon, even dead, are still so despicable. The true god of the underworld attacked frantically. He only attacked, not defending. As a wisp of will, as long as the main body is alive. He doesn't need to care about the demise of this will. He did this to deplete the ancient demon god's willpower. Once the other party's willpower completely disappears, there will be no more ancient demon god in this world. Their Abyss clan's great enemy will become history. Under the thunderous sky, the ancient demon god broke Nangong Ye's wings and tore his body in half. Watching the dissipating true god's will, the ancient demon god spat out blood. A bunch of filthy bugs. I've been dead for so many years, yet you won't let up. The ancient demon god wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Facing the attacks of numerous true gods, he was also not feeling well, his body covered in countless wounds. I forgot. Looking down, seeing the true god of the underworld's arm dissipating in the hands of the many emperors. The ancient demon god slapped his forehead. I forgot that the filthy bug is also a wisp of will. When his will dissipates, the arm will also disappear. His gaze turned to the group of alien emperors, and the old ancestors will have been killed, causing those alien emperors to tremble in fear. The ancient demon god's eyes were indifferent, disdainfully saying, I do not like to bully the weak. Turning to the demon race emperors, he declared, Now, I give you an order. Kill these alien filthy bugs. Wait, I surrender. A three-headed emperor of the Abyssal clan quickly spoke up, retracting the fishtail behind him. Are you all friends feeling hopeless about breaking through due to concerns over your lifespan? The three-headed emperor said. He raised his head and looked at the ancient demon god with difficulty. My lord, ancient demon god, before you left the primordial continent, there were no such restrictions. But now, it is very difficult for emperors to break through. is almost impossible. Oh, the ancient demon god immediately became interested. Is that so? Our abyssal clan has found a way to break through and can teach it to you, said the three-headed emperor. You can kill emperors of other races without letting them know the secret. Skyvault clan, 6. Frostwing clan, 6. Just a moment ago, we were allies. And now you want us to surrender so they can kill us? Sorry, we want to survive, the three-headed emperor said with a grim look. In the cultivation world, many people adhere to the principle of dead friends don't count as enemies. Do you have secrets to reveal as well? The ancient demon god asked. We don't have any, nor does my clan, but we do have treasures to exchange for our lives. The ancient demon god waved his hand dismissively. Treasures? Boring. What treasures could those stingy old fellows leave you? Just kill them. Meanwhile, Lin Ning activated his technique, and the heavenly tribulation fell, severely injuring the two races' foreign emperors. Strange. Why are their bodies so weak? Lin Ning wondered. During their previous encounter, he hadn't felt that these emperors were so lacking. How could their strength have dropped so drastically? Not thinking too much, Lin Ning raised his hand and struck with a sword, unleashing a myriad of sword lights. Shoo, shoo, shoo. One head after another fell to the ground, emitting thick black smoke. I see. So he was secretly making a move. Lin Ning looked up and caught the gaze of the ancient demon god, thinking that it must be the ancient demon god secretly helping him suppress these emperors. Indeed, he didn't personally intervene. All the kills were done by me. Speak up. I'm also curious about what happened. How could you descendants be so weak? The ancient demon god looked at the three-headed emperor with curiosity. The three-headed emperor swallowed hard, organized his thoughts in his mind, and revealed the secret. It turned out that after the true gods like the ancient demon god died or fell in a slumber, these races seemed to have been cursed. Every cultivator had been imprisoned within, and after reaching the emperor level, the path ahead for cultivation would be severed. The abyssal clan called the bridge, connecting the two into the divine bridge. Damn it, it's that group again. The ancient demon god was furious. I thought they didn't know about this place, and the primordial continent could grow quietly. I didn't expect they could set you up with such restrictions. The three-headed emperor revealed what he knew, as well as the method to repair the divine bridge. This made many demon race emperors feel as if they had seen hope. Is this method really feasible? Blood Een Emperor asked in confusion. Currently, the demon and devil races had formed an alliance. Although the demon race emperors had attacked Lin Ning, they had not taken action against the devil race. As an ancestor, the ancient demon god generously allowed the devil race to stay and listen. The three-headed emperor said, the method is theoretically feasible, but the process is very difficult. So, you mean no one from your side has succeeded yet? Blood Een Emperor said. The three-headed emperor shrugged. This is my clan's secret. I swear on the great Tao, there is no deception. Ancient demon god, we've told you all we know. Can we go now? The ancient demon god waved his hand. Don't ask me. Your small matters should be asked among yourselves. It has nothing to do with this old fellow. At this moment, Lin Ning slowly spoke. I can let you go, but you're ultimately foreign races, and your hearts to destroy me will not die. When we meet next time, we will still be enemies, and I will kill you. The three-headed emperor and the emperors of the abyssal clan clasped their fists and left. A moment later, Lin Ning flashed in front of them, initially turning his back to everyone, then slowly turning around. The three-headed emperor and the others were puzzled. Lin Ning smiled slightly. We meet again. Chapter 71. The Ancient Demon God's Legacy? We meet again. Lin Ning smiled, looking at the many foreign emperors with surprise. A hint of nostalgia appeared on his face, feeling as if they hadn't met in years. Fellow foreign friends, what a coincidence. Lin Ning said, I mentioned last time that when we meet again, we will be enemies, and I will kill you. As he spoke, Lin Ning scratched his head, feeling like he was dealing with a troublesome matter, as each of them was a powerful emperor of their respective races. Since our last meeting, I've been wondering where to find you all, and I didn't expect you to gather together. Isn't this a coincidence? The foreign emperors looked at Lin Ning's performance in disbelief. Good. You call this a long time no see, right? Last time? We just saw each other a second ago. Now you're telling me it's been a long time? If you want to kill us, just say so. Why go through the motions and turn around for another see you again? The emperors of the demon and devil races were also dumbfounded, and even the ancient demon god couldn't help but scratch his head. Good lad. How did you come up with this? Why didn't we think of this method? The ancient demon god couldn't help but laugh. I was just thinking of how to find these foreign brats and ambush them halfway after they left the primordial continent. I didn't expect you, little fellow, to turn around and say see you again. Ah, I really am getting old. No matter how I think, I can't compare to you talented kids. The three-headed emperor was furious, and his Dharma form unfolded behind him, revealing a phantom of a three-headed foreign powerhouse, with 3 heads and 6 arms, each holding a different weapon. Lin Emperor, you demon race already promised us that as long as we revealed the secret to repairing the divine bridge, you would spare our lives. Now I want to go back on your word? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Hearing this, Lin Ning shrugged, turned his head to look at the demon race beside him, and slowly said, "This is the promise of the demon race to you. It has nothing to do with me, Lin Emperor. I'm not one of the demon race, so killing you doesn't violate the demon race's oath, and the heavens can't do anything to me." The three-headed emperor was momentarily speechless, reorganizing his words and still stammering. You also want to break through? I gave you this big secret. You owe me a favor, and you can use that favor to exchange for our lives. Lin Ning smiled. First of all, I'm still just a perfected immortal emperor, far from a perfected emperor. As soon as he said this, everyone was astonished. Even the ancient demon god, who was eating melons on the side, was stunned for a long time. Perfected immortal emperor. The foreign emperors were all taken aback. Perfected immortal emperor? You suppressed the emperors of various races and forced us to summon ancestors. Yet you say you're only a perfected immortal emperor? I recognize these words. But why do they suddenly make no sense when combined? You're lying. The three-headed emperor's face turned red. He didn't believe it, thinking this was just a lie Lin Ning made up to avoid fulfilling his promise. At that moment, Blood Lin Emperor's voice rang out. Lin Emperor is not lying. Some time ago, when he was still a perfected emperor, he beat our devil race badly, and the brothers of the demon race also witnessed it. Blood Lin Emperor wasn't afraid to expose the humiliation of the devil race. On the contrary, he believed that speaking of this shame would encourage devil race cultivators to train harder. Damn it, he beat our devil race thoroughly when he was still a perfected emperor and even took the world's most beautiful female emperor, Julie, away. If we don't work hard, what if all the powerful women in our clan are attracted to Lin Ning, and you old men end up single? Emperor Yao San Yi nodded. Indeed, I can testify that Lin Emperor is not a normal person and cannot be judged with our old-fashioned views. The three-headed emperor clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Lin Ning. The emperors of the Abyssal clan beside him were also secretly gathering their strength. They knew that with the ancient demon gods present, they would never be able to defeat the natives of the primordial continent. The only way now was to gather all their power and carve out a path. Even if only one person could escape back to the Abyssal clan to relay the information. Once the Abyssal clan fully awakens, they would make the primordial continent pay a terrible price. Kill! The three-headed emperor shouted, and the law forms behind him erupted with terrifying momentum. In an instant, the world seemed to enter an ancient battlefield, with the sounds of metal clashing and war drums booming. The law forms behind the Abyssal clan emperors converged, their power skyrocketing, ultimately transforming into a shadow of the Abyssal god of darkness. Although this shadow could not match the earlier will, its power was also not to be underestimated. The Abyssal clan has hidden deep enough, the ancient demon god said, stroking his chin, surprised to see the three-headed emperor. He never expected that their race could gather the law-form powers of all emperors and turn them into the shadow of the Abyssal god of darkness. Looking at that powerful shadow, the ancient demon god had no intention of intervening. Instead, he quietly watched Lin Ning. I'm curious, what abilities does this kid have that can summon me? A failure of a descendant. And those foreign wills come because of this kid. I don't have much time left. If I can't see it, that would be a regret in my life. In the sky, looking at the warlike shadow of the Abyssal god of darkness, Lin Ning yawned lazily, seeking death. His eyes were on the ancient demon god, while the other 4 eyes were on Lin Ning. The three-headed emperor could no longer afford to waste time here. If the ancient demon god made a move later, none of them would escape. Abyssal candle dragon palm. The shadow slowly descended, flames soaring into the sky. An ancient flame runes appeared around, as if a master of talismans had carved them out long ago. Is this all the strength you have? Lin Ning remained motionless as the abyssal candle dragon palm was about to land on his chest. He pushed back with his right foot, twisted his waist, turned around, and punched, all in one fluid motion without any hesitation. Boom! The candle dragon palm collided with Lin Ning's fist. In a breath's time, the candle dragon formed from the rune shattered, letting out a wail. Instantly, the flames extinguished, and the runes dimmed. Numerous foreign emperors spat out blood, with the three-headed emperor being the first to bear the brunt. The three-headed emperor suffered a severe backlash. One of his heads shattered under the powerful impact of Lin Ning's momentum, his skull cracking like firecrackers. Suppression. Lin Ning wasted no words as the opponent was injured. He forcefully suppressed them. Good kid, your power is not weaker than mine back in the day. The ancient demon god clapped his hands, his face full of admiration. As he spoke, his form flickered between illusion and solidity. Ancestor. The three-headed emperor was astonished. He knew this was a sign that the ancient demon god was about to dissipate. No need to worry, I have long since died, the ancient demon god said. Before I depart, I will teach you my most powerful technique. This inheritance is given only to the most promising individuals of the demon race. Chapter 72. Could Lin Di be the son of the Tiger Sovereign? The ancient demon god wants to pass down the strongest technique, and only to the most promising individuals of the clan. Hearing the ancient demon god's words, the demon race emperors straightened their backs. They all believed they were the most promising talents in their clan. Among those present, who was not an emperor, who was not the hope of the demon race. As for that young genius of the demon race, the witch demon king, Yao, Junlin, that guy is still just an undying emperor. What's so impressive about that? Moreover, he wasn't even here. The ancestor surely didn't know of the witch demon king's existence. Thinking of this, every emperor wore a confident smile. Demons and monsters are not separate. I want to compete too. Bloodline Emperor suddenly spoke up. You damn demons get lost. Yao Sanyi shouted angrily. Realizing he had lost composure in front of the ancient demon god, he quickly apologized. Everyone looked at the ancient demon god, waiting to see whom he would pass the technique to, while the latter's gaze kept assessing these unworthy descendants. Wherever the ancient demon god's gaze fell, that individual's smile became even brighter. But when he finally spoke, that emperor's face instantly turned sorrowful. Not for me. How is that possible? I am truly a talented individual, not to mention that I can dominate the ages. At the very least, I am a regional overlord. It's you. As the ancient demon god's gaze landed, Yao Sanyi was overjoyed. Is it really me? Indeed, I am the most promising individual in the demon race. Ancestor, you truly have an eye for talent. The ancient demon god extended a finger and pointed. Yao Sanyi spread his arms, wanting to accept the ancient demon god's inheritance. But the next moment, his body was suddenly swept aside. Don't block the way. The ancient demon god's voice came, and Yao Sanyi felt as if he had fallen into hell, his heart chilling. Me? The light from the ancient demon god's finger shot straight towards Lin Ning. Am I of the demon race? Am I not of the human race? He had just been thinking of killing the demon race emperors. Before Lin Ning could voice his doubts, the light entered his brow. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient demon god's inheritance. Understanding the ancient demon god's inheritance. Inheritance technique. Eternal undying scripture. Eternal undying scripture learned. As the system's voice fell, a vast amount of knowledge swirled in Lin Ning's mind, and he was shocked. This technique was terrifying. According to the system's introduction, this eternal undying scripture was created by the demon race's blood-prisoned Dark Phoenix at the brink of death on the Nine Nether battlefield, merging the paths of life and death with nirvana, and then refining it with powerful means. This technique is one that grows stronger through battle, a reverse blood path that becomes more powerful the more one dies. Of course, the death in this eternal undying scripture is not true death, although the body dies. As long as even a drop of essence blood remains, one can be reborn in nirvana. Moreover, after rebirth, one's power is even greater than before. The demon race emperors did not know what technique the ancient demon god had imparted. They only knew that their ancestor had actually given the technique to an outsider, and this damned human was just thinking of exterminating them. My ancestor, Yao San said, he is a human. You were supposed to pass the technique to a member of the demon race, right? Why did you give it to him? Other emperors echoed. Yes, yes. Ancestor, can you take the technique back? If not, just kill Lin Ning. We are your descendants. They all said that the bond of kinship weakens over generations. But they were separated for so many generations, and they were still kin, many times over. How could you be confused? Damn it. I was laughing so hard when I saw Lin Ning beating the demon race emperors in the 10,000-foot demon abyss and taking away the divine bone. It turns out that the boomerang from that moment has now struck me right between the brows. Watching this scene, Bloodline Emperor was overjoyed, thinking, demon brothers. I remember how loudly you laughed at us demons back then. Although Lin Ning took away a divine bone from the undying emperor, that divine bone would regrow. It would just take a long time. However, your ancestors' inheritance was given to Lin Ning, and the ancient demon god only passes it once. Do you think Lin Ning will give it to you? Bloodline Emperor was elated, feeling his waist no longer ached, his legs no longer numb, and his spirit was invigorated. All right. The ancient demon god's form was no longer solid. It flickered, seeming to dissipate at any moment. Looking at the chattering crowd, the ancient demon god felt very irritated. You all say he is not of the demon race. The ancient demon god looked at Lin Ning. How do you know he is not of the demon race? Yao San was astonished. Are you saying he has the blood of the demon race flowing in him? Impossible. You will know after experimenting, the ancient demon god said. After speaking, Yao San directly took out a sharp blade and cut open his own skin, letting the blood drip down, then catching it with his hand. Lin Ning, you have already obtained the inheritance of the ancestors. Please lend me your blood. Even just a drop will do. I want to verify something. Hurry. Lin Ning responded with an "oh," since he had gained a significant advantage. Losing a drop of blood was no big deal. With a flick of his right wrist, a drop of blood instantly dripped from his left wrist. Yao San gathered the blood in his hand, allowing the two different blood types to collide. The demon clan is warlike, and so is its essence. If the blood of different clans merges, it will create violent collisions and ultimately explode. Yao San said. His eyes widened, staring intently at the two different blood types. Unexpectedly, after the two types of blood mixed, they did not explode, but rather fused, becoming indistinguishable. It was as if they were of the same origin. So that's how it is. Watching this scene, Lin Ning suddenly remembered that he had obtained the world's inheritance. And as long as it was any race within the primordial continent, he would have points of compatibility with it, like a universal key. Are you really a member of the demon clan? Yao San was astonished. Who is your father? Your grandfather, Lin Ning slowly replied. I am your father. Yao San was furious. Get lost. The blood of the demon clan actually flows within Lin Ning's body? The bloody emperor was surprised, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. In Lin Ning's arms, Julie was watching the scene closely, her mind racing as she searched her memory for all the faces of the demon clan she had encountered. It is said that a tiger father does not have a dog son. Since Lin Ning's cultivation talent is so terrifying, his father should also be a genius. Julie searched, but no matter how she looked, she could not find anyone similar. Could it be that his father is the Tiger Sovereign? Julie speculated. I have known the Tiger Sovereign for many years, and I remember he once told me that he made a mistake that men might make when he was young, resulting in an offspring being lost outside. He really wanted to find them, but unfortunately, there was a mother tiger at home. Julie stared blankly at Lin Ning. The Tiger Sovereign being exceptionally talented, a unique figure of the demon clan, and Lin Ning also possessed this talent. Could he really be? Chapter 73. Is the Heavenly Tao a hand? Want to kill me? It is well known that Lin Ning has never appeared together with the Tiger Sovereign's lost offspring. Just like how Readers and Peng Yuyan never appeared together, or how De Gu and Dijia never appear together. Seeing Lin Ning's blood merge with Yao San's blood, and thinking about Lin Ning's talent, as well as what the Tiger Sovereign said when he was drunk, Julie speculated that Lin Ning might be the offspring of the Tiger Sovereign. But then she thought again. It was unlikely that Lin Ning was the offspring of the Tiger Sovereign. As she pondered, Julie realized her head was not enough to handle it. It was burning. What do you mean Lin Ning might be the offspring of the Tiger Sovereign, but it is impossible for Lin Ning to be the offspring of the Tiger Sovereign? Julie mocked herself. Is this something a person can say? Promises and words? Why is my head so sharp? Very good, very good. The ancient demon god smiled and said, From the first moment I saw you, I felt a familiar aura from you. I didn't expect you to be one of my demon clan. The ancient demon god looked gratified, not expecting that after so many years of my death, there would be such an outstanding genius among my descendants. Suddenly, the expression of the ancient demon god became serious. I have just imparted the strongest cultivation method to you, which is both a good thing and a bad thing for you. If you cultivate this method, you can far surpass others of the same level when you reach great success. In the past, I relied on this method to roam the starry skies. But the ancient demon god suddenly stopped, looking regretful. You are very strong, but passing this method to you may also harm you. Even I, the ancient demon god, ended up falling, leaving only this will. He looked meaningfully at Lin Ning. Teaching the eternal undying sutra means that Lin Ning must take on his responsibilities. In the future, if you venture into the starry skies, do not casually display my abilities. Otherwise, you will be monitored by those guys and eliminated in the cradle. Yao San was confused. Who exactly attacked their ancestor and killed the ancient demon god? He wanted to ask further, to let the demon clan know who their enemies would be. But the ancient demon god's figure was about to dissipate. The ancient demon god did not want these unworthy descendants to know who the enemy was and shouted, I have fallen for so many years, I can't even remember. Only this will remains. This will of mine will weaken each time it is used, and the battle just now with Ming Tian has already consumed a lot of power. Next, I will dissipate for a while. Unless there's a disaster that wipes out your clan, do not call for me. From the words of those alien scum just now, it can be judged that Ming Tian and the others are about to awaken. The alien races will not give up on exterminating you. You are not their match. The ancient demon gods will fade. His words echoing through the heavens and earth. When the alien races are in chaos, I will suppress the heavens with my remnant consciousness. Watching the ancient demon god dissipate, the demon clan emperors all bowed and saluted. We, the descendants, respectfully send off our ancestors. The wind stopped, leaving only the shattered mountains and rivers. Yao San looked at Lin Ning with displeasure, saying, Although you possess the inheritance of our ancestors, your identity still has doubts. Until we thoroughly investigate your background, our demon clan will not recognize you. Lin Ning shrugged, indifferent. I've already obtained the method. Whether you recognize it or not is your business. Anyway, I am not a member of the demon clan. I'm leaving. I've seen you twice, and each time has been bad luck. How unfortunate. Yao San's face darkened. He had just thought the ancient demon god would pass the inheritance to him. You must know that the ancient demon god did not shake his head just now. If not for Lin Ning's existence, this method would surely have belonged to him. Yao San. How unfortunate, how unfortunate. Yao San waved his hand, looking like an angry old child. Where's the demeanor of an emperor? Wait, Lin Ning suddenly called out. Yao San raised his head and asked, Have you finally had a conscience and want to pass the strongest method of our ancestors to us? The other emperors all perked up their ears. The bloody emperor leaned in, only to be tossed aside. No, I want to borrow something from you, demon clan. Lin Ning smiled and said, Not much. I just need a drop of heart blood from each of the 9 great fierce beasts. Just 1 drop of each will do. The entry requirement for the eternal undying sutra passed down by the ancient demon god. You need to hunt the 9 fierce beasts and obtain their heart blood to condense it into a blood seal within your body. That seal is the heart. As long as the seal is not destroyed, the body will not perish. The 9 great fierce beasts hold an extraordinary status within the demon clan, the strongest being the Tiger Sovereign, with Lin Ning's cultivation method. Hunting these 9 fierce beasts would not be difficult. However, since he had already accepted the inheritance of the ancient demon god, he could be considered a disciple of the other party. As a disciple, how could Lin Ning kill the descendants of his master to cultivate his master's method? Upon hearing Lin Ning's request, everyone fell silent. Yao San reached out and grabbed Lin Ning by the neck. What the hell are you talking about? Lin Di, You must have been abandoned in the past, even more despicable than our demon clan. Do you know how powerful these 9 fierce beasts are? If you have the ability, go talk to the Tiger Sovereign yourself. If he agrees, the other 8 supreme beings will also agree. Hearing this, Lin Ning rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. How about you good brothers take me to the demon clan, so I can meet the Tiger Sovereign? Pa pa pa. Who the hell is your good brother? Yao San, said coldly. You just wanted to kill me. And now you've taken the inheritance that the ancestor gave me, and you still call me good brother? Is there someone like you? The master has already passed the cultivation method to me. No matter what, I am considered part of the demon clan now. Lin Ning clung to Yao San like a stubborn adhesive. Just say whether you will give it or not. I become stronger, and in the future, even if the true Xuanming Tian comes, I can suppress him and protect the demon clan from being slaughtered. Yao San shrugged off Lin Ning's arm. Forget it. Forget it. Since the ancestor has given you the method, what use is it for me to refuse? But to take the heart's essence and blood, you have to go to one who's Zun yourself and see if those 9 agree. Lin Ning nodded, saying it was fine, he would handle it. Suddenly, his expression changed. With his left hand gripping the thunderbolt spear, the divine weapon Ares' hand suddenly appeared on his right. Fellow Taoist, since you are here, why hide? He threw the thunderbolt spear high into the sky, and Ares' hand caught it. Lin Ning aimed at the uninvited guest and hurled it fiercely. Bang! The spear, infused with the pressure of thunder, whistled past. From the dark clouds, a pair of large hands suddenly emerged, tearing the spear apart. The explosion of thunder generated when the thunderbolt spear broke did not harm it. Instead, it replenished its energy like a power bank. Xianqingha? Seeing the goat-bearded man emerge from the dark clouds, Yao San was astonished. Impossible. 20,000 years ago. You said you found the opportunity to break through and had already left. Why are you here? Lin Ning looked at Xianqingha and said slowly. He is not the person you know. He raised his head slowly to look at the sky and said, he is a hitman sent by the Tao of Heaven, because I have killed too many emperors, disrupting the balance. The Tao of Heaven sent him to kill me. Chapter 74. Call for someone stronger the moment Xianqingha appeared. Countless emperors trembled. The appearance of that goat-bearded man reminded them of the times they were dominated by him. Xianqingha, a powerful figure from 30,000 years ago, dominated the primordial continent for nearly 10,000 years after becoming an emperor. Across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he rampaged through all major sects and forbidden areas, beating up all strong opponents. He did not kill emperor-level strongmen, but severely injured them, damaging their Tao hearts. 20,000 years ago, Xianqingha keenly sensed signs of a breakthrough, then shattered the void to seek the opportunity. Watching Xianqingha reappear, Yao San felt a vague pain in his right leg, recalling the scene when he had his leg broken by the man. Sent by the Tao of Heaven? Are you saying he is just a will? Yao San looked at Lin Ning in shock. That's right, Lin Ning replied slowly. Just now, we killed many emperors, which has drawn the dissatisfaction of the Tao of Heaven, believing we have disrupted the balance here. It projected the will of past strong men here to kill us and restore the balance of good and evil. As he spoke, Lin Ning smiled at Xianqingha and said, but how can there be balance? He looked up at the sky and said solemnly, just now, when the ancient demon god was still here, why didn't you summon Xianqingha? I understand now. Even the Tao of Heaven fears him, right? But how do you know the will of the strongest from the past can defeat me? As his words fell, the heaven and earth changed color. The world darkened. Thunderclouds rolled, and bolts of thunder erupted with terrifying sounds, no longer gentle towards Lin Ning as before. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of thunder fell from the sky, turning the surrounding world into a sea of thunder. The Tao of Heaven was enraged. Numerous emperors screamed, facing this heavenly tribulation. Even they, as emperors, found it hard to resist. However, these bolts of thunder had no intention of attacking them. Instead, they struck at Lin Ning. The other emperors retreated, fearing being implicated by Lin Ning. Are you anxious? Lin Ning grasped with one hand, gathering all the thunder together, and with a clap of his palms, he crushed the thunder like cookies. The Tao of Heaven originally had no consciousness. Lin Ning said, it seems you have developed consciousness now. Opposite him, Xian Qinghe received instructions and flashed into appearance before Lin Ning, radiant light blooming behind him, instantly activating the law of heaven. A gigantic blue lotus design appeared, large enough to block out the sun. The blue lotus transformed into a giant, wielding a battle axe and wearing a helmet, viciously charging at Lin Ning. Xian Qinghe concentrated his power, and the blue lotus giant joined in, their four hands striking down simultaneously. Didn't he expect the Tao of Heaven to get anxious? Lin Ning laughed. The more anxious you are, the more it proves you fear the ancient demon god. At this moment, an emotionless voice came from Xian Qinghe. He was merely a will. Why fear him? Oh, Lin Ning became interested, mocking. Aren't you also just a will? Xian Qinghe fell silent. The former strongest, even as just a will now, unleashed a power far exceeding that of Yao San and other veteran emperors. Is this the offense of the strongest? Lin Ning shrugged. Tao of Heaven. If you can only summon him and expect him to kill me, you might as well give up that thought. Suddenly, the thunder that Lin Ning had crushed was stretched and pulled by his hands, as if he were pulling dough, lengthening the thunder. Finally, it transformed into a long spear. Stab! With a swift motion of his right hand, Lin Ning made no unnecessary movements, his attack plain and unremarkable. However, the moment the spear was thrust, time seemed to freeze. Xian Qinghe appeared frozen, as Lin Ning pierced through his brow. The will dissipated, and the world returned to calm. The former strongest? Lin Ning sneered. If you have the ability, call someone stronger to appear. No one responded. Around them, the emperors widened their eyes. Did he just erase Xian Qinghe's will? Holy crap. One-shot kill. That was Xian Qinghe's will, which may have surpassed the emperor level. He can one-shot kill? How strong is Lin Ning? Could it be that he grows stronger when faced with stronger opponents? Terrifying. Holy crap. The ancestor is wise. It's a good thing we didn't attack him, or our demon clan would be in trouble. At the Xuanming Sect, young cultivators were thrown into the air, each feeling a powerful attraction that made them spin. Below, Xuanming opened her arms. Suddenly, her body split open, and a baby crawled out. The moment the baby emerged, her body healed instantly. The baby giggled eerily, looking up at the young cultivators, its mouth widening into a bloody abyss, swallowing them all. Burp! The little baby contentedly patted its small belly. Just then, Xuanming pointed, and the baby transformed into a wisp of primordial spirit, floating in the air. Collect. Xuanming drew this wisp of primordial spirit into her body. At the same time, a chilling voice came from the ring, sounding like a man and yet like a woman. Very good, my dear disciple. You have devoured so many cultivators, and your cultivation has reached the peak of the great ascension stage. Give it some more time, and you will reach the tribulation transcendence stage. A phantom flew out from the ring, and Xuanming quickly bowed. Master. No need for formalities, the phantom said. I have observed that the rules of heaven and earth here seem to have loosened quite a bit. I initially estimated that the Great Era would not fully descend for another 5 years, but someone has used divine powers to advance the timeline. The phantom continued. But this is good. The sooner you grow stronger, the more you can share in the spoils of the Great Era. Xuanming replied earnestly. Thank you for your guidance. Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Whoosh! A corpse suddenly flew into the secret room, making both of them alert. Didn't he expect it to really be you? A voice came. Xuanming activated her technique, and both master and disciple looked toward the source of the voice. Demon Clan, the main camp. Just deliver it to the door. No need for everyone to see me off. Lin Ning waved his hand. Who the hell wants to see you off? Yao San, he said irritably. You took so much heart's essence and blood. I brought people here to witness your departure. The Demon Clan emperors all had dark expressions. After Lin Ning erased Xian Qinghe's will and arrived at the Demon Clan in just half a day, he had taken away the heart's essence and blood of the 9 great fierce beasts. Although this was permitted by the Tiger Zune and others, it left Yao San and the others very displeased. Isn't this robbery? I'm leaving. Lin Ning was pushed out, and he quickly said in 3 weeks, remember to go to the Xuanming Sect and help me maintain the scene. Got it. Hurry up and scram. Yao San angrily replied. Chapter 75. Are the girls of the human race so open now? It had been several days since he last saw his master and senior sister, and he missed them dearly. Lin Ning rode the 9 Abyss Demon Dragon, soaring through the skies towards the Xuanming Sect. Every city the demon dragon passed through attracted countless attention and fear. Demon dragon. My heavens, how can such a powerful demon dragon appear here? Is the demon race coming to kill us? I'm still young. I haven't lived enough yet. I don't want to be killed by the demon race. Those righteous human immortal emperors soared into the air, blocking the path of the demon dragon. Where did this demon creature come from to dare trespass into the territory of the human race? One immortal emperor said solemnly. But the next moment, this immortal emperor's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Such a terrifying demon dragon is actually the mount of a teenager. He saw that on the back of the demon dragon was a purple gold vine chair, and sitting on the chair was a young boy. The boy had sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura, and he was holding a small white fox in his arms. Not to mention how terrifying the boy who could use the demon dragon as a mount was. This immortal emperor felt dizzy upon seeing Julie, and he directly fell from the sky with a thud onto the ground. Who on earth is this person? The immortal emperor lay in the deep pit, staring blankly as the demon dragon flew away into the distance. The rumors were actually true. A young emperor of the demon race has appeared. I wonder how this young emperor compares to the hottest Lin emperor from a while ago. Enemy attack. A Xuanming Sect, Lazy Yu, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. After sensing the aura of the demon race, Lazy Yu's figure flashed, and he leaped high into the air, soaring amidst the lightning behind him. Although the Lin Emperor had some dealings with the demon race, Lazy Yu always believed that the demon race was a calamity. Therefore, upon determining that the demon race had appeared around Xuanming Sect, Lazy Yu immediately maximized his physical state, fully activating the formation he had inscribed around Xuanming Sect. Anyone who is not a disciple of this sect, retreat from the land of Xuanming Sect. Violators will die. Lazy Yu said solemnly. His gaze suddenly shifted upward, and he saw someone riding on the demon dragon. Lazy Yu's eyes widened, and after seeing that familiar face, he rubbed his eyes. Lazy Yu couldn't believe that the one on the demon dragon was actually his lord, the Lin Emperor. Lazy Yu, welcome back to the sect, Lin Emperor. Lazy Yu quickly knelt on one knee. By the lake. After finishing a day of cultivation, Xuanming sat by the lake again, looking at the reflection on the water. For some reason, recently Neri had been hiding in her room and not coming out. Could it be that she misses Xuanming just like I do? Suddenly, a beautiful girl poked her head out from the surface of the lake. Xiao Yuxuan emerged from the water, smiling as she looked at Xuanming, sitting by the lake. Xiao Yuxuan was tidying her hair. Master, are you daydreaming again? Xiao Yuxuan said very straightforwardly. Go to hell. Xuanming pushed Xiao Yuxuan. Can you be a little more civilized? What's uncivilized about it? Xiao Yuxuan asked in confusion. They all said the same when I was studying in Fantian City. That's not the same. Those were all a bunch of old men. Xuanming said. And you're all wet. Why don't you change into dry clothes? It would be so inappropriate if those disciples saw you. It could lead to crimes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuxuan lowered her head and glanced at her clothes. After swimming, she was soaked, and her wet clothes clung tightly to her body, revealing alarming curves. Suddenly, Lazy Yu, welcome back to the sect, Lin Emperor. Lazy Yu's voice echoed throughout Xuanming Sect. Hearing the voice, Xuanming suddenly stood up. Xiao Ning is back? Before Xiao Yuxuan could react, Xuanming hurriedly rushed towards the sect. TCH. Xiao Yuxuan scoffed. You were just saying you didn't miss the little junior brother, and now the moment you hear his voice, you rush over. Women are truly hard to read. At the gate of Xuanming Sect, it was hard to breathe. After being tightly hugged by Xuanming, Lin Ning suddenly felt like he couldn't catch his breath. Master, I just left for a few days, Lin Ning said helplessly. Why does it feel like we're parting for life and death? Wow. Suddenly, a sound came from Lin Ning's arms. Xuanming looked down and saw a completely snow-white, fluffy little fox flying out from Lin Ning's arms. It seemed that it had been startled by Xuanming's lightning. Julie looked at Xuanming with dissatisfaction, thinking, is this the person the Lin Emperor misses? She looks quite good, with a curvy figure, but compared to me, she's quite lacking. Is this your pet? Shun Yin, for some reason, felt a twinge of jealousy upon seeing the little fox come out from Lin Ning's arms. Ji Julie leaped onto Lin Ning's shoulder. At this moment, in her fox form, Ji Julie was very playful, sticking out her tongue to lick Lin Ning's neck. Lin Ning grabbed the back of her neck and lifted her up. The little fox looked up at Lin Ning with watery eyes, appearing wronged, as if to say, "Master, I was wrong." Suddenly, a wet figure caught Lin Ning's attention, causing his blood to rush. Yes, Xiao Yuxuan also came. Moreover, she hadn't changed into dry clothes and walked over boldly. As she walked, her already tight clothes wrapped even more closely around her body. Huh? Julie wondered. Are the girls of the human race so open now? Compared to this, I seem to be quite behind. No wonder the Lin Emperor doesn't like her. At that moment, a thought appeared in Julie's mind. Little junior brother, it's been a long time. Let's sister give you a hug. Xiao Yuxuan walked over all wet, and although she usually teased Xun Yin, she also missed Lin Ning. Upon seeing Lin Ning, she immediately ran over with open arms. Cough, cough, I'm blind, I didn't see anything. Lazy Yu turned his head away, closing his eyes as he left. Junior brother, where have you been recently? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight, Xiao Yuxuan said with concern. It's nothing. I recently went to help senior sister find a pill to save her, Lin Ning said. Save her? What happened to her? Xun Yin was shocked. Lin Ning then explained Neri's condition. Xiao Yuxuan and Xun Yin both stepped back, their faces showing worry and a bit of anger. How could she hide such a big thing from us? And you actually hid it from us too. Are you itching for a beating? Xun Yin grabbed Lin Ning's left ear, while Xiao Yuxuan pinched his right ear. I'm sorry. I was just afraid you would worry, Lin Ning said. But it's fine now. I've already refined the heaven and earth returning yuan pill for senior sister to help her recover. Xun Yin pulled Lin Ning's ears and shouted beside him. Then hurry up and go treat her. I'm going, Lin Ning said, just as the three of them were leaving. Behind them, at the foot of Xuanming Sect, the night suddenly fell. An endless darkness began to swallow everything like a fierce beast. The originally lively city suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Immediately after, cries and wails began to echo. Chapter 76. Nirvana Burning Heaven Body, Nianwu Peak. In a luxurious attic, a white-haired woman sat in front of the dressing table, looking at her aging appearance in a mirror. Yes, this person is Lin Ning's senior sister, Neri. Ever since her dantian was damaged and her cultivation fell sharply, the side effects from her cultivation over the years began to backfire, leaving Neri devoid of any color. Time seems to be running out. Neri's voice was hoarse as she felt her strength rapidly slipping away, and so was her life. I am not even 50 yet, still not mature in this cultivation world. Neri sighed. Then she thought to herself, however, I have no regrets now. I've avenged my great grievance, and the Xuanming Sect is developing well. Neri said slowly, the only regret is that I couldn't see my junior brother fulfill his 3-year promise. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door broke Neri's self-talk. She hurriedly covered the mirror on the table and wrapped herself up tightly. Sister, are you there? Lin Ning's voice came from outside. After knocking for a long time without receiving a response, Xun Yin and the others exchanged glances. Xiao Yuxuan suddenly picked up a large hammer and said, could it be that the senior sister has encountered some trouble? She hadn't left this room for a long time, and usually, she wouldn't respond even when called. Could she have sneaked away? Xun Yin gently tapped her on the head and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Inside, Neri was stealthily pressed against the door, listening to Lin Ning and the others' conversation. Neri judged that her physical condition must have been known to her master and the others. Sister, I have brought the Tianyi Huiyuan Dan, Lin Ning said, as an immortal emperor. He only needed to release a trace of divine sense to detect the situation inside the room. He knew that the senior sister was eavesdropping. You've already told Master and the others about my condition, right? Neri's voice came through. I have no face to meet anyone now. I'm about to die, so let me die alone. Hearing this, Xun Yin was startled. Xiao Yuxuan, carrying the large hammer, looked at Lin Ning and asked, junior brother, are you confident you can cure the senior sister? Lin Ning nodded. Seeing this, Xiao Yuxuan suddenly gathered her strength, wanting to force her way in. Don't come in. Although her cultivation was scattered, Neri's perception still existed. Feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her, Neri knew they wanted to break in forcefully. With her current frail appearance, she felt like she was buried in the ground. "Sister, let me do it," Lin Ning said, reaching out to gently place his hand on Xiao Yuxuan's. He smiled at her, shook his head, and then, in a flash, appeared behind Neri. "You." Seeing Lin Ning, Neri turned around in a panic, not daring to show her true self. "It's okay. I'm back. Everything will be fine." Lin Ning extended his hand, offering the Tianyi Huiyuan Dan, "Take this, and everything will get better." Neri was skeptical. "Just try it, sister. How will you know if you don't?" Lin Ning smiled. Neri wanted to reach out, but her body suddenly froze. "Turn your head." Lin Ning turned his head, and Neri tightly wrapped her arm in her clothes, quickly reaching out to take the pill and then pulling it back. Neri turned around, not allowing Lin Ning to see her current appearance, and quickly swallowed the pill. At the moment the pill entered her stomach, the lost strength rapidly returned, and the dry skin on Neri's body began to regain its color. In less than a minute, Neri returned to her original form, astonished at the changes in her body. "Am I better?" Neri thought in surprise. However, this was not the end. After her body recovered, Neri found her cultivation rapidly increasing, crossing the tribulation stage, mid-crossing the tribulation, late crossing the tribulation, perfect crossing the tribulation. With a crack, boom, thunderclouds rolled above the Xuanming Sect. Lin Ning looked up and murmured, "Has she become an emperor? This Tianyi Huiyuan Dan is terrifying." Feeling a wonderful sensation flowing within her, Neri suddenly radiated flames. The blazing fire enveloped her body. Lin Ning's eyelids twitched, and a panel popped up in his view. Name: Neri. Cultivation: Emperor. Physique: Nirvana burning heaven body. Seal released. Remarks: this is a rare fire attribute physique. The holder possesses Nirvana fire, allowing them to achieve a temporary invincible state by burning their own vitality during battle. Each brush with death will make them stronger. This physique can also absorb the power of flames from the world, turning enemy attacks into their own, but with the risk of self-immolation if it goes out of control. Looking at the system's prompt, Lin Ning was slightly surprised. His gaze fell on the physique line, and he thought, seal released? Could it be that the senior sister's physique was sealed before? As an excellent web novel reader, Lin Ning immediately understood. Those physiques that could be sealed must pose a significant threat to certain people. Neri's physique had been sealed for many years, and just unsealing it allowed her to break through to become an emperor using the Tianyi Huiyuan Dan. If she had utilized this physique since childhood, who knows how powerful she could have become. With such a physique and then awakened, her family must not have been weak, Lin Ning pondered. At the Xuanming Sect's gate. Strange, why is there no movement outside? Lazy looked seriously at the outside world. Was the information from the outside world blocked? What happened tonight? As an immortal emperor, he couldn't see through the darkness outside. Just as he was thinking, a heavenly tribulation was born in the sky. Has someone become an emperor? Lazy exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that someone in the sect has broken through, and the master specially concealed the heavenly secrets to prevent the old folks from the outside from probing? He thought for a moment, and this explanation seemed reasonable. Resources on the ancient continent are limited, and each emperor consumes a lot of resources. Typically, after becoming an emperor, practitioners are scrutinized by many hidden powers. If this newly ascended emperor's talent is too terrifying, they will try to recruit them. If this emperor doesn't give face, they might be forcibly interrupted or hindered during the tribulation. Only those who can safely pass the imperial tribulation can be considered true emperors. The master's methods are becoming more mysterious, able to obscure heavenly secrets. Lin Ning. Such powerful strength. Xuanming and Xiao Yuxuan felt the fluctuations of power emanating from the room and were filled with a sense of submission. Has the senior sister become an emperor? Xiao Yuxuan exclaimed. What did junior brother do for her? Was that pill really that powerful? Xuanming shook her head, saying she had never heard of such a powerful pill. Xiao Yuxuan wondered, could they have dual cultivated? Did the senior sister absorb his spiritual energy? Chapter 77. The senior sister's temptation. Junior brother, you've helped me so much. How should I repay you? As the flames dissipated, Neri, now accepting the fiery baptism, had skin that was thousands of times better than before. The tightly wrapped clothes had somehow transformed into a short skirt that resembled a big red envelope. Her once pale lips were now fiery red, and Neri swayed her alluring waist, smiling as she walked up to Lin Ning. With a pair of jade hands wrapped around Lin Ning's neck, Neri looked at her junior brother with a smile. After activating the Nirvana burning heaven body, Neri suddenly felt a fiery sensation in her body, and she wanted to release it. The boy before her was the target she most wanted to unleash it upon. Feeling the mature scent emanating from Neri, Lin Ning swallowed hard. Oh my, one is more tempting than the other. Lin Ning broke out in cold sweat. Thinking, after the senior sister seal was released, she turned into a woman full of charm. Now, with my master, the senior sister, the seventh senior sister, and that top-tier succubus Julie by my side, it's a bit overwhelming. Lin Ning thought for a moment. This luxurious lineup could really be a powerful force. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with your senior sister? Seeing Lin Ning's lack of reaction, Neri lowered her head, looking at him. Is junior brother with someone outside? Why so calm? As she spoke, she pushed Lin Ning against the wall, one hand gripping his wrist while her perfectly rounded jade leg rested against the wall. Sister, please calm down. Lin Ning exclaimed in surprise. There are still master and senior sisters outside. What? Not stimulating enough? Neri felt a surge of heat all over her body. You've helped senior sister with such a big task. It's only right to reward you with something stimulating. Next time, Lin Ning said. Why not today? Neri smiled and turned to look behind her. Still, are you thinking of letting them come and see? I just remembered that my pig gave birth. I need to go check it out, Lin Ning said. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he finished speaking, a knock sounded at the door. Seeing no one answer, Xiao Yuxuan outside the door swung a hammer and smashed the door open. Wow, I came at the wrong time. Xiao Yuxuan, holding a big hammer, said apologetically but moved closer. Upon seeing the two women really come in, Neri suddenly blushed and put her legs down. Ahem, I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Lin Ning quickly slipped away. Useless man. Neri snorted coldly, thinking, Master, the junior sisters will eventually leave the sect. I don't believe you can keep them here. Shun Yin stared at Neri. Indeed, after her rebirth, her figure was even better than before. Shun Yin felt jealous. Neri, we just saw you do that with Junior Ning. A strong woman, huh? Shun Yin teased. Xiao Yuxuan laughed from his side. Wow. As expected from someone who has trained outside for many years, senior sister is really wild. Neri quickly said, No, I was just joking with him. Shun Yin said, You got so close that Junior Ning could taste the salty and sweet. Is that still a joke? Hearing this, Neri blushed and ran out the door, not talking to you anymore. I'm going to welcome the heavenly tribulation. Although Lin Ning ran away, he would still secretly protect Neri during her tribulation. With his help, Neri quickly passed the heavenly tribulation and became a true emperor. It was only after truly becoming an emperor that Neri fully regained consciousness, and the feeling of heat on her body completely dissipated. Huh, did I really do that to junior brother just now? As her consciousness returned, the memories still existed, and thinking of those scenes from earlier, Neri wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. My goodness, why was I so hot? Neri said, It must be this special physique. It has to be the Nirvana burning heaven body's fault. But then she thought, junior brother didn't resist just now. This shows there is still hope. Who would refuse a young and accomplished immortal emperor? Who could resist that damn charm? Finally, it's done. After resolving Neri's matter, Lin Ning sneaked back to his room. Suddenly, a beautiful figure caught his eye. Lin Ning slapped his forehead. Oh no, a heavyweight has arrived. Julie transformed into human form. And when this most beautiful woman of the ancient continent revealed her true self, she directly froze Lin Ning in place. Lord Lin Emperor, I didn't expect your senior sister to be quite proactive. Julie covered her mouth and giggled. You saw everything just now, Lin Ning said, his face full of embarrassment. Julie leaned closer and teased. I saw it clearly. Do you want me to demonstrate it for you again? Her jade hand stroked her smooth, white legs. Julie said, My legs are longer and prettier than your senior sister's. Do you want to come a little closer? Lin Ning waved his hand. Stop messing around. Saying that, he took out the heart blood of the 9 great fierce beasts and said, I want to practice my cultivation technique. Help me protect the way. What woman or not woman? A man needs to cultivate. Although he was already the strongest, he wanted to become even stronger, even more ferocious. Boring, always thinking about cultivation. Don't you like women? Julie was not discouraged. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan revered strong individuals. As the previous clan leader, Julie attracted not only many men from her clan with her powerful strength, but also the most admiration from the women in the clan. Because of this, after Lin Ning conquered Julie with his strength, she greatly admired him. Lin Ning was deeply attracted, and Julie wished she could eliminate all the women around him. This was her exclusive strongman. Faced with Julie's temptation, Lin Ning remained unmoved, his eyes only filled with a thirst for cultivation techniques. Following the guidance of the eternal, undying scripture, Lin Ning quickly infused the 9 drops of heart blood into his body. Eternal, undying, only I reign supreme. Lin Ning began to activate the technique, try to condense these blood drops into blood seals, and then replace his heart. Strange sounds echoed in his ears, seemingly the whispers of demons. Lin Ning held his breath. As the blood seals condensed with each stroke, his skin suddenly burst open, forming dense bloodlines. Is this the technique inherited from the ancient demon god? Julie watched from the side and felt a massive aura emanating from Lin Ning. This aura filled her with deep fear, and under this fear, her admiration and affection for Lin Ning grew even stronger. Eternal undying scripture, succeed. Lin Ning shouted in his heart, and his entire heart was replaced by the blood seal. The eternal undying scripture enters the realm of condensing blood into seals. The seals are indestructible. The body is immortal. Chapter 78. I'm so proactive. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the technique. Eternal undying scripture. Reminder, the eternal undying scripture has side effects. The host will experience a long period of weakness after initial cultivation and rebirth. Just as the system's voice fell, Lin Ning noticed that his strength and realm were rapidly declining. He felt like a balloon filled with air that was now quickly deflating. Lin Ning fell from the perfect state of the undying emperor directly to the Qi refining stage. Current host cultivation, Qi refining stage. Current weakness period, 20 days, friendly reminder. As the host deepens the mastery of the technique, the weakness period will significantly shorten. Lin Ning glanced roughly at the eternal undying scripture, which was divided into 4 stages. They are condensing blood into seals, transforming battle intent, forging the body with tribulation fire, and the god nation of the abyss. Besides having powerful combat capabilities, this technique also has 3 special forbidden arts, each consuming a significant amount of one's life force. As the saying goes, yin and yang balance, mutual generation and mutual restraint. The eternal undying scripture is also subject to great restrictions. The most deadly among them are the 9 nether mysterious ice or the great sun golden flame. If a cultivator's last drop of essence blood is suppressed by one of these for more than 49 days, they will be completely obliterated. Could it be that the ancient demon god was destroyed in this way? Lin Ning stroked his chin, pondering in his heart. As powerful as the ancient demon god was, how strong were his enemies? The ancient demon god once said that if one day he left the ancient continent and ventured into the starry sky, he must not reveal his eternal undying scripture too early, or he would be hunted down. Who did he offend at that time? However, since the ancient demon god passed the technique to me, he is my teacher. Sooner or later, I will find his enemies and completely eliminate them, to avenge my teacher. As Lin Ning made this silent vow, Julie noticed his change. She leaned closer and carefully sniffed Lin Ning's scent. With the system, Lin Ning could easily hide his aura. However, Julie detected Lin Ning's change in an unusual way. Your scent has changed. Julie leaned close, looking aggrieved, and said, did that ancient demon god deceive you, teach you the wrong technique, causing your cultivation to fail and suffer backlash? Lin Ning was taken aback and said in shock, what are you thinking? How can you tell that I've gotten worse? Julie rubbed her eyes and said, I can smell the aura on you. I just realized that I don't seem to like you as much anymore. This must be because you have become weaker The decline in your cultivation is due to practicing the wrong technique. I am sure that you have probably fallen from the Emperor realm and are now similar to an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lin Ning was surprised. Huh? You noticed that? Are you that strong? I have a system backing me up. Can this make you feel my realm has dropped? Is your nose that sensitive? Were you a dog in your last life? How could your realm fall so severely? Julie suddenly shouted angrily. It must be that the ancient demon god has ill intentions. I will go kill the demon clan and wipe them all out. Lin Ning stretched out his hand, grabbing Julie's wrist, and said, It's fine, I will be better in a while. Besides, aren't you demons' allies? If you do this, won't your big brother, the undying emperor, blame you? Julie snorted. If that ancient demon god dares to deceive you and cause your realm to drop, I will take it out on the demon clan. I do things based on my own feelings. My big brother can't control me, and it's worth it for you. Lin Ning patted Julie's little head. In front of others, Julie displayed the demeanor of an empress. But in front of Lin Ning, Julie acted like a little girl. Don't worry, I only have 20 days of weakness. Once the time passes, I will be back to my original self. Upon hearing this, Julie's eyes lit up. Really? Really? As soon as the words fell, Julie pushed Lin Ning down to the ground with a playful smile, saying, Doesn't that mean that during these 20 days, my realm is much higher than yours, and my power far exceeds yours? Lin Ning covered his chest. What do you want to do? I want to. Julie tied up her long hair and smiled. Now I'm a master. Haha. Lin Ning flicked Julie's forehead. You, always thinking about tempting me. You're the empress. So what? Julie said. They say that in the mortal world, emperors have 3,000 concubines. As the supreme of the demon clan, I only have eyes for you. That's your honor. Saying this, she reached out and grabbed Lin Ning's wrist, saying, I'm not lying. Feel my heartbeat. You can't hide liking someone. Lin Ning took Julie's hand, switched positions, patted her backside, and slowly got up, walking towards the door. Julie thought Lin Ning had realized something, but he just patted her and left, making her stomp her feet in anger. Hey, I was so proactive. Why are you still leaving? Julie said, You can't hide liking someone. But if you like two people, you have to hide it well. Otherwise, I will kill her. Seeing Lin Ning not respond, Julie pouted. Her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. Could it be that my charm is not enough? She lowered her head, looking at her figure. All she saw was a grand display of snow-white beauty, but she didn't notice her toes. In Fantion City, as the sunlight shone on the earth, the darkness wasn't dispelled. Instead, this ray of sunshine brought even heavier gloom. On this day, all the blacksmiths in Fantion City did not forge weapons as usual, but gathered together. They lined up, and Deputy City Lord Ma Zhishuan began counting heads. Did you encounter anything last night? There was a bloody handprint outside my window. Someone was knocking on my window. I encountered something too. Someone was knocking on my door. I was thinking of getting up to open it, but I was too lazy to get out of bed. And this morning I found out that my neighbor next door was dead, died a miserable death. After counting heads, Ma Zhishuan's face turned very serious. Last night, 35 blacksmiths died in Fantion City. In addition to them, no less than 200 citizens died. And we have no idea who the murderer is. A perfected tribulation period cultivator asked. Lord Ma, could it be, as they say, that it was a ghost coming to collect lives? Nearby, others echoed in agreement. Yes, I heard the cries last night. It was terrifying, and the wailing outside sounded like a ghost, and those bloody handprints. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhishuan snorted coldly. Where do these ghosts come from? Have you ever seen a ghost? I have cultivated for so many years, whether it's weak qi refining stage or now the emperor. I have never encountered ghosts. This must be someone wanting to attack Fantion City. Just as Ma Zhishuan was deploying combat tasks, a shocking message came in. Chapter 79. Xuanming becomes emperor. What? After one night, all the experts of the Tiger Roar Hall are dead. As the existing holy land of blacksmithing, Fantion City has a constant flow of people. And with more people, intelligence from various places circulates faster. The dawn could not dispel the darkness. Instead, it brought heavier gloom. The Xian Pavilion is also completely annihilated. How is that possible? At this moment, in Fantion City, on the streets, and in various taverns. Cultivators were discussing the strange events that happened last night. Although the Tiger Roar Hall and Xian Pavilion are not top sects, their power is not weak. With Emperor-level experts stationed. In just one night, these two forces were eliminated from the ancient continent? Is this really true? Was last night that eerie? A master from the blacksmith pavilion questioned. Nearby, a disheveled man trembled as he held a teacup, took a sip of hot tea to warm himself, and said, "It's absolutely true. I also heard those strange noises last night at home, and this morning I heard about the situation at Xian Pavilion in the city." The man recalled the scene he witnessed, and cold sweat broke out on his back. "Early this morning, I rushed to Xian Pavilion with my companions. I have a relative there, and I know the way, but guess what?" The man brushed his messy hair and wore a mysterious expression. Everyone wondered, what happened? "Damn, don't keep us in suspense. Say it already, or I'll make your life miserable." The man said, "There was a single person in Xian Pavilion, and all their protective mountain formations were activated. I was just about to go in to check, but those formations blocked me. Fortunately, I ran fast. Around." The cultivators looked at each other. Could it really be that strange? A whole sect disappeared? Only the activated protective mountain formation remains? Of course. Some people didn't believe it. Xian Pavilion is far away. How could he get to Fantion City so early? The blacksmith questioned. The man swallowed hard, chuckled, and said, "Isn't it dangerous where we were? I spent half my fortune to buy a teleportation quota and directly teleported over here." Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. After the fall of the blacksmith pavilion, the heavy responsibility of forging weapons was completely handed over to Fantion City. Many powerful cultivators wanting to forge suitable weapons could only come to Fantion City. Fantion City significantly lowered prices, which received praise from many, and over the years, Fantion City has always been neutral. They do not interfere in the disputes between any sects or factions, as long as you pay and provide materials. They will forge equipment for cultivators. Many powerful cultivators valued this point and built teleportation formations here, specifically to teleport to Fantion City. Ordinary cultivators could also use this teleportation formation, but the cost of teleporting directly to Fantion City is very expensive. Therefore, when everyone heard the man say he teleported here early in the morning, they were quite surprised. Seeing everyone's gaze, the man said, "Don't look at me like that. Resources for cultivation, money, and so on, you can't take them with you when you die. It's too dangerous to leave them there. It's better to come to Fantion City. You guys in Fantion City have a big business and trade with many immortal emperors, so you will definitely be protected by them." The man slumped in his chair, not wanting to move, saying, "Coming here, even if I sleep on the street, it's better than being outside." Another person has become an emperor, Xuanming Sect. Noticing the thunder tribulation in the sky, Lazy Yu's eyelids twitched. Is breaking through to the emperor so easy now? In less than 24 hours, Xuanming Sect produced 2 emperors. And even Lazy Yu couldn't remain calm. Yes, the one who became an emperor is Xuanming. Xuanming's cultivation was already profound. Previously, he activated the netherworld body, reaching the perfected tribulation period, and was just a little short of breaking through to the emperor. However, in recent days, Lin Ning had been outside, and Xuanming missed this little disciple, which had some effect on his cultivation. Last night, when Xuanming saw her big apprentice Neri break through to become an emperor and act so intimately with Lin Ning, she felt a bit anxious. Throughout the night, Xuanming was cultivating, striving to break into the emperor realm. Finally, as dawn approached, she succeeded in her breakthrough. "Junior brother, ever since you became stronger, our Xuanming Sect has also benefited," Xiao Yuxuan said with a smile while carrying a large hammer. "Master, both the senior sister and the eldest have broken through to become emperors." "When will 7th senior sister break through?" Lin Ning asked. Xiao Yuxuan shook her head. "Become an emperor? I'm not interested in that. I prefer blacksmithing." As a blacksmith, Xiao Yuxuan sought to refine her forging skills. As for reaching the emperor realm, she didn't care much about it. "How have you been doing with the forging methods I taught you?" Lin Ning inquired. Xiao Yuxuan sighed. "I've triggered the emperor tribulation for the 8th time during forging, but each time I've been destroyed at the last moment by the tribulation. I'm just one step away from becoming an emperor-level blacksmith. Lin Ning smiled. I'll help you. Xiao Yuxuan pointed her hammer at Lin Ning and said, no need. If I let someone help me, that would be relying on external power, and that wouldn't reflect my true abilities. Isn't Feng Xiong from back then the one who triggered the Emperor Tribulation on his own? Although he fell during the tribulation, he is still someone I admire. While the two were chatting, Shun Yin had successfully passed through the Emperor Tribulation. Perhaps due to her breakthrough, her body of the underworld had been significantly activated. At this moment, Shun Yin's gaze was cold, her demeanor aloof, resembling an ice goddess. She walked up to the two and smiled politely in response. Master, you're so pretentious. Xiao Yuxuan teased. You're actually playing cool with us. I remember when you broke through back then, you hugged me and kissed me for a long time. Upon hearing this, Shun Yin was slightly taken aback, thinking to herself, have I changed? Why does Yuxuan say that? Shun Yin was unaware of her own transformation and believed she was still the same. Congratulations, Master, on achieving the Emperor realm. Lin Ning said with cupped hands and a smile. Shun Yin extended her delicate finger and poked Lin Ning's head. It's just becoming an emperor. Our Lin Emperor is the real deal. Even the Emperor can't do anything to you. I have to take you as my goal. Lin Ning scratched his head. I dare not. Master is always my master. If not master, then who else could it be? Beside them, Xiao Yuxuan grinned and said, don't talk nonsense. Shun Yin quickly stopped her. All right, I won't say anything. Xiao Yuxuan made a silly face and then left with her hammer, leaving the two alone. Little Ning. I'm here. Shun Yin looked at Lin Ning seriously. I have some questions I want to ask you. Master, please go ahead. Shun Yin looked around and then leaned closer to Lin Ning's ear. In the distance, Neri watched quietly. In fact, she had already arrived when Master became an emperor. But when she saw Lin Ning and Shun Yin so close, she paused. What are they whispering about? Neri thought. Let's go follow them. Chapter 80. My size is a bit large, Master. Mine is a bit large. Please bear with it. Pain and bleeding are to be expected. You'll get used to it, and it won't hurt next time. Neri stood outside the door, like a woman trying to catch someone cheating. She pressed against the wall, and upon hearing the sounds inside, her eyes widened. Especially after hearing the shy, muffled sounds coming from within, her fists unconsciously clenched tighter. Wait! Just as Neri was about to burst in, she suddenly stopped. Two conflicting thoughts clashed within her. I'm not little junior brother's wife. It wouldn't be right to barge in like this. What is my identity? Am I a senior sister? Or, what qualifications do I have? Another thought, no. Lin Ning is the man I approve of. How can I easily hand him over to others? They say a woman chasing a man is like a thin veil. I just need to tear down that paper to succeed. He may not be mine now, but he will be in the future. I will not tolerate my future man messing around with others now. As she thought, Neri's body suddenly leaned forward. The door, which had been tightly shut, could not withstand the force of an emperoress body. Even if Neri was careless, it was beyond the door's capacity to endure. Sorry. I shouldn't disturb you. Neri covered her eyes. No, you're just in time, Lin Ning's voice came. Huh? Neri still didn't dare to open her eyes. Afraid of seeing the scene she didn't want to see. The noise just now was so loud. How could I dare to rush in? Embarrassing. Junior brother is really something. How can he say I came at the right time? Does he like it that way? Although Master Shun Yin is my master, that still doesn't work. Seeing that Neri remained unmoved, Lin Ning twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking, this girl can't be thinking in the wrong direction again, can she? Lin Ning stood up, walked over to Neri, and pushed her hand away from her eyes. I'm just helping Master clear her meridians. Do you want me to help you too, senior sister? Lin Ning asked. When Neri opened her eyes, she saw Shun Yin lying on the bed, revealing a large portion of her skin like jade. Her body was covered with dense silver needles, which were distributed across most of her acupuncture points. As the spiritual energy within Shun Yin circulated, the silver needles trembled violently. You're just using silver needles to assist in cultivation? Neri asked in confusion. Lin Ning smiled. Yeah, otherwise, what do you think we're doing? Neri couldn't speak, her face just turning red. Lin Ning continued. Now that you both have just become emperors, I can use silver needles to help stabilize your cultivation. Saying this, he pulled Neri to the bedside. Senior sister, lie down properly. I'll help you clear your meridians. Turning around, Neri saw Xuanming comfortably closing her eyes, enjoying the process. And she quietly lay down as well. Thankfully, they weren't busy. That reassured her. Lin Ning took out the silver needles. Senior sister, the needles are going in. Neri nodded. And the next moment, a muffled sound came out. At the Xuanming Sect, the elders gathered together to discuss the strange happenings in the outside world. Overnight, no less than 20 small sects on the ancient continent were destroyed, and 5 second-tier sects also suffered severe losses. There were many rumors spreading outside. Some said it was the work of powerful demons wanting to slaughter the human race. Others claimed that vengeful spirits had escaped from the underworld and were wreaking havoc in the mortal realm. The Grand Elder looked at the others and asked, "What do you think, elders?" The second elder scoffed. "Vengeful spirits? Those are just non-existent things. There must be some demonic cultivators causing trouble in secret. The Great Era has arrived early. I can already sense the loosening of the rules. According to what the sect master left behind, we should also take action." The second elder asked, "Do the elders agree with my proposal?" The Grand Elder set an example. "I agree. Our Xuanming Sect has been in seclusion for too long. The outside world has probably forgotten our sect's strength. After being in seclusion for so many years, our sect's resources have also been nearly exhausted. It's time to replenish." Soon, the elders raised their hands one after another, voting to approve that the Xuanming Sect would exit seclusion starting today. In the secret chamber of the Xuanming Sect, crack. When the last young cultivator's spiritual power was completely absorbed, a sound of barriers breaking came from Xuanming's body. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within, completely obliterating the young cultivator who was nothing but bones, turning him to ashes. "Good disciple, you've broken through again." A mysterious master's voice came from the ring. Xuanming smiled and said, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." The master's voice suddenly changed to a woman's, sharp and unpleasant. "Someone has accelerated the arrival of the Great Era, indirectly helping you to improve. Good disciple, I will go capture some more cultivators for you, striving to help you break through again before the 3-year appointment and help you become an emperor." Upon hearing this, Xuanming felt ecstatic in her heart, but her face showed doubt. "But Master, the difference between the tribulation stage and the emperor realm is much greater than that between the great ascension stage and the tribulation stage. With only 19 days left until the 3-year agreement, can I really break through again?" This mysterious master is powerful, but Xuanming feels this matter is still unrealistic. Is there really someone who can improve so quickly? As her voice fell, laughter came from the storage ring. "Silly disciple, you must believe in your master's methods. Although my abilities have not fully recovered, helping you break through to become an emperor is a simple matter. If you saw what I looked like when I was young, you would know that the most famous Lin Emperor of the ancient continent was nothing at that time." The mysterious master suddenly paused, and the surroundings fell into silence. Then he spoke again. "Now, the Xuanming Sect has emerged, presumably to compete for the title of the world's #1 and to seize more resources in this great era. As a disciple of the Xuanming Sect, you can help the sect seize resources, and in the end, you will receive more." Dusk. An old cultivator led a young cultivator into an empty village. Something's wrong here. As soon as they entered the village, the old cultivator quickly stopped. "I smell human presence. I can tell that at least yesterday, there were many people here. Now, after walking for so long, we haven't seen anyone." The young cultivator asked in confusion, "Master, do we walk into a ghost village?" The old cultivator shook his head, took out a magical tool, and infused spiritual energy into it, searching carefully. "No, there is no evil aura here. It is safe to rest. The sky is getting late. Let's continue our journey tomorrow." The old and the young casually found a house to stay in. Soon, the glow of the sunset dimmed. Endless darkness rolled in from afar, completely swallowing the passing mountains, farmlands, and more. When darkness descended upon the village, the originally silent village suddenly came to life. Wails of despair echoed continuously. "Not good. There really are dirty things here," the old cultivator exclaimed in shock. The young cultivator, hiding tightly behind the old cultivator, suddenly felt numbness in his right hand. He panicked. "Master, my hand is gone." Chapter 81. I will give you 3 children as compensation. Boom, boom, boom. As the first ray of sunlight dawned on the earth, a crack suddenly appeared in the void in front of Xuanming Sect. The figure of Emperor Ma Zhishuan stepped out from the void, and, seeing the shadow of Xuanming Sect's gate, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This was his second appearance at Xuanming Sect. When the guards of Xuanming Sect saw the figure of this emperor, they did not show the same respect as the outside world. "Emperor Ma, why are you here at our Xuanming Sect again?" the guard asked in confusion. Ma Zhishuan smiled. "Mo Xiaoyu, we meet again, but this time I don't have time to chat. I have something to discuss with Lin Emperor." Upon hearing this, the guard nodded. "All right, I will report it. You can wait here." "Good," Ma Zhishuan replied. After the guard reported, Ma Zhishuan soon arrived at Lin Ning's residence. "Oh, isn't this little Ma? Why are you here again?" Lazy Yu was polishing the battle armor given by Lin Ning, not even looking at him. Ma Zhishuan rubbed his hands and said, "Old Lei, I have something to discuss with Lin Emperor." Lazy Yu put away the battle armor and asked, "What is it?" "Lin Emperor is cultivating. If you have something to say, I can report it for you." "Let him in," Lin Ning's voice suddenly came. Lazy Yu scratched his head and extended his hand. "Go in." Ma Zhishuan brushed past Lazy Yu, who scratched his head. "Hey, it's strange. Why did little Ma come to our Xuanming Sect without bringing anything?" Yes, just during that brief contact, due to muscle memory, Lazy Yu had already checked Ma Zhishuan thoroughly. Judging by his appearance, he was likely here to ask Lin Emperor for help. At his age, he didn't bring any specialties. "What do you need from me?" Lin Ning asked, looking at the respectful Ma Zhishuan. Ma Zhishuan clasped his fists, looking sincere. "I humbly request Lin Emperor to help our Fantian city once more." "Aren't you the Holy Land of Forging?" Lin Ning questioned. "Since the Forging Pavilion was destroyed, Fantian City has transformed into the only Holy Land of Forging. With so many big shots close to you, can't they help you?" Ma Zhishuan recounted the events. It turned out that the ancient continent had been quite unstable in recent days. At first, various bizarre occurrences happened at night while the days were calm. However, after just 2 days, strange occurrences began to happen during the day as well. Fantian City encountered great trouble, with many people dying overnight. Ordinary people's flesh and blood dissipating into bones. The cultivators, especially the forgers, fared even worse. Those forgers who encountered the bazaar did not die, but had all their hands and feet disappear. According to one forger's recollection, when night fell that day, a strong impact suddenly struck him, and the intense pain almost caused him to faint. In a half-conscious state, the forger discovered that his limbs seemed to be gnawed away by some monster, ultimately disappearing completely. Although it looked like they were gnawed away, the wounds were very smooth, as if cut by a sharp knife, each one identical. "Is it only you Fantian City facing this?" Lin Ning stroked his chin. Ma Zhishuan replied helplessly. "Other forces have also encountered strange occurrences, and many small sects have been destroyed, but among forces like us Fantian City, we are the most difficult." As a deputy city lord, he had a wide network. He quickly contacted many immortal emperors, and those friends came to help. However, these powerful beings who were not forgers came to Fantian City to resolve the bizarre occurrences, but the results were tragic. They did not disappear like the forgers, but their bodies were torn apart. When the first immortal emperor's body was ripped apart, the other helpers panicked. They fled. "Emperor Ma, what your Fantian City has encountered is even more terrifying than heavenly punishment." "No way. Old Pang is a top-notch among the immortal emperors. He died so tragically. We can't help anymore. We're afraid of ending up like him." "Emperor Ma, thank you for your weapons during this time, but we can't help with this. You should find someone else. Let's pretend we never met." Listening to their words, Ma Zhishuan sighed helplessly. He was able to come here thanks to Lin Ning. Out of consideration for Xiao Yushuan, Lin Ning left a secret method of a clone for Ma Zhishuan when he left, as a reward for the care Ma Zhishuan had shown towards his senior sister over the years. Ma Zhishuan used this clone's secret method to block the bizarre attacks and safely arrived at Xuanming Sect. "Lin Emperor, we truly have no way out." Looking at Lin Ning, Ma Zhishuan's eyes reddened. "The brothers in Fantian City died so tragically, and we don't even know who the enemy is. I hope you can help us through this crisis. You must have a way. If you are willing to help us, even if Fantian City offers you something, we are willing." As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Ning smiled and pointed at Ma Zhishuan, just like Donnie Yin pointing at Sheng. "Hey, you guy, you actually want to trick me. A while ago, when I showcased my forging skills and crafted the Emperor Dao divine weapon in Fanteon City, according to your rules, I could have become the city lord. But I refused. And now you want to give me Fanteon City? ISNT that making me the city lord? I saved you, and you actually want to harm me? How busy would it be to be a city lord? It's better to stay at Xuanming Sect, living a leisurely life every day, watching the master and senior sisters. They have different styles and wear different clothes. The freshness is overwhelming. Moreover, staying here I also have Julie, the first enchantress and the most beautiful woman of the ancient continent, as a maid. If their S work, the maid can do it. If their S nothing, why would I want to be a city lord? I can help you, Lin Ning said slowly. Hearing this, Ma Jixuan's eyes lit up as if he had seen hope. I'm doing this for the sake of senior sister Qi. My sister's forging skills were all learned from you in the city of Brahma. And although they're no longer useful now, I'll still lend you a hand. Beside the bed, Julie jumped on a Lin Ning's lap as soon as she heard that Lin Ning was going out. It's been chaotic lately. You should stay behind to protect the Xuanming Sect. Lin Ning rubbed the little fox's head. When Lin Ning spoke, he did not cast a barrier technique, which made Ma Jixuan feel quite pleased. Ma Jixuan was taken aback and thought, this little fox can protect the Xuanming Sect? All right, but I can't guarantee that when you come back, your beautiful master and senior sister will be unharmed. Julie used spiritual energy to communicate. Lin Ning smiled. You won't. For me to kill them is as easy as stepping on ants, Julie said. If worst comes to worst, I can just compensate you one life for another. There are 3 of them, and you only have one. How do you compensate for 3? Simple. I'll give you 3 children to compensate. Chapter 82. Your value has been squeezed, dry city of Brahma. My lord, please look. Ma Jixuan led Lin Ning into the city of Brahma, asking him to observe the wounds on these forgers. Each forger's wound was smooth and even, unlike something that had been gnawed by a monster. However, those forgers had genuinely felt their limbs being gnawed while in a semi-conscious state. Lin Ning squatted down, carefully observing these areas. The spiritual energy within you is still circulating, but your limbs have been severed. The spiritual energy in a cultivator's body flows throughout, but for these injured individuals in the city of Brahma, the flow in their limbs had been interrupted. Even if they found a way to reconnect their arms and legs, it would only be for show. They would never be able to channel spiritual energy into their limbs again. Ma Jixuan's expression grew serious. Looking at these methods, I can't shake the feeling that someone from our own ranks is sabotaging us, not wanting us to forge weapons anymore. But the headquarters of the forging pavilion has already been destroyed. How could their remnants have such strange abilities? The forging pavilion has other branches apart from the headquarters. They act tyrannically, so how could the branches be any better? Most of the forgers in those branches have been killed by various forces from the ancient continent. Even if there are survivors, can they really do something this bizarre? Ma Jixuan didn't believe it. Let's observe again tonight. Lin Ning studied for a while longer, but didn't find any clues. Moreover, after entering the city of Brahma, he didn't sense any monsters around, so he could only wait until night to make a judgment. Lin Emperor, you finally arrived. As Lin Ning walked down the street, he was suddenly met with a commotion from the forgers. Wonderful, the Lin Emperor is here. Our city of Brahma is saved. Lin Emperor, we're injured. I apologize for not being able to greet you properly. Sight a forger with missing limbs. Lin Ning replied, no worries, it's the thought that counts. An old forger, tears streaming down his face, grabbed Lin Ning's hand and said, Lin Emperor, you will surely help us through this crisis, right? Around him, pairs of hopeful eyes looked at Lin Ning, making him feel a bit awkward. Beside him, Ma Jixuan quickly coughed a couple of times and said, well, nothing is absolute. The Lin Emperor is here to help us. That's already very benevolent of him. We can't ask him for guarantees. Turning to Lin Ning, he added, my lord, I have arranged accommodation for you. Please follow me. Lin Ning nodded. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, Ma Jixuan invited Lin Ning to sit at the main table. He then waved his hand, and immediately, a dozen elegantly dressed maidens walked over with graceful steps, followed by a group of chefs. Although Lin Ning was an emperor and cultivators generally do not need to eat, Ma Jixuan wanted to provide the proper hospitality. In the center of the hall, dancers twirled gracefully. Lin Ning sat at the main seat and first took a careful whiff. The dishes smelled quite good. Lin Ning thought to himself. Having traveled to this place for so long, it had been a while since I ate like a normal person. He casually picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. It melted instantly, and the flavor spread throughout his mouth. Next to him, Ma Jixuan sat cautiously, his gaze on Lin Ning, afraid that he might not be hospitable enough and cause this important figure to leave dissatisfied. Soon, seeing Lin Ning eat heartily reassured him. After a satisfying meal, Lin Ning dismissed everyone. The hall fell silent as Lin Ning sat in the center, closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, a series of noisy voices suddenly reached his ears. Shadows floated through his mind. Hee, Lin Emperor, you didn't expect this, did you? Although you killed us, we will cling to you like vengeful ghosts. We are neither physical nor spiritual. You cannot kill us, and we will always haunt you. Yes, the voices drifting through Lin Ning's mind belonged to the alien emperors he had slain. Just as they were killed by Lin Ning, they had used all their strength to leave behind marks on him. These marks wouldn't pose a threat to Lin Ning, but would manifest in moments of quiet. Lin Emperor, even if we can't kill you, it doesn't mean our kin can't. Our supreme being will soon awaken, and when that happens, we will turn you into slaves. We will make your life worse than death. Looking at the grotesque faces, Lin Ning sneered. Do you think I don't know about the marks you left on me? You know, the alien emperor was astonished, then immediately laughed. Ha! Don't joke around. This is our spirit clan's technique. How could you weak ants have ever encountered it? If you had been able to discover it at that time, how could I have successfully left a mark? As he spoke, the alien emperor's face twisted, and the corner of his mouth split open to the back of his head. I will cling to you like a sticky plaster. I can't kill you, but I will torment you, draining your spirit and making it impossible for you to cultivate in peace. Lin Ning slowly stood up and said, Your existence will only allow me to comprehend the techniques of your spirit clan. That is your only purpose. Comprehend our spirit clan's techniques? The alien emperor laughed, as if he had heard a cold joke. Every one of our spirit clan members has mastered the language of your ancient continent. And you foolish beings, how could you understand our spirit clan's language? You can't even communicate, let alone comprehend our techniques. Lin Ning sneered, not wasting any more words. He immediately cast the illusory spirit technique, transforming into a spiritual body, his physical form quickly becoming illusory until he was finally transparent. The hall was empty, whether in sound or presence. Everything related to Lin Ning disappeared as if he had suddenly evaporated from the world. If Ma Jixuan were to suddenly appear, he would surely be startled, thinking that Lin Ning had fled. How could you master our spirit clan's illusory spirit technique? The alien emperor, who had just been laughing, was suddenly dumbfounded, staring at Lin Ning in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Ning smiled, his spiritual body suddenly dissipating and his physical form solidifying. This marked figure slumped down. The alien emperor was at a loss. How could the Lin Emperor have mastered their spirit clan's illusory spirit technique? This technique, while common among the spirit clan, was also quite peculiar. After a spirit clan cultivator transforms into a spiritual body, it is very difficult for them to reassemble their physical body. They need to accumulate a massive amount of spiritual energy and energy. Being able to skillfully switch between physical and spiritual forms requires at least being a great emperor. You may be an immortal emperor, but you are an outsider. When did you master our techniques? The alien emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Impossible. No one from the outside world could use the illusory spirit technique so skillfully. Not just your illusory spirit technique. Lin Ning laughed. In the time you've existed, I've also mastered new techniques from the spirit clan. Your value has been completely drained by me. Before this mark of yours dissipates, let me open your eyes and show you the spirit clan techniques I have newly learned. Chapter 83, Spirit Clan, Black Panther, Final Synchronization. Impossible. How could you master such techniques? Even I cannot grasp them. The Spirit Clan Emperor fell to the cold hall with a thud, terrified as he looked around. He reached down and touched the floor. It felt very cold. A real sensation. The physical body of the Spirit Clan Emperor had long been slain by Lin Ning, and his soul had not been left behind. Only this mark remaining in Lin Ning's mind. However, now, this mark was actually stripped away by Lin Ning. This is the most powerful technique of our Spirit Clan. Even the current Spirit Lord cannot fully master it. How could you grasp this final synchronization? All of this is thanks to you. Lin Ning smiled. The systems analysis of the Spirit Clan had reached a bottleneck, making it difficult to break through even when encountering the Spirit Clan Emperor. However, the other party chose to leave a mark in Lin Ning's mind, unexpectedly activating the system, which began to analyze the Spirit Clan once more. Final synchronization. The most powerful technique of the Spirit Clan, and also the most dangerous technique, known as the taboo of the Spirit Clan. According to the system's analysis, if this technique can be cultivated to the extreme, one only needs to know the enemy's name, engrave their appearance in their mind, and then perform the final synchronization. It allows for long-distance kills. It feels similar to a death notebook. In the history of the Spirit Clan, there was once a powerful being who cultivated this technique to the extreme and then became a tyrant. However, this person was extremely brutal, slaughtering over 10 million Spirit Clan cultivators, leading many to rebel. But this tyrant was not killed by the rebels. He suddenly disappeared, along with the final synchronization. This technique is only recorded in the history of the Spirit Clan, and even the current Spirit Lord can only learn from history and cannot fully comprehend it. Don't be so scared. Looking at the nearly frightened Spirit Clan Emperor, Lin Ning said with a smile, "At least your appearance is valuable, right? Now, you're just a mark, unable to stir up any waves." Lin Ning activated the technique, placing the other party back into his mind. "I just thought about it. So I want to kill you. What if one day I can activate it again and gain another technique? Who exactly are you?" The Spirit Clan Emperor, like a madman, kept walking around in Lin Ning's mind, muttering, "How could an outsider who has never entered my Spirit Clan master our techniques? Moreover, the technique you mastered is actually a forbidden art, final synchronization." The Spirit Clan Emperor, in a frenzy, eventually disappeared from Lin Ning's mind. Huh? Did he commit suicide? Lin Ning frowned. A mark actually has a consciousness of suicide. However, after he disappeared, the noise in his ears became much quieter. Hurry, hurry. It's about to get dark. Everyone, gather together. If you find any clues, report immediately. The glow of the sunset was about to fade. Seeing the sky gradually darken in the distance, the city of Vantion began to panic. Maji Xuan gathered everyone together, blocking the streets completely. Those left in the rooms would be devoured by those invisible monsters, and ordinary people would die instantly. It's better for everyone to gather together. If we find a monster, we will focus our fire and kill it. Where's the Emperor Lin? Maji Xuan asked anxiously. Beside him, a guard said, the Emperor Lin is still practicing in the city lord's mansion. Maji Xuan's expression was serious, since Emperor Lin promised to help us. He will not go back on his word. We will handle it ourselves first. As soon as he finished speaking, a scream came from distance. His hand is gone. Oh my God. His hand is disappearing quickly. People looked in the direction of the voice. The outermost craftsman suddenly fell to the ground, unconscious, and then his arm began to melt rapidly, flesh and blood dissipating, revealing white bones, and finally even the bones disappeared. Ah, my hand. Another craftsman, not unconscious, witnessed his arm disappearing. He wanted to resist, but found he couldn't move, as if he had been hit by a spell. A friend beside him tried to pull him back, but as soon as he reached out, he found his own hand was gone too. In an instant, the scene was in utter chaos. Facing this invisible fear, instinctively, people wanted to flee backward. Ah, don't step on me. I don't want to die. Maji Xuan jumped high and said in a deep voice, calm down, calm down. His gaze was sharp as an eagle. Upon seeing the craftsman's hands being eaten away, a technique condensed in his hand and was quickly unleashed. It was empty. Maji Xuan was startled. Suddenly, a sword light illuminated everyone's eyes. Zizi. Streams of electricity burst out from the sword light. These electric currents fell to the ground, quickly crawling like ants. Ah! A series of miserable and terrifying voices emerged from the darkness ahead. Emperor Lin. Maji Xuan was overjoyed. It's a spirit demon, Lin Ning said expressionlessly. In the darkness, suddenly a figure appeared. A massive black panther came into view. The Black Panther spoke human words, saying, I didn't expect that in such a weak place. There are still people who can discover our tracks. The Black Panther's gaze was sinister, casually glancing at Maji Xuan, and then fixing its gaze on Lin Ning. I initially thought that after this guy ran away, he would bring out a powerful rescue. At first, seeing you as this young kid, I thought I was wrong. You gave me no interest at all. How could a little brat, without a single hair, withstand the steps of our spirit clan? The Black Panther paused. But now it seems you have surprised me again by being able to discover our spirit clan's movements. Ma Jishuan's expression was serious. Another spirit clan? Do you foreign races like entering the ancient wilderness so much? Many foreign races have been slain before. The Black Panther narrowed its eyes. Too lazy to pay attention to Ma Jishuan's words, it pointed at the heavenly tribulation sword in Lin Ning's hand and said, "If I'm not mistaken, your ability to discover us relies on this sword. I can sense that the aura of this sword comes from the heavenly way of this world, or rather, shares the same origin. It's a pity that your cultivation seems not high enough to utilize its full power, since that is the case. Why not hand it over to me?" After finishing speaking, the Black Panther rushed forward, its figure flashing, appearing in front of Lin Ning. Sharp claws sliced through the void, accompanied by the thunderous phenomena. "If you want to take this sword away, go ahead. It depends on your ability." Lin Ning raised his hand and swung the sword. "Impossible. How could my power drop so suddenly?" Feeling his realm drop directly to the chi refining stage, the Black Panther's pupils suddenly constricted. "Hiss!" Lin Ning raised his hand and swung the sword, severing the Black Panther's forearm. "Huh, it actually went awry." Lin Ning was a bit frustrated. The side effects of the Undying Sutra were indeed quite large, not only affecting his realm, but also interfering with his mind to some extent, causing his accuracy to go off. "This person's technique is strange. It can actually cause my power to drop so suddenly." The Black Panther's expression was cold. "My realm can be lowered by you, but what about it?" As the words fell, a large door appeared behind it. A series of wails came from behind the door. Again it. Chapter 84. Dare to enter the eternal night door again? Another door? Looking at the door that appeared ahead, Lin Ning frowned. The last time he saw this door was on the arena, when the spirit clan cultivator Yin Tingchu used it, which had silently killed many people. Now, this spirit clan Black Panther has used this technique again, and eerie sounds are coming from inside. The Black Panther, with its severed forearm, looked at Lin Ning mockingly and taunted. "Aren't you very powerful? Do you dare to go in through this door? If you can go in and come out, I'll give you my head." With that, he waved his hand, and the spirit demons behind him quieted down. Lin Ning's body moved slightly, just about to take action when Ma Jishuan's voice came from afar. "Lindy, no." He hurried over and said, "I have heard about this door. It is a powerful divine ability of the spirit race. According to ancient historical records, there was once a powerful spirit being who accidentally entered our ancient continent and used this strange door to kill many emperors. History calls it the Emperor-slaying door." Ma Jishuan's expression was serious as he placed his right hand on Lin Ning's arm, fearing that the latter would directly enter the door after being mocked by the Black Panther. "Huh, Emperor-slaying door?" The Black Panther sneered from the opposite side. "This is not an Emperor-slaying door. This is the Eternal Night door, or rather, the God-slaying door. Our clan strong can use this door to slay true gods." As he spoke, the Black Panther provocatively looked at Lin Ning. "Kid, although you have the ability to suddenly lower my realm, your skills certainly cannot downgrade this door. This thing kills invisibly. Wherever it goes, not a blade of grass survives." Upon hearing this, the blacksmiths behind were all anxious. Many of them had heard about the arena of the casting pavilion and knew that spirit race cultivators had quietly killed many innocent people using this door. This door is extremely strange. Even a brief contact would cause one's body to disintegrate, leading to direct death. "Want to go in and come out? Can you really go in and come out?" "Hee, be afraid. The more you fear, the more excited I become." The Black Panther laughed. Lin Ning looked disdainful and said, "God-slaying door? I'm quite curious if this door can slay me." "All right, kid, you're bold." The Black Panther's mouth curled up. "My head. Just wait for you to come out and take." "Lindy, no." Ma Jishuan quickly stopped him. Lin Ning slowly replied, "A mere door cannot kill me. Just watch how I venture through the God-slaying door." He looked at the Black Panther and continued, "But first, it's agreed that once I go in, you cannot act against anyone else for 5 minutes." "Fine, as you wish," the Black Panther said. Seeing Lin Ning so confident, Ma Jishuan couldn't say much and could only look at the Black Panther. "What if you go back on your word?" "What a joke. Am I that kind of person?" You're not even human. The Black Panther was speechless and said seriously, I can make an oath with you regarding the Earth Lord. If I break the agreement, my soul will be taken by the Earth Lord, and I will never be reborn. Everyone was puzzled. Lin Ning didn't know who this Earth Lord was, but seeing the Black Panther's serious demeanor, he seemed to be telling the truth. Thus, they agreed and made an oath with him. You are the first person to voluntarily enter the Eternal Night Door. The Black Panther wiped the blood from his body, looking serious as Lin Ning approached the Eternal Night Door. As Lin Ning's body fully entered the Eternal Night Door, the Black Panther laughed heartily. He pointed at Ma Xuan and said, I thought you found some powerful helper, but it turns out he's just a fool. This Eternal Night Door can even slay true gods. My abilities may not be that strong, but even against an emperor, I'm confident I can kill. Ma Xuan's face was grave, thinking, Lindy, you're being foolish, since he made an oath with the Earth Lord. The Black Panther surely wouldn't he dare to go back on his word. After 5 minutes, he would kill you all. The Black Panther waved his hand, and those invisible spirit demons formed a wall, blocking everyone. I just can't kill you within 5 minutes. But that doesn't mean I'll let you leave in these 5 minutes. Wait, your lives have only 5 minutes left. Soon, I will sacrifice your lives to the Eternal Night Door. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted, causing the Black Panther's smile to freeze instantly. Whose life do you want to sacrifice? I'm out now. Your head is mine. Lin Ning stepped out, emerging from the Eternal Night Door. Looking at the seemingly petrified Black Panther, Lin Ning smiled. So this is the Eternal Night Door? The God-slaying door? Quite ordinary. How can you possibly come out? The Black Panther was flustered. This plot twist was not right. Its realm was at the level of an immortal emperor, and the Eternal Night Door it manifested could devour even emperors who entered. How on earth did this guy come out? What method did you use to escape the killing of the Eternal Night Door? The Black Panther asked curiously. Lin Ning shrugged. It can't kill me. It dares not kill me. It's that simple. With that, he raised the Heavenly Calamity Sword, pointing it at the Black Panther. Come here. I'm going to kill you. The Black Panther was drenched in sweat and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, smiling. The Earth Lord oath we just made only says I can't kill within 5 minutes. I never said that once you come out, you can chop off my head. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Panther tried to make a run for it. It doesn't matter. The Earth Lord won't take you. I'll kill you. Lin Ning laughed. Final end synchronization. Hearing the familiar term, the fleeing Black Panther abruptly turned around, looking at Lin Ning in confusion. Where did this person hear about final end synchronization? With that serious look, wouldn't he think he can really cast this forbidden technique? Would he? The Black Panther turned to flee but found his body becoming lighter. He looked at himself in shock, discovering that his soul was actually leaving his body. Final end reversion. The Black Panther stood frozen in place, looking at Lin Ning in terror. He wanted to dive back in his flesh, but found his soul passed right through his body. What kind of technique is this? It actually allows the soul to leave the body. Unclear about what was happening, Ma Xuan's expression was grave. He thought this was a foreign technique the Black Panther was using and instinctively tried to stop the Black Panther from escaping. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The Black Panther begged, now in a soul state. Even though his soul strength was at the Emperor level, how could he withstand Lin Ning's full force attack? Lin Ning held the Heavenly Calamity Sword and walked step by step toward the Black Panther. With each step, the sound resonated. Thud, thud, thud. This sound struck at the soul, leaving the Black Panther in a daze. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The Black Panther panicked. Whatever you want, I can give you. I have many secrets of the spirit race, many techniques. They're all yours if you let me go. Lin Ning shrugged. I came here to kill you. Not even Jesus can stop me. Saying that, he struck down, killing the Black Panther. Lin Ning raised his hand, the sword light flashing, slashing the remaining spirit demons. Lindy is mighty. Everyone shouted. Chapter 85. The plan to absorb the Xuanming Sect. 7 days passed in a hurry. During these 7 days, various places on the ancient continent experienced unprecedented fear, with countless civilians and cultivators meeting tragic ends. The Xuanming Sect also reemerged during this time. As soon as the Xuanming Sect appeared, the strength displayed by the elders and disciples slaughtered many spirit demons and terrifying foreign races. In the eyes of many, The Xuanming Sect seemed to play the role of savior, rescuing the civilians from peril and bringing hope to the people. My lord, the Xuanming Sect is gaining momentum, and many sects are surrendering to them. In Fantian City, Ma Jixuan looked worriedly at Lin Ning. Are you afraid they will swallow Fantian City? Lin Ning asked. Ma Jixuan scratched his head. I know the character of the sect master of the Xuanming Sect. With his personality, after developing to this extent, he must want to absorb all sections. The Xuanming Sect has been in seclusion for thousands of years, just waiting for this opportunity, right? Ma Jixuan privately believed that since Lin Ning had a 3-year agreement with the Xuanming Sect, these two dead rivals would inevitably meet. And during this time, the Xuanming Sect had made considerable moves. As a sacred place for casting, Fantian City would surely be targeted by them. If he could incite Lin Ning to deal with the Xuanming Sect, wouldn't Fantian City indirectly avoid danger? I know what you were hoping for. Lin Ning took a sip of spiritual tea and said slowly, I do have a 3-year agreement with Chuchinga. That's true, but they haven't provoked me yet. And I don't want to go to the appointment early. A rapidly developing Xuanming Sect? Lin Ning didn't care, no matter how strong they were. Could they compare to an entire demon clan? Let's leave it at that for today. I need to comprehend my cultivation technique. After finishing the spiritual tea, Lin Ning slowly stood up and walked towards the main hall. Recently, he had gained some insights into the powerful forbidden technique of the end of days reversion. The main hall of the city lord's mansion was a good place, quiet and undisturbed, suitable for contemplation. Your Excellency, please, Ma Jixuan said respectfully. Lin Ning returned to the main hall and casually lay on the cold floor. He stared at the ceiling, pondering the relationship between the end of days reversion and the soul. Meditating and cultivating? Impossible. As a youth of the 21st century, it's comfortable to lie down and play with a phone in modern society. You want me to sit on a hard floor and think about life? I'd rather lie down. That the end of days reversion could be prohibited by the spirit race is not without reason. Lin Ning said, that big shot from the spirit race was just lying in the palace sleeping when he dreamt someone wanted to kill him. And when he woke up, he wiped out the opponent. A strong person who can comprehend such a heaven-defying forbidden technique would certainly not die. He must have gone to a higher dimension to seek stronger enemies. Just as Lin Ning was deep in thought, hurried footsteps approached. According to their agreement, Lin Ning stayed in Fantian City to help them deal with the anomalies, and Ma Jixuan and the others were not allowed to casually come to the main hall. The fact that they rushed over must mean something significant had happened. What's the matter? Lin Ning asked. Ma Jixuan knew he had violated the rules. First apologizing to Lin Ning, then hurriedly saying, Your Excellency, someone from the Xuanming Sect has arrived. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion. Since the main hall was Lin Ning's cultivation place, Ma Jixuan and the others could only bring the people from Xuanming Sect to the side hall. This made the Xuanming Sect members very displeased. The third elder of the Xuanming Sect, Chen Yang, with a dark face, said, Fellow Taoists, you must have also suffered from the anomalies recently. We, the Xuanming Sect, have come to help you through this difficult time. To speak bluntly, our presence can reduce your casualties. Yet, you treat us in a side hall. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Ma Jixuan hurried over, Elder Chen. Our main hall is undergoing some repairs due to aging. I apologize. Ma Jixuan quickly apologized. Chen Yang snorted coldly, saying, You think I can't see that you're using the main hall to host others? City Lord Ma, let's not beat around the bush. The ancient continent is fraught with danger. A great era has arrived, various alien creatures have appeared, and many treasures have emerged. Our Xuanming Sect master has reached the pinnacle of the immortal Emperor realm and will soon achieve the position of Emperor Zun. His gaze, like that of a venomous snake, fixed on Ma Jixuan, as if he wished to swallow the Holy Land whole. We, the Xuanming Sect, have come here to form a good relationship with Fantian City. If you cooperate with us, we will help you through this crisis. How about it? Ma Jixuan understood, and thinking of Lin Ning's support behind him, he straightened his back and smiled. Elder Chen, thank you for your goodwill, but Fantian City has no crises. No crises? Chen Yang exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you afraid of those anomalies? They are not simple anomalies, but powerful alien creatures. Ma Jixuan looked at the surrounding guards and asked, Are there alien creatures? The guards shook their heads, indicating they had not seen any. All right, Chen Yang said, I hope you and Fantion City won't regret it. After saying this, the Xuanming Sect members left, and Qinyang turned back, casting a sinister glance at Maji Xuan, who smiled and waved. Your Excellency, do you think they will really appear? Maji Xuan asked. In the shadows, Lin Ning replied, they will. They clearly want to swallow Fantion City. How could they leave so easily? Outside the city lord's mansion, the disciples of the Xuanming Sect looked resentfully at the resplendent city lord's mansion. Elder, I just saw that the streets here are bustling, and the common people are smiling. Could it be that this place is really not invaded by alien creatures? A disciple asked. Qinyang raised his hand. No, it must be that person in the main hall who helped, allowing Fantion City to pass through the crisis. However, we have had some contact with various major forces and have not heard of any other sects sending strong people to protect Fantion City. Qinyang speculated that the other party should be a formidable rogue cultivator who just happened to know how to defeat aliens. The sect master has given us strict orders to ensure we completely consume Fantion City. How could such a minor setback block the progress of the Xuanming Sect? Qinyang deliberately led the disciples to swagger out of the city and then found a remote place to hide. After confirming there was no one around, Qinyang sat down and activated a secret method. At this moment, a tall figure appeared before him. How'd it go? The figure asked. Qinyang cupped his hands. Sectmaster, you guessed correctly. Fantion City has not sought our protection for so many days because there's a powerful person assisting them. Fantion City is very important. Investigate who is behind this. If necessary, use the secret method I left you to eliminate him. The sect master replied. Chapter 86, Swallowing You. Assisting me in becoming an emperor in the Xuanming Sect, a towering figure stood atop the clouds, looking down with a condescending gaze. He resembled an emperor, admiring his own territory. This person was none other than the sect master of the Xuanming Sect, Shun Xiaoji, who possessed the complete realm of the immortal emperor. Now, with alien creatures appearing and chaos erupting everywhere, the Xuanming Sect had swallowed many sects just 7 days after emerging. Shun Xiaoji murmured, in a few more days. When darkness descends, that will be the true battlefield for our Xuanming Sect. Suddenly, an ancient voice came from behind. Old friend, how'd it go? Shun Xiaoji turned to see Chu Qingge approaching slowly. A voice that sounded both male and female emerged from the ring on his hand. Your cultivation speed is quite fast. In a few more days, you will be able to re-enter the Emperor Zun realm. Shun Xiaoji smiled. It's all thanks to your help, old brother. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have advanced to the complete immortal Emperor realm so quickly. The other party chuckled. We've known each other for so many years. There's no need for flattery. He suddenly sighed. I never expected that after so many years of slumber, this incarnation would encounter you here. It seems you must have been reincarnated many times. Shun Xiaoji thought for a moment and said, about 10 times. Although I can deceive the heavens and cross the sea, I am ultimately not on the right path. I hope that when your true self awakens, you can help me take that step. The other party fell silent, making Shun Xiaoji feel very anxious. After a long time, the voice from the ring came again. My incarnation is becoming unstable, indicating that I am about to awaken over there. Rest assured, as long as you help my disciple cultivate into an immortal emperor, I will definitely lend you a hand when I awaken. Hearing the response, Shun Xiaoji was overjoyed. He quickly said, the people I send out are already negotiating with Fantion City and other major forces. Now, those human emperors are either dead or injured. Once I break through to Emperor Zun, they will be no match for me. The two talked for a long time until there was no more sound from the ring. Shun Xiaoji looked at Chu Qingge and said, let's go. It's time to enhance your strength. Since swallowing many sects, the Xuanming Sect had become quite bloated. Here, it was a mix of fish and dragons. Occasionally, disciples from different sects would fight over trivial matters, or one sect would look down on another smaller sect. Where's the Qinglong sect? The Grand Elder of the Xuanming Sect said in a deep voice. Although his face was old, his spirit was exceptionally vigorous, and his voice was as loud as a bell. We are here. Here, here. The members of the Qinglong Sect raised their hands one after another, thinking that this was an opportunity given to them by the Grand Elder of the Xuanming Sect. After all, the sects that had been summoned a few days ago experienced a surge in cultivation after secretly practicing for a few days. Their combat power was astonishing. "Where's the Chilean sect?" the Grand Elder asked again. Immediately, the members of the Chilean sect showed wild joy, jumping up and down, hoping to leave an impression on the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder gathered all the members of the two sects together and then looked at the cultivators of the sects that were not selected, saying, "Everyone, the outside world is dangerous, and the energy of our Xuanming Sect elders is limited, as are the resources of the sect. The other unselected sects need not worry. Just wait a little longer. Once the sect master breaks through to the Imperial Realm, we will teach you." Upon hearing Imperial Realm, the people from the various sects were shocked. Is Sect Master Shun about to break through to the Imperial Realm? Goodness, Sect Master Shun's talent is too terrifying. How many years has it been since he became an immortal emperor? He is about to break through to the Imperial Realm? Ah, now that the human race is weak. Many Imperial Emperors have already fallen. If Sect Master Shun becomes an Imperial Emperor, wouldn't that be the pinnacle of combat power? The cultivators were all relieved that they had joined the Xuanming Sect in advance. If they had waited until the outside world had completely fallen before wanting to join the Xuanming Sect, it might have been too late. Even if they could join the Xuanming Sect, facing such a large and cumbersome sect, it would be difficult for even an Imperial Emperor to manage. By then, Shin Xiaoji would certainly no longer bother to guide them. The Grand Elder's gaze swept over everyone and said, "Qinglan Sect, Chilean Sect Elders, disciples, follow me." He walked as if he were an immortal, exuding an ethereal aura. Everyone followed the Grand Elder to a side hall. Suddenly, the surrounding formation surged, isolating this place from the outside world. What wonderful music! The cultivators listened to the beautiful sounds coming from all around, feeling relaxed and happy. Suddenly, a charming figure caught their eyes, causing many male cultivators to feel a rush of heat. The Grand Elder cleared his throat and said, "Let me introduce you all. Chuchinga is our Xuanming Sect's true disciple. At just 18 years old, she is already a cultivator in the Tribulation Crossing period." As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. This person is Chuchinga? She is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say, like a fairy. Goodness, an 18-year-old Tribulation Crossing period cultivator. How many people can achieve this in the ancient continent? I heard she has a 3-year agreement with Lin Ning from the Qingyan Sect. That Lin Ning seems to be a fallen genius. The gap between the two is getting bigger. Has the Qingyan Sect been brought under the Xuanming Sect? I don't seem to have seen them. What a trash sect the Qingyan Sect is. How can they even be worthy of entering the Xuanming Sect? Listening to the crowd's murmurs, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice, "Silence. Today, you will practice with Chu, our true disciple, and she will lead you into the true world of cultivation. The last group mastered it completely in just 2 days. I hope you can break this record." After speaking, the Grand Elder's figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chuchinga appeared indifferent. In her eyes, these downtrodden sect disciples were just useless. "Sister, where are we going to practice today?" A thick-skinned young man approached. Chuchinga glanced coldly at him and said in an ethereal voice, "Today, I will only teach you how to enter the Tao. You all know the cultivation techniques, but each of you is wrong. Today, I will lead you onto the true path of cultivation." As her words fell, everyone was stunned. We were practicing incorrectly before? That can't be right. This is the technique that has been passed down for 1,000 years in our sect, and we've been following the steps. What do you know? If Sister Chu says you are wrong, then you are wrong. She is already in the Tribulation Crossing period at just 18. Such an exaggerated cultivation speed. How could she be deceiving us? That's right. Sister Chu is beautiful and kind-hearted. She is so pretty that whatever she says must be right. Chuchinga pressed her hands down to signal everyone to be quiet. Then she began to impart the cultivation technique. Some young cultivators felt light and airy while practicing with Chuchinga, as if they were about to enter the Tao. Close your eyes and focus on your cultivation. No matter what happens around you, do not open your eyes. Do not interrupt your cultivation journey out of curiosity. Chuchinga looked at everyone with their eyes tightly closed, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on her cold face. A ball of black energy gradually condensed in her hand. "Once I devour you, it will surely help me break through to the Imperial Realm." Chuchinga thought to herself. Chapter 87. Chuchinga becomes an Emperor. Fong Xiaolang is the most outstanding young cultivator in Lingyun County. As the #1 person in Lingyun County, Fang Xiaolang carries the hopes of the townspeople and joined the Qinglan sect to become an outer disciple. Cultivation is very difficult. When he entered the Qinglan sect, he found that there were countless people who were stronger and had more talent than him. Fang Xiaolang was also called a genius back then, but upon arriving at the Qinglan sect, he naturally could not accept the superiority of these senior brothers and sisters. Therefore, he worked hard, practicing day and night, with almost no time for sleep. After 10 years of hard cultivation, he finally became an inner disciple. During this process, he had countless thoughts of giving up. However, each time he thought of giving up, the hopeful gazes of his family and friends before he left home would flash in his mind. Not long after becoming an inner disciple, the pattern of the ancient continent changed. Many alien cultivators appeared, along with unseen fears. Fang Xiaolang followed the elders, and the entire sect merged into the Xuanming Sect, becoming their subordinate. The cultivation techniques taught by Sister Chu were indeed useful. Fang Xiaolang closed his eyes to cultivate, and after feeling the spiritual energy flowing within him gradually becoming hot, he could no longer contain his excitement. So all the techniques I've mastered over the years were wrong. Thanks to Sister Chu. Thank you, Xuanming Sect. If it weren't for them, I don't know how many years I would have had to wander to find this feeling of cultivation. In the cultivation world, age does not matter. Powerful cultivators are like living fossils with long lifespans. Parents, give me some time. Once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I will bring you over. After years of hard practice in the Qinglan sect, Fang Xiaolang's life was very difficult. There were some pretty senior sisters in the sect, but he had never seen anyone as cold and beautiful as Chu Qingge. Therefore, this longtime bachelor, Fang Xiaolang, had some inappropriate thoughts about Chu Qingge. While she was imparting the cultivation techniques, he couldn't help but sneak a few glances. Why has Sister Chu stopped talking? Fang Xiaolang thought to himself. She must also be focusing on her cultivation, right? I must take a quick look. It should be fine, right? No, hold on. Fang Xiaolang held his breath and sped up the circulation of the spiritual energy within him. However, as the spiritual energy continued to circulate, he felt a flame burning fiercely within him. He didn't know if it was desire or something else. Finally, Fang Xiaolang couldn't hold back any longer. He secretly opened his eyes, wanted to take another look at Chu Qingge's face. I'll just take a quick look. After that, I will definitely cultivate well. Sister Chu is already at the peak of the tribulation crossing period. Such a remarkable woman is rare in the world and must not look down on someone like me. If I want to catch her attention, I must first improve my strength. Only by surpassing her can I attract her attention. Thinking of this, Fang Xiaolang slightly opened his eyes, but the next second, the scene before him made Fang Xiaolang's face change drastically, unable to sit still. He saw that the surrounding brothers and sisters were engulfed in flames. Yet, they were completely unaware. There was no resistance at all. How is this possible? Is it that one must be burned by fire to truly embark on the path of cultivation? No, it can't be. Fang Xiaolang saw that the senior brother sitting in front of him was engulfed in flames, and the flesh on his body was actually melting away. The intense pain made the senior brother unable to suppress a muffled groan. At that moment, Chu Qingge's voice came, her cold tone akin to a celestial melody, which surprisingly calmed the senior brother down. Focus on your cultivation. You have now entered the most critical step. If you cannot endure, it will harm your body, and the path of cultivation will no longer be open to you. Fang Xiaolang secretly looked ahead and found that the senior brother had turned into a bright red pill. How is this even possible? A bad thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, and Fang Xiaolang was filled with terror. This is not cultivation at all. Chu Qingge is clearly using demonic methods, trying to turn us all into pills. Fang Xiaolang suddenly opened his eyes wide and found that his arm had already been melted by the flames. Taking a closer sniff, he realized the air was filled with the fragrance of pills. So that's why. I wondered why there was suddenly the scent of pills here. I initially thought that the Xuanming Sect had some special spices to calm people down. It turns out they are using our bodies to refine pills. He looked forward, and Chu Qingge was sitting cross-legged, her body floating in the air. She had her eyes tightly shut, and dark energy coiled around her. Her originally glossy black hair was now in disarray. From a distance, she was no fairy. She was clearly a female demon. Brothers, wake up. We have all been deceived by the Xuanming Sect. They want to refine us into pills to enhance their power, Watching the people around him turn into pills one by one, Feng Xiaoling finally understood. But no matter how he shook them, there were no signs of them waking up. Instead, they became increasingly frantic, their internal spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. Don't disturb us. I've already seen the end of the cultivation path. I'm about to break through. I did it, I have succeeded. Seeing that everyone remained unconscious, Feng Xiaoling made up his mind to turn and flee. But where to go? Chuqing suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze playfully fixed on Feng Xiaoling. I never expected you could awaken in my illusion. In a flash, Chuqing appeared before him, extending her pale, slender finger to rest on Feng Xiaolong's chin, smiling as she said, "Since you have already awakened, I will just have to swallow you." As she spoke, a crimson tongue extended from her mouth, and Chuqing devoured Feng Xiaoling as if tasting a delicacy. Hee, a complete flesh body. How wonderful the soul is. Turning to look at the cultivators who had transformed into pills, Chuqing's face was filled with displeasure. If it weren't for the many vassal sects of the Xuanming Sect, with so many eyes around, I wouldn't have to refine you into pills and then turn part of you into puppets. Chuqing had learned a powerful technique from her master that could directly refine cultivators into pills. However, to avoid causing panic among other sects, she specifically turned some powerful cultivators into puppets. These puppets had no consciousness. Each person was indifferent and never spoke. Yet, their combat power was astonishing. When other sects saw these puppets, they thought they had learned some powerful secret techniques from the Xuanming Sect and thus looked down on communicating with them. Cultivators are selfish, who would openly announce their powerful techniques after mastering them. If they could all do that, how could each sect have its unique ultimate skills? With a wave of her hand, Chuqing tossed all the surrounding cultivator pills into the air. Immediately after, she opened her mouth and absorbed all the pills. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from her body. I did it. I, Chuqing, have finally broken through to become an emperor. Chapter 88. Chuqing's ambition boom. Boom! The calm sky suddenly erupted with thunder, and instantly, the world was dark, thick clouds blocking all light. In the Xuanming Sect, many cultivators felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. They struggled to lift their heads and gaze at the sky. Is this the Emperor's tribulation? One cultivator exclaimed. Someone in the Xuanming Sect has become an emperor? My heavens! Which big shot has become an emperor? It seems like I need to cling to them. Among the younger generation, the one most likely and fastest to become an emperor is none other than senior sister Chuqing. What? She has only been in our sect for 3 years. And in such a short time, her cultivation has grown so much. Indeed, true disciples cannot be compared. Su Zhenchuan has cultivated for so many years, but has not even touched the emperor realm. It seems he was right to leave the sect. Staying in the Xuanming Sect is too much pressure. The younger generation of the Xuanming Sect whispered among themselves. They clearly felt the terror of this emperor's tribulation, pressing down on them so heavily that they could hardly breathe. The elders of the Xuanming Sect also felt immensely shocked upon sensing the intensity of this emperor's tribulation. Why is Qing's emperor's tribulation so terrifying? Even the tribulation we experienced when breaking through to the immortal emperor was never this dreadful. One elder said solemnly, according to rumors, the more a cultivator poses a threat to the heavenly Tao, the more terrifying the tribulation they face upon breaking through. Qing's talent is beyond doubt. Give her a little more time, and she might surpass us. Moreover, the elder suddenly stopped, his expression grave, to put it bluntly. The technique Qing is cultivating is one that the heavenly Tao despises. Perhaps this is the punishment from the heavenly Tao, trying to block her from becoming an emperor. Nearby, other elders chimed in. What does it matter? Being able to cultivate is a good thing. Who cares what technique she is using? Besides, haven't we also cultivated similar techniques? If it weren't for Qing, if it weren't for the sect master's intervention, how could we have the opportunity to break through to the immortal emperor? Yes, 3 of the elders present had already broken through to the immortal emperor realm. One can only imagine how many cultivators they had devoured. Suddenly, at the center of the tribulation, Chuqing shot up into the sky. She regained her previous celestial appearance, wearing a plain dress. Her expression cold as she looked up at the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, it's senior sister Chu. This is her emperor's tribulation. So cool. Before she has fully become an emperor, her aura has already transformed. If she overcomes this tribulation, Wouldn't she be a true fairy? Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chuchinga. The latter formed hand seals, bracing against the tribulation. A mere tribulation. How can it stop me from becoming an emperor? Chuchinga snorted coldly. However, this heavenly punishment was not of the ordinary intensity faced by typical emperors breaking through. It carried the might of annihilation. The heavenly Tao would not allow anyone to become an emperor through such an evil method. It severely disrupted the balance of good and evil. With a spit of blood, Chuchinga wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and then took out several pills from her sleeve. After consuming the pills, her body rapidly absorbed them, and Chuchinga regained her strength. She increased her efforts, wanting to quickly defeat the lightning above. It seemed that Chinga's condition was not good. In the shadows, Sect Master Shun Xiaoji's expression was grave. As a fully realized immortal emperor, he understood the gap between Chuchinga and this tribulation. Watching Chuchinga continuously fall from the void and then soar again, Shun Xiaoji felt a bit worried. After a struggle in his thoughts, Shun Xiaoji took out a bottle of pills rich in spiritual energy. Chinga catch. Shun Xiaoji tossed the pills through the air. In the distance, Chuchinga caught the pills, saluted with one hand while swallowing all the pills into her belly with the other. These pills instantly spread within her body, nourishing her organs. The energy quickly filled her, eventually overflowing, and a massive amount of spiritual energy gathered on the surface, forming a wall of spiritual energy. This wall blocked the heavenly tribulation, reducing the damage it inflicted. After a moment, the power of the tribulation gradually decreased. An hour passed, and the tribulation dissipated. Chuchinga successfully became an emperor. Instantly, the Xuanming Sect erupted in cheers. She did it. The beauty with an icy demeanor rarely showed a hint of joy on her face, but that fleeting smile made many cultivators' hearts race. Chuchinga smiled, feeling the changes in the power within her body. 3 years have passed, and I have finally become an emperor. Chuchinga raised her proud head, thinking, Lin Ning. It's been 3 years. Now, I am an emperor. My decision back then was incredibly correct. I truly hope that when the day of our 3-year agreement comes, you see me as an emperor. What will you think? In the past, I could hardly look up to you. Now, you are not even worthy to hold my shoes. Boom! The tribulation had not even disappeared for 5 minutes when another thunderstorm descended from the sky. Chuchinga's expression changed dramatically. She sensed that this tribulation was several times stronger than the last one. A tribulation within a tribulation? The crowd was astonished. Chuchinga's face turned pale. Why? I have just become an emperor, right? Why doesn't the heavenly Tao want me to become an emperor? Does it have to go against me? She clenched her fists, wanted to fight back. The next moment, a pair of warm hands stopped Chuchinga. Shun Xiaoji said softly, No, this is my emperor tribulation. It turned out that at the moment Chuchinga broke through to become an emperor, a clone from her ring suddenly floated out. My true self is about to awaken, and this clone will gradually dissipate. Thank you for helping my disciple break through to the emperor realm. Once I awaken, I will definitely help you surpass the emperor. Right now, I am just a clone. I can give you this power to assist you in breaking through to the emperor, and before I awaken, you must take good care of Chinga. The clone entered Shun Xiaoji's body, helping him break through to the emperor. Shun Xiaoji was filled with fighting spirit. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Boom! After absorbing that clone, Shun Xiaoji mastered some powerful techniques, and he safely passed this emperor tribulation in no time. The news of the Xuanming Sect spread to every corner of the ancient continent. Within a day, the Xuanming Sect produced an emperor and another young emperor. The emperor, Sect Master Shun, actually became an emperor. We were still thinking of politely refusing the Xuanming Sect, but now it seems that joining the Xuanming Sect is the right decision. Wait, you mean Chuchinga became an emperor? She is only 18. How could she have become an emperor? Is this something a person can achieve? This cultivation talent is simply too against the heavens. The last young emperor I heard about was Lin Ning. Speaking of which, we haven't heard stories about Lin Ning for quite a few days. Now, Chuchinga far surpasses the various geniuses of Zhongzhou, leaping to become the second of the younger generation. After hearing the discussions among the crowd, Chuchinga felt extremely dissatisfied. Me, the second of the younger generation? Ever since cultivating the mysterious technique, Chu Qingge underwent earth-shattering changes. I heard that Lin Ning is now an immortal emperor. He is first, and I am second. Just give me some time, and once I kill him and absorb his talent, given time, I will surely become the #1 person on the ancient continent. Lin Ning, I will find you and kill you. Chapter 89. Is the emperor really strong? Sect Master, have you become an emperor? Outside the city of Fantiang, the third elder of the Xuanming Sect, Xuanyang, was overjoyed. Looking at the figure ahead, his eyes were extremely excited. You just left seclusion not long ago, and you're already at the Emperor realm? With you here, our Xuanming Sect will surely become the #1 sect on the ancient continent. Shun Xiaoji's expression was emotionless as he looked at Xuanyang and slowly said, "How is the matter with Fantiang City?" Xuanyang shook his head and said, "That old man Ma Zhishuan is very shrewd. We can't fool him easily. Besides, it seems he has found a powerful figure who can help Fantiang City deal with the Spirit Clan's spirit monsters." Shun Xiaoji's voice was icy, clearly dissatisfied with Xuanyang and the others' ineffectiveness. "Our time is limited. We must occupy the resources before they arrive. Now, the major sects of the ancient continent are all facing crises. Where would a powerful figure come from to help Fantiang City? At most, it's just a decent loose cultivator. Give you a little more time. Quickly swallow Fantiang City. Let them help the Xuanming Sect forge divine weapons." "Yes, we will definitely accomplish it," Xuanyang said. At this moment, Shun Xiaoji's expression eased slightly as he looked at his old partner and said, "Xuanyang, you and I have known each other for many years. After we swallow Fantiang City, you will surely benefit." "Sect Master, I understand all this," Xuanyang said. Shun Xiaoji started with Chu Qingge becoming an emperor and then began to paint a grand vision for Xuanyang. Now that Chu Qingge has become an emperor, I have also broken through to the emperor realm. You and I have been brothers for many years. Once we dominate the ancient continent, I will become a true god, and I will help you surpass the emperor and ensure that I will assist you in breaking through to true god. Looking at Shun Xiaoji's grand vision, Xuanyang felt it was enticing, and he was invigorated, feeling very energetic. As night fell and the weather turned slightly cold, Xuanyang and the others quietly sneaked into Fantiang City. Looking at the brightly lit city, they couldn't help but feel dazed. Nowadays, the people of various cities do not go out at night. Why are the people of Fantiang City instead out on the streets? Could it be that the person behind Ma Zhishuan really has such great power? Looking at the bright lights, to be honest, Xuanyang felt a bit guilty. How could they maintain prosperity amidst chaos without real ability? However, thinking about the grand vision drawn by the sect master, Xuanyang decided to take a gamble. You two, go east of the city, use the secret technique of the Xuanming Sect, and kill in the dark. You three, go west of the city. There are many people in the west, so be careful not to be discovered. You come with me into the city. After Xuanyang arranged the sabotage plan with his disciples, they intended to pull off a big deal in Fantiang City and ultimately shift the blame onto the alien races. While everyone was focused on the aliens, they would infiltrate the city lord's mansion and injure the deputy city lord Ma Zhishuan, forcing him to cooperate with the Xuanming Sect. This has been a common tactic used by the Xuanming Sect recently. When encountering those sects that do not yield, the Xuanming Sect would issue a challenge invitation for Chu Qingge and the young people of other sects to compete. Finally, they would use overwhelming force to compel submission. Today's plan is bound to succeed. Xuanyang was full of confidence. "Tell me again, I didn't hear clearly just now." A strange voice suddenly came. The expressions of everyone changed dramatically as they turned around to look. A person dressed in a white robe and wearing a bronze mask stood behind them. Beneath the mask, those deep-set pupils seemed to grasp all things in the world. "Who are you?" Xuanyang was very alert. Someone who could appear behind them unnoticed must be a master. Moreover, it was very likely the person behind Ma Zhishuan. "Friend, eavesdropping on others' conversations is not a good habit." Xuanyang slowly walked and secretly gathered power in his hidden right hand. "So you want to swallow Fantiang City, is that correct?" Ma Zhishuan's voice rang out, loud as a bell, instantly shaking the entire city. In an instant, all the remaining healthy blacksmiths in the city rushed over, surrounding Xuanyang and the others with great momentum. "Do you know who we are? How dare you make a move against us?" seeing the situation turn unfavorable. Qinyang quickly brought up his background. We are envoys sent by the Xuanming Sect to negotiate. Do you dare to attack the envoys? Aren't you afraid of the Xuanming Sect's retaliation? Ma Jishuan sneered. Envoys? We are targeting the envoys. Qinyang's face darkened, and an aura of an immortal emperor erupted explosively. Ma Jishuan, do you really think I am an ordinary emperor? As the aura erupted, Lin Ning casually waved his hand, causing the opponent's realm to instantly drop to the qi refining stage, matching Lin Ning's realm. Ma Jishuan keenly sensed the change in Qinyang's aura, and before the latter could react, he urged the blacksmiths to attack. Clang, clang, clang. Although Qinyang's realm had dropped, his body was still an emperor's body, extremely tough. The blacksmiths wielded various hammers, striking Qinyang, causing tears to well up in his eyes and blood to spill from his mouth. Ha ha! After living for so many years, this is my first time beating an immortal emperor. This life has been worth it, breaking even. The immortal emperor is so terrifying. Woo-woo. Could someone bring me a big pink hammer? I want to use it to overcome my fear while I cry and hit him, under the crowd's beating. Qinyang's face was bruised, and he angrily shouted, Who spat at this elder? This elder will remember you. Our sect master is already an emperor. If you dare to kill me, the sect master will personally take action and flatten the Brahma city. Upon hearing that Shun Xiaojia had become an emperor, Ma Zixuan's mind instantly froze. Sir, is what Qinyang said true? Ma Jishuan hesitated. If what he said was true, and we killed him, we might face retaliation from the Xuanming Sect when you return. Lin Ning shrugged. I will leave you 2 clones before I leave to fend off 2 crises. An emperor? What's so scary about that? My bro is still an emperor reaper. The number of emperors who have died at my hands is countless. You're crazy. You must be crazy. Qinyang's hair was a mess. None of their attacks were lethal, but they were extremely disgusting. If you have the ability, just kill me. Ma Jishuan rubbed his fists. Oh, it's the first time I've heard someone ask like you. Then I'll satisfy you. The purple gold Haotian hammer appeared in Ma Jishuan's hand as he looked at Qinyang with a smile. After sensing the danger of death, Qinyang's eyes widened in fear. You can't kill me. I'm the 3rd elder of the Xuanming Sect. I'm an immortal emperor. My brother Shin Xiaojia is already an emperor. If you kill me, he will definitely not let you off. Hearing this, Lin Ning said lightly, An emperor? Is it that strong? He slowly walked in front of Qinyang, smiling. Elder Chun, do you still remember who I am? Qinyang showed a look of confusion. Lin Ning slowly took off his bronze mask. It's you. Chapter 90. You call her madam? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sharp blades of light intertwined above the Xuanming Sect. One spirit demon after another was slain by the sword light, falling from the sky and hitting the ground with a thud, smashing the floor to pieces. Inside the Xuanming Sect, the young disciples didn't notice anything unusual. They only heard loud noises and then saw the floor cracking. Immortal Wind Thunder, what are you doing? A young disciple asked in confusion. Laziu said seriously, recently, spirit demons have been rampant, repeatedly offending the Xuanming Sect, and I have slain them all. As he spoke, he gently caressed his battle knife, feeling emotional. The quasi-divine weapon from the Emperor is really useful, much better than my previous weapon. Laziu was not skilled with knives before, but after obtaining the Emperor's quasi-divine weapon, he tried to practice knife techniques and found that the battle knife suited him well. Spirit demon? What is a spirit demon? The young cultivators of the Xuanming Sect felt very confused. This was a term they had never heard before. They only knew about the demon race and monsters, but adding the word spirit in front of it was beyond their understanding. Laziu shrugged. If you don't know, then forget it. You don't need to know, just focus on your cultivation. As for slaying spirit demons, that is of course left to me, the guardian. Come on, go cultivate. I'll guard this place. Holding his sword with one hand, Laziu slightly turned his head, posing as if he were modeling. Such a strange action led the young people to complain. Immortal Wind Thunder is getting old. Why is he still so childish? I feel like he has been guarding the door for too long. His brain might not be functioning well. I also think so. I use to guard the door too. And spending too much time at the gate of the Xuanming Sect really can harm your brain. Moreover, looking at Immortal Wind Thunder, he probably doesn't have much brain left. It should be even less now. Listening to everyone's complaints, Laziu's face darkened. Hey brats, I'm here guarding you, and instead of being grateful, you're mocking me. Watching the young disciples leave arm in arm, Lazy suddenly felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Being young is great, having so many friends to cultivate with. Unlike me, after living for so many years, all my friends have long since died, leaving me lonely and solitary. Before the nostalgia ended, Lazy's gaze darkened, raising his sword. A brilliant sword light shot into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire Xuanming Sect. Another spirit demon. Lazy soared into the sky, looking fiercely at the spirit demons wandering around. A three-headed crimson flame spirit bird was injured by the soaring sword light, staring in shock at the human immortal emperor before it. It couldn't understand why there was an immortal emperor in this weak place who could perceive its whereabouts. You bunch of alien scum, always wanting to attack the Xuanming Sect. Lazy said solemnly, if it weren't for my immense strength and having practiced the illusory spirit technique, I wouldn't have discovered you. Lazy's attack was fierce, like cutting through chaos with a quick knife. In just 3 seconds, he had slain all the surrounding spirit demons. Who are you? How did you master the illusory spirit technique of my spirit race? A young man slowly walked up the steps and stood before Lazy. Yin Yuchuan curiously examined Lazy. An emperor-level spirit race guy? Lazy's expression became serious. He couldn't sense any aura from the young man standing before him. This made him roughly deduce that Yin Yuchuan's cultivation must have reached the emperor realm. What kind of technique is this? Yin Yuchuan asked patiently. Lazy pretended to be confused. What technique? What are you talking about? The illusory spirit technique. You just used the illusory spirit technique. This is a unique technique of my spirit race. Although the other party was pretending to be dumb, Yin Yuchuan showed no signs of wanting to get angry. Oh, you mean this? Lazy turned his left hand into an illusory spirit body and then solidified again. I dreamed about this in my sleep. However, your technique is a bit unreasonable. After I practiced it, my body almost couldn't return. Yin Yuchuan explained. The illusory spirit technique, after practicing, your body will turn into a spirit body. Once your entire body is a spirit body, you need to accumulate a large amount of energy to recondense your physical body. The recondensed physical body will be 100 times stronger than before. Lazy squinted his eyes, thinking, so that's how it is. Luckily I'm clever, otherwise, I would have been tricked by this technique. Becoming a spirit body is indeed a good thing. It's hard for others to detect your movements. However, Lazy also knew that at his current rate of progress, after cultivating into a spirit body, it would take a long time to condense his physical body again. Unless Lin Ning specifically instructed him to cultivate fully, he wouldn't actively let his body turn into a spirit body. I have informed you of the precautions regarding the illusory spirit technique, and in exchange, you should tell me who taught you this technique, Yin Yuchuan said. Lazy spread his hands. Didn't I just tell you? I dreamed it. Falling flowers. Yin Yuchuan floated forward like a ghost, hovering in front of Lazy. Since you are unwilling to tell me, I will use special means to make you spit it out. As an emperor of the spirit race, I cannot allow anyone here to know our spirit race's techniques. Waves of secret law ripples appeared in Yin Yuchuan's hands. And the moment he cast them, the ripples shook like ripples spreading out. The other party acted quickly, not giving Lazy any time to think. Landing on Lazy, the ripples burst forth with immense impact. Bang, bang, bang. The ripples exploded, and the flesh on Lazy's body bloomed like flowers, blood splattering onto the ground. Run. Seeing Xuanming, Neri, and Xiao Yuxuan rushing over in a hurry, Lazy's expression became grave. We are not his match. He is the emperor of the spirit race. Quickly go get Lin Di back. Only Lin Di can deal with him. Lin Di? Yin Yuchuan's brows furrowed slightly, thinking, could it be that this Lin Di has mastered my spirit race's techniques? Speaking, he quickly walked in front of Lazy, lifting the other person up with one hand. I'll give you time to call for help. Bring that Lin Di who masters the spiritual clan's techniques. If you wait any longer, he will only come to collect your corpses. Tap, tap, tap. A pure white fox appeared in front of everyone. Little fox, come back quickly, Xuanming said hastily. Yin Yuchuan looked at the fluffy little fox with great interest. This kind of creature had never appeared in their spiritual clan. Julie raised her head. her gaze locking with Yin Yuchuan's. Her enchanting purple pupils spun continuously, enveloping Yin Yuchuan in a powerful magical force. The spiritual clan's emperor was turned to stone in an instant, caught completely off guard. The fluffy little fox suddenly transformed into an extraordinarily beautiful and alluring woman. As Ji Julie revealed her true form, the colors of the world seemed to dim considerably under her radiance. Even the vibrant blooming flowers could hardly compare. So beautiful. How can there be such a stunning woman in the world? Shen Yan said in a daze. Xiao Yuxuan, holding a large hammer, remarked as a woman, I lost my soul the moment I saw her. Thank you for your assistance, madam. Lazy Yu bowed respectfully. Madam? Who is she a madam to? Shen Yan asked in confusion. Madam? Who is she a madam to? Shen Yan quickly shook off the enchantment brought by Ji Jiuli and hurried to Lazy Yu's side. Feeling a sense of unease in her heart, the madam you mentioned, could it be Xuanming's? Lazy Yu scratched his head, looking at Ji Jiuli with a silly expression. Oh, I forgot, it's not that yet. Ji Jiuli bowed and smiled at Shen Yan and the others, saying, Julie has met you all. She looked at Shen Yan and said, Julie is already the wife of Lin Di. I should call you master. Hearing Ji Julie's response, everyone was taken aback. Ji Julie thought to herself, since Lin Di is not here right now, and this emperor is alone in Xuanming Sect, since I can't kill these women, I'll just take on the identity of Lin Di's wife. Shen Yan returned to Xiao Yuxuan's side and whispered with Neri, what's going on? When did Xiao Ning find a wife outside? I don't know. He never mentioned it before. His wife is actually a little fox? Xiao Yuxuan clapped her hands in realization. I remember now. The little junior brother used to carry this little fox every day. I wondered why he spoiled it so much. Turns out it's his wife. Not long ago, Xiao Yuxuan was thinking of holding the little fox to pet it, but was rejected by Lin Ning. At first, she thought Lin Ning was worried the little fox would cause trouble. Well, it's causing trouble now. That's his wife. No wonder when I triggered my physique and unconsciously tempted Xiao Ning, he rejected me. Neri became more and more angry. I thought he wasn't interested in that aspect. Tilting her head, she glanced at Ji Julie and said, with such a stunning and alluring woman, no wonder he looks down on us country bumpkins. After seeing Ji Julie's true form, the three women suddenly felt like they had been crushed. They felt like country bumpkins, unable to compare to Ji Julie. What's more, the ironclad Xiao Yuxuan even felt that the forging hammer in her hands was no longer appealing. She even thought about running over to Ji Julie and jokingly saying, sister-in-law, you smell so good. The straight woman seemed to be bending. Why do I have a bad premonition? Lin Ning, far away in Fantian City, suddenly shivered. He looked at Ma Xuan and pointed with 2 fingers. I'll leave you 2 clones to help you withstand 2 crises. If you encounter another crisis, contact me. He felt the need to return to Xuanming Sect. Something felt off there. Lin Ning's premonitions were usually very accurate. So after feeling the bad premonition in his heart, he hurried back to Xuanming Sect. Upon returning to Xuanming Sect, he saw Lazy Yu avoiding his gaze, as if he had done something wrong. Has anything happened recently? Lin Ning asked. Lazy Yu forced a smile. No, everything is normal. Oh right, there have been a bunch of spiritual demons appearing recently. After practicing the technique you passed on, I can detect the traces of the spiritual demons and easily slay them. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning frowned, muttering, no problems? Strange. Why do I always feel uneasy? His cultivation had already reached a high level, yet he could still feel anxious. This matter was not simple. Walking in the square of Xuanming Sect, he immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. These people's eyes were filled with envy. However, Lin Ning felt that they were not envious of his profound cultivation, but rather something else. Soon, Lin Ning realized why they were looking at him that way. Not long after walking, he ran into Shen Yan and the other 2. Master, senior sisters. Lin Ning greeted respectfully. Seeing Lin Ning, a sour smell emanated from Shen Yan as she said, Oh, isn't this Xiao Ning? Finally willing to come back from messing around outside. Do you have any lingering scents from other women on you? Or perhaps lipstick marks? Lin Ning. I messed around outside. Where did that come from? No girl can compare to those in Xuanming Sect. Master, what are you talking about? Lin Ning was confused. I went to help solve the dangers in Fantian City. Uh-huh. Neri said from the side, I wonder when junior brother got married. And he didn't even tell us. Was the danger in Fantian City really that great? With Junior Brother's ability, it should have been easy to resolve. You've been outside for so long. Don't you want a wife from Xuanming Sect anymore? Or was there one over there too? Xiao Yuxuan added, that's right. How beautiful Xuanming Sect is. It's not an exaggeration to say it's the most beautiful. How could there be a man who stays outside for so long? Could it be that the outside is fresher, like a fairy from the sky? Watching the three women banter, Lin Ning felt his scalp tingle. He exclaimed, my wife from Xuanming Sect? Who married me? Lin Ning genuinely did not know about this. In Xuanming Sect, the only two who had ever tempted him were his master and senior sister Neri. But neither of these women was his wife. Still not admitting it? Xinyan pointed behind him. Lin Ning followed her gaze, and suddenly his pupils constricted. Why did you show your true form to others? Lin Ning exclaimed in shock. He was terrified of Julie using her true form. This unrivaled beauty could petrify an emperor-level powerhouse with just a flirtatious glance. Who in Xuanming Sect could withstand that? Moreover, Julie had always wanted to take charge. Seeing Shun Yin and the others, it would be great if she didn't kill them, her rivals in love. Oh, hiding a beauty in a golden house, not daring to let Sister Julie see us? Neri said sarcastically. According to status, she was the Empress, the top powerhouse of the primordial continent. In terms of identity, she was his legitimate wife. It should be us who are afraid to see her, fearing to cause misunderstandings with Sister. Lin Ning was completely dumbfounded. All right. No wonder the moment I walked in, that lazy fellow couldn't look me in the eye. It must have been him who accidentally said something wrong again. A sneeze. At the entrance, Lazy sneezed and rubbed his nose, saying strange, why do I feel a chill on my back during the day? Could it be that the spiritual demons have appeared again? Lin Ning explained for a long time before Shen Yin and the others stopped causing a ruckus. Lin Ning realized he was wrong. He thought Shen Yin and the others were just being jealous. He didn't expect Julie to take a different approach and use her innate abilities for communication. From the moment Lin Ning first felt the bad premonition to when he returned to Xuanming Sect, less than 10 minutes had passed. In this short span of time, Julie had surprisingly gotten along with the three women. Weren't they rivals? Lin Ning wondered why they were getting along so harmoniously. Instead, they all united against him. Julie looked at Lin Ning with a